Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Past was revealed to everyone. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was a beautiful morning that day. Class 1A was busy with their usual activities. Midoriya was quietly discussing a new pro-hero quirk. Minetta was eyeing Yaoyorozu, you can guess what he was thinking. Uraraka was chatting with Azui, Bakugo was being his usual self, and Ida was doing his best to keep the noise down. Settle down now, Aizawa said as he walked in. The class quickly complied. Today in homeroom, we will discuss the past school festival, he continued. Now do your thing, class. Before he could finish his sentence, a warp appeared on the classroom floor, causing panic. What is happening? Yelled Kirishima as he fell into the warp. They all tumbled into darkness, surrounded by chairs, a popcorn machine, and a big screen. What the heck? They thought, their panic rising. Suddenly, they heard a chorus of voices. Oh! What the heck? Ah! They realized others had fallen in with them. All Might! Yelled Midoriya. Young Midoriya! All Might responded. They found themselves among several pro-heroes, UA teachers, Nizu, Class 1A, Class 1B, the UA Big 3, and surprisingly, the League of Villains. Villains? Shouted Kamui as they quickly got to their feet, ready to defend themselves. Deku-kun! Toga called out to Midoriya cheerfully, making him flinch. What are you doing to us? Aizawa yelled. I thought you all were behind this, Shigaraki replied. Shut up, you hand freak. It's time for payback. Bakugo shouted, trying to activate his quirk. What? I can't use my quirk, he yelled in frustration. The heroes and villains around them attempted to activate their quirks as well. That guy is right, Dabi said. Who are you calling a dog? Bakugo retorted. Now, can you all calm down? A mysterious figure interjected, drawing their attention. Who are you? What is this place? Mirko demanded. Why yes. This is my domain, called Unseen Superior Journey, or USJ for short, he said with a smile. Another USJ? The UA students thought to themselves. Now, take a seat. We will be watching a movie, specifically a journey about all of you. Huh? You think I'll obey you? You white dog! Bakugo shouted. He's tough, Midoriya thought to himself. But Kaken is right, we can't trust him yet. Now, Bakugo, calm down, the mysterious man said. Bakugo was confused. How did this guy know him? Yes, I know all of you because I've been watching you, he explained. My name is Vernox, but you can call me V. I'm not a god, I'm just a person like you, but I have a special power called the multiverse. Midoriya's eyes lit up. Wow, that's so cool. I wonder what he can do with that power. Deku-kun, Uraraka called, bringing him back to reality. Sorry, he stammered, blushing. Typical Midoriya, V laughed. Well, Midoriya, I can answer all your questions. Midoriya smiled brightly, causing the girls around him to chuckle. Oh my, he is so cute, they thought. My quirk allows me to see someone's past, present, and future across the multiverse. I can also warp you here to watch the lives of yourselves or your alternate selves. Right now, I know all your secrets and I want to share them with you. Every story or multiverse has its main protagonist, and your main protagonist is, before V could finish, Bakugo interrupted. Of course it's me and not that Deku, he declared proudly. He is so petty, everyone thought while Midoriya sighed. I know, Kaken. You are so cool, he said bitterly. It felt impossible for him to be the main protagonist in his world, but somehow he felt he had jinxed something. Too bad, Bakugo. It's not you, V said. Huh? What? Bakugo yelled. Seriously, it's not you. You were a JRK before. Not going to lie, but the main protagonist in your world is Midoriya Izuku, or known as Deku, he said cheerfully. Eh, me? Midoriya exclaimed. Yeah, it's you. Come on, you're so cool now. Teach, why is it always the Class A goons? I bet he'll be the lamest, Monoma said before getting a light chop from Kendo. Sorry, Midoriya, she said to her crush, making all the girls swoon. It's okay, Kendo-san, Midoriya replied with a smile, causing the girls to melt even more. Now, let's take a seat, shall we? V said happily. Surprisingly, the USJ was large enough for everyone. Midoriya took a special seat next to V, fidgeting nervously since he was shy around strangers. As the pro-heroes and the League of Villains settled in behind them, V clapped his hands, and the screen lit up. Stop it, Kaken. Why are you being mean? He's hurt enough. If you keep hurting him, I'll stop you myself, small Midoriya said, trying to protect the boy who was being bullied by Bakugo. Hey, you're so cute. Mina exclaimed excitedly, smiling at her crush. Yeah, but what happened to those poor kids? Shiozaki said, distressed to see her crush in such a state. What the heck happened to Midoriya? Todoroki wondered, focusing intently on the screen. Acting tough, huh? What can you do, you quirkless Deku? Bakugo taunted with a smirk. Then, Bakugo and his friends began to bully Midoriya, leaving him lifeless on the ground. Quirkless? Kinoko gasped. Let me tell you something. Not all men are created equal. This is something I realized at the age of 4, older Midoriya narrated as the screen showed him lying down in pain. Not cool, yelled Kaminari, glaring at Bakugo. Yeah, you're such a JRK. Uraraka added. That's not what heroes do, you bully. Tsunori shouted. It's his fault. Why would he get in my way? Bakugo yelled. Guys, settle down. V said calmly. I wonder what will happen if they hear him say that, V thought to himself as Midoriya silently ignored his friends. Yup, I remember those days. Kaken and the others always tried to hurt people while I tried to protect them, he reflected, fighting back tears. Don't cry, Midoriya Izuku. Heroes never cry. But that doesn't stop me from achieving my goals, older Midoriya said as the screen showed the present Midoriya running toward a villain attack. Wow, a villain attack. I wonder what heroes will show up. Midoriya said excitedly. Wow, that's a huge villain. His classmates, except for Bakugo, smiled at Midoriya's enthusiasm. Nerd, Bakugo grunted. Young Midoriya. You are too pure, All Might mused to himself with a smile. A blackness filled the screen before a bright spark illuminated it. Midoriya's voice could be heard again as the camera zoomed in on a house with a radiant light shining from the window. The first incident was in Qingqing City. Huh, Boei said, confused. The camera cut to a baby glowing brightly, then zoomed out to reveal a terrified man with the word, Papa, next to him. An extraordinary baby was born who radiated light. This elicited a few chuckles from those in the room. It was strange to think that quirks were once considered abnormal when they were so common now. Oh, I remember reading about this. That was the first known quirk, wasn't it? Bujiro asked. Wow, you really know about quirks, huh, Midoriya? That's so manly. Kirishima exclaimed, causing Midoriya to blush. WWL, of course, Kirishima-kun. Midoriya replied sheepishly. Multiple people using their quirks scrolled past the screen as the Earth came into focus in the background, the camera spinning around it. After that, reports of people with superpowers popped up across the globe. No one knew what was causing these quirks. The moon blocked the Earth for a moment before it reappeared. A cape flew past the screen, and suddenly All Might was seen in his Silver Age costume walking down a tunnel. Before long, the supernatural became totally normal, and dreams became reality. The world transformed into a superhuman society, with about 80% of the population possessing some uncanny ability. You know your stuff, kid. Dabi remarked unexpectedly. Thanks, I guess? Midoriya responded cautiously, thinking to himself, a villain praised me. All Might stopped in front of a large door, which opened to a bright light. As the door swung open, his cape began to fly behind him. Yay, All Might! Yelled all the UA students excitedly, while LOV grunted. The retired hero chuckled to himself. Our streets looked like scenes from comic books. As cities swirled with chaos and confusion, a new profession dominated our collective consciousness. The screen turned pure white before showing a massive man roaring into the sky. He then destroyed a pylon, sending it crashing down towards the civilians below. Death Arms was seen running towards the falling debris, catching it just in time as the music intensified. It was an age of heroes. Yup, that's so true. Setsuna said. Wow, Death Arms is so cool, cheered Zero. The pros smiled while the villains sulked. Hey, where does the music come from? Toga asked, seemingly uninterested in the heroes or villains, as long as she had her Izuku. Nice question, Toga. Well, that's my other ability. In USJ, every scene has a soundtrack. I don't know why though V replied happily. Wow, that's so cool. I wonder what will. Shut up, Deku. Bakugo yelled. Okay, Kaken. Midoriya responded. Oh nice. Way to go, Death Arms. The punching hero. I wish I had a quirk that made me super strong. The hero struggled a little with the heavy weight but managed to hold it. The screen turned blue as the hero received an introduction card similar to Midoriya's. This time, the students cheered properly for the hero, getting into the show. Yeah, super strength would be an awesome quirk. Can you imagine? Kaminari said, impressed. Everyone agreed. Suddenly, a stream of water shot past the civilians, keeping them from getting any closer to the scene. The camera panned to show the hero backdraft. Everyone, please stay back. This area is far too dangerous. Whoa, it's the rescue specialist. Backdraft is here. He'll make sure we're okay. At this, the hero also received an introduction card. The camera then showed Midoriya again, excitedly trying to see past everyone while hopping up and down. This guy must be pretty desperate to go full monster in front of everyone in the middle of the city. Just some amateur who stole someone's bag. A quirk like that, and he's just some petty thief? Tisif, what a waste of a quirk. Vlad commented. Indeed, what a waste. He could be a hero with that kind of quirk, you know, Gran Torino added. Midoriya finally pushed past people to get to the front of the crowd, amazed. I got held up. The trains are out. Another villain. I'm not sure when I'm going to make it into the office. Sadly, it seems events like these are becoming more and more common. It's affecting people's ability to do their jobs, Ectoplasm said, unhappy with how their work impacted civilians. It certainly isn't easy for some people. But what can we do? It's a villain attack. They could get hurt, you know, Ryuku said. Huh. Suddenly, a group of girls shrieked in excitement as another hero flew overhead. Kaya, it's Kamui. We're your biggest fans. Oh yeah, the fangirls, willing to do anything for you. Even Minetta was suddenly cut off by Jiro's earphone jacks. Shut it, idiot, she said calmly. As expected from Jiro, Midoriya thought while watching Minetta suffer. Nice job, Jiro, other girls said. The pro hero ran along the roof of a bus before launching into the air towards the villain. He landed on the bridge and leapt again, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the massive creature. He finally soared high above the monster. Get away from me or I'll break you, toothpick. Midoriya made his way to the front of the crowd, beside an older man. Oh wow, this is going to be good. The monster tried to swat the hero away, but he swung to a nearby pylon. It's Kamui Woods. Go, Kamui Woods. Kinoko cheered. Yeah. Mirio joined in. You really are cute, you know, Midoriya? Setsuna said with an amused smirk. Midoriya blushed heavily. A girl called me cute. He's mine, back off, all the girls thought, while Toga looked like she wanted to confront someone. Well, she's not wrong, even Mirko, Lady, Ryuku, and Midnight thought to themselves. The hero received an introduction similar to those before him. He may be new, but he's making a big name for himself. One look at that dopey grin, and I know what you are a fanboy. Definitely one, Kaminari said, causing his classmates to laugh and Midoriya's blush to deepen. In All Might's mind, an amused thought crossed his mind. You have no idea. Sorta. Midoriya replied, looking away slightly embarrassed. The camera then cut to Kamui Woods running down the train tracks, jumping out of the way of the villain's fist once again. He then swung around the villain's arm and landed on an overpass. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. You are the embodiment of evil. Mirko burst into laughter, holding her stomach. Seriously, you are the embodiment of evil? How old are you? She mimicked Kamui's voice, still chuckling. V joined in, I know, right? Kamui felt a slight blush creep up, but his mask concealed it. Shut it, he stammered, causing the students to exchange glances of surprise. Kamui extended his fist, activating his quirk. His special move, someone shouted. Come on, Tree Man, show us something flashy. The preemptive. Binding. Midoriya and Kamui spoke in unison. Lacquered chain prison. Everyone thought, yep, definitely a fanboy. Canyon Cannon. Just as Kamui's attack was about to strike, a gigantic woman rushed in from nowhere and kicked the villain in the side of the head. The camera shifted to Midoriya and the other heroes, all looking up in shock. Oh yeah, wasn't this MT Lady's debut? Shoji asked. Minetta flinched at the mention of her name. Hey, it's a pretty rude way to debut if you ask me, Jiro said, unimpressed by the massive woman. Hey, leave me alone. MT Lady yelled. Kamui stood there in confusion, the camera behind MT Lady as she stood up. Suddenly, a group of photographers appeared beside Midoriya, chanting for a money shot. The perverts, the girls and women thought, except for MT Lady. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hello everyone, I'm MT Lady, and you don't have to worry about this bum anymore. She struck a pose, drawing attention. Creeps, Kodai groaned, referring to the photographers. Yeah, she's no better, letting them take those kinds of photos, Reiko added, while MT Lady internally groaned. The photographers continued to chant as the camera cut back to Midoriya, who was focused on the notebook in his hands. Wait, she's getting all the credit? Kamui exclaimed. The new hero began to shrink down, waving to the crowd as Midoriya's voice echoed in the background. With the rise of superpowers came an explosive increase in criminal activity. While governments struggled to reform laws with quirks in mind, courageous individuals began performing heroic acts to keep our cities safe. Geez, kid, how much do you know about quirks and heroes? Twice asked, praising Midoriya. Too much. And why in the world are you villains praising him? Bakugo yelled back. Toga smirked at Bakugo. Well, he is cute, that's why. Another girl called me cute. Not to mention she's a villain. Midoriya thought, internally screaming. Lady waved to the civilians beside the villain she had captured. Protecting us from villains who abuse their powers for evil. With overwhelming public support, heroes found an official place as peacekeepers overseen by the government. Those who performed the best were paid the most and gained fame and glory. Their careers depended on their ability to stay in the spotlight. Suddenly, Lady's expression shifted to something unsettling. What's with that expression? Everyone thought as Lady began to sweat. Midoriya stood on the street, muttering to himself, gigantification, huh? She's certainly got the looks and attitude to be a crowd favorite, but her quirk might make it hard for her to navigate the city without causing damage. That means she might not be very useful. That's actually a really good point. It's neat to finally understand what you're muttering about, Ida said. That's right. I never thought I would finally understand Deku-kun's muttering, Uraraka added. Sorry, Uraraka-san. Hey, what's that, fanboy? You taking notes over there? You want to be a hero, huh? Midoriya looked at the man in surprise before a bright smile spread across his face. Yes. More than anything. With Midoriya's radiant smile, everyone in USJ had to shield their eyes. OMG, you're so cute, exclaimed Nijire. Indeed, Yaoyorozu agreed, while Midoriya tried his best not to blush, which he failed at completely. Maybe I should bring more people. I know. How about all of UA's students? Then they will know the pure and slightly hot Midoriya, ha. V laughed mischievously, while Midoriya looked on in fear. A middle school class was shown, their teacher addressing them. As third-year students, it's time to start thinking seriously about your future and what you want to do with your lives. Among his classmates, Midoriya was seen writing in his notebook. I could hand out your career aptitude tests, but why bother? I know you all want to go to the hero track. The class cheered in response. Well, that's hardly practical. Death Arms interjected. Using quirks in school is prohibited, you know. Ida exclaimed, waving his hand robotically. The entire class was shown using their powers. Yes, you've got some impressive quirks, but no power usage is allowed in school. Get a hold of yourselves. A familiar voice spoke up, and the camera focused on Bakugo's leg before panning up to his face. Please, don't lump me in with this bunch of losers. I'm the real deal, but these guys will be lucky to end up sidekicks to some washed-up D-lister. After he said this, Bakugo received his introduction. The students cheered, but, same old Bakugo, someone laughed. I know, right? Both Kirishima and Kaminari chimed in. Since the beginning, you're a JRK. No wonder you're such a Minoma began before getting knocked out by Kendo. Again. Sorry everyone, Kendo said calmly. Wow, twice a day. After this, many students were visibly agitated by Bakugo's actions. You think you're better than us, Katsuki? Let's go. I'll take you all on. Bakugo. Aizawa said deadpan. What's wrong with me? Did I do something wrong? Bakugo yelled while everyone laughed at him. OMG, Kaken got laughed at. This is a dream, right? Midoriya thought, cowering. The teacher glanced at a paper in his hand before speaking up. You've got impressive test results. Maybe you will get into UA High. This shocked the class. He's gonna try for the national school? That school has a 0.2 acceptance rate. At this point, Midoriya placed his head down on his desk. It's impossible to get into. Despite the odds, the students felt a sense of pride, knowing they had all managed to get in. Why are you hiding, Midoriya? You managed to get in as well. Yanagi asked. Just watch, Midoriya replied emotionlessly. He knew what was going to happen. That's exactly why it's the only place worthy of me. The blonde finally stopped leaning back in his seat and jumped onto his desk. I aced all of the mock tests. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance at getting in. I'll end up more popular than All Might himself and be the richest hero of all time. People all across the world will know who I am, and it all starts with UA. Hi. Oh, that's quite the dream you have there, young Bakugo. Good luck getting more popular than me though, All Might said with a small laugh. It'll happen. Just you watch. Bakugo shouted at his teacher. Suddenly, he sank back into his seat as he realized something. If it was that day then. Oh yeah, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to UA too? Midoriya squeaked as Bakugo stood in front of him, frozen in shock. Slowly, Midoriya looked up to see everyone staring before they all burst into laughter. Hey, why are they laughing at him? Toga said, her voice laced with venom. She's right. Shizaki said, eyeing Midoriya. He remained silent. Midoriya Deku Izuku-kun, all the girls thought worriedly. Midoriya? You're kidding, right? There's no way you're getting into the hero course without a quirk. What do they mean without a quirk? Yours is one of the strongest in our year. Siro asked, appalled by how Midoriya's former classmates were treating him. Midoriya sighed and focused on the screen again. Midoriya stood up. Actually, they got rid of that rule. I could be the first one. So, he was quirkless then. Yaoyorozu thought. Then how, before a sudden explosion interrupted her. Bakugo exploded Midoriya's desk in anger. Listen up, that. You're even worse than these rejects, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they would let someone like you in when they could have me? Dude, that's so not cool. Tetsu exclaimed. Yeah bro. Shut it you. Bakugo shouted at the boy beside him, trying to ignore the glares from others. Why isn't the teacher putting a stop to this? Midnight asked, unhappy with the situation. Midoriya started to scuttle back from Bakugo in fear. No wait, you got it all wrong. I'm not trying to compete against you, you have to believe me. It's just that. I've wanted to be a hero since I was little. I may not have a quirk, but I can still try my hardest, can't I? The answer wasn't enough to calm Bakugo as his hands began to smoke. You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. You'd fail in the exams. As Bakugo spoke, he and the rest of the class suddenly looked much more intimidating. Is that how you're looking at us? Bujiro asked. However, Midoriya remained silent until. Wrong. He imagined his middle school classmates like that. But never on you guys. Except once. V said calmly while patting Midoriya's shoulder gently. Midoriya put his head down in shame. Defenseless Deku. This school is already struggling. You really want to embarrass it more by failing so hard. Why do you have to be such a JRK? Kodai asked angrily. They hadn't even gotten past the first episode, but seeing her crush being constantly put down was starting to get to her. For Toga, well, she was ready to confront Bakugo at any moment. None of your business, black hair. The outside of a building was shown with 0:02 p.m. taking up the screen. A woman's scream could be heard before a slime monster was seen running away. A man started yelling after him. Hey, get back here. Someone stop that monster. Yell all you want, sucker, this cash is mine. The slime villain then ran past a group of guys who were talking amongst themselves. The number of people who use their quirks like this is depressingly high, said Nizu, shaking his head. Dude, where are all the heroes? Weird, normally someone would swoop in right away. As they talked, a skinny blonde man could be seen walking out of a store. Maybe they're all still busy from that scene this morning. Remember when we didn't have to worry about randoms with quirks all the time? Seriously, there's no stopping them. Suddenly, the skinny man from before bulked up into a larger, more muscular figure. Yes, there is. You know why? The sludge villain looked around and saw the man, suddenly looking very worried. I am here. Ah man, I missed All Might, exclaimed Minetta sadly. Don't worry, young Minetta. I love my retirement, All Might said with a warm smile. You're next. All Might's words kept lingering in Midoriya's mind. He needed to be strong enough to be the next symbol of peace. Then the screen showed Midoriya's classmates packing up since school had ended. Oh yeah, we should go to karaoke tonight. Sure, let's go. Midoriya was still packing up his stuff while his classmates left. He was looking at his phone. Man, that fight from this morning is all over the news. Better write some notes down before I forget anything. Before he could, though, his notebook was snatched from his hand by Bakugo. I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done. What do you have? His diary. The camera zoomed in on the notebook. The title read, Hero Analysis for the Future. Number 13. Don't tell me you're taking notes on how to be a hero. That's so pathetic. Surprisingly, it was Aizawa who spoke this time. Pathetic, huh? Yet I don't see you in UA while Midoriya is. Aizawa scowled at the screen, trying to contain his anger. He never did like bullies. T is so low. Setsuna said slowly. She never knew that Midoriya had been bullied before going to UA. It hurt her feelings to see her crush like that. The two boys laughed at Midoriya. He's delusional. Yeah, really funny guys. Just give it back. However, instead of handing the notebook back, Bakugo slammed the book between his hands and let off an explosion. Knowing how much those notes meant to Midoriya made Bakugo's actions even more appalling. Uraraka was starting to see red, and Toga was releasing some intense energy directed at Bakugo. Now I've really regretted bullying Deku. Bakugo thought to himself. True, he and that nerd had become formidable rivals, and he did feel bad for the nerd because of his bullying. That's so mean. The blonde then proceeded to throw the notebook out the window. Most first-rate heroes show potential early on. People look at them and just know they're destined for greatness. Too much pride, I see, Mirko said silently. Izuku could be seen shaking as Bakugo continued to talk. When I'm the only student from this garbage junior high to get into UA, people will start talking about me like that. They'll realize I'm legit, the next big thing. That's not ego talking, I just know I'm good. One of the blonde's friends turned his head slightly, his thoughts audible to those nearby. Ego. Idiot. Bakugo muttered under his breath. Even Bakugo's friend said that, everyone thought. Bakugo placed his hand on Midoriya's shoulder, which began to emit a faint. Here's a little word of advice, nerd. Don't even think of applying. Or else. At that, Izuku could only stammer in fear. Both Midoriya and Bakugo realized what was about to happen next, and they braced themselves. No one was going to be pleased with what came next. Midoriya stood there trembling. That's just sad. I thought you at least had some fight in you. He finally gets it, he'll never be a hero. Better to find out now than later, I guess. Ignore them, Midoriya-kun. You are a true hero after all, Yaoyorozu said with a reassuring smile. It was true, Midoriya had managed to save Eri from Chisaki. But there were more challenges ahead, right? Bakugo paused at the door and looked back. You know, if you really want to be a hero that badly, there might actually be another way. Oh no, Kak and me, both Bakugo and Midoriya thought. Here goes nothing, V said while bracing himself. Just pray you're born with a quirk in your next life and take a leap off the roof of the building. Silence filled the room for a moment before a loud smack echoed from Bakugo's seat. Todoroki had punched Bakugo in the face. Bakugo remained silent. What the hell is wrong with you? Todoroki shouted, visibly furious. He had no idea that someone with such a good heart as Midoriya had been bullied and mentally abused before you. Yeah, what the hell, Bakugo? How could you? Not manly, the students shouted. Even the pro-heroes felt pity for Midoriya. Meanwhile, the villains struggled to restrain Toga before she could lash out at Bakugo. Let me go, twice, I'll kill him. Toga yelled, fighting to escape her friends. Bakugo remained silent until V shouted something. Enough. Everyone settled down. Now, I know what Bakugo did was unacceptable, but he regrets it and is trying to become a better person, V said, while Midoriya cried silently beside him. Bakugo, after all this is over, you will see me personally, Aizawa said sternly. Yes, sensei. Now take your seat, and let's continue, shall we? Everyone followed his order. Thanks, V-sen, Midoriya said quietly. My pleasure, Midoriya. The camera slowly zoomed in on Midoriya as he trembled. Finally, he turned around with a glare on his face, which faltered as Bakugo glared back, setting off a small explosion. Something wrong? Jerry. Minoma snapped angrily, drawing everyone's attention. What I feel bad for is Midoriya right now. I might hate Class 1A, but I would never push one of them to such a dark place. Minoma raged. Everyone fell silent. The camera cut to outside the building, panning down to show Izuku walking along. That idiot. You can't go around telling people to end their lives. What if I really jumped? What would he do then? Thank goodness he didn't take it to heart, thought All Might. He couldn't imagine what he would do if his protege considered such a thing. Midoriya stopped and looked into a small pool, where he could see fish nibbling at his notebook that Bakugo had destroyed. It's not food. Idiot, he said sadly, looking down at the book, clearly distressed. Stupid JRK. Everyone felt disheartened to see Midoriya so sad. He was usually so cheerful if quiet. It felt wrong to see him like this. No, Midoriya. This is not you. The girls thought of their crush. The screen began to blur as a younger child's voice could be heard. Mom, hurry. A young Izuku could be seen running through a doorway with an All Might action figure in his grasp. Everyone thought, even the villains. Oh my goodness, he is so cute. Mirko and Lady said to themselves. The young boy ran over to his mother, who was doing the dishes, and started bouncing around excitedly. Come on, it's computer time. Already? Some All Might posters could be seen on the wall. Ugh, faster. Let's go. The young boy could be seen rocking back and forth in his seat, filled with energy. His excitement elicited a few giggles from the audience while Izuku just stared at the screen with a smile, knowing what was next. Geez, I think you've added 10,000 views to this one yourself, Izuku. I don't know why you like it, I think it's scary, someone remarked. The boy leaned in with a big smile on his face. The video I loved was an old one. Disaster footage from a long time ago. But more importantly, it was the debut of the greatest hero the world has ever known. Hey, I remember that video, I loved it as a kid, said Jairu. Though clearly nowhere near as much as you, Midoriya. In the back, the #1 hero chuckled quietly to himself. So even that far back, you were just as much a fan as you are now. A man appeared in the shaky footage. Who is he? The guy's already saved 100 people at least, and it hasn't even been 10 minutes. This is crazy. I can't believe it. The camera shifted focus to a shadow emerging over a destroyed bus. Midoriya looked at the screen, excitement building as All Might's theme began to play. Haha. Look, he's got more. The figure continued to laugh as young Midoriya's smile grew wider, and the world around him started to fade to white. The hero's boots stomped on top of the vehicle before the footage panned up to show the man's upper half as he carried multiple people. Fear not, citizens. Hope has arrived. Midoriya's eyes sparkled. Because I am here. His hair began to blow about as if he were being swept away, and he picked up his action figure to admire it. He's the coolest in the universe. And when I get my quirk, I'm gonna be a hero just like him. Minetta Midori. Who gave you permission to be this cute? Ashido asked. Yeah, Midoriya. Our hearts can't take this, Setsuna exclaimed, causing the boy to blush again. As the young boy laughed, the camera focused on his mother, whose happy face shifted to one of worry. Suddenly, the scene cut to a doctor's office with a bald man sitting in a chair. Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. Huh, everyone thought, while the villains reacted differently. That doctor. Shigaraki mused. The young boy turned as pale as a sheet as his figurine dropped to the floor. Somber music began to play in the background. Oh no. So you really think there is something wrong then? Most of the other kindergartners in his class had started to show signs already. Then, he really is quirkless, Yanagi said. But now he has one, right? Azui asked. Maybe the doctor will explain it, Yaoyorozu exclaimed while eyeing Midoriya suspiciously. You were a late bloomer, weren't you? My records say you're a 4th-generation quirk user. What powers do you and the boy's father have? Nothing too special. I can float small objects, she replied. As she said this, Midoriya's action figure floated back into her hand to emphasize her point. And my husband breathes fire. They're useful enough, I suppose. None of them looked like Midoriya's quirk, Ida said. Izuku should have already manifested one of these quirks or a combination of them both, but after viewing his X-rays I don't think he's going to. The camera zoomed in to show an X-ray of Midoriya's foot. Both Midoriyas in the room flinched. It was bad enough hearing it the first time they visited that office. Hearing it again was just disheartening. You see, when superpowers first began appearing, many research studies were conducted, and doctors discovered a link between the bones in a person's foot and their likelihood of developing a quirk. People with powers have only one joint in their pinky toes. Their bodies have evolved into a more streamlined version of the human form. You can see here that Izuku has 2 joints in his pinky, like roughly 20% of the population these days. Impossible! Yaoyorozu shouted. That means he was quirkless before. Then how does Deku-kun have one now? Uraraka asked. You'll know later, V answered calmly. Izuku could be seen with the entire world around him fading into an endless blank as he stared ahead, lost in thought. Based on the research that's available, it's safe to say your son isn't going to develop a quirk. Such heartbreaking news, and he doesn't even try to soften the blow. That man should have his medical license revoked. Recovery girl tooted as she shook her head. Of course he is merciless. He is. Spoiler alert, one of us, Shigaraki thought to himself. The outside of the apartment building where the Midoriyas lived was shown, rain pouring heavily. Inside the room they had been in before, the lights were turned off. The video was playing again. Inko turned to look at her son. See that, Mom? There's always a smile on his face, no matter how bad things get. Even when things seem impossible, he never gives up. The boy turned his chair to face his mom, who was starting to tear up. The camera cut to the young boy, tears in his eyes. He was trying his hardest to keep a smile on his face, but it was obviously forced. His voice was heartbroken and strained. Do you think I can be a hero too? Midoriya. Yanagi tried her best not to cry at that moment. I never knew. He looked so happy outside, but he could be broken inside, she thought, eyeing her crush. I want to hug him right now. A heart of heroes since a young age, Vlad said. He never ceases to amaze me, Aizawa thought. Inko ran toward her child, pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry, Izuku. I wish things were different. Finally, the boy's tears, which he had been fighting so hard to hold back, fell as he stared forward with a blank expression, feeling broken. As the older Midoriya's voice returned, even that sounded strained. The camera focused on the dropped action figure. That's not what I needed you to say. Couldn't you see? My world was crumbling. There was only one thing I wanted to hear. I'm sorry. Bakugo whispered. He couldn't help but feel bad for the nerd. He felt someone place a hand on his shoulder to reassure him. All of the students and a few pros were crying at that moment. Toga, are you all right? Kurogiri asked. Toga had gone quiet for a long time. Yeah, I'm fine. Just wondering when Izuku will get hurt. She smiled at him, but inside, she was crying. Finally, the older Midoriya appeared again in a tunnel, looking at the ground. I made a decision that day. No matter what anyone else thinks, I have to believe in myself, and I'll keep smiling just like him. Bullied, told you're quirkless, had your dreams crushed, and yet you still find a way to be optimistic. Midoriya, you really are amazing, Siro thought while smiling. The boy copied the number 1 hero's signature laugh as he stomped through the tunnel. Behind him, slime began to form. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Oh no! That villain! Ryuku yelled to herself. Bakugo took a sharp breath. Deku was attacked by that guy first? The boy stopped and turned around, his face changing to one of shock. A villain? You'll make a perfect skin suit for me to hide in, kid. Midoriya, run. Kaminari called out, forgetting that this had already happened and the boy couldn't hear him. Please be okay. Jairu pleaded. Everyone was worried, forgetting the boy was right there with them, completely fine. Kodai felt her heart stop. She never knew her crush had been attacked by a villain before you. Midoriya tried to run, but the monster was too fast for him. Tense music started to play in the background as the creature began to engulf him. Don't worry, I'm just taking over your body. It'll be easier for both of us if you don't fight back. It'll only hurt for a minute. You'll feel better soon, the villain said. Midoriya tried to resist, but it was to no avail. I can't breathe. Grab all you want, but my body's made of fluid. Thanks for the help. You're a real hero to me, kid. Leave him alone. Mirko yelled, joined by others. Please, save him. Shiozaki prayed. V was confused. Guys, don't touch him. Uraraka shouted. Okay then, Midoriya and V thought, keeping their mouths shut. I didn't know he was in the city. I have to get out of here fast before he tracks me down. Midoriya's movements became sluggish. My body. Getting weak. I think I'm dying. No way, this can't be the end. The camera focused on his notebook. An early sketch of Midoriya's future hero costume was the page it turned to. Somebody, help. All Might frowned. He hadn't realized how long his successor had suffered because of that villain. He wished he had gotten there faster. A blue flash suddenly crossed the screen as a manhole cover flew into the air. The slime creature turned, its expression becoming one of shock and fear. A man hunched over could be seen. All Might's theme began to play. Have no fear, you are safe. The man stood tall, revealing himself to be All Might in all his glory. Now that I am here, you are. The monster threw a slimy tendril at him, but the hero dodged. As the roof behind him shook, he rushed forward. The slime creature extended a hand to stop him. All Might planted his feet firmly on the ground before launching a punch. Texas smash. The punch struck the monster's hand, but the force of the wind sent the creature flying. But I can't hold together. The monster cried out before bursting, freeing Midoriya. The boy opened his eyes briefly as he fell. Is that All Might? All Might saved him, cheered Kaminari, and a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank you. Midoriya's classmates exclaimed, looking up at the pro hero. Just doing my job, young ones, the teacher replied with a grin. Midoriya blacked out, and the scene shifted to him lying unconscious on the ground. All Might began gently tapping the boy's cheek. Hey, wake up. Hey. A loud thud came from the back of the room where Recovery Girl and Gran Torino scolded All Might. You big oaf. That's not how you wake someone who's unconscious. I'm sorry, I was out of time. All Might replied, flinching as he recalled how he had initially handled the situation. Out of time? Tetsutetsu questioned. Oh, well, you'll see soon enough, All Might said, feeling guilty about his earlier actions. Midoriya's eyes fluttered open. Oh, thought we lost you there. The boy's face turned to one of surprise, and he quickly backpedaled while letting out a startled scream. Laughter erupted from everyone, including the villains, at Midoriya's reaction, causing him to blush. Well, it looks like you're moving around all right. Sorry about that back there, I didn't mean to get you caught up in my heroics. Is that even a word? The lady thought. Usually, I pay more attention to keeping bystanders safe, but it turns out this city's sewer system is pretty tricky to navigate, the blonde hero chuckled. Midoriya looked on in awe. Anyway, you were a big help, thank you. I've captured the villain. He held up a soda bottle containing the slime creature. A soda bottle? Tokoemi asked, puzzled. We heroes deal with crime all the time, even when we're off duty. You have to be resourceful when you don't have normal equipment like HNDCFFS, All Might explained to his student. The most amazing hero in the world, All Might, standing right in front of me. He looks so much cooler in person. Holy cow, I need to get an autograph. I have a pen somewhere. Midoriya spotted his notebook on the ground. Please sign my notebook. You already did. He began bowing repeatedly. Thank you so much. This will be a family treasure passed down for generations. Ha. Oh boy, he is funny. Nijire laughed. Family treasure? Passed down for generations? Ha, you're the best. Mirko added, thinking he was adorable. The blonde hero gave a thumbs up to Midoriya. Aha. Well, I've got to get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble, see you around. The blonde hero crouched down. Wait, you're leaving? Already? Pro heroes are always racing against time as well as enemies, he replied. Midoriya took a step forward but hesitated. He can't go yet, I have so many questions. Now stand back, I'm taking off. Suddenly, Tokoyami let out a surprised snort. Midoriya, you didn't? All Might chimed in from the back. Oh, he most certainly did. Wait, did what? Kendo asked. You'll see. The blonde hero shot off into the air. Thank you for your continued support. Huh. The camera panned to show Midoriya clinging to All Might's back for dear life, his mouth flapping in the wind. Silence hung in the air for a moment before the room erupted in laughter. Holy cow, Mido. You're insane. Mina exclaimed, tears of laughter in her eyes. Midoriya. That was incredibly reckless. Ida scolded his friend. That seems par for the course with him. Zero chuckled. I wholeheartedly apologize. Midoriya said to All Might. Oh, no need, young Midoriya. Totally funny idiot, Twice added. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Let go. I love my fans, but this is too much. No way, we're flying. If I let go now, I'll fall. Oh, that's a good point. Haha, I can't take this anymore. Even All Might just realized it. Mirko laughed with MT Lady. I just have so many things I want to ask you personally. You're my all-time favorite hero, All Might, please. Okay, I get it. Just keep your eyes and mouth shut. Midoriya complied, burying his face into All Might's leg, who sighed in response. He turned around and coughed, a small drop of blood escaping his mouth. Oh. All Might, are you okay? Multiple students questioned. Please, keep watching. You'll see soon enough, All Might assured them. Midoriya cringed, worried about how his classmates would react to All Might's initial dismissal of his dreams of becoming a hero. There was a loud crash as All Might landed on a nearby building. The camera cut to Midoriya, who looked pale and was shaking. He groaned. That my life just flashed before my eyes. Not a very smart move. Bang on the door for a while, someone will let you in. Now I have to go. See you on the flip side. Wait, not yet. 1 second. No, I don't have any time. Realization dawned among the staff members. So this is why he doesn't mind Midoriya seeing him in his normal form. I have to know. Suddenly, the scene shifted back to the doctor's office. Sorry kid, it's not going to happen. The camera cut back to Midoriya, his hand reaching out toward the man. I'm sorry Izuku. I wish things were different. Midoriya's hand began to close, pulling back. Defenseless Deku. The school's already struggling. Do you really want to embarrass it more by failing? Finally, Midoriya's hand returned to his side. Sometimes I do feel like I'm a failure, like there's no hope for me. Deku. Uraraka's voice was soft. She looked and saw the present Midoriya staring at the floor, his eyes closed. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu observed silently, her heart racing. I want to hold him now, all the girls thought simultaneously. But even so, I'm not going to give up. Ever. Orchestral music played softly in the background. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? The blonde was momentarily taken aback by the question. I'm just a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? Everyone shared the same thought, even the villains. Please say yes, All Might. The music began to swell. The blonde slowly turned his head, while Midoriya closed his eyes in anticipation. The older Midoriya's voice echoed as the camera zoomed away from the building. Meeting All Might was a dream come true. A real miracle. Standing in front of me was the hero I had idolized for most of my life. I didn't realize it at the time, but that chance encounter would change the course of my future. The screen faded to black. All right, that's the end of episode 1. V exclaimed excitedly. We will continue shortly because I need to upgrade the USJ. There are a lot of UA students coming, hee. What? They all exclaimed in shock. V clapped his hands, and suddenly the USJ expanded, revealing many vacant seats. The heroes and villains made a temporary truce, now seated next to each other. Meanwhile, the girls from Class 1A, Class 1B, Mirko, MT Lady, Ryuku, and Toga gathered close to Midoriya. He was blushing furiously, but fortunately, V was still right next to him while the girls surrounded him. Now, let's invite our guest, shall we? Chapter end. Oh. What the heck? Kaya. Other students from UA fell from the sky. Where are we? One of them exclaimed, clearly frightened. Hey, isn't that the big three? Yeah. And there are also first-year Heroes Core students. But look, professional heroes too. Where? The students became excited at the sight of the pro heroes. V observed them with amusement. All right, settle down. The students then noticed the white-haired man. Kya, so handsome, some girls shrieked. I have fans now. V thought, sweat dropping. Now, you guys were summoned by me because we are going to watch a movie. Yay. V announced, explaining that Midoriya's memories were like a film. Huh, the confused students shouted. Well, let me explain. A few moments later. So, do you understand? V asked. So basically, we are watching the memories of one of our students from the Heroes course to learn about his past. And he is our main protagonist in our world. And his name is Midoriya Izuku, summarized one of the third-year students. Correct, heheheheh. Wait, how do you know my name? She asked, puzzled. Meh, I know everyone. Now take a seat. Come on, don't be shy. V said excitedly, pulling one student from the general department course and one from the support course. W, where are you taking me? The girl asked. Are we making some babies? Another girl joked. Well, Togai Chikuchi-san, you hated Heroes course students, didn't you? Yes. They are full of themselves and… Come on then, you're sitting next to our main protagonist, V said mischievously. And you will fall in love with him, moi. Togai suddenly felt a chill at V's words. And Hatsume. No, we're not making any support machines. But we're going to sit with Midoriya. V answered Hatsume's question. Oh, that green boy. Well, I don't care, ha, she said enthusiastically. Hey, I get to see Midoriya. They arrived at Midoriya's special seat. Midoriya noticed Hatsume and a student from the general department following V. Oh, Hatsume-san. And is that one of the students who hated us? Oh no, V is planning something? Midoriya thought, holding his head in anxiety. Now, Togai, sit next to Midoriya. On his left side. And I will sit on his right. Hatsume, there are plenty of vacant seats around Midoriya, V instructed as both girls took their seats. They were sitting in a circle around Midoriya, imagining the sofa was larger. Midoriya and V were in the center while the girls surrounded them. The pro-heroes, villains and other students sat behind them, all in a similar sofa design. The closest to Midoriya were Class 1A students, Class 1B students, the League of Villains and pros, making them the VIPs while Midoriya and the girls were the VIPs. When Togai sat next to Midoriya, he turned even redder. Oh no. A girl sitting next to me. It's bad enough that there are a lot of girls here, even pro-heroines. Not to mention only V and me as the only boys. The girls are sitting around us. And some pros too. I can't take it. He mentally screamed. Hello, he greeted Togai. She ignored him. For now. She ignored me. Midoriya thought, feeling disheartened. The other girls, however. Back off. He's mine, they thought, releasing a hint of rivalry towards Togai. Shoot, I missed one more person. V exclaimed. Midoriya, I'm coming back, okay? He said while dashing off to find that person, leaving Midoriya with the girls. V, you traitor. Midoriya yelled silently, while Hatsume tried to be friendly with her rivals. So, how's your day? Meanwhile, Minetta and Kaminari were watching. Midoriya, you lucky guy. Getting all the girls. Leave him alone, man. He deserves it, Siro said. Yeah, he's so manly. Tetsu and Kirishima exclaimed. Yeah, but I'm honestly surprised he hasn't fainted yet, Ojiro noted. Unknown to them, our green protagonist was nearing his limits. Back to V, who was still searching for that person. Holy cow, he is huge, he panted, trying to catch his breath. Where the heck are you? Wait, is that her? He spotted the person he was searching for. Yup, there she is. He excitedly ran toward her. I finally found you, Fua Maata, he said, grabbing her hand. V-san? She asked, confused. You're coming with me, he said, pulling Fua along as he ran back. Back with Midoriya. Another girl. He mentally yelled. Hello, everyone. Meet Fua Maata from Class 2A. V announced excitedly. Another rival, the girls thought. Now, Fua, you're sitting next to Togai. V pointed to Togai. Oh no. What should I do? Should I greet her? She's my senpai. I only know Togata, Heido, and Amajiki senpai. Not to mention they are third years. Midoriya thought. Hi, Midoriya, right? Nice to meet you, main protagonist. Fua greeted him warmly. Hi. Midoriya replied, his face turning red. He's kind of cute, Fua thought, smiling. Togai felt bad for ignoring Midoriya. Togai Chikuchi, she introduced herself simply, making him smile. Nice to meet you, Togai-san, he said, giving her a bright smile that made her blush. That smile, the other girls thought. V now sat next to Midoriya, making the shy boy happy. Now let's begin episode 2, he said, holding a microphone. All Might's theme started to play, and his boisterous laugh echoed as the old video began to play again, showing a young Midoriya looking on in awe. Didn't we already see this? Minetta asked. You're right, man. Hey, V, what's happening? Hananuki inquired. Well, each memory has recap episodes. It's like an anime, V explained. So we are anime characters? Kaminari asked. No, you idiot. V replied bluntly. Oh, if only you knew V. They laughed at Kaminari after being called an idiot by V. Midoriya-kun, you're so cute, Fuwa praised him, causing him to blush. Not again, he thought. He's mine, the other girls mentally declared, eyeing their new rival. Yeah, he's cute. Huh. Todoroki wondered why she was calling someone she disliked cute. The video continued, showing Midoriya's exclamation that he would be just like All Might before the doctor appeared again. Sorry kid, it's not going to happen. Huh, one of the students said. The first batch who came before them glared at the doctor. Toga, however, was plotting a way to get back at him. The greenette went pale from shock and dropped his action figure. The older Midoriya could then be seen clenching his fists on the rooftop. Even if I'll never have superpowers. Bakugo appeared, smoke rising from his hand. You're worse than the rest of these rejects, you quirkless Deku. Do you really think they would let someone like you in when they could have me? You'd never be able to hang with the best of the best. Even if everyone thinks I'm useless. Inko was seen running to scoop her son into a hug. I'm sorry Izuku. I wish things were different. The young boy's tears began to flow. Silence enveloped USJ, now quieter than before. Darn. One of the male students murmured, struggling to hold back his own tears. Quirkless. Todoroki and Fuwa thought, noticing many students who appeared on the verge of tears as they looked at the past Midoriya. The present Midoriya, however, remained silent in his seat, clenching his fists. That's not what I needed you to say. Can't you see? Despite everything. I still dream and I have to know. The boy raised his head toward the towering blonde who was walking away from him. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? His legs trembled beneath him. I'm just a normal kid without any powers. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? The boy's eyes squeezed shut. The blonde slowly turned his head. Without a quirk? Before the blonde could respond, a bright yellow line pierced through his head, causing him to grunt in pain. Sinister music began to play as steam started to escape from his body. Oh my god, he met All Might before you. Heya exclaimed. Yeah, not to mention All Might was still kicking but back then. Midoriya, however, thought, oh no, the secret of one for all will. Oh no, not now. Darn it. Not here. Midoriya was shown again, his eyes focused on the ground, unaware of the chaos around him. People think I don't have a chance. That not having any powers makes me some kind of weakling. My classmates like to make fun of me. But you know what? That just makes me want to prove them wrong. The steam had completely enveloped All Might by this point. Deku-kun, you should be aware of your surroundings. Uraraka warned. Yeah, Midoriya-kun, it's dangerous. Yayorozu added. Sorry. Ever since I was a kid, I thought that saving people was the coolest thing you could do. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe. To be the kind of hero everyone in the world looks up to, just like you. As the steam began to dissipate, where a once hulking man stood, now a lanky, skinny blonde took his place. He did not look impressed. Midoriya's face morphed into one of shock and then, ah! A few seconds earlier, ha! They shouted. All Might, you were like this from the beginning? Kirishima asked. What the heck? Midoriya, you knew All Might's weak form before he retired. Ashido questioned the greenette. Yeah, he replied quietly. All Might, you were like this even before retirement? Awaze exclaimed. Guys, All Might had his reasons, okay? Midoriya defended. Okay, everyone, settle down. V said into the microphone. Like Midoriya said, All Might had his reasons. The Tatooine shopping district came into view as the camera panned along the street, eventually stopping at an alleyway. The bottle that All Might used to capture the slime villain was visible, and the villain's eyes opened. What's in that bottle? A student asked nervously. I don't know, man, another replied. Midoriya looked down, knowing he was the one who let the sludge villain escape. However, Todoroki noticed his downcast expression. Why does he look so depressed? Where am I? What happened? A flashback of the fight between the villain and All Might played. Texas Smas. All Might defeated him. But how did he escape? Someone asked. Oh yeah, that jerk. If it wasn't for him, I'd be out of town already. A new voice chimed in. That was rough. Bakugo was seen walking, sipping from a can of soda, with his friends trailing behind him. One of them spoke up. Weren't you and Midoriya good friends back when you were kids? Yeah, you were a little harsh with him today, the other added. Midoriya-kun, what did that guy do to you that day? Fu asked. He bullied him, Toga answered unexpectedly, not wanting Izuku to remember the bullying. Oh. Fuwa felt sympathy for him. Bullied? But isn't he strong now? Oh, he was quirkless. But now he has a quirk. How did that happen? Todoroki pondered. It's his own fault for getting in my way. As he said this, the blonde kicked the bottle housing the villain into the air, causing the cap to pop off. Everyone from the first batch exclaimed, Karma. Bakugo was furious. Stupid karma. You shouldn't waste your time on that guy. A flashback of Midoriya expressing his desire to be a hero appeared. Bakugo grunted and crushed the can in his hand. Someone's gotta teach that worthless nerd how the world works. Todoroki felt anger rising within her. She had never liked that explosive blonde. TC ego, Yanagi remarked to Bakugo, making him flinch. I hate it when he talks about heroes. The two friends exchanged glances before chuckling. Hey, I have an idea. We should go to the arcade. Get your mind off it, you know? Fine. The camera then showed the crushed can Bakugo had discarded, with sludge sliding next to it. Oh no. Kirishima nearly choked on his snacks when he realized what day it was. Bakugo had reluctantly mentioned it to him once. Dude, is this that day? Tisi, ta. Where did you get that snack? Bakugo shouted at him. Kirishima simply pointed at the table, where a note read, just wish for any snack, and it will be summoned for free tea. Bakugo kept quiet and wished for some popcorn. Or we could sneak into the bar at the station and pick up some ladies. Now that's a good idea. Idiots. If we get caught, there's no way UA would let me in. Well, at least he knows how to cover up his image. Haha, Niza said, causing the teachers to gasp. Since when were you sitting here? Since the beginning, he answered calmly. Both friends then looked shocked and pointed behind Bakugo. Hey, what's that? Bakugo turned around to see the slime villain towering over him. Perfect, I like a skin suit with some fire. The blonde's eyes widened. Now I remember. He is the sludge boy, one of the students yelled loud enough for Bakugo to hear. Shut up, he yelled back. Then the title card appeared, What It Takes to Be a Hero. The building where Midoriya and All Might had been was shown again, as the greenette's scream echoed. A playful tune played in the background. Midoriya was shaking, and the camera zoomed in on the deflated blonde, who looked unimpressed. What happened? You deflated. The boy looked left and right, confused. Where did All Might go? You're not him. You're a fake. An imposter. The blonde simply grunted. The USJ was filled with laughter. Seriously, Midoriya? An imposter? Haha. Zero laughed. Even Todoroki laughed with them. I assure you that I am all. Before the blonde could finish, a large pool of blood fell from his mouth. Haha again. All Might. Haha, you're really funny. Mirko laughed from her VVIP seat. Midoriya screamed, Impossible. An image of a heavy-set man at a pool appeared. You know how guys at the pool are always skiing in and flexing, trying to look buff? As he said this, the man struggled to hold his breath, transforming from heavy to muscular. I'm like that. Everyone stared at the screen in shock, turning to the blonde with one simple question in their eyes. Is it true? Yup, All Might said simply, causing everyone to sweat drop. This can't be real. The boy shook in disbelief. No. I'm dreaming. All Might's a giant of a man who saves everyone. He defeats all obstacles and wins the day with a fearless smile. The blonde sighed. There's plenty of fear behind that smile. The students absorbed this silently. Everything they thought they knew about the hero suddenly flipped upside down. What do you mean, All Might? Minetta asked. All Might sighed. You will know. He sat down against the railing on the roof. I'm counting on you to keep your mouth shut. Don't go talking about this online or telling your friends. Huh. Suddenly, the greenette recoiled with a shout of shock. What's the matter? Jair asked. The view cut back to All Might, who lifted his shirt, revealing a serious injury on his stomach. Oh my god, they all yelled. A few minutes later, after Midoriya passed out, V asked him while handing over a glass of water, So how do you feel? Shocked, obviously, he replied, blushing. Never expected to get a hug from a girl, huh? V joked. Essasage shut it. Midoriya exclaimed. We're sorry, Midoriya Deku Izukuen. The girls and pro-heroines apologized. It's alright girls. I kinda like it, Midoriya stuttered, blushing. Of course I like a hug. But never thought from so many girls. So are we good to go? V asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Everyone, let's begin the next episode. V said excitedly into the microphone. The students cheered happily. Midoriya, however, still felt awkward around the girls, especially Todoroki and Fuwa, who were sitting near him. Wait, I know how to give all the girls a chance with Midoriya, V thought mischievously. Girls, can you listen up for a bit? V whispered to them about his plan, and somehow they agreed. Now every girl would get a chance to sit next to Midoriya by making a rotation system. Todoroki was first, followed by Fuwa, making the girl blush. Other girls would get their chance after the episode ended. Why did Todoroki-san and Fuwa swap seats? Midoriya asked innocently. Because every girl here wants to sit next to you. So I thought of a way, and guess what? They all agreed to swap seats after each episode, V explained. Midoriya turned red again. No way. They wanted to sit next to me. Me? Hey, start it already, you white dog. Bakugo shouted, jealous of Midoriya's harem. Okay, settle down, you blonde dog. V yelled, and the screen lit up. A light flicked on, revealing a silhouette of All Might. Midoriya could be heard in the background. The world's most popular hero, All Might. Age unknown, quirk unidentified. Various types of All Might merchandise faded in and out. Midoriya felt his cheeks redden slightly, recognizing most of it as items he had owned at one point or another. He broke onto the hero scene and was an immediate hit thanks to his abilities. A dark mass of clouds could be seen breaking apart to let the sun shine through. Ever since he appeared, crime rates have drastically decreased. His very existence is a deterrent for many would-be villains. A graph displayed the number of crimes committed by villains, the line almost going straight down. Tsunori let out an impressed whistle. We're all aware of how you affected crime rates, but actually seeing it is just insane, Present Mike said. A young boy was seen looking up at an All Might statue. The world's a safer place. They don't just call him the symbol of peace, it's what he is. The screen flashed white before showing the still from the end of the previous episode. And this pillar of justice said to me, young man, you too can become a hero. Everyone smiled at this scene, knowing that Midoriya's dreams had finally been acknowledged. True hero. Ah. Shigaraki thought. Midoriya's tears hit the ground as he clenched his hand. In the background, his critics could be heard. Midoriya? You're kidding, right? Quirkless wannabe. You really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? Sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. Midoriya gripped his chest with his other hand. Present Midoriya seemed to wilt slightly hearing it all again, but Fuwa noticed him and carefully took his hand into hers, squeezing to comfort him. Relax. You get your chances after this, the girls thought. Kirishima and Kaminari held each other, tears SNG down their faces, feeling for their friend. Brew, let me in too. Tetsu cried. I needed someone to tell me that, and then the person I admire most in this world did. Honestly, part of me thought I'd never hear those words, much less from him. I deem you worthy of my power. Wait. My quirk is yours to inherit. Midoriya raised his head and tilted it to the side, baffled. What? Everyone screamed. You have All Might's power. It's impossible. Yeah, quirks cannot be passed down. The students yelled. And muttered, making V annoyed. Settle down now. Keep watching, he said calmly. Todoroki, in particular, had practically shut down in shock for very similar yet wildly different reasons. The rest of the students were all theorizing quickly. Bakugo already knew this since All Might and Midoriya had told him themselves. It was a secret between the three. But now, everyone will know now. Midoriya looked on, confused, tears, snot, and saliva running down his face. Wait, what do you mean inherit? Inherit what? The blonde laughed. You should see your face right now. Don't worry, I'm not gonna force this on you. He raised his hand into the air before pointing at Midoriya. Listen well, young man. This is your choice. Do you want to accept my awesome power or not? What is it with you and the theatrics, Toshinori? Gran Torino thought with an amused shake of his head. I never noticed that, All Might sheepishly said. The end of his dramatic question got a little muffled by the amount of blood that flew out as he asked. What is he talking about? What is this? Midoriya thought. Yeah. There are a couple of things you should know about my abilities. Journalists always assume my quirk is some type of super strength or invulnerability. When people ask in interviews, I always make a joke and dodge the question. The UA students collectively tensed up, realizing they might be among the few who would finally discover what All Might's quirk truly is. This was a huge deal. Even some of the teachers felt a little giddy, knowing that the man's power was a well-guarded secret. Meanwhile, the villains were having their dreams come true, especially Shigaraki. Yes, he exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Calm down, Kurogiri said. That's because the world needs to believe its symbol of peace is just a natural-born hero, like any of them. But I'm not. There's nothing natural about my ability. No way, muttered Ciro, his eyes wide. Vlad King rolled his eyes, clearly unconvinced. Transferable quirks? What a load of nonsense. You are so full of it. What good is lying going to do for the kid? There's no way you could transfer your quirk, he exclaimed, frustrated that the hero would mislead a vulnerable student like that. All Might just stared at his fellow teacher, bemused. Wanna bet? Yes, actually I do. You should understand that lying has consequences. Vlad King hissed, fully in teacher mode. 216,000 yen, he bet confidently. The rest of the teachers gasped at that. Isn't that almost your whole teaching salary? You shouldn't be betting at all. Think about how you'll influence the children, exclaimed 13. Midnight tooted and raised an eyebrow at the space-themed hero. Did you not place a bet at the start of the school year over how many new students Aizawa would expel? The Triple X hero questioned with a teasing grin. The rescue hero at least had the dignity to look ashamed. Either way, I'll take that bet gladly, All Might said nonchalantly with a smirk. Midoriya winced, thinking about the metaphorical knife about to pierce Class 1B's homeroom teacher. Oops, Vlad-sensei. You're doomed, he felt sorry for the teacher. Rest in peace, Vlad. V muttered. Show them, Vlad-sensei. Show them the true power of, Minoma tried to say before V shot him with a rubber gun. That's 3 times now, he said while Kendo gave him a thumbs up. Scary, everyone thought. The students were now excited to learn about All Might's quirk. The blonde shot out his arms as he stared into the sky. I wasn't born with this power. It's a sacred torch that was passed on to me from someone else. Someone gave you this quirk? No way. The wind caused the blonde's shirt to float a bit, revealing his injury. Yes way. Are you serious, All Might? Asked a random student sitting near the VIP section. Why yes, young boy, he smiled at him. And you're next. I can give you my abilities. Wait, hold on. This is a lot to process. A website could be seen with people discussing All Might's quirk. It's true that there's been a lot of debate about what your quirk actually is. Nobody has ever figured it out. It's one of the world's greatest mysteries. People are constantly talking about it online. Midoriya could be seen with swirls for eyes in a weird kind of void, muttering constantly. But, well, the idea of passing on a quirk or inheriting it doesn't make any sense to me. I've never heard anything like that before. Powers are supposed to be unique to each individual. I mean, since the first superpowers, no one has ever been able to just give another their power like a present. Midoriya continued to mumble. You're cute, Midoriya-kun, said Fuwa, smiling. Thanks, Fuwa-senpai. Midoriya replied stiffly, blushing. Yup, the cutest person I ever met, Fuwa thought, still looking at the greenette. Jairu, however, tried to get her crush's attention. You're quite the mutterer, aren't you, Midoriya? She teased. WBO. He stammered, turning even redder. Seriously, why am I getting teased so much today? The blonde looked on with a blank expression. Sounds like you're overthinking this whole inheriting business. Stop nerding out. Midoriya snapped out of it as the blonde started waving his arms dramatically. You'll have to adjust your reality and accept this new truth. I can transfer my quirk to someone else. And that's just one facet of my secret abilities. Everyone was at a loss for words. It wasn't a secret that the man's quirk was amazing, considering his status, but to think they never knew the extent of it. The man held his hand out, and it seemed to emanate light as his hair started to fly in the wind. The true name of my power is One for All. One for all. One for all. Everyone echoed Midoriya's words. Wow, that's a cool name, a random student said. Yeah. The camera zoomed into the blonde's eye, and a light shot out, moving between different points of light in a dazzling display as a triumphant score began to play in the background. One person improves the power, then hands it off to another person. It continues to grow as it's passed along. It's this cultivated power that allows me to save those who are in need of a hero. The truth behind my strength. Whoa. Mina expressed, impressed by the display. Wait, if it improves with each user. And you definitely took it considering what we know. Ida placed a hand to his chin as if in thought before staring at Midoriya wide-eyed. Wouldn't that mean your power should be even? Stronger than All Might's? Yaoyorozu exclaimed. He blushed again. Yes, young Yaoyorozu. He will be stronger than me, All Might answered on Midoriya's behalf. Wow, that's a good thing, Midoriya. You're going to be the strongest. Kinoko exclaimed. I guess. But One for All is still adjusting with your classmate, even now. To everyone's surprise, it was Gran Torino who spoke up. It will still be a while until he reaches his prime. When it's transferred, One for All usually starts off somewhat weaker than the previous user before shooting past the previous holder by usually quite large margins. Well, do you regret it now, Vlad? Gran Torino asked teasingly. Sheet, was all Vlad could say. But why would you choose to give me a gift like that? What if I can't live up to it? I was on a long hunt for a worthy successor, and then I watched you jump into action while the rest of us stood idly by. You may just be a quirkless fanboy, but you tried to save that kid. You acted like a hero. Tears started to form in Midoriya's eyes as he stared at the man. The blonde smacked his hand against his head in amusement. Seriously, you gotta stop crying so much if you want my quirk. Come on, kid. Everyone laughed at All Might's statement. Yeah, he's a cry, Kaminari started before Jer jabbed him with her earphone jack. The boy gripped his knees as he listened to his, presumably, future self. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret behind his powers. Is this what I've been waiting for all these years? Just take the quirk, Bakugo exclaimed, clearly annoyed. Midoriya wiped his eyes and stood up with a determined look on his face. Okay, I'll do it. Yes. All Might smiled at him. No reluctance. That's exactly how I figured you'd respond. Midoriya's voice echoed again. But it wasn't that simple. Receiving All Might's power turned out to be no easy task, as I'd soon find out. That sounds slightly ominous, Azui commented. How hard was it? Toga asked. Too hard. Midoriya replied darkly, recalling his 10 months of intense training. The title screen appeared. Episode 3, Roaring Muscles. Kirishima smiled. So it is a training episode, awesome. Yeah, a training montage. Tetsu added, flexing his muscles alongside Kirishima. A rock was shown with a sign reading, Dagobah Municipal Beach Park, clearly marked with games of tic-tac-toe played in chalk. The camera panned as a long noise of exertion was heard. Text at the top of the screen read, 2 days later, early morning. Midoriya struggled with ropes wrapped around his shoulders, his face showing the strain of effort. Finally, he stopped pulling and fell into the sand, groaning. People move these every day, you know, and most of them don't even have super strength. Aizawa hissed quietly at the blonde, glaring at him. Come on, I was joking. The blonde defended himself, only to receive a light smack from Recovery Girl. Hey, isn't that Dagobah Beach? Mina asked. Yeah. And did you guys know that the beach is now cleaned? Hatsum added. Then everyone had the same thought. Don't tell me, they eyed the greenette suspiciously. Groaning, Midoriya turned to face the blonde. Well yeah, but All Might, your weights are 270 kilograms. Nah, I've lost weight, so I'm down to 255 kilograms these days, at least in this form. Great. Much better, Kendo said sarcastically. It doesn't change anything, you know. Midoriya sighed. Why do you have me hauling trash across the beach anyway? Take a look at yourself, you're not ready for my power. The blonde snapped pictures of Midoriya with his phone as he said this. What were you saying, All Might? Fua asked with a smile. All Might shivered at her smile and began to stutter. Why you'll see. Holy crap, she is scary. All Might thought, sweating. Tears sprang from Midoriya's eyes. What? I thought you said I was worthy. You know, now that I understand why you lack confidence, I'm not holding it against you, Jiru said as she twirled one of her earjacks. But seriously, at this point we could drain half the ocean and have it all back in a day if I just made you watch a sad movie. She blushed slightly, and Midoriya felt a warmth in his cheeks. Did Jiru-san just ask me on a date? Midoriya thought. She's definitely trying to ask him out, the girls mused to themselves. It's funny though, a random student said. Yup, but boy, he cried a lot. I'm talking about your weak body. The greenette thankfully stopped screaming and looked back. Oh, it makes sense. Fua muttered. My quirk, one for all, is a whole lot to handle. The combined physical abilities of everyone who's ever used it create a hurricane of pure force. A silhouette of Midoriya appeared, and suddenly all his limbs seemed to tear away as his eyes widened in shock. Your arms and legs would shoot off if you tried to. Everyone flinched or shut their eyes at that. Shiozaki felt like she would collapse, even if it was just a shadow. Understanding dawned in the teachers' minds about why Midoriya was constantly getting hurt. Finally, it's blood. Toga shrieked excitedly. Aizawa frowned. It's a joke. Right? Fua asked All Might. No. Now she was genuinely worried about Midoriya. Seriously? Midoriya shook himself, crossing his arms and looking around. Okay, so, this whole trash thing is really some kind of hardcore gym workout. You're my trainer. Oh, 10 months with the #1 pro as a personal trainer. Kirishima exclaimed, looking like a puppy seeing his owner for the first time in years. Awesome. Come on, Midoriya, you must have learned some amazing fight moves or something. With a blush, Midoriya replied, No, Kirishima-kun. Actually, we were focusing on building muscles and stamina. All Might really didn't have time to help me with self-defense. Then when you were fighting. Shut it, spoiler. V yelled at Kirishima, making the boy laugh sheepishly. Aizawa, on the other hand, turned to All Might with a serious expression. Toshinori, when did you actually transfer the quirk? Aizawa asked suspiciously, his hair standing slightly on end. The blonde didn't answer. Toshinori. You'll see. I don't like where this is going. Aizawa thought to himself. You got it. But there's another reason too. I did some research. That's rare, Gran Torino snarked, and a few quiet giggles floated around the room. Turns out this part of the beach used to be beautiful, but it's been a total mess for the last few years. He lightly tapped a fridge, leaving a massive dent in it. He didn't even try, yelled a student. How strong is he? All Might placed his hand atop the fridge. Slowly, he started to crush it with little effort. Heroes these days are all about showing off and fighting flashy villains. Things were different before quirks. Service is what mattered. Back then, heroes were those who helped the community, even if it was kind of dull. Suddenly, as the blonde finally crushed the appliance into the ground, a gust of wind blew away more of the trash, allowing the sun to shine through. Wow! The students exclaimed excitedly. The pro lifted his head and looked at Midoriya. You will restore the coastline for this entire section of the beach. That is the first step on your journey to becoming a hero. Everyone cringed at that. Even someone thought it was a joke. Ha! He's kidding, right? Of course he's not kidding. Bakugo yelled at the bewildered students. Bakugo, don't yell at our senpai. Ida said, adjusting his robotic arm. Midoriya looked shocked before taking in his surroundings and all the trash. All this? But there's so much. That's impossible. I agree with him, students and villains shouted. Wouldn't that depend on? But how many months are left until the exam at that point? Ectoplasm asked, a calculating look on his unusual face. 10 months, said All Might and Midoriya simultaneously. First, that's creepy, and second, what the heck? Young Midoriya, you want to go to UA, right? Well, yeah, of course. It's where you went, so it has to be the best school around, right? The greenette clenched his fist with a small smile. It's a long shot, but I'm going to shoot for the moon. You've got a lot of spirit, fanboy. The smile seemed to brighten at the compliment. Not again. The girls covered their eyes from the brightness of Midoriya's smile. But, as I mentioned before, being a hero is not easy without a quirk. If by mentioned you mean completely shattered a child's dream and told them it was outright impossible, sure, Toga muttered quietly. It's fine, Himiko-chan. I'm sure All Might did it to protect Deku-kun. Okay, Ochako-chan. First name basis now? Midoriya and V thought. All Might looked into the distance while Midoriya gazed up at him. It's not fair, but it's the reality. UA is also the hardest school to be admitted to, so. Midoriya took a couple of steps forward. That means I have to get prepared really fast. UA's entrance exam is in 10 months. Suddenly, All Might was seen tapping a pile of papers he seemed to have magically acquired. Not to worry, kid. I've got you covered with my handy, aim-to-pass American dream plan. The writing on the sheets was shown, outlining the schedule for the boy to follow. Follow this to the letter, and the beach should be cleaned up just in time. I also detailed every other aspect of your life while I was at it. Every aspect? That's an exaggeration, right? Mina questioned hopefully. Midoriya snorted. Even my sleep is scheduled. Every single aspect. Multiple people noticeably paled. It looks tough, Fua said. You have no idea. Midoriya muttered slowly, making Fua flinch next to her. Was it really hard? She asked. You'll see, he said, smiling at her, and she turned red. I don't think I can do it, said a random student. Drums suddenly kicked in, and Midoriya could be heard as the camera panned to the sky. And so, my 10 months of intense training began. Everyone flinched hearing this. May God protect our Midoriya, prayed Shiozaki. Said the girls. Midoriya grinned brightly but uneasily. He knew he'd be in trouble for going off schedule. To be able to see all he did without the pain would be nice. The first shot showed Midoriya trying to drag a set of lockers, his feet pushing into the sand with All Might's skinny form cheering him on. Come on, put your back into it, young Midoriya. Next was the boy running with a tire in his arms. I'm using different muscle groups depending on the size and shape of the trash I'm holding. Oh, so that's how it's training you. Momo muttered aloud. Let's go, let's go. The clock is ticking, and 10 months will be over before you know it. Suddenly he face-planted. Don't you give up, it's time to go beyond. Plus ultra, yelled UA students excitedly. Midoriya quickly got back on his feet and ran. The shot then shifted to Aldra Junior High, first showing the entrance before appearing inside the classroom. The teacher was talking about quirks while the camera moved back, suddenly revealing a haggard-looking Midoriya. Oh wow, you look like a mess. Bakugo answered honestly. I agree, said Todoroki while eating some soba. So, tired but I gotta focus. His empty notebook was shown, with a title at the top, Proposed Independent Training Menu. All Might just shook his head, and some people groaned lightly, realizing quicker than others what their friend was about to do. It would be better if I could finish a week before the exam. That means I've only got 294 days left. If I take recovery PRDS into account, assuming I'll be resting 2 days between each hard workout. Suddenly, the shot cut to his mouth to reveal he had started talking aloud. That gives me about 98 days of actual training, even at my most efficient. You went off an All Might approved workout? That's... Sada struggled to find the right word. Stupid, Aizawa said without missing a beat. Midoriya nodded while rubbing the back of his head. I was gonna say ballsy, but yeah, Satu admitted quietly. Midoriya deflated slightly, knowing the criticism to be true made it worse to hear aloud. It's not healthy, you know, Midoriya, said Kendo. Yaoyorozu of all people seemed to notice and quickly added her own comment. You have to admit his quick math was impressive though. Everyone nodded at that. The mutter void from the beginning of the episode encapsulated him again while his classmates were shown staring at him, shocked he would talk over the teacher. I can get in around 5 hours every morning and night, so that's 490 hours. Also, I'll need to make sure I'm hitting every muscle group, need to pay attention to the type of work I'm doing on the beach every day. I could start sneaking in extra workouts. At this point, it became mostly unintelligible, and the teacher could be seen moving his hand via some rubber body quirk. A few giggles were heard from that. Hey, Midoriya, did the villains attacking make you go crazy? The hand karate chopped the greenette's head hard, enough to snap him out of shock. A few audible growls were heard from the back of Vivi. No teacher has any business laying their hands on a student to quiet them at all, Gran Torino said with a glower. Especially not so violently. None of the other teachers said anything but all seemed similarly displeased. All Might whistled innocently, hoping none of his own hits on Midoriya were ever too harsh without him realizing. I wish I could say that's the worst a teacher's done, she muttered, and Aizawa saw red. Did you hear him? Klutz. Beach. Jiru thought in reply but didn't say it aloud. She doubted she'd get the same pass the greenette got a couple of moments ago. I wish I could hurt her. Toga glared at the girl on the screen. Idiot. Teeth, some students groaned. The rest of the class just snickered while the camera zoomed in on an uninterested Bakugo. Oh yeah, did Bakugo change? Mocked Mirio. The F you say. Bakugo, don't yell at our senpai. Ida scolded Bakugo. A scene of a bright blue sky was shown next. Midoriya ran down the beach while All Might watched, and the scene cut to a shot of the boy's sneaker as he visibly strained to push something. It turned out to be a tire with its metal cap still attached. Next he was seen running as All Might cheered him on. You can do it, Midori, cheered Mina like a cheerleader. The music began to peak as he was shown discussing the diet outlined with his mom, an adorable look on his face. He was then shown eating it before a clock appeared in the dark, revealing it to now be nighttime. Midoriya was seen studying in a robe. How adorable, Fua remarked, causing Midoriya to blush. Agreed, muttered Milady. Midoriya was then shown pushing yet another set of lockers, with All Might giving him another plan. The next shot depicted Midoriya trying to lift a weight too big for him, and All Might rushing to stop him. Got a bit over-enthusiastic, Midoriya? Kirishima teased lightly with a grin. Yeah, he said, scratching the back of his head. Midoriya struggled to do push-ups while sweat rolled down his forehead. He's really giving it his all, everyone thought. Next, he was half asleep in class, the boy in front of him giving a disgusted look. That face though, snorted present Mike. Inko looked on, shocked, as Midoriya scarfed down his meal and then asked for another. He then went for a run in the night. The sun's glare hit the camera as Midoriya kneeled beside a barrel before suddenly feeling unwell. Have you ever felt tired? Asked Yanagi, clearly worried about Midoriya's health. Of course, Yanagi. Gross though, exclaimed Minetta. Too ugly for me, said Aoyama. You're such a hard worker. Midoriya's feet dragged through the mud as he tried to push a broken-down truck. All Might sighed and shook his head. By God, Midoriya. Shiozaki said sadly. It's okay, Shiozaki. It's the past. I have a question. Nijire asked. Did you manage to push the truck though? She smiled. Yes I did. But it took like an hour, Midoriya answered. An hour? No wonder, look how fragile you were. Kaminari shouted, receiving Jiru's earphone jack. Again. Can you do it, Jammingway? She asked, annoyed. Kaminari kept his mouth shut. See come down, Midoriya exclaimed, worried. All Might watched Midoriya swim next, in his muscular form wearing a tight-fitting red and white swimsuit. Midoriya made fast strokes back and forth. Suddenly, a group of girls appeared behind them, and a quick flash showed All Might reveling in the attention while Midoriya struggled. Wow, seriously wow, deadpanned everyone, making the blonde flinch. He's struggling, you know, All Might, Fua said darkly. Sorry, young Fua, the blonde stammered. Midoriya was then shown lifting weights indoors, putting a microwave or something similar into a truck outside, and finally using a clenching tool while in school. Now that's dedication, said Setsuna. Did anyone notice you? Asked Kodai. No, because nobody cared for a boy like me. So don't worry. Midoriya smiled while giving a thumbs up to Kodai. Don't worry, Midoriya-kun. I'm sure we will give you a lot of attention now, she said with a blush but still kept her emotionless face. Thank you, he exclaimed, covering his face to hide his blush. She's right, all the girls thought. Midoriya was then shown physically carrying All Might across the beach for a piggyback ride. The screen then faded to black as the music closed out. Holy crap, someone muttered. He did it. Mirio and Tamaki said in shock. Yeah, that's impressive, Aizawa admitted. Midoriya could swear he heard Mina and Setsuna muttering something about wanting a piggyback ride. So, do you want a piggy ride from him? V asked the girls. Yes please, all of them, even the pros, said. V-san. Midoriya exclaimed in shock. Well Midoriya, you owe them a piggy ride, V snickered as Midoriya turned red. A piggy ride for Midoriya was a dream for all of them. Lucky Bisudi. Kaminari and Minetta yelled. Midoriya could be heard struggling as the camera panned along, the trees indicating it was autumn with the colorful leaves on the ground. Midoriya was carrying a microwave in his hands as All Might led the way on a Segway. The back of the boy's head was shown as the camera began to tilt, and the world became off-color, a disorienting noise loudly blaring over his strained sounds. Oh no! Fuwa gasped, holding his hand. Fuwa-senpai. Oh, sorry. She turned as red as Midoriya. Lucky, the girls thought. He's overworked, some students yelled. It's not good, Midoriya, Hatsum said to him. Hey kid. Look alive now, you've only got 3 months left. Are you going to give up after all this work? Want to throw it all away and take it easy? Midoriya slowly tried to scramble forward but seemed to struggle to move. All Might's face suddenly became one of worry as he witnessed this. You're overworked. The aim to pass American Dream Plan was designed with your body in mind. It was fine-tuned to ensure your progress was swift but manageable, which means you haven't been following it properly. Midoriya struggled to breathe on the ground, his hands grasping into the dirt. That doesn't look good, Siro spoke up. You're overdoing things. That's going to have the opposite effect on your body from what we want. Yeah, students yelled as they worried about Midoriya. Take it easy, man. Yeah, listen to him. Midoriya felt loved by all of them. For once, he felt like everyone cared about him. This feels nice, he smiled to himself. Fuwa noticed this and bravely put her hand on his, holding it tightly. Don't say anything, she said while blushing. Okay, senpai, Midoriya exclaimed shyly. I want it too. The girls glared at their rival. I have to work harder. Or I won't stand a chance against the other applicants. What? Midoriya slowly struggled to push himself up. All Might's face turned to one of shock. I don't just want to get into UA. I want to excel. He dragged himself forward, despite his condition, a testament to his will. I want to be like you. He slowly managed to pull himself up and look at his mentor, tears in his eyes, face determined. I want to be the greatest hero in the world. So I'll keep on trying until I have what it takes to do that. All of them were shocked at that moment. DMN, muttered one student. He really is looking toward the far future, isn't he? Heya said with a smile. Fuwa looked Midoriya in the eye. You really are an amazing person, Midoriya. She gave him a beautiful smile. The boy blushed furiously as he tried to meet Fuwa's gaze. TT thanks, Fuwa-senpai. Just Fuwa is fine. Right? Fuwa-san, he smiled back, averting his eyes. I think I fell for you, she thought, now part of Midoriya's circle of admirers, while her rivals glared at her. Minetta and Kaminari stared at Midoriya with wide eyes. Wow, you guys really hurt your eyes from crying. Minoma remarked. All Might looked down at him as the background shifted to red speed lines, moved by the boy's words. A flashback suddenly occurred to the second episode, where Midoriya was talking to the man during their first meeting, except he seemed calmer. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe, and be just like you. All Might's voice echoed, though his mouth didn't move. Got to hand it to the kid, he's given a lot of thought to the future. That's right. Suddenly, the blonde bulked up and picked up the greenette by his clothes, shaking him slightly. That fighting spirit is what I like about you, fanboy. It serves you well. I understand your concerns, but now is not the time to rush progress. Fear not. Leave it to this old man to adjust your plan. You're not. All Might. The blonde responded with a hearty laugh. How old are you? Aoyama asked curiously. It's a secret, All Might winked at him. A tree stood in the night, its leaves completely gone, as the sound of a car door shutting echoed. All Might was shown walking from a truck, with the date revealed on the screen as February, a time skip. Midoriya could be heard narrating. And suddenly, it was the morning of the exam. Ah! Midoriya, yelled everyone. What's wrong? Another villain attack. Death's Arms asked worriedly. Hey, we're still here. Dobby shouted. But it could be us villains, Dobby. Spinner facepalmed. All Might looked up at the source of the noise, confusion on his face. The camera cut to a large mound of trash, panning up to reveal Midoriya on top, screaming at the top of his lungs. All Might's eyes widened in shock as the sun began to rise. The camera focused on Midoriya, still screaming, his shirt soaked with sweat. Wow, dude, was all Jiru could manage to say. Seeing Midoriya of all people screaming into the sky was just unusual. And he was shirtless. screamed the girl in her head. Wow, look at that pile of trash, excited students yelled. All Might took a few steps forward, still in shock. Hey, holy crap, kid. A sweeping shot of the beach was shown as All Might's theme played in the background. It was clear that Midoriya had cleaned up every last scrap. The trash heap he stood upon merely needed to be collected. You even cleaned up outside the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not a single piece of trash left on this beach. He what? Yelled everyone. No way. Aizawa exclaimed. That's too manly. Kirishima and Tetsu shouted. No way that nerd really did it. Bakugo added. He's the one who cleaned the beach, students praised. You're amazing, Midoriya-kun. Fuwa said excitedly, making the boy blush yet again. Oh my goodness. Even All Might was shocked. The blonde bulked up at the last two words. Midoriya began to tumble backward, falling off the mound of garbage, only to be caught by the pro. Excellent work. Midoriya gave his mentor a weak smile. I finished everything, All Might. I did it. Do you think you're ready now? Of course you are, the students exclaimed. Indeed you are, Midoriya-kun, Nizu said, smiling at the greenette. I must say I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this is beyond. Look at this. The blonde held a phone that looked tiny in his massive palms, showing a picture of the greenette on it. Huh, what's this? You crying 10 months ago. Look how far you've come. A panning shot went down the boy's body, revealing his normally hidden muscles and strong physique. Such improvement. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power set, but it's starting to look like you can do it. Holy cow, all the girls exclaimed. He's so handsome. I want him now. Okay, that's Midoriya, they cheered, excitement evident. Midoriya was panicking while V was laughing. Midoriya, you look so good. The lady said, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, Midoriya. You look quite dashing, Ryuku added. Midoriya, it would be interesting to have you as my sidekick, Mirko said, a playful glint in her eyes. Sorry, Mirko. But Midoriya has a private lesson with me after this, Midnight said, winking at him. And the Midoriya. Togaike and Kinoko stuttered before fainting. Fuwa tried to compose herself, not wanting to faint. Setsuna, Kendo, Yanagi, and Kodai smiled dreamily at the thought of Midoriya. Shizuki prayed for something while having a nosebleed. Nijire laughed in a quirky manner. Hatsum muttered about babies while Tsunori said something in English. For Class 1A girls, they were used to seeing Midoriya shirtless, but they still couldn't stop blushing. I know I've seen him shirtless before, but... Yaoyorozu began. That is way too close, Jiro added, her face flushed. I'm surprised Himiko-chan can handle this, Azui said. I saw him before. And he was hot, Tsuyu-chan. Right, Ochako-chan? Toga excitedly asked. Why yes. Uraraka blushed. Now can we continue please? V asked. Wait. Yeah, let us enjoy this for a moment. Let me take a picture of this handsome guy. Kya, me too. I want a picture with him, the girls exclaimed excitedly. The boys, however, felt awkward about the situation. Today, Midoriya's fan club was born. A few moments later. Okay, please continue, Visen, Fuwa said, smiling at him. Dude, that was something. Kaminari sent a telepathic message to all the boys, surprisingly effective. Yeah. Agreed. Totally. What the heck, the boys thought in unison. Midoriya slowly lifted his hand to look at it as he trembled. He sniffled lightly. Oh my, do I deserve this? Are you sure? You put so much time and energy into helping me. How did I end up so lucky? You deserved it more than anyone, Midoriya, Fuwa said, having just recovered from a nosebleed. Thanks, Fuwa-san, he replied awkwardly. Yeah dude, you're the best of the best. Jiro added, giving him a thumbs up. You're really worried about that after all this time? The pro placed a hand on his protege's shoulder. It was your hard work that did this, not mine. Now, for your reward, Midoriya Izuku. Yes, sir. Everyone in the room leaned forward in their seats, anticipation building. All Might plucked a hair from his head and held it between his fingers as he spoke. Someone once told me there's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One is an accident, the other a reward. Never get the two mixed up. Quite an eloquent statement, All Might, Nizu commented, sipping his tea. Take that to heart, young man. This gift, you earned it with your own valiant efforts. Midoriya's eyes widened, determination setting in as he clenched his fist. And so, I held out my weak quirkless hands. All Might held out his own hand, the strand of hair still firmly in place. Dot and grabbed the future. Eat this. Silence filled the room before everyone exclaimed, Ch, in unison with past Midoriya. You're joking, right? All Might rubbed the back of his head at Midoriya's confused expression while the camera panned away towards the stairs. To inherit my power set, you need to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works. Oh. Then Midoriya really did it. Everyone cringed. This isn't exactly how I imagined it. Same. The camera zoomed in on Midoriya's shoes. Come on, there's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Eat. Ah, he screamed in mock agony. Rest in peace, Midoriya. Shizaki said loudly. I'm still alive, you know? Made it just in time. Midoriya was seen panting slightly as he walked toward the school. I was so worried about missing the exam that I didn't get a chance to test out my new power. I swallowed the hair, but I don't feel any different. Everyone cringed at that. It could not have been pleasant at all. Now that's disgusting. Tamaki muttered. Deku. Midoriya turned around, surprised to see Bakugo stalking past with his hands in his pockets. Kaken. Get out of my way now before I... The greenette flailed at the threat, frightened. Oh, hey, let's just do our best out there, okay? Good luck. The blonde stomped past him. Tisich, what's his problem? Fuwa glared at Bakugo. It's okay, Fuwa-san. He's always like that, Midoriya reassured her. Fuwa held his hand. If you say so, Midoriya. She smiled, making him blush. Midoriya turned, confused, to watch his former friend walk off. 2 other random applicants were seen talking about him. I think that's the kid who withstood the sludge villain. His name is Bakugo, right? Yeah, he's the real deal. The camera zoomed in as Midoriya's thoughts could be heard. Ever since that day, Kaken's been taking it easier on me. He sighed, slouching. I guess I was just scared out of habit. Everyone frowned at that. He shouldn't have been scared in the first place. The world faded to a blue background as the teen seemed to sparkle slightly. I'm not defenseless anymore, though. I have to remember all the work I put in. Thanks to All Might, I'm finally going to be able to become a hero. Now I'm going to take my first step toward becoming the greatest hero. The boy was then shown tripping over his own feet and plummeting to the ground. This is it. A few giggles erupted from the crowd. You gave up so quickly, Midnight chuckled, trying to keep her composure. He never hit the ground, instead stopping halfway with a bewildered expression. The camera zoomed out to reveal a girl with brown hair holding onto him. Hey, are you okay? Uraraka. Most of the class cheered, seeing the girl, who blushed at the reaction but beamed brightly. Not fair. You met him first. Mina yelled. Whoa. Instead of answering verbally, the greenette flailed in the air, freaking out. The girl giggled before setting him down. She clapped her hands together and smiled brightly. I stopped you with my quirk. Sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. It would be bad luck if you fell, right? She said. Are you nervous? I'm nervous too. Midoriya agreed nervously. Well, I'll see you soon, she said as she walked toward the entrance. Wow, I talked to a girl. Midoriya thought happily. An arrow pointed to his head as he laughed a little crazily with text reading, didn't actually talk. Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Midoriya hid his embarrassment by covering his face with his hands. Midoriya, now you can talk to all of us. Yanagi joked, representing all the UA girls. Haha. He never talked to a girl before. Shigaraki laughed but stopped as soon as Kurojiri stated a fact. You never talked to Toga since she's crazy. Hey! Toga yelled. Inside, a couple of lights flickered, and a muffled rock song could be heard as Present Mix voice echoed. What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya. Silence. To be fair, I don't know why you expected anyone trying to get accepted into a prestigious school to do something that would typically get them in trouble, 13 said, picking at a loose thread on their cushion. All the second-year and third-year students flinched. Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine. I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? Are you ready? Silence. Even Aizawa snorted at the second instance. Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero present mic. So cool. Midoriya had his hands to his mouth, looking excited. Bakugo sat beside him, a bored frown on his face. Shut up. Didn't take you long to start nerding out, huh? Jiraiya teased and the boy just sighed. Glad to have a loyal listener. Mike said. Like your application said, today you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip, urban settings. After I drop the mic, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sound good? Midoriya and Bakugo were seen holding cards, inspecting the information on them as the music cut out for more silence. I see. They're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends. The scene shifted to show the information on the greenette's card, accompanied by a rather goofy picture of the teen. That's quite the smile you have there, dude, Kirishima chuckled, while Midoriya scratched the back of his neck. It's cute, Midoriya, Fuwa complimented him. Thanks, Fuwa-san. Ida, however, remained silent, frowning. He had always been strict about the rules, but even he could acknowledge that he sometimes went overboard in enforcing them. Over time, he had begun to realize this, and now, with the knowledge he possessed, he felt ashamed of how he had treated Midoriya. Yeah, you're right. Our examinee numbers are consecutive, but we're assigned to different battle centers. Keep your eyes off my card. Darn. I was really looking forward to taking you down. Teeth. The girls groaned, causing Bakugo to flinch. Guess it worked out well for Midoriya that they weren't paired together, Gran Torino commented, shaking his head. Nizu frowned. That was quite a recent change as well. Alright, listen up. There are 3 types of foe villains at every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so choose wisely. Your goal in this trial is to use your quirk to score points by taking down these foe villains like a guitar solo. But remember, attacking other students is a big no-no, got it? Excuse me, sir, but I have a question. The students who hadn't been at that particular entrance exam grinned as they recognized the voice. Even Todoroki. Those who had been present frowned, recalling Ida's interruption that day. Jiru, surprisingly, found herself gritting her teeth for a good reason. Go ahead. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all due respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it's unacceptable. We are exemplary students, and we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake like this won't do. Wow, chill out, dude, some second-year students murmured. Yeah. What's up with you guys? Mirio pointed out. I made an error, Ida admitted, not elaborating further. Again, even if you forgive me, I cannot apologize enough. Oh no, what did you do? Tamaki asked, looking concerned. Ida turned to Midoriya, still glaring. Additionally, you with the green hair. Midoriya pointed to himself, confused, confirming it was him being called out. Me? You've been mumbling this entire time. Stop that. If you can't take this seriously, leave. You're distracting the rest of us. Sorry, he said slowly. There was a moment of silence, then to everyone's surprise, a familiar pair of earjacks shot out and lightly tapped the class president on the head. Oh. Journal. I already forgave him. Midoriya called, but the frog girl shook her head. Still, President, you shouldn't call someone out so publicly like that, especially for something like this. She sounded genuinely irritated, as she had a crush on Midoriya. You have no idea what his previous circumstances were. For all you knew, it could have been something beyond his control. Not to mention, you couldn't judge from those, 10 minutes? Whether he was taking it seriously without knowing him. I was just 2 rows away, and even with my hearing I could barely hear him, so are you sure you weren't lacking attention yourself? Midoriya's face turned red at the girl's unexpected defense. She's right, you know, Fua added, glaring. Jiru is a scary rival, all the girls thought. I'm sorry again for my mistake. Ida shouted sincerely. So why didn't you say anything about it, Mike? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. The blonde teacher flushed and, for once, was quiet as he answered. He intimidated me. God damn it, Mike. Some people laughed at the greenette being called out, and present Mike redirected the attention back to him. It's a good thing that those who laughed at him didn't make it into UA. Kendo said, irritated. I agree, Togaik added, sounding annoyed. Alright, examine number 7111, thanks for calling in with your request. It's not that it can't be beaten, but there is kind of no point. I recommend my listeners try to ignore it and focus on the ones at the top of the charts. Ida bowed, satisfied, and sat back down. Thank you very much, please continue. Random students could be seen chatting with one another. Oh, I get it, so they're kind of like traps you have to get by in games. The whole thing's like a video game. A video game? A first-year student from the general department asked. Yes, that was rather intentional on our part. We felt it would be the easiest way for everyone to understand, even if they missed part of the explanation for some reason, Nizu explained. That's all I got for you today. I'll sign off with a little present, a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. As Present Mike delivered his speech, the camera panned over Midoriya, Ida, Uraraka, and Bakugo. Now that's a catchy soundbite. Are you ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. Silence fell again as Midoriya simply focused on his paper. Good luck. Hope you practiced hitting more than just books. I wonder how the hero course entrance exam went? Togaik asked. The scene switched to the front of one of the battle arenas, based on a city district where Class 1A had held their first hero class. Information appeared on screen, revealing it to be Battle Center B. People murmured as they stood outside the gates, with Midoriya at the very back of the pack. A rock theme began to play as the boy shook with a nervous smile. Well, this is it. Time to put 10 months of training with all might to the test. I will become a hero, just like I always dreamed. In right you will. cheered Setsuna, making the greenette blush. Yeah, Midoriya, Hagakure added, appearing out of nowhere. I won't let myself down. With that thought, the greenette raised his hands and held them for a moment before slapping the sides of his face to psych himself up. The slap echoed, the screen went black. No cliffhangers, everyone yelled. Okay, let's take a break for a minute, shall we? V said. Alright, let's begin the next episode, V announced. Now the girl sitting next to Midoriya was Kodai. Hello, Midoriya, she greeted him with a smile. Midoriya smiled back, blushing. They really swapped places, he yelled internally. Now let the show begin, V said. UA High School Hero Course, Midoriya narrated, overlooking UA. A training school for those whose goal is to acquire the necessary qualifications needed for pro heroes. Among similar courses across the country, theirs is the most popular and competitive, with an acceptance rate of less than 1 in 300 each year. UA students smiled upon hearing this, feeling a swell of pride for having enrolled in UA. Even Midoriya shared in that pride. A hero who refused a National Honor Award, the #1 hero, All Might. The hero who resolved the most incidents in history, the fiery hero, Endeavor, Midoriya narrated, picturing the fiery hero with his distinctive mustache and beard. Todoroki flinched at the mention of his father's name. You refused a National Honor Award? Kaminari exclaimed. How did I not know this, but Midoriya does? Well, to answer your first question, an award is nothing compared to the lives of people I can't save. And for your second question, do you know what news is, young Kaminari? All Might replied. I bet that dunce face skips every news he can, Bakugo chimed in, causing everyone to laugh. Hey! You're right. Damn it, Kaminari groaned, while Bakugo smirked. The winner of the Best Jeanist Award for 8 years in a row, Best Jeanist, Midoriya continued, describing a man with smooth blonde hair and stylish denim attire. At UA, Midoriya and his group of students waited at the gate. Hey, look there. It's us, excited Minetta yelled. Yeah, dude. Kirishima cheered, while Monoma groaned. Teach, why would they show those goons? He stopped short as he sensed a powerful aura from the VVIP area. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you, V and Kendo smiled, causing Monoma to shiver. Midoriya narrated, graduating from UA is a requirement for becoming a great hero. And so, I also tackled the UA entrance exam. I will take the first step toward my dream of becoming a hero. Go Midoriya, some students cheered. Teach hero. Shigaraki muttered, while Kurojairi tried to reassure him. What is this? It's like a city. They have more than one of these on the school grounds? UA is amazing. Some students at Battle Center B wondered, while Midoriya felt a wave of nerves wash over him, recalling the rules that echoed in his mind. Wow, that's a huge city, some students from the business department remarked. I wonder how much it cost? Mock battles, how can everyone be so confident? Midoriya whispered to himself, observing the other students in the group. You should be more confident, Midoriya-kun, Kodai encouraged him. Weiss, Kodai-san, he stammered, blushing. Her eyes are so beautiful. Not to mention I've never spoken to her before. This is my first time. I'm so nervous. He flinched when Kodai adjusted her seat, moving closer to him, almost as if they were cuddling. That's a bold move, her rivals glared. Allow me to enjoy my moments with you, Midoriya-kun, she said in her usual calm voice, though her actions spoke otherwise as she rested her head on his shoulder, making him scream internally. Kaya, a girl just. Midoriya noticed a blonde student with equipment tailored to his quirk before spotting the brown-haired girl with pink cheeks from earlier, observing him. Oh, it's the person I met at the school gates. The nice person. I need to thank her for earlier. Midoriya stiffly walked over to her when a hand rested on his shoulder. Kodai felt a pang of jealousy, as did every girl in the room looking at Uraraka. Lucky for you meeting him first. Uraraka thought. He tried to talk with me? Why didn't he though? Kodai, trying to overcome her jealousy, held Midoriya's hand tightly, causing him to blush even more, completely unaware of his surroundings. The boys had noticed something too. Is that you again, Ida? Shoji asked, referring to the hand on Midoriya's shoulder. Ida remained silent. Midoriya glanced back to see the glasses-wearing student tense up, thinking, he's here too? Of course, Ida had to interrupt him, Uraraka thought darkly, while Toga reassured her. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing here? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? The glasses-wearing student demanded. Tee. Togai groaned. I once again apologize for my actions. Ida bowed to Midoriya. It's okay, Ida-kun, Midoriya reassured him, still blushing because Kodai was still cuddling with him. Oh my god. Minetta and Kaminari will kill me after this. Luckily, Kodai's rivals didn't seem to care. Calm down. You've got your chances, the girls reassured themselves. Hey, isn't that the kid who almost tripped in front of the school gates? A student remarked. The one who winced after being called out. At the very least, we have one less rival to worry about, huh? I feel like the others think they lucked out because I'm here, Midoriya thought sadly. Tisich DMNBSRD. Kodai muttered, catching Midoriya's attention. It's okay, Kaisen. Them F fine, he stuttered. Kodai responded by gripping his hand tightly, making him blush even more. Wow, I never knew she was so bold, V thought. Luckily that guy's not here. Yeah, kind of looked like in JRK. Heya and some students agreed. No wonder they're not enrolled here, Aizawa thought, glaring at the screen. Okay, start. Present Mike yelled out. The students looked up at him as he continued, what's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. The die has been cast, you know. Huh. Midoriya looked at Present Mike before gaping as he saw the students running ahead in a panic. What? I'm already behind. I still remember it, some students from the hero course muttered. Midoriya ran after them to catch up. Title screen, Episode 4, Start line. The students dashed ahead while Midoriya tried to keep pace. I'm behind. Calm down, calm down. It's fine. It's fine. I have all might with me. Midoriya reassured himself, recalling the beach. All right. You swallowed the hair, right? All Might asked after Midoriya finished, a look of pure disgust on his face. Disgusting. Minoma groaned. Yup, Bondo. Agreed. Good. You'll feel something in 2 or 3 hours, All Might instructed Midoriya when he mentioned he didn't feel anything. Midoriya sighed. I'm so nervous. I need to hurry back, take a shower, and eat breakfast. You have become a proper vessel, but it was one made in a hurry. You didn't even get to take it for a test drive. Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body, All Might explained. Huh? Midoriya asked. I don't have time to explain in detail, so I'll just tell you this. When you use my quirk, one for all, squeeze your muscles and yell this inside your heart, the dash. A robot appeared in Midoriya's path, breaking him out of his thoughts, and he stared at it in shock. Students from other courses yelled. 1 point. Midoriya noted. Target acquired. I'll eliminate you, the robot declared, rolling toward Midoriya. Run, Midoriya. Someone from the general department yelled. The robot literally said it will eliminate him. Togaik muttered. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. Why can't I move? Midoriya panicked. Move, Midoriya. He's scared. Of course he is. I would be too if I were in his situation, students yelled from outside the hero course. A laser shot at the robot, a blonde yelling out, thanks for distracting it. My first line. Aoyama exclaimed. Thank you. We made a good team. But I don't think we'll meet again. Goodbye, the blonde waved as he ran off for more points. Aoyama shivered as he felt a glare from the VVIP area. What do you mean by that, Aoyama-kun? Kinoko asked sweetly. The boys looked at Aoyama with pity. Rest in peace, they all thought. 6 minutes and 2 seconds left, an announcement rang out. Midoriya panicked, searching for more robots. Oh no, oh no, oh no, I need points fast, he thought, seeing all the destroyed robots. Midoriya ran to where many robots had been demolished. He looked around and spotted the brown-haired girl. The nice person, Midoriya thought. A nice person, huh? Teased Setsuna. I didn't know her name, okay? Midoriya defended himself. She touched some battle robots and they began to float. She put her fingers together, yelling, release. They came crashing down as she caught her breath. That's 28 points. What, 28? Midoriya's eyes widened. The student with glasses kicked a robot, muttering, 45 points. 45? Midoriya exclaimed. Nice job both of you. Mina cheered, while Uraraka and Ida blushed. Wow, they're awesome, another student yelled. Other students shouted their points while destroying robots, and Midoriya just stood there, panicking. Don't just stand there. Do something. How did you pass? Students exclaimed, except for those who knew what would happen. Yeah, I wonder how you passed, Midoriya, Jiru said. In a dark observation room, a large screen displayed videos from the cameras showing the students' performances while some teachers watched. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed about the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They must draw the villains out. Watching a boy with 6 arms, the voice explained, information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. Shoji grinned as he was acknowledged by the school's teachers. Watching the glasses-wearing student, mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Ida smiled. Watching the blonde with a laser, discernment to stay calm in any situation. Thank you. Watching Bakugo, and pure combat ability. Demon, he's tough. A student from the support course said loudly enough for Bakugo to hear. Of course I am, he replied smugly. But petty though, Snipe said casually, making the boy quiet and everyone else laugh. But a true test starts now. Nizu exclaimed happily. A lid over a red button flipped up before someone pressed it. The ground in the fake city began shaking as buildings came crashing down, catching the students' attention. A huge robot appeared in front of the students, demolishing a building in its path. Hey, that's the same robot from the sports festival. Todoroki yelled. Don't tell me. She glanced at a blushing Midoriya. Midoriya stared at the robot in horror. Isn't it a little too big? The robot punched the ground, sending a dust cloud over the students as they ran away, and Midoriya fell back. An overwhelming threat. How many people act after they've seen this shows their true nature? All Might wondered in the room. Is that necessary? Asked a student from the business department. Yes, Nizu simply replied. This isn't funny. I have to run away. I'll get points as I go. Shoot, 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 I'm still at 0 points. Midoriya thought, scrambling away. Less than 2 minutes left. Present Mike announced. 2 minutes. Midoriya screamed, remembering his training over the past 10 months. Midoriya winced. It'll be wasted. Everything All Might gave me will be wasted. You still have 0 points. How did you pass? Kodai asked. You'll see, said Midoriya, managing to overcome his blushing. Oh. Uraraka, they all yelled. Toga held her friend's hand to reassure her. Why didn't they stop the test? Someone could have been hurt, they exclaimed. Midoriya stopped crawling, looking back to see who it was, realizing it was the brown-haired girl with pink cheeks who had saved him from falling. It'd be bad luck if you fell, right? The robot rolled on, ready to crush her until Midoriya turned around and ran toward the robot. Midoriya! Not again, yelled Todoroki, making Midoriya blush. Kodai began clutching Midoriya's arm, worried about him. It's okay, Kodai-san, he reassured her, but she continued to hold on tightly. There is absolutely no merit in taking on that faux villain. But that creates the opportunity for it to shine brightly. All Might started as Midoriya's legs began to glow. Wow, they murmured. They had seen Midoriya use his quirk before, but not like this. It's awesome, a student from the support course exclaimed. Midoriya jumped into the air as the girl looked up in surprise while All Might continued. Dot and rise to the surface. Midoriya's hands started glowing, and his sleeve ripped off. Everyone suddenly felt excited for some reason. He jumped at the robot, yelling in his heart, smash! Midoriya struck the robot in the head, making it topple to the ground. All the students stared in amazement as the robot crashed down. All Might smirked, finishing, that's right. It rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero, the spirit of self-sacrifice. That was awesome. Everyone cheered. One punch. Just one punch. I can't do that. Oh my god, that's too awesome for me. Some girls squeaked when they saw Midoriya's bicep from a torn cloth. Holy cow! Fua exclaimed, leaving Todoroki speechless. So that's how you passed, Todoroki muttered while smiling. Bakugo just groaned. Some of the seniors exclaimed that Midoriya was their best kohai. But the cheers stopped when they realized something. My legs moved on their own. It's the same time I tried to save Kaken. But it's different this time, Midoriya thought about All Might's quirk. A scoreboard of the exam was shown in the dark observation room. I can't believe he got first place with no rescue points. The faux villains acquire their targets and draw them near, someone explained, watching Bakugo beat up many robots. Watching Midoriya take down the giant robot, the person added, in contrast, there's the 7th place student with 0 villain points. There have been other examinees who took on the large villain in the past. That just proves you two are different in every way, Uraraka observed. What's that supposed to mean, round face? Bakugo shouted. It means you and Midoriya think differently. You both had 0 points in different categories, Todoroki explained. Just shut up, half and half. Or I'll take you down. Okay, an uninterested Todoroki replied. It's impressive though. Not a single rescue point. Did you actually hurt those poor kids? Teased Mirko. Bakugo just groaned. It looked like a young child whose quirk just manifested. Someone questioned about Midoriya's quirk. A man dressed in all black with a gray scarf watched from the back of the room. Aizawa-sensei. Excited students cheered. Those kids, Aizawa muttered, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks, unnoticed by his fellow teachers except for one green-haired individual. Wow, Eraser, you're blushing. Haha. Mrs. Joke laughed. Shut it, Emmy, wait a minute. Since when were you here? Aizawa panicked. I've been sitting next to you from the beginning, she smiled. To be honest, I cuddled you for quite a while, and you didn't even notice, she said, laughing. Aizawa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been asleep since the first episode, and he had no idea she was there. Do you mean it? I shouldn't have slept, he internally scolded himself while trying to push Mrs. Joke away, which, of course, he failed to do. Mrs. Joke continued to happily snuggle against him while Aizawa fumed. Nice job, Mrs. Joke. I'm rooting for you. V thought, giving a thumbs up to Mrs. Joke. V, are you okay? Asked our main protagonist. Yeah, he smiled. All Might stood on the now clean beach in his true form, watching the waves. The night after I opened my acceptance letter, that person contacted me, Midoriya narrated as he ran toward the beach. All Might turned around to see Midoriya stop running. All Might! Midoriya cried out, causing All Might to cough. Who's that? All Might exclaimed. All Might! 2 people in the distance heard Midoriya's cry. No way! Where? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. They're hilarious, exclaimed one student, wiping her tears. Seriously, that's a goal. Mirko laughed. I had the wrong person. Midoriya yelled, the other person looking disappointed. All Might and Midoriya sighed as they convinced the crowd they were mistaken. And they believe him, they laughed again. How did you keep your secrets from us, Deku? Uraraka asked, still giggling. I don't know. Midoriya blushed. All Might extended his hand for a high five with Midoriya. Congrats on getting accepted, All Might smiled. Thank you very much. Midoriya replied, returning the gesture. Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you. You're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges, All Might explained. What an honest guy, everyone thought. Thank you for your concern. But I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came here, huh? Midoriya bowed, gushing. Deku, I know people have said it 100 times you're so cute. Uraraka said as she moved closer to him. Kaya thanks Uraraka, he shouted shyly. She's so close. Wait, there were 3 girls who held my hand today. Not to mention one cuddled me. I wonder if Uraraka will do the same? I hope not, because I almost died when Kodai cuddled with me. As soon as he thought that, she wrapped her arm around his. The boy squeaked in surprise. Deku, now it's my turn, she said with a huge smile. The poor boy cursed his luck. Or was it good luck? Teach, next time it'll be me. Me? Her rivals glared at her. Dean you Midoriya? He had a sweet time with 4 girls. 4 girls? Minetta shouted alongside Kaminari. That nerd better not have more girls than me. Bakugo yelled, irritated. Todoroki just, I wonder if Midoriya is Kirito's secret love child. Dude, that's the wrong anime. Stop that. All Might exclaimed. When Midoriya stopped, All Might explained, I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job at UA when I was searching for a successor. So one of us could become your successor, said one of the second-year students. Indeed, All Might answered. He was originally planning on choosing one of the students, one gifted with an amazing quirk, Midoriya thought, staring down at his hands. Out loud, he told All Might, one for all broke my body when I used it. That can't be helped. It's like asking a person who suddenly grew a tail to do a trick, All Might noted. Midoriya agreed, asking, did you know this would happen? Well, there wasn't any time. But it turned out all right. It turned out All Might. All Might answered. Wow, a dad joke, muttered Heya. Oh, so you did know. All Might shivered under Jairu's glare. Not to mention he felt the stares of all the female students from UA. With a nervous voice, he said, yes, I did know, but I didn't realize it would hurt him so much. Lucky for him, his answer seemed to be accepted by everyone except for one particular student. Jairu's earphone jacks just straight up poked him in the ear. Sorry, not sorry, All Might, she said as she pulled her earphone jacks back. Jairu is scary, everyone thought. Once you can control it, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle, All Might explained, picking up 2 cans on the beach. Control? Midoriya exclaimed. An image of broken glass flashed in his mind, along with All Might's advice. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. An image of larger, stronger glass appeared before All Might crushed the 2 cans using the strength from his muscular form. Like this, All Might finished, Midoriya staring at him before nodding. Wait, is that All Might? No way. When did he get here? Everyone laughed. That's what you get for showing off, Aizawa said, now fully awake. He had learned his lesson. Let's go, young Midoriya. All Might called as he started running. The flame I passed to you is still small right now. But in the future, it'll be exposed to wind and rain and grow even bigger. And then, I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job. All Might thought to himself about his quirk for Midoriya, glancing back at him as they ran. So that's why All Might is becoming weaker, muttered Yanagi. It's my fault. Midoriya questioned himself. No, Deku, it's not your fault. Seriously, why do you keep blaming yourself? Uraraka said as she held his hand. She's right, Izuku. You shouldn't blame yourself for what you didn't do. Toga yelled, concerned. Yeah, you're both right. Thanks, Toga, Uraraka. He smiled at them, making the girls blush. Anything for you, Izuku. Toga smiled back. This time, the boy turned even redder. Oh my god. She is cute, he thought. He had never seen Toga look this adorable. All he remembered were her wild smiles. Am I a villain now? No, dude, of course not. V said, sensing Midoriya's thoughts. Thank God, he sighed, leaving Uraraka confused. Title screen, Episode 5, What I Can Do for Now. Izuku, do you have your tissue? Midoriya's mother asked him, his new UA. Midoriya put on his uniform as he prepared for school. Yeah, he replied at the front door. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? His mother asked again. I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry. Midoriya grabbed his bag and opened the door slightly. Izuku! His mother called. What is it? Midoriya turned to see his mother looking down, tears in her eyes, before she looked up at him with a warm smile. You're really cool. Midoriya was taken aback by his mother's words. That was the beginning of my high school career, he narrated. I'm off. Midoriya smiled. Wow, Midoriya, your mom is an amazing person. Fua said. Thanks, Fua. Midoriya smiled back. Oh no. How did I not notice how cute he is? Exclaimed one girl student. V had a mischievous smile on his face, which made Midoriya uneasy. Oh no, what is V going to do now? Midoriya worried. Suddenly, V addressed the UA girls. Did you all like him? If so, I can make you all his plushies. Yes, please. Every girl shouted. Immediately, Midoriya plushies appeared, causing the girls to squeal. However, the VVIP didn't receive one because they were sitting with their beloved Midoriya. No, V. Midoriya yelled telepathically. V replied playfully. Midoriya, you're lucky. Cheered Kirishima and the other boys. They were jealous, but they knew Midoriya deserved this kind of attention. They kind of liked seeing him like this, except for 3 people. Midoriya, you lucky guy. You better enjoy it while you can. Deku, you're so dead. You shouldn't have more girls than me. Minetta, Kaminari, and Bakugo sent their thoughts. Oh no, Midoriya shivered. Uraraka noticed this. You okay, Deku-kun? She tilted her head. Why yeah, I'm fine. He tried to ignore the 3 deadly glares. The acceptance rate for UA High's hero course is less than 1 in 300 every year. Other than the 4 people admitted through recommendations, 36 are admitted through the regular exam. Those 36 are split into only 2 classes, with 18 in each, Midoriya narrated as he ran to UA, searching for his classroom. There it is. The door's huge. Is it for accessibility? The elite chosen from the large number at the exam, Midoriya muttered to himself, standing outside the door to the classroom labeled, Class 1A. Correct, Midoriya. Nizu said while sipping his tea. 2 thoughts crossed Midoriya's mind, Bakugo and the glasses student. He shook them away, hoping, I hope I'm not in the same class as the scary people. Midoriya began to open the door to the classroom when an outburst occurred. Don't put your feet on the desk. The glasses student ordered. Huh. Bakugo grinned in his seat. Which junior high did you go to, you side character? Bakugo remarked at the glasses student. The top 2. Midoriya winced. Haha. Everyone laughed. Good job, kid, you just jinxed it, Dabi chuckled. I'm sure they're not that bad. Twice exclaimed. Geez, nice impression you gave, teased Setsuna, making Bakugo and Ida flinch. The glasses student paused before explaining, I attended semi-private academy. My name is Ida Tenya. Semi? So you're quite the elite, huh? Looks like I'll have fun competing with you, Bakugo teased Ida. Competing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? Ida gaped. Teeth. Bakugo spat before glancing at the door, noticing Midoriya, with Ida's eyes following. Ida began as the class's attention turned to Midoriya. Midoriya panicked as all eyes were on him. Oh, I remember now. Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah, he looked so nervous back then. Well, he's still the same, but it's better now, said Ojiro. I want him to be my classmate, muttered Kendo. Oh, Midoriya sweated. Good morning. I am from semi-private academy. My name is Ida started walking up to Midoriya. I know. Midoriya cut him off, making Ida stop. In a kinder tone, Midoriya introduced himself. I'm Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. Midoriya, you realize there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? I misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me, Ida gritted his teeth. Sorry. I actually didn't realize anything, Midoriya admitted. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one. Uraraka exclaimed behind him. Well, not anymore, The UA girls chimed in simultaneously. Midoriya turned around and jumped when he saw her, panicking. The nice person. She looks great in a uniform. Oh, do you think I look good, Deku-kun? Uraraka smiled. Thanks. She beamed. The UA girls, however. So, Midoriya, do you think we look good? Fua asked, representing all the UA girls. Midoriya blushed and shouted, of course. You're all beautiful and cute. He covered his face in embarrassment. The UA girls smiled happily. Uraraka tightly held his hand, making him jump. You passed, just like Present Mike said. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. Uraraka complimented him, mimicking his punch. It's all thanks to you. If you hadn't convinced Present Mike, I might not be here. Midoriya said. How did you know about that? Uraraka asked when he thanked her for talking to Present Mike about the points. Oh, that's because... Midoriya started while Bakugo glared at them. Oh. Bakugo muttered. I can't believe we have 2 students from our school matriculating into UA. Especially you, Midoriya. It's a miracle, a teacher told Bakugo and Midoriya as they stood in his office. Midoriya looked down at the compliment while Bakugo scoffed at him. Midoriya was pushed against a wall, Bakugo grabbing him by the collar of his shirt. "Hui, just leave him alone," shouted one student from the business department. Yeah. What's wrong with you? Heya yelled. What dirty tricks did you use to get in, huh? The first student from his school to go to UA? My future plans have been torn to pieces. I told you to go somewhere else. Bakugo yelled at Midoriya while shaking him before Midoriya grabbed Bakugo's hand, surprising him. Everyone was taken aback. Kaken. Someone told me, you can become a hero. That it was because of my own effort. That's why. Midoriya looked Bakugo in the eyes as he declared, I'm going. Finally, about time, Togaike muttered. You shouldn't bully him, Bakugo. Kinoki shouted at him. The boy flinched. Something's definitely up. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, looking away from the 3. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation? I wonder what our teacher's like? Aren't you nervous? Uraraka bounced. So close. Midoriya hit his blushing face with his arms. Ah, Deku, how about now? Uraraka smiled as she purposely got closer to him. Yup, he passed out. The girls giggled at his cuteness. Meanwhile, Midoriya, he panicked. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. Midoriya gasped as he saw someone in a sleeping bag lying on the ground behind Uraraka. She turned around and jumped when she saw him. What was that? Every student shouted, except for Aizawa's class. It's Aizawa-sensei, someone from class 2A said. Yeah, it's normal, Fua added. No, it's not. This is the hero course, the man sighed, unzipping his sleeping bag to take a sip from a juice pouch. Something's here? Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya gaped. A teacher? That means he's a pro hero too? But I've never seen a hero who looked that worn out before, Midoriya thought as the man emerged from his sleeping bag. The teacher turned to his class and announced unenthusiastically, I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Nice to meet you. Homeroom teacher? Midoriya gasped. Our homeroom teacher just walked in like a normal person. Hananuki muttered. Nice first impression there, Eraser. Mrs. Joke laughed. Shut up, Amy. It's irrational for heroes to be unaware of their surroundings, but put this on and go out onto the field, Aizawa instructed, pulling out a gym outfit, all blue except for the letters U and A in white, with red lines on the upper arms. Meanwhile, All Might, in his true form, was in the teacher's lounge, reviewing a notebook of the teachers. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be, All Might thought to himself. A quirk assessment test? The class exclaimed as they arrived at the field, Aizawa informing them they would be doing one. On the first day? Everyone shouted. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Uraraka asked. That's why Class 1A didn't attend the entrance ceremony, a student from the general department exclaimed. Yeah, why though? It's just the first day. Can they relax for a bit? Someone muttered. If you're going to be a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events, Aizawa replied, causing his class to gasp. When they settled down, Aizawa explained, UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. You kids have been doing these since junior high, right? Aizawa held up his phone and continued, physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. Turning to Bakugo, Aizawa asked, Bakugo, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? The class looked at him as Bakugo answered, 67 meters. I did it better, someone from the support course said smugly. What did you say, weird face? Bakugo shouted. Keikaken, see come down. a panicked Midoriya said. Then, try doing it with your quirk, Aizawa instructed. Bakugo stood on a circle drawn on the field. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay in the circle, Aizawa told him. Then, well, Bakugo stretched his arms, smirking, I'll add a blast to the pitch. He threw the ball with his explosion quirk as hard as he could, yelling, Take that! Take that! Midoriya questioned. The ball fell to the ground as Aizawa turned to the class again, saying, That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He showed the class Bakugo's score on his phone, reading 705.2 meters. What the heck? Someone shouted. Beat that, you weird face. Bakugo said smugly. DMN, that's impressive. Tetsu muttered. Power! Mirio cheered. Everyone cheered for Bakugo, but he's a JRK, but that's awesome. Yup, an awesome JRK. An annoying but awesome guy. Stop insulting me while praising me, you extras. Bakugo yelled at everyone. 705 meters? Seriously? A blonde with a black streak in his hair exclaimed. What's this? It looks fun. A girl with pink hair and skin beamed. We can use our quirks as much as we want. As expected from the hero course, a guy with black hair noted. It looks fun, huh? You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have that attitude the whole time? Aizawa questioned. The class fell silent as Aizawa stated, All right. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will face expulsion. Huh? Huge! Everyone exclaimed. Yaoyorozu reassured them by saying it was a joke. Oh no, it's not a joke, dear Kohai, everyone. From class 2A thought. Punished with expulsion? Oh no, this is bad. In all 8 tests. Midoriya held his hands together, panicking. I can only use one for all at either 100 or 0%. I can't control it yet. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students, Aizawa reminded them, grinning. That's a disturbing smile. Shishida muttered. Welcome to UA's hero course. A huge test on the first day of school? What am I going to do? Midoriya gulped. Uraraka stepped up, exclaiming, Last place will be expelled? But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Yeah, it's so unfair. Togaik exclaimed. The world is filled with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got, Aizawa explained, the class realizing while Ida took out a water bottle. Togaik understood that what Aizawa-sensei said was true. Never change, Aizawa-sensei, Fua thought. This is too serious to be hazing, he thought. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it, Ida declared. Bakugo rolled his arm. This isn't all I've got. All right, demonstration's over. The real thing starts now, Aizawa finished. Test 1, 50-meter dash. Ida and a green-haired girl raced each other. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear, Ida told himself as he finished. Ida Tenya. Quirk, engine. Hey, it's Present Mix voice. Kirishima said. Yeah. V, how'd you do it? Kaminari asked. V just smiled innocently. It's part of my quirk. Although I don't know how. Ajuitsuyu, 5.58 seconds. Ribbit, the girl with green hair said. Uraraka Ochako. Quirk, 0 gravity. Uraraka and a guy with a tail raced next. As she crossed the finish line, Uraraka smiled at her time while she put her fingers together, noting, Oh, but that's faster than I was in junior high. The blonde from Midoriya's group in the entrance exam and the pink-skinned girl raced. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like, the blonde said as he shot a laser from his belt, finishing, to be allowed to use your quirk. Aoyama Yuga. Quirk, naval laser. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache, Aoyama explained to the 4 students behind him. What the heck? The students questioned. Indeed, what the heck? Everyone said. Because I'm fabulous. Aoyama declared with flair. The quirk assessment test clearly showed what each student could and couldn't do, Aizawa thought, observing the 5 before shifting his gaze to the race line. Midoriya and Bakugo were next to race, and Aizawa noted, this will connect to the creativity needed for survival. Explosive speed. Bakugo shouted, blasting off toward the finish line. Bakugo Katsuki. Quirk, explosion. After the race, Bakugo glanced at Midoriya. Deku is. There are 7 more tests. I'm sure everyone will use their quirks to produce some extraordinary results, Midoriya thought. You can do it, Midoriya-ki, cheered his fangirls. He felt his cheeks heat up, especially since Uraraka was still holding his hand. Imagining the image in my head while actually using it, Midoriya pondered about control. Months before school, at the beach, All Might and Midoriya had successfully evaded the citizens and were focusing on their quirks. The trick to controlling it is, All Might advised, shouting, feeling. Wow, that's All Might for you. Midoriya exclaimed. Midoriya, were you being sarcastic? Teased him T-Lady. No, of course not, he stammered. You've already tapped into 100%, All Might reminded him. It nearly destroyed me, though, Midoriya replied, and everyone winced. But now that you have, it'll be easier. You should have already grasped the feeling. What was it like? All Might asked. Midoriya struggled to describe the sensation before deciding, like an egg in a microwave. Seriously? Kaminari exclaimed. Is that the image you have? Then lower the wattage or shorten the cook time. Just focus on the image of the egg not exploding, All Might explained. The image? Midoriya thought. You have 3 weeks until school starts. Keep focusing on that image. It won't happen overnight, but I'm sure you will be able to do it someday, All Might concluded. Indeed he did, All Might smiled to himself. Test 2, grip strength. The image of the egg not exploding, Midoriya breathed, recalling the entrance exam as he squeezed the gripper in his hand. Looking at the reading, he saw 56 kilograms. It's lower than me, muttered a random student. Wow! Someone exclaimed, catching Midoriya's attention. A guy with black hair stared in awe at a student with 6 arms, exclaiming, 540 kilograms? What are you, a gorilla? Oh, an octopus? Holy cow, everyone gasped. Octopuses are cool, a small boy with purple hair whispered. What? As the next test progressed, Midoriya began to feel less confident. Midoriya, believe in yourself. Kendo encouraged him. Why is Kendo-san? Infinity. The class exclaimed during the 5th test, the ball throw. Uraraka had thrown the ball using her quirk, watching it soar into the sky. That's amazing. She got infinity. The blonde-haired student gaped. Nice one, Ochako-chan. Toga cheered happily. Thanks, Himikon. Uraraka smiled back. Seriously, how did they become this close? Midoriya and V thought. This is bad. It's not something simple I can do right away. Everyone is achieving at least one amazing result. All that's left is the long-distance run, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. At this rate, I'll be last. Midoriya panicked, standing in the circle, holding the ball while collecting his thoughts. It doesn't look good for Midoriya if he continues like this, Ida muttered. Of course not. He's a quirkless underdog, you know, Bakugo scoffed, drawing Uraraka and Ida's attention. Ida looked taken aback. Quirkless? Are you not aware of what he did in the entrance exam? Huh? Bakugo glared at Midoriya. It's about time, huh? Aizawa thought. Izuku, you're really cool. You can become a hero. I'll definitely become one. Midoriya declared, channeling one for all into his arm to throw the ball just as Aizawa's eyes flashed red. The ball landed on the ground. 46 meters, a robot announced, causing Midoriya to gasp. I remembered. Those feelings. Ojiro shivered. I was definitely trying to use it just now, Midoriya mumbled. I erased your quirk, Aizawa explained, his scarf wrapping around him. The entrance exam was irrational. How could someone like you be accepted? Aizawa remarked, critiquing Midoriya's performance. You erased my quirk? Midoriya repeated, realizing he was facing Eraserhead, who could nullify quirks just by looking at them. The class whispered among themselves about Eraserhead while All Might peeked around the corner, observing the class. That's right, young Midoriya. He and I don't get along, All Might thought, gripping the wall. You were there? Midoriya exclaimed, shocked. Of course, young Midoriya. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Suspicious. I take it back, Midoriya, maybe you are indeed All Might's secret love child. Todoroki mused while jotting down notes labeled, Secret Love Child Theories Vol 2. Bakugo noticed him and quickly silenced himself. Wow, he's really obsessed with love child theories. From what I can tell, you can't control your quirk, can you? Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? Aizawa demanded of Midoriya. That's not my intention, Midoriya began before Aizawa's scarf tightened around him, pulling him closer. Whatever your intention, those around you will be forced to act. In the past, there was no hero who saved over 1,000 people alone and created a legend. Even if you have the same reckless bravery, you'll just end up defeated after saving one person. Midoriya Izuku, with your power, you can't become a hero, Aizawa lectured. That's harsh, Eraser. From what we saw before, he never had a good childhood. Not to mention you just crushed his dream, Aizawa, Mrs. Joke said sternly. I made a mistake, Emmy, he admitted, slightly frowning. Miss Joke beamed happily and continued to cuddle him, which annoyed him. I never knew Aizawa-sensei was this intimidating, Togaik said. You'd have no idea, my dear Kohai, Fuwa smiled at her. The class gasped as Aizawa released Midoriya, his scarf returning to its place around his neck. I've returned your quirk. You have 2 attempts for the ball throw. Hurry up and get it over with, Aizawa instructed, walking away from Midoriya. It looks like you received some advice, Ida observed. Are you worried about him? Aoyama asked Uraraka. Because I'm not, he added. Uraraka made a confused face. Who are you? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. Probably just telling him he's expelled, Bakugo replied. Bakugo felt a wave of glares from Midoriya's fangirls. For once, he was intimidated by someone other than his mother. What should I do? Which should I choose? Midoriya mumbled, standing in the circle. Will he prepare for an honorable defeat by using all his strength, or will he become intimidated and settle for last place? No matter which he chooses, he has no potential, Aizawa thought, using eye drops. I still can't control my power. Should I stake everything on this one throw? Even All Might said it wouldn't happen overnight. Midoriya wondered before deciding, this is no good. If that's my only choice, then I just have to go all out. 0 potential. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. Midoriya prepared to throw the ball, thinking to himself, it's just as Aizawa-sensei says. At this rate, there's no way I'll become a hero. Hey, is he serious? All Might whispered as he watched Midoriya. Go Midoriya-kun, his fangirls cheered. I have to work a lot harder than others. That's why, with all my strength, I'll do what I can right now. Midoriya vowed, channeling one for all into his index finger as he yelled, smash. Midoriya threw the ball, creating a gust of wind that swept through the class watching in anticipation. Holy wow! Everyone exclaimed. Kya Midoriya? His fangirls squeaked. I remembered those. Uraraka smiled at him. Then, that still looked cool. Kaminari cheered. Yes. It doesn't hurt as much as before, Midoriya thought, his index finger now injured. Do you intend to become incapacitated again and have someone save you? The ball landed on the ground, Aizawa's phone displaying Midoriya's score, 705. Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa looked up from his phone, seeing Midoriya smiling while biting his lip and clenching his fist. I can still move. Midoriya declared. This kid, Aizawa grinned. Oh yeah, Eraser, you're smiling, teased Mrs. Joke. Aizawa just shrugged. Now that's badass. Present Mike shouted, pointing at Midoriya. I came because I was worried, but what the heck, young man? You still couldn't control your power, but you also couldn't become incapacitated. So, you propelled the ball at the last point of contact by sending the power of one for all to just your fingertip, minimizing the injury while maximizing the power. What the heck, young man? You're so cool. All Might smiled proudly. All Might called me cool. Midoriya yelled before fainting. Midoriya Dku Izuku-kun. V and the girls shouted. That's it for this episode, let's rest a minute, shall we? I might bring in some more people. Or not, I don't know, V said while he and Uraraka tried to wake Midoriya up. Uraraka, did you have fun with him? V asked her. Of course, V-san. Sadly my time is over. Take care of him, it's Suka-chan. Uraraka said as she swapped places with Kendo. Thanks, Ochako-chan, Kendo said as she sat next to the unconscious Midoriya. I hope he wakes up soon, Kendo thought while resting Midoriya's head on her lap. Enjoy while you can, her rivals thought. After Midoriya woke up from Kendo's lap, which made him blush, V summoned more people to USJ. Alright guys, say hello to these people. V said excitedly as 2 figures fell from the sky. Wow. UA students felt excited to see who those people were. Everyone, meet David Shield and his daughter Melissa Shield. V announced. Oh my god, the Shield family. Hatsum shouted excitedly. Who are you and what the heck is that, Toshi? David looked confused, while Melissa immediately noticed her favorite hero. Hi Deku-kun. She waved at him excitedly. It's been a while since we met, right? How are you? What are you guys doing here? Oh, you guys are here too, she said, looking at Jairu, Uraraka, and Yayorozu with a smile. She then glared at Kendo, who was sitting close to Midoriya, making it seem like they were a couple. And who is this? How dare you touch my Deku? Kendo sensed something from Melissa. Despite her innocent smile, she felt a strong wave of jealousy coming from her. Tisich, another rival. Kendo thought while she cuddled closer to Midoriya, blushing. I must not let my chances slip. Midoriya, see can I cuddle W with you too? She asked shyly. Midoriya nodded nervously. Melissa-san, are you okay? V asked her. I want to explain what we were doing here. Wow Melissa-san, what's with that face? V exclaimed, shocked at Melissa's expression, which looked like she wanted to confront someone. I'm fine, she said, maintaining the same expression. That face says the opposite. V thought as he carefully explained what they were going to do. A few moments later, "Oh, that seems fun," David said. "What did you say, Melissa?" I'm very excited." She beamed at her father. "Then take a seat. Davidson, please sit in the VIP area while Melissa, you'll be sitting with me in VVP." V said excitedly. V then explained the rules in the VVIP area to Melissa. "So basically, you will have your chance to be with Midoriya." "Oh, so we're sharing him," Melissa said. They then took their seats. Melissa introduced herself to her rivals while Kendo happily cuddled with Midoriya. "Kendo-san smells good." "No, Midoriya is Zuku, don't be a pervert." Midoriya fought with his inner thoughts. He admitted that Class 1B's big sister was indeed beautiful. In fact, he thought she was one of the most beautiful girls in UA. Kendo, on the other hand, couldn't believe she was cuddling with her crush. She had been crushing on him since the UA Sports Festival. "I can't believe this," she thought as she snuggled closer to Midoriya, who turned red. "Alright, let's start this already," V said. "Yeah." UA students cheered. The screen showed Class 1A students' reactions after Midoriya threw the ball. "He got over 700 meters? Finally, a hero-like record." Uraraka cheered. "His fingers swollen." There was the entrance exam too. "He has a strange quirk," Ida observed. "It's not very stylish," Aoyama shook his head. "Okay," everyone thought while looking at him. What's with that power? Everyone's quirks manifest by the age of 4. This is unthinkable. But in reality, Bakugo thought. Instantly, everyone laughed at Bakugo's expression. "Ha ha ha, someone take a picture." Zero laughed. "Ha ha ha, his face." "Ha." Mirko joined in the laughter. Bakugo was furious. He then heard a snap from someone's phone. "What are you doing?" "Delete the picture," he yelled, but people ignored him. UA students laughed like there was no tomorrow. "How come I didn't notice his face before?" Uraraka laughed. Bakugo gave up and sank into his seat. He admitted he looked funny, but that didn't mean everyone could laugh at him. He then looked at Midoriya, who was blushing from Kendo's cuddling. "Enjoy your time, nerd," he thought for the first time. Positively. "Bro, your face." "Shut up, shitty hair. As someone told me, you can become a hero. That it was because of my effort." Everyone stopped laughing and focused back on the screen. "What is the meaning of this? Tell me what's going on, Deku, you be." Bakugo yelled as he ran toward Midoriya until Aizawa's scarf caught him, causing Bakugo to grit his teeth. "What the dash? These cloths are tough. They're capture weapons made of carbon fiber woven together with metal wire of a special alloy. Geez, don't keep making me use my quirk over and over." "I have dry eyes," Aizawa sighed, his eyes flashing red again. "It's such a waste since his quirk is so amazing," the class realized. "Diamond kids," he groaned. "Come on, Eraser, they're calling you amazing." Mrs. Joke smiled. "Whatever, Emmy. We're wasting time. Whoever's next, get ready," Aizawa instructed, releasing Bakugo. A moment ago, he was just a pebble on the side of the road, Bakugo thought. "I always wonder why Bakugo seems to dislike Midoriya," Nizu pondered seriously. "Maybe it's not hate but—" Younger Midoriya and Bakugo walked through the woods together, with Bakugo striding ahead. "You're so lucky, Kaken. Your quirk's so cool. I hope I get mine soon too," Midoriya gushed. "No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me." Bakugo glanced back at Midoriya. "I'll admit, you looked cute, Bakugo," Mina said, looking at him. "But a total jerk, eh?" she finished with a smile. "Shut up, raccoon eyes." Bakugo glared angrily at Midoriya. "A pebble. On the side of the road." Bakugo gritted his teeth. The trials came to an end. Even with my performance in the softball test, I didn't do very well in the rest. The pain was too much for that. I thought for sure I was going to be in trouble, but Midoriya narrated as they took the final test, the long-distance run. He fell onto the ground, out of breath, before picking himself up. The class gathered to see their results from the tests. "Geez," someone muttered. "I wonder how much it hurts." Everyone shivered at the thought of being in Midoriya's place. "Okay, I'll quickly tell you the results. The total is simply the marks you got from each test. It's a waste of time to explain verbally, so I'll show you the results all at once," Aizawa instructed. "The person with the lowest score will be expelled. The only result I had that was any good was in the ball throw. For the rest of the tests, I did terribly because of the pain." Midoriya gritted his teeth, knowing his fate. "You didn't get last place, right?" Kendo asked him, concerned. Well, you see." A screen popped up from Aizawa's phone with everyone's scores and placements. Midoriya scanned through the list for his name before seeing it in last place. He stared at his name while clenching his hand. "Oh no," Nijire said. "Wait, if he's still here then," someone from Class 2A exclaimed, looking at Aizawa. "By the way, I was lying about the expulsion." Aizawa turned off the screen. The The class stared at Aizawa, dumbfounded as he smiled. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya screamed. Everyone laughed at Midoriya's expression. Haha, what's with that face? The lady laughed. No way, Aizawa-sensei lied. Then why did he expel us and re-enroll us? Fuwa muttered. Now that's a lie. Present Mike yelled. Yayarosa looked at him, then turned pale. That means he wanted to expel Midoriya if he didn't show some control of one for all. Correct, Yayarozu. Aizawa said, looking at her. It's a rational thing to do. Yayarozu was taken aback by Aizawa's words. He's right, Momo-chan. Class 2A got expelled when we were first years. But then he re-enrolled us back. It made us realize something back then. Fuwa smiled at her. Mawata-senpai. Yayarosa looked at her. Of course that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through, Yayarosa said. A little nerve-wracking, huh? Siro turned to Kirishima. I'll take up the challenge any time, the redhead grinned while raising his fist. Of course you would. Kaminari muttered. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them, Aizawa told his students, beginning to walk away. Midoriya let out a big sigh at the thought of not being expelled. Midoriya. Midoriya looked up, seeing Aizawa with a slip for the nurse's office. Have the nurse take care of you. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. Aizawa handed him the slip before walking away again. Oh, you care for him? Snipe teased. Teased. Aizawa groaned. Midoriya looked down again. I got through this for now, but there was too much that I couldn't do. I'm starting from last place. I have a lot to learn from here on out in order to get closer to what I dream of becoming. And look where you are now, kid. One of the best hero candidates, Spinner complimented him. The pros were shocked to hear this, looking at him strangely, even the villains. What? Is there something wrong with my face? No, Spinner. It's just, you really resemble that boy, Shigaraki said. Of course I do. If not, why would Stain save his life? I'm sorry, what was that? A student asked curiously. You didn't know? Well, that kid, Spinner tried to spoil something to the kid, but V quickly shot him with a rubber gun, aiming dangerously close. That's what you get for spoiling. V shouted angrily. Now that's scary, they thought, hoping they would not get on V's bad side. Aizawa, you liar. All Might exclaimed at Aizawa as he was about to walk by. Aizawa stopped walking. All Might. So you were watching? Too much time on your hands? A rational deception, you said? April Fool's was last week. All Might told Aizawa. Your rational deception brought last year's first years to expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without potential without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, All Might explained, pointing at Aizawa, asking, that must be because you also felt the potential of that kid, right? Also? Aizawa questioned, smiling, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Aizawa started walking away from All Might. His potential was not zero. That's all it was. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. So you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? But we don't really get along after all, All Might whispered as he watched him walk away. Of course we don't, Aizawa said bluntly. DMN, I'm sleepy. But this woman is still cuddling with me. If only I had a rubber gun like V's. What's wrong with being friends with me? All Might muttered quietly. Midoriya lazily walked out of sighing, I'm so tired. That looks cute. Midoriya's fangirls gushed. Kendo couldn't help but continue hugging our poor main character. Kendo, I can't breathe. Midoriya said to her. Sorry, Midoriya. You're so cute. She mumbled the last part, but Midoriya heard her, making him turn red. Midoriya turned around and, seeing Ida, jumped slightly. Ida! Midoriya exclaimed. Is your finger healed? Ida asked. Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl, Midoriya replied, showing his finger to Ida. A few hours earlier in the nurse's office, Recovery Girl gently touched Midoriya's finger, causing him to flinch as he felt a warm sensation. Wow, it's healed. Midoriya stared in amazement before suddenly feeling drained. But I suddenly feel very tired. My quirk can only STMLT a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina, Recovery Girl explained. Reaching behind her for a PZ candy, she added, if you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up in serious trouble, so be careful. He'll end up in trouble. Everyone shouted. Hey kid, how about breaking more bones? Shigaraki suggested, but Kurojiiri quickly intervened. Sorry, Midoriya-kun. It's okay, Kurodri-san, Midoriya replied, looking at him with confusion. Why would a villain try to protect me? I'll end up in trouble instead? Midoriya exclaimed as Recovery Girl handed him a PZ. Everyone chuckled at Midoriya's reaction. I need to hurry up and learn to control my power, Midoriya vowed, determined to rely on himself. I was really impressed by Aizawa-sensei. I even thought, this is the best of the best. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie, Ida told Midoriya. Hey, you too. Ida and Midoriya turned to see Uraraka running toward them. Going to the station? Wait for me. Uraraka beamed. Uraraka? Midoriya thought as she stopped in front of them. Kendo and her rivals groaned in frustration. Why can't it be me meeting Midoriya first? They all thought, including the fangirls. You're the gravity girl, Ida remarked. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Uraraka introduced herself before asking, you're Ida Tenya, and you're Midoriya Deku, right? Ugh, that hurts, Shiro and Sato complained. Women's dark side, Tokoyami muttered. Now Jiraiya was looking at Uraraka with an intense gaze, making the girl sweat. It's not what you think, Kyuka. Uraraka said in a panic. Oh really? Jiraiya replied with a teasing tone. Before Jiraiya could say more, Uraraka explained. Deku? Midoriya exclaimed. But during the fitness test, Bakugo called you that, Uraraka pointed out, recalling Bakugo yelling, Deku, you be a study. Some people chuckled at the memory of Bakugo. Right? Uraraka asked. Midoriya fidgeted with his fingers before explaining, my real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kaken calls me to tease me. An insult. Ida observed. Oh, is that right? Sorry. Uraraka apologized, then noted, but, sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. So I kinda like it. I'm Deku. Midoriya turned bright red. Instantly. Everyone yelled, while Uraraka felt relieved to be safe from Jiraiya's teasing. That seems nice, Jiraiya said, and Uraraka sighed in relief. So I'm safe. But seriously, Kyuka is really scary when someone teases Deku-kun, Uraraka thought. Wasn't that an insult? Ida protested. It's like a Copernican revolution. Midoriya covered his face in embarrassment. Kopi? Uraraka questioned. Some people chuckled at Uraraka's confusion. There are many things I can't do. I have to work hard and do my best. But All Might, I can at least be happy that I have friends, right? Midoriya thought to himself as he, Uraraka, and Ida walked together to the station. Congratulations, you just jinxed it, said Dabi, leaving everyone confused. You don't have time to relax, young man, All Might thought as he held up his costume in the teacher's office. Told you, Dabi smirked. The scene shifted to the next day, where Midoriya discussed how the school still had regular classes. Now, which of these 4 sentences contains a mistake? Present Mike asked as the students struggled to stay awake. The relative pronouns are wrong in the last one, Midoriya thought with a confident smile. What does that even mean? Everyone else thought. Correct, Midoriya-kun. Yaoyorozu exclaimed excitedly. As expected, Deku-kun. Thanks, Yaoyorozu-san, Melissa-san, Midoriya smiled. The nerd trio exchanged happy glances. Nerd trio. Everyone thought, while Midoriya's admirers felt a pang of jealousy. Teeth, how dare they steal my time with him? Kendo groaned. Are you okay, Kendo-san? Midoriya asked, noticing her reaction. Of course, Midoriya-kun. She beamed. Still, I can hold him, she thought, continuing to lean against Midoriya's arm. Oh my gosh. Midoriya mentally screamed. And then, in the afternoon we finally have Hero Basic Training, Midoriya narrated after lunch. I am, All Might announced at the entrance to Class 1A before bursting through the door, finishing, coming through the door like a normal person. It's All Might, the blonde with a black streak in his hair exclaimed, along with the rest of the class. All Might, cheered the UA students. That's not normal. Midnight said. Leave him be. Ryuku replied. Wow, he really is a teacher, the redhead confirmed. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Ashui observed. I teach basic hero training. It is a subject where you train in various ways to learn the fundamentals of being a hero. This is what we'll do today, combat training. All Might explained. Combat, Bakugo whispered excitedly. Training, Midoriya finished nervously. You really did finish his sentence, Kendo noted. Midoriya laughed awkwardly while scratching his red cheeks. And to go with that are these. All Might announced, gesturing to the side of the wall opposite the door as 4 slim rows of wall opened up, revealing cases with class numbers on them. All Might continued, costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you submitted before school started. Costumes? Midoriya whispered. After you change, gather in ground beta. All Might instructed. Yes, sir. I'm excited to see their costumes. I know, right? It's rare to see them in costumes, the UA students exclaimed, except for those in the heroes course. I wonder how Midoriya will look in his costume, Togaik thought. She had never seen his costume before because she used to dislike the hero's course students, especially Class 1A, but now she had developed a crush on Midoriya Izuku. All Might waited inside ground beta before the class walked in wearing their costumes. They say the clothes make the man, young men and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. All Might praised them. Wow. They look so cool. The UA students cheered, except for the heroes course. Hey, where's Midoriya? Hey, I noticed. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Midoriya narrated about how they submitted their costume designs. 3 weeks ago, Midoriya thought as he looked over some papers at home for school. I need to go to City Hall to get my quirk registration for the clothing allowance, Midoriya muttered before gasping, realizing, but I'm already registered as none. Oh, what should I do? Quirk registration? All Might questioned over the phone, telling Midoriya, oh, you can update that. Really? Midoriya widened his eyes. All Might laughed before explaining, everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are some cases where people discover their quirks aren't what they thought they were. So you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but if you had none before, it's probably fine. And by probably, I mean I'm sure. I'm home. Midoriya's mother announced, accidentally making Midoriya hang up. You hung up on All Might. Kendo said, trying to contain her laughter. It was an accident. Midoriya said in a panic. Welcome back. Midoriya greeted his mother as she entered. Hey, Izuku, his mother called, digging in her purse before pulling out a jumpsuit and exclaiming, congrats on getting into you. I might have jumped to conclusions though. A jumpsuit? Midoriya asked, confused. It's not as much as it is now though. When you dozed off while studying, I happened to see your notebook, his mother explained. What? Midoriya questioned. The terrible thing I said kept bothering me. I gave up back then. But you didn't give up. You kept chasing your dream, didn't you? I'm sorry, Izuku, his mom whispered before smiling. I'll support you openly with everything I've got from now on. What a great mother. Kendo muttered. I know, right? Midoriya smiled at her. Kendo smiled back and turned her attention back to the screen. It's the suit my mom got me. So of course, it's what I'm going to wear, Midoriya thought as he ran through the tunnel and revealed himself. That's your first suit? Melissa asked. Yes, it's homemade. But I kinda like it, he smiled. Of course he liked it. It was a present from his mom. Now that's a pure heart, someone muttered. He really impressed everyone with his love for his mother. Some students suddenly felt a pang of longing for their families, as it was hard to meet them since they now lived separately. Oh, Deku! Uraraka exclaimed, adjusting her helmet. Uraraka! Midoriya panicked. That looks cool. Really down to earth. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. Uraraka rubbed the back of her head. Midoriya turned red as he glanced at Uraraka's hero costume. Stop trying to charm my Midoriya Izuku-deku-kun. Kendo and the other girls glared at the screen. Mirko, the lady, Midnight, and Ryuku took a mental note to charm our poor main protagonist with their hero costumes. Wait, is it illegal if adult women have a crush on teenagers? I love this school, Minetta said, giving a thumbs up. Me too, bruh. The boys communicated telepathically while Midoriya's fangirls reacted. What a pervert. Stupid midget. Thank goodness our Midoriya is not a pervert. They were not very happy with Minetta's comment. All Might looked at Midoriya's costume and realized the similarities between it and his own face. You're so obvious, he thought as he fought to restrain a laugh. Everyone chuckled at All Might's reaction. But a certain someone asked, am I the only one who thinks that doesn't look like rabbit ears? Mirko pointed at Midoriya's hoodie, which she thought resembled rabbit ears. Hey, you're right. Mrs. Joke said. Aizawa, what do you think of it? She asked Aizawa excitedly. I don't care. Don't care. You're really funny. Marry me. No, Emmy, Aizawa said, clearly fed up with her. Now, it's time for combat training. All Might announced. Sir. Oh, that was Ida. He looks cool, Midoriya thought, glancing at Ida beside him in an armored white suit. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. Ida said as he bowed to Midoriya. Are we conducting urban battles again? Ida asked. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might explained how they'd be fighting each other on teams, heroes versus villains. Without basic training? Ajui questioned. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there are no robots you can just beat up, All Might exclaimed. How will wins and losses be determined? Yaoyorozu asked. Can we beat them up anyway? Bakugo sneered. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka worried. Isn't this cape just crazy? Aoyama sparkled. Geez. One by one, okay, Ectoplasm said. And what the heck, Aoyama-kun? Kinoko pointed out. Because I'm fabulous. Aoyama replied. I'll answer all your questions. All Might promised. He explained the situation and how to win. The situation feels very American. Midoriya noted when All Might finished. Pfft. David laughed. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. All Might added. They're being decided so haphazardly? Ida questioned. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why? Midoriya explained to Ida. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. Ida bowed to All Might. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. All Might announced, drawing the lots for teams. Wow, it must be fate. I'm counting on you. Uraraka exclaimed as they were chosen as a team. You hope you $under, cursed fangirls. Kendo just, menacingly glared at Uraraka. That's right. Deku is mine, Uraraka smirked. Her rivals noticed the smirk and were not happy with it. Midoriya was dumbfounded but noticed that Kendo was trembling. V-sen, what's going on? Midoriya sent telepathically to V. A battle between rivals. Rivals? Now Midoriya was confused. Yup, as you can see. He's dense. Maybe you should cuddle with Kendo if you want her to be okay, V suggested. Or, you could say, don't worry, I'll like you all equally, loudly. This made Midoriya blush. Then he thought maybe the first option seemed okay. Why would he choose option 2? It's not like the girls have crushes on him. Choose wisely, Midoriya-kun, V said. Then Midoriya chose option 1 and 2. He hugged Kendo, making the girl squeal. Then he smiled at her nervously. Don't worry, Kendo-san. I'll like you all equally. Kendo and the girls blushed. It was at this moment that he knew. He messed up, V thought. Midoriya Izuka Deku-kun loves us, the girls thought. Oh, Midoriya meant as friends, not romantically. But the girls had the wrong idea, so maybe he made a good decision? Or not? Midoriya is the king of harem, V thought. Suddenly, the rivalry between the girls ended with a proper parley. And that was sharing and loving their greenette equally. Seriously? I have to speak properly, or else, Midoriya panicked. The teams to fight will be these guys. All Might announced, referring to Team A, Midoriya and Uraraka, and Team D, Bakugo and Ida. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room, All Might explained. Yes, sir. Do you think we can hear what they said that day? Kirishima asked. Maybe, Siro said. Yeah, I'm super excited now. Kaminari exclaimed. What happened during this fight? Asked Monoma. Let's just say. It went bad, Shoji said. How bad? Shishida noted. Before they could tell them, they remembered V. Stay tuned. Todoroki said nervously while the others nodded in agreement. Good job, Todoroki-kun. It seems that I could spare some ammo, V thought while reloading his pistol. Midoriya looked in Bakugo's direction, only to find him glaring back, clearly annoyed. Midoriya looked away, feeling scared, but he resolved not to live in fear any longer. He turned back to Bakugo, determination in his eyes, while Bakugo appeared taken aback, which only fueled his irritation further. Now that's manly. Tetsu exclaimed. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. All Might instructed Ida and Bakugo at the building site. Yes, sir. Ida replied, glancing at Midoriya, who stood nearby. Young Ida, young Bakugo, remember to think from the perspective of the villains. This is as close to a real battle as it gets. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt, All Might advised. As Bakugo and Ida made their way through the building, Ida muttered, even if this is training, it pains me to act like a villain. Our job is to protect this, right? Entering a room where the weapon was located, Ida knocked on it. It's just papier-mâché, he noted. Hey! Bakugo called out, his back to Ida. Deku has a quirk, right? Bakugo snapped. You saw that extraordinary strength, didn't you? It seems to come with a lot of risks, though, Ida replied. As Ida continued, Bakugo ignored him, a grin spreading across his face. Did he dare trick me? That annoying nerd. Bakugo, are you really that clueless? Hatsum remarked bluntly, causing the blonde to flinch. Before the next episode began, V asked Midoriya if he should bring Eri and Koda, along with possibly the wild pussycats. Are you serious, V? Midoriya exclaimed, his face lighting up. He missed Koda and Eri, especially Eri. The last time he saw her was during the school festival, and she had smiled for the first time. Midoriya-kun, you look happy, Shiozaki said, tilting her head. She looks so cute, Midoriya thought before responding. Of course, Shiozaki-san. I'm going to meet Eri and Koda after this. He beamed. By, Eri, you mean the adorable little girl you. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed past her hair. Midoriya and Shiozaki froze, turning to V, who wore an innocent smile. Shiozaki-san. Was that a spoiler I just heard? No, V-san, Shiozaki stammered, her fear evident, while Midoriya trembled beside her. Oh good. Now then, Midoriya, enjoy your time with Shiozaki here, okay? V smiled as he disarmed his gun. Midoriya and Shiozaki nodded nervously. Then Midoriya-can, allow me to do this, she stuttered, taking his hand. Okay, he exclaimed, hoping his hand wasn't sweaty. Fortunately, it wasn't. Okay, everyone let's start this now. V announced. About time, white dog. Bakugo yelled, clearly irritated. You got a problem, Explodo dog. V shot back, and before they could get into it, the screen lit up. Because Kaken and I lived in the same neighborhood, we've known each other since we were little. So we are childhood friends, Midoriya narrated. Younger Midoriya stood in shock as Bakugo and 3 other kids stood proudly in front of an open gate, a sign reading, "No trespassing," hanging from it. Let's go take down the enemy, Bakugo announced, pointing to the entrance. Okay, the other 3 kids cheered. Okay. Midoriya squeaked. You're both so cute. Hagakure squealed. Right. Karo, another chimed in. Teeth, shut up, invisible and frog. Bakugo mumbled, a blush creeping onto his cheeks, though luckily no one seemed to notice. Snap, it's a rare photo of Bakugo and Midoriya, Aizawa said, capturing the moment with his phone, leaving Mrs. Joke confused by his sudden behavior. What's with that proud dad's face? Mrs. Joke thought. Midoriya-kun is so cute. Midoriya's fangirls squealed. Indeed, Midoriya-kun, Shiozaki added, looking at him. Thanks, he replied shyly. Dear Lord, your shyness is what makes you so cute. Shiozaki thought. He could do anything he tried his hand at, a rascal who led the group of neighborhood kids, Midoriya narrated. Bakugo flinched at being called a rascal. Demon Deku, he thought while everyone else laughed. He was so confident and I thought he was so cool. But after his quirk manifested, it led him down the wrong path, Midoriya continued. Bakugo suddenly stared at the screen, a serious expression on his face. How bad am I? He questioned himself. That's what I hate about you the most. Bakugo yelled at Midoriya. All men are not created equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4. Now we're going to watch some serious action, Tetsu said, trying to lighten the mood. Shiozaki stared at Midoriya, who looked somewhat distressed. Are you okay, Midoriya-kun? She asked, concern etched on her face. The other girls noticed too. Why is, Shiozaki-san, he replied, forcing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Midoriya Deku Izuku-kun, they all thought. Hey, Bakugo. What's your status? What happened? Ida asked through Bakugo's communication device. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now. Bakugo snapped back. Geez, and I thought I had anger issues, Hound Dog remarked. His face looks scary. Someone from the general department commented, relieved Bakugo didn't hear her. I'm not asking about how you feel. Hey! Ida exclaimed, but a beep indicated Bakugo had hung up. He's going off on his own again. What is wrong with him? What was Bakugo saying? It's hard to tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound, Kirishima said, sounding disappointed. Now that you mention it, we're going to hear what they're saying. Kaminari added. Yeah, it's quite annoying when we can't hear them, Tokoyami agreed. Class 1B and other students looked impressed. He's talking to his partner over a small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. All Might explained. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? Yes. All Might confirmed. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Aizawa tell you to? Here we go. All Might exclaimed. Plus Ultra. The class cheered, fists raised in the air. Plus Ultra. The students of UA echoed. For the first time, you spoke with your brain, Aizawa remarked, prompting laughter from everyone. I'm not an idiot, you know, All Might muttered sadly. Uraraka, go. Midoriya shouted as Bakugo blasted himself toward him. Looking away? You must be full of yourself, Bakugo shouted, but then he felt something wrapping around his leg. The capture tape? Hero Notebook number 10, page 18. Midoriya recalled. DMN. Someone from UA yelled. That's cool lame, twice cheered. What's next? Kaken is impatient. He will counter and swing with his right again. I was right. Midoriya thought as he dodged Bakugo's blast. That guy's amazing. Sato exclaimed. He's not even using his quirk against the guy who finished first in the entrance exam. Thanks, Sato-kun. Midoriya blushed, and used to receiving praise. No problem, dude. Sato replied enthusiastically. He's good at reacting quickly in a crisis. He spent years writing his notes and internalizing them. That fanboy knowledge is now paying off as it propels him forward, All Might thought, recalling the time he flipped through Midoriya's notebook when they first met. Midoriya caught his breath, thinking, he kicked first this time to keep me from predicting his moves. He's being cautious now. Bakugo prepared to charge at Midoriya, who suddenly started running away, much to Bakugo's surprise. Come back here, Deku. Bakugo yelled, chasing after him. Now that's not very manly, Tetsu remarked as he watched Midoriya flee. Tetsu, retreating from your enemy is not a bad strategy, Yosetsu pointed out. Yeah man. But the 1A guys are the exception. They be... Minoma was abruptly knocked out by Kendo's karate chop and V's taekwondo kick. Nice one V. You too, Kendo. You never learn, do you, Minoma? Everyone's sweat dropped. Wait, how did they get there? Midoriya thought. I can't get close to him as easily anymore. I need a plan, Midoriya considered as Bakugo continued. Searching for him. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? Bakugo yelled, giving up the chase. Huh, you've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? Try and get me with it. 'Cause I'm better than you. He seems really angry. I'm scared. Kaminari shivered. Kaken, I would never do that, you know. Midoriya said slowly. Shiozaki smiled reassuringly at him, making him feel warm inside. No, you idiot, Bakugo scolded his past self. I heard from young Midoriya that young Bakugo thinks highly of himself, but this is too much, All Might noted. Midoriya sat down against a wall, trying to catch his breath. He completely ignored Uraraka and shot at me. I knew it. If they were going to send an advance guard, it would have been better to send Ida, who has more mobility, and I'm sure Kaken knows that. That probably means he's running wild on his own, and the two of them aren't working together. In the first place, our chances of winning are lowest if we have a head-to-head battle with those two. If Uraraka and I both went to the hideout, that's what would happen, and even if the two of us stayed here to fight Kaken, we're in danger of running out of time. This is fine. All that's left is for Uraraka to find the weapon and Ida, and then I'll head over for a 2-on-1 fight. That's how we can win, Midoriya planned. Is that how he always mumbles? Togaike asked Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka exchanged glances. Yeah. But surprisingly, we can understand his mumblings now, she said happily. I don't know if I can beat Kaken though. It's fine. As long as I'm careful of his palms, I can do this, Midoriya noted. Where are you? You darn nerd. Midoriya heard Bakugo's voice echo. And I forgot to tell you, Kaken. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. No, wait, Kaken. It's not like I'm trying to compete with you or anything. Believe me. Midoriya gripped the tape in his hand. I take back everything I said. Yeah, go Midoriya. Everyone cheered. Teeth, come on, I want to see you hurt. Shigaraki mumbled. Come on, Shigaraki. We should enjoy this, you know, Dabi said. Oh, hell yes no. Twice cheered. And why should we villains enjoy that brat's journey? Come on, cheer up. You're sad because you're not the main protagonist, right? Dabi teased. Yeah, and look at Toga. She looks happy, Spinner pointed out, indicating Toga, who was smiling brightly. Shigaraki just groaned. Bakugo continued wandering through the halls. That's why. I'm going. He's just a pebble. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Wow, Kaken. Younger Midoriya watched Bakugo demonstrate a trick. Sue, do we get to know why Bakugo hated Midoriya so much? Kirishima asked. Maybe, V answered teasingly. Not manly. Tetsu exclaimed, disappointed by V's teasing. Oh come on, I was just teasing. V shrugged. This is easy, Bakugo stated while kicking a ball in the air. Ow. Midoriya fell to the ground, rubbing his head. Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? Bakugo teased. The girls squealed at the boy's cuteness. God damn it. They're so cute. One girl from the general department exclaimed as she hugged her Midoriya plushies tightly. Agreed, sister. Shiozaki couldn't resist the overwhelming cuteness, so she began hugging the real Midoriya tightly. Perhaps a bit too tightly. Shiozaki-sen, I can't be brief, Midoriya managed to say. Shiozaki noticed and quickly apologized. Sorry, Midoriya-kun, I couldn't help it, she said, faking a cough. A pebble skipped across the river as the three kids stared in awe. Kaken, how many times did it skip? 7. Bakugo declared. Looking at Midoriya beside him, Bakugo grinned. What about you, Deku? Midoriya stopped smiling, mumbling, Z0 times. The three kids laughed. Why can't you do it? In preschool, Bakugo held out his hands, his quirk sparking. Wow, the kids cheered. Wow, that's an amazing quirk, one of the teachers praised. It really is. It's a flashy quirk just right for a hero. Right, Katsuki? Oh, I see. I'm amazing. No one is as amazing as I am. Bakugo smiled. So Bakugo became like that because everyone kept praising him. He thought highly of himself while looking down on others. Nizu analyzed. Kaken, you're amazing. I wonder what my quirk will be. Midoriya said excitedly as he followed Bakugo into the woods. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me, Bakugo said, grinning at Midoriya. Bakugo turned a corner, going up some stairs. He's just a pebble, Bakugo narrowed his eyes. Hey, did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. Midoriya sat on the floor in preschool, surrounded by kids whispering. What? Really? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's so lame. Too bad for him. He's so weird. Don't worry about it, Izuku, a teacher reassured him. You're the least amazing, Deku, Bakugo grinned. You're the least amazing. Bakugo stared at his child self, realizing the truth behind his feelings. Bakugo has always been praised, while Midoriya is. I don't know. Fuwa thought sadly. Bakugo walked across a log, chanting while using his quirk, followed by Midoriya and the other kids. Bakugo slipped and fell off the log, landing in the stream. Kaken, are you okay? He's fine. Bakugo's really strong. Bakugo lifted his head from the water. I was fine, he declared. Hurry up and get back up here. K, no problem. Bakugo smiled. Nothing was wrong, he narrated. Bakugo heard little splashes in the water. Looking over, he saw Midoriya reaching his hand out to him. Are you all right? Can you stand? It would have been bad if you hit your head, Midoriya suggested. Don't look at me with that face. Bakugo exclaimed. You looked like you were asking for help. Stop it. I'm better than him. Bakugo raged inside his head. So that's why Kaken hated me so much before. Midoriya thought as he glanced at the explosive blonde, who seemed unusually quiet. You know, it's not Bakugo's fault that he thinks highly of himself. It's those people who keep calling him amazing and showering him with praise. That's why he can come off as a JRK, especially towards Midoriya, Nizu summarized, capturing everyone's attention at UA. But why is he so irritated when it comes to Midoriya? Kurogiri asked, surprised. That's currently a mystery for us, everyone nodded, looking at Nizu. But I think I know why. Nizu pondered. As expected from UA principal, V smiled. Uraraka peeked around a corner. Found it. Now I just have to tell Deku and hide until he gets here. She was about to inform Midoriya when Ida began speaking. Bakugo is a natural at being bad, which fits this training perfectly. I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Ida family. I must embrace the darkness to become a hero. I am extremely evil. Ida laughed dramatically. Uraraka couldn't help but laugh. Everyone joined in. What's with that face? Mirio laughed, and even Tamaki, Aizawa, and Shigaraki smirked. I can't resist it, Shiozaki tried to contain her laughter. She looks cute, Midoriya and V communicated telepathically. Wait, what? Both of them exclaimed. Did I look like that? Ida asked, confused. Oh yes, Ida-kun. Uraraka laughed. Stupid four eyes. Bakugo chuckled, finding it amusing to see Ida's reaction. Uraraka stepped out from her hiding spot, catching Ida's attention. I knew you would come here alone the moment Bakugo ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make objects you touch float. That's why I cleared everything off this floor before you arrived, Ida declared, gesturing to the clean floor. He's starting to act like a villain. Uraraka whispered to herself while Ida continued to laugh. Oh no, villains don't act like that, Dabi remarked. Every hero and heroine training shivered at the thought of encountering real villains. Midoriya sat in his hiding spot until he heard Uraraka's voice through the communication device. Deku! Uraraka! How's it going? Midoriya asked. Ida found me. Sorry. Uraraka apologized, laughter still echoing in the background. Where are you? Midoriya inquired. The middle of the 5th floor, Uraraka replied. Almost directly above. Midoriya noted. Looking up, he realized, we probably don't have much time left. If we run out of time, our opponents win. I can't lose this fight. One of Bakugo's gauntlets lit up. Midoriya turned to see Bakugo standing at the end of the hall. They're loaded, Bakugo warned. Kaken, Midoriya whispered. Oh no! Siro yelled. Language! Ida shouted back at him. Oh no, Midoriya's fangirls will not take lightly to what Bakugo did. Why won't you use your quirk? Are you saying you can win even without it? Are you underestimating me, Deku? Bakugo challenged. Are you seriously that clueless? You saw what happened when he used his quirk. And you think he's underestimating you? Huh, Bakugo. Jiru glared at the blonde. Oh no, Jiru is in protective mode, her rivals thought. Shut up, heirs, Bakugo muttered, sinking into his seat. He felt a twinge of fear at Jiru's sudden outburst. She's scary when it comes to Deku. Bakugo thought. I don't have a choice but to do it. I can do it. I can. Midoriya resolved before declaring to Bakugo, I'm not scared of you anymore, Kaken. Bakugo gritted his teeth, a smirk creeping onto his face. With your stalking you probably already know, but my quirk, explosion, lets me secrete nitroglycerin-like sweat from the sweat glands on my palms and make it explode. Bakugo pulled back a handle on his grenade, a small pin appearing. If they made it this way, I asked, then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and… Wait a minute. Don't tell me. Hatsum gasped. Don't tell me, All Might thought before exclaiming into the mic, young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to seriously hurt him? If I don't hit him, he won't be hurt. Bakugo yelled back as he pulled the pin. A massive explosion erupted from his hand toward Midoriya, who attempted to block the blow, but it was futile. The building shook from the impact, along with the observation room. Midoriya! Everyone shouted, except those who were present. Bakugo, you tried to hurt him. Kamui yelled. What the heck, bro? Kurwaro exclaimed. The fangirls hurled a barrage of insults at Bakugo. Toga attempted to charge at him again, but Uraraka and Azui managed to hold her back. Let me go, Ochako-tsi. Himikun, calm down. Azui said, trying to restrain her. Shiozaki looked strangely terrified. Her hair began to grow, causing V to be shocked. Wait, I thought I cancelled their quirks. Oh no, she's heteromorphic. Her hair suddenly wrapped around Bakugo. Let me go, you green bit. Why would I? You tried to hurt him, didn't you? Allow me to punish you, Shiozaki said, standing tall and looking at Bakugo menacingly, making him flinch. Aizawa and the teachers should have intervened to prevent their students from hurting each other, but… Meh, not my problem anymore, they thought, too scared of Midoriya's fangirls. Gran Torino and Recovery Girl gave All Might a stern talking to. You foolish idiot. You should have stopped the fight. Recovery Girl scolded. I can't do that. All Might protested. Back to Shiozaki and the girls. The fangirls and her rivals began to swarm Bakugo, except for Toga and Class 1A girls. Gee guys, PP please CC calm down. Midoriya pleaded, trying to save his childhood friend, genuinely scared. Even Mirko, Midnight, Ryuku, and Inlady joined in. Fua and Togaik looked intimidating. Girls are really scary. Midoriya trembled in fear as he tried to calm his crushes and fangirls. Finally, about time, all the Class 1A girls and Toga said simultaneously, enjoying Bakugo's predicament while snacking. Should we help Midoriya save him? Kirishima asked. No, leave him be, Monoma replied, munching on popcorn. Yes, kick his butt, he excitedly added. You know, let me have some too, Kirishima said, joining in with everyone else. Get him, girls, the male students cheered. You know what, this is quite fun, Shigaraki said, slurping some ramen. I know, right? Hey Twice, can you pass me that sauce? Dabi smiled. Here you go. Wow, Midoriya is desperately trying to save him. Meh, I kind of predicted that. Now time to write some love child theories. I wonder if Shinso is Aizawa-sensei's. Todoroki muttered while writing something in his notebook. While V apologized to Bakugo through telepathy. Sorry Bakugo, he said playfully. Don't, sorry me. Help me. Bakugo yelled in despair. Kaken. A few minutes later, Bakugo sat lifelessly at his seat with some bruises. For everyone it felt oddly warm. Midoriya genuinely felt sorry for him after Shiozaki had led the charge. She pulled Midoriya from the girls and started cuddling him, leaving him flabbergasted. Sue, are you done? V asked the girls. Yes, V-king, they all shouted. They continued the episode. This is supposed to be a class. Young man. Young Midoriya. Mike called. Midoriya lay on the floor, a large hole in the wall beside him. As he tried to pick himself up, his eyes widened when he saw Bakugo approaching. Is that even allowed? Midoriya gasped. Everyone felt relief as they saw Midoriya on the screen. The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast, Bakugo explained in awe, while the others lit up, grinning. Come on, use your quirk, Deku. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength. Bakugo, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself. Ida asked Bakugo through his communication device. This is my chance. If we retrieve the weapon, we'll win. Uraraka thought as she started running for the weapon. Ida noticed and ran after her, declaring, I won't let you, hero. Uraraka touched her fingers together, making herself float above Ida. We need to touch the weapon itself for it to count as being retrieved, she reminded herself. Can she make herself float now too? Ida gasped. Release. Uraraka yelled, adding, "It's a special move that's hard on my body." Ida rushed to grab the weapon while Uraraka fell to the ground. "Your quirk is not a threat if you can't touch anything. I'll hold out until time runs out," Ida declared. "Dang it." Toga groaned. "I thought Ochako did it." "Don't worry, Himiko. I'm sure she will." Kinoko reassured her. "If you say so, Kinoko." Hey Moata. Did Bakugo wake up yet? "I might have overdone it when I kicked his face," Nijire said cutely to Fuwa. "I don't know and I don't care, Nijire." Fuwa smiled back at her. That was a huge explosion he created. His costume is designed so that his quirk works even at long distances. Midoriya thought about Bakugo's hero costume. He put his hand to his ear, asking, "Uraraka, what's the situation?" "Deku!" Uraraka exclaimed. "Ignoring me again? I can't believe him." Bakugo gritted his teeth. "Sir, you should stop them. Bakugo's really crazy. He's going to hurt him," the redhead exclaimed at All Might. "No," All Might argued. "If I don't hit him, he won't be hurt. I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm going to get close." Strangely enough, part of him is still sane. I don't know if it's small-minded or what, but anyway, All Might held the microphone up, announcing, "Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose." "So that's why," Midnight said. "To attack on a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting," All Might explained, thinking, "As a teacher, I should stop this." However, Bakugo threw his arms up in rage while Midoriya told Uraraka, "Go to the pillars by the windows. Over and out. Find it. Let's fight it out with our fists." Bakugo yelled, making his way toward Midoriya. "It's no good. I can't dodge it. A counterattack. Watch the timing. Now." Midoriya aimed a punch at Bakugo, who created an explosion before landing a blow on Midoriya's back. "What was that just now?" Kirishima asked. A white-haired boy with ice covering his left side narrowed his eyes. "He doesn't look like the type to think, but he's more subtle than I expected," Todoroki noted. "Well, not anymore," Shiozaki said as she snuggled up to Midoriya. "Poor you, Kaken." Midoriya thought, blushing at Shiozaki's affection. "Ugh." Bakugo groaned in pain, fortunately not passing out. Getting in a clean hit while fighting against inertia requires fine lateral adjustments to the power of the explosions, Yaoyorozu agreed. "He's too talented," Kaminari sighed. Midoriya winced at the pain in his back from the blow. "It's not fun to see him hurt like that," Yaoyorozu thought. "Look, here I come. It's your favorite right swing." Bakugo aimed his right gauntlet at Midoriya. He struck him, and before Midoriya could react, grabbed his arm and threw him to the ground. "I don't have a chance to think. I couldn't do it after all. He's too strong. I have no choice but to use it," Midoriya thought, gritting his teeth. "This is unfair. He can capture him for this exercise by just wrapping the tape around him." Tokoyami replied, "Those are not the actions of a hero." "True. True," the villains nodded. "I thought Midoriya was pretty amazing too, but in terms of combat power, Bakugo is definitely a ball of natural instincts. I should stop them. But I don't want to stop them for his sake." All Might thought. Midoriya got onto his hands and knees, trying to catch his breath. He looked both ways before crawling away. "He's running away?" Ashido remarked. "That's not something a man should do, but he has no choice," Kirishima told her. Thinking about it, Kirishima added, "But something's strange." "Why?" Midoriya crawled until he backed himself against the edge of the wall. "Why won't you use your quirk? Are you underestimating me?" Bakugo groaned, getting closer. "No," Midoriya muttered, looking down. "You've been like this ever since we were kids. Have you been underestimating me like that since then, you BC?" Bakugo shouted. "That's not it." Midoriya gritted his teeth, images of their shared past flashing through his mind. He looked up at Bakugo, narrowing his eyes, yelling, "You're an amazing person, so that's why I want to beat you. I want to win and surpass you, you idiot." Is that what Midoriya thinks of him? Everyone thought. "Don't look at me like that. You demon nerd." Bakugo yelled, running at Midoriya, who charged back at him. These are the finest passionate emotions shown other than, "I want to be a hero." "I'm sure this is necessary for you to arrive at the future you're aiming for," All Might thought as Bakugo and Midoriya leaped toward each other. Midoriya powered up one for all, his sleeve tearing away, while Bakugo sparked with energy, steam rising from his hand. Oh, here it comes!" Minetta exclaimed, excitement spreading through the crowd. "Detroit!" "I said, this looks bad, sir," the redhead pleaded as All Might fidgeted with the mic. "Both of you!" All Might shouted into the mic. "Let's go, Uraraka!" Midoriya called out, causing All Might to pause. "Okay," Uraraka replied, grabbing onto a pillar while Ida looked on in confusion. "There's still no way I can beat you one-on-one, but..." Smash! Midoriya aimed his blow at the ceiling, while Bakugo unleashed his quirk, catching Midoriya off guard. The ceiling cracked, debris flying upward. Ida shielded his eyes, only to notice Uraraka floating beside him. What the? Ida gaped as Uraraka made the pillar. Weightless. Sorry Ida. Improvised special move Comet Home Run. Uraraka announced. Using the pillar, she struck the flying debris, sending it hurtling toward Ida. You call that a home run? Ida shouted, covering his eyes again. Uraraka jumped and floated toward the weapon. Release. Uraraka pressed her fingers together. When she landed, she hugged the weapon, declaring, retrieved. No. The weapon. The weapon. Ida echoed, while Bakugo stared up at the broken ceiling, light filtering in. That was awesome. Heya cheered, followed by others. Indeed, truly heavenly awesome, Shiozaki said to Midoriya, who blushed in response. Now that's a punch, a business department student commented. That's what? From the start you are underestimating me, aren't you? Bakugo said, his voice shaking as he glared at Midoriya, who was enveloped in smoke. I wasn't going to use it, because I can't use it, because my body can't handle the impact, Midoriya admitted. As the smoke cleared, Midoriya stood there, visibly injured. Bakugo looked on in shock, his eyes wide. Silence fell over the crowd. They remembered how Midoriya often broke his bones when using One for All. I forgot about that, Togaki muttered, worry creeping into her voice. Aizawa-sensei said so too. But this was all I could think of, Midoriya said, resting his arm back down to his side. The timer went off in the observation room, and the class stared in disbelief. Hero, All Might whispered before shouting, Hero team wins. Midoriya collapsed to the floor at All Might's announcement. Yup, the end of the episode, V said. Now everyone, let's rest a bit since I'm going to warp another group of people, which is tiring me out. V half shouted, then went to check on Bakugo. Let me take a look at those bruises, Explodo dog. You annoying white dog. Well, Midoriya, it looks like our time ends here, Shiozaki said with a sad smile. Midoriya noticed her expression and gave her a final hug. Midoriya, she gasped, blushing. Don't worry, SS Shiozaki-san. I'm enjoying my time too, he stammered, his cheeks turning red. Mom said to hug girls when they look sad. But this is so embarrassing, he thought. He then broke the hug with Shiozaki. TT thanks. And now, Momochan, I guess it's your time now, Shiozaki said as she exchanged seats with Yaoyorozu. Oh my god, Midoriya hugged me, she thought. Then, Midoriya. Please take care of me, Yaoyorozu stuttered. And me as well, he replied, scratching his cheeks. No way, it's Yaoyorozu this time, he screamed internally. I'm too shy right now. Yaoyorozu thought. V clapped his hands, and a warp appeared, gently bringing in another group of people. Midoriya's face brightened when he spotted two familiar faces. Eri-chan. Koda-kun, he waved at them. Deku-san. Deku and I-san. Both of them smiled before looking at each other. Midoriya. What's going on here? Mandalay asked. Hey. There are a lot of people here. Ragdoll exclaimed excitedly. And villains too. Pixie Bob warned. Yo, Dobby greeted. Don't shoot us. Tiger yelled. Okay, settle down now, V calmed them. So today, you're going to watch Midoriya Izuku's journey. Pardon, they all replied. A few minutes later, that's cool. We get to see Deku and I-san's life. Koda exclaimed, blushing. It's not like I want to see it though. What at Sundra, V thought. So hey, everyone. Pixie Bob, Mandalay, and Tiger flinched when V called them. Ragdoll replied happily, yeah? Where do you guys want to sit? You can sit with those girls there with our Midoriya, or you can before he finished, Ragdoll, Mandalay, and Pixie Bob vanished from sight, leaving Koda, Eri, and Tiger behind. What's up, sisters? Pixie Bob said as she, Mandalay, and Ragdoll high-fived the girls. Okay, I didn't expect them to have a crush on Midoriya too. So, Eri-chan Koda-kun, you sit with your beloved Deku there, V said, placing Eri on Midoriya's lap and Koda on Yaoyorozu's. Koda couldn't stop blushing, while Eri seemed to like V already. V-san, when are we going to watch the movie? She asked with puppy eyes. Gug my heart. We start now, Eri, V said, clutching his heart. Deku-san, who is this pretty girl? Eri asked. I apologize, Eri-chan. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo and I'm... She paused, glancing at the other girls. They nodded and she continued, I'm one of Midoriya's girlfriends. Got it. V and Midoriya said in unison. What the heck? V exclaimed, while Midoriya looked utterly stunned. Midoriya! V shouted, genuinely concerned. Good job, girls. You really knocked him out. V tried to wake him while Eri looked confused. What's a girlfriend? she asked Momo, while Mandalay, Pixie Bob and Ragdoll wondered if they were part of Midoriya's girlfriends. So are we his too? Pixie Bob asked. Depends if you want to. Hero team. Uraraka? Ida yelled as Uraraka began to slip off the weapon. Wins. The class stared at the cameras showing the two teams. What the heck? The losers are practically uninjured and the winners are on the ground. They lost the battle but won the war, huh? The bird guy noted. I didn't know you were into poetry, Tokoyami-kun, Shishida remarked. Revelry in darkness, he muttered. Two robots carried Midoriya away on a stretcher, as he was unconscious and injured. Deku-san, what happened to you? Eri asked, concerned as Midoriya began to wake up. Eri-chan, it's nothing, he replied with a smile. Oh, okay. To the nurse's office, one robot announced to All Might as they passed by. I know, the other replied. All Might watched the robots leave before turning to Bakugo. My right. Deku predicted it. On top of that, he found a way to win the exercise. Bakugo stared down at his hand. You're an incredible person, and that's why I want to defeat you. I want to win and surpass you, you fool. Does that mean, even if we fought with everything we had, Deku would completely win? Bakugo breathed heavily until All Might placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, reflecting on your experiences is a vital part of life, All Might explained. Title screen, Episode 8, Bakugo's start line. Wow, I never thought Bakugo felt that way, Kaminari said, glancing at Zero. I know, right? In the now-lit observation room, Uraraka, Bakugo, and Ida stood before the class to review the training. Well, even if I say that, the MVP for this battle was young Ida. All Might exclaimed, surprising Ida. It's not either one of the winners, Achiko or Midoriya? Azui questioned. Well, why is that? Does anyone know? All Might asked. Yes, All Might Sensei, Yaoyorozu raised her hand to explain. Oh, here it comes, guys, Kirishima said as everyone looked on in confusion. That is because Ida adapted the most to the context of the training. From watching the match, it appears Bakugo acted on his own due to a personal grudge. And as All Might Sensei said earlier, it's unwise to launch a large-scale attack indoors. Similarly, considering the damage he received, Midoriya's plan was also hasty. As for Uraraka, she let her guard down mid-battle, and her final attack was too reckless. If she had treated the papier-mâché as a real weapon, she wouldn't have made such a dangerous move. Ida prepared for his opponent's arrival and anticipated a fight over the weapon, which caused him to be late in responding to the final attack. Ida stared at Yaoyorozu in shock, smiling warmly at her insight. The hero team only won because they took advantage of the fact that this was training. They were practically bending the rules, she concluded, and the class stared at her in surprise. That I kind of expected that, Momo, Setsuna said, causing everyone to laugh. Yaoyorozu shyly pouted and turned her head toward Midoriya, hoping he would pat her. Midoriya looked confused before V sent him a telepathic message. She wants you to pat her head, you know. He blushed and gently patted Yaoyorozu's head, making her smile. Wait a minute, why did I pass out before? He couldn't remember why. Good for him. She observes more than I expected, All Might thought, stuttering. Young Ida also has parts of him that could be more relaxed, but that was correct. We should always start with the basics to develop a deeper understanding. We must strive to devote ourselves wholeheartedly, she added. Nice speaking, Momo-chan, Midnight said. Thank you, Midnight Sensei, she stuttered. Right, now let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this match after reflecting on what we just discussed, All Might explained. Yes, sir. While the teams for the next match moved to their locations, All Might and the rest of the class remained in the observation room. Match 2. Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. All Might announced. The villain team waited inside the building with the weapon, Ojiro stretching his arms, and an invisible girl wearing only boots and gloves. Ojiro, I'm going to get serious. I'll take off my gloves and boots too, the invisible girl explained, removing her gloves and boots. The invisible girl, named Hagekure, jumped, her boots and gloves trying to cover herself as she asked, Why you can't look okay? I can't see you even if I tried, Ojiro assured Hagekure. True, all the boys agreed, including the villains. Now, let's start the second indoor person-to-person combat training match. All Might began the timer. The boy with 6 arms entered the building, turning one of his hands into an ear. Shoji Mizo. Quirk, dupli arms. Shoji changed the ear to a mouth as his partner, the ice user, walked in. One in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. The other is somewhere on the same floor. They're barefoot, Shoji's mouth explained before he made another, noting, the invisible one is coming to ambush and capture us, huh? Go outside. It's dangerous. I'm sure our opponents intend to fight defensively, Todoroki advised as he lifted his right arm, flurries and mist appearing. Todoroki, I have to say this. You're so cold with us, you know, during that time, Shiro said. Yeah, Todoroki-kun. Uraraka agreed. Is that so? I'm sorry, he replied in a monotone voice. He touched the side of the wall, and the whole building began to be covered by ice as he narrowed his eyes. But that does not matter to me. Shoji went outside as instructed, watching the ice cover the exterior of the building. As expected from the son of the number one hero, some students cheered. That's so cool. Yeah, he's impressive too. Not as impressive as Midoriya. Midoriya's fangirls squealed. Oh, my feet. Hagakure complained as the inside was covered too. Ojiro's feet were encased in ice, making him unable to move. This quirk is, Ojiro stuttered before he heard footsteps crunching through the ice. The ice user entered the room, and Ojiro kept his guard up. You can move if you want, but the skin on your feet will come off, so you won't be able to fight at your best, the ice user grinned. Ojiro watched as his opponent walked past him to claim victory. The class huddled together with all might, rubbing their arms from the cold. Bakugo stood in the back, staring at the cameras in shock. Hero team wins. All Might yelled when the ice user touched the weapon. Ojiro gritted his teeth while the ice user narrowed his eyes before steam began rising from his left hand, melting the ice away. Heat! Ojiro looked around. The building that was once covered in ice began to steam. It's hot. Hagakure stuttered, hot water dripping to the floor. Sorry. The difference in our abilities was too great, the ice user said. Todoroki Shoto quirk, half cold, half hot. Like I said cold, Shiro muttered. I'm sorry Ojiro, Todoroki apologized to him. It's alright Todoroki-kun. You're better now, Ojiro smiled. Wow, the guy in the yellow jumpsuit stuttered. What's up with that quirk? The blonde with a black streak questioned. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations, Azui commented. You got in through recommendation? A student from the general department asked. No wonder you have such a great quirk. Alright, everyone gather round for a review of the second match. Next, we will begin the third match. All Might told them. Yes, sir, the class replied while Bakugo hung his head, gritting his teeth as he bit his lip. Is it just me, or does Bakugo somehow look sad? Heya said. I don't know, Heya, her friends replied. Montages of the different combat matches. Good work, everyone. We didn't have any major injuries other than young Midoriya. You all took this seriously. Great job for your first training. All Might congratulated them when the matches were finished. To have such a proper class after Aizawa-sensei's class. It feels a bit anticlimactic, Azui sighed, and the class nodded in agreement. Oh yeah, Racer, look, didn't like you at first. Haha. Mrs. Joke teased. Shut up, Emmy, Aizawa groaned. We're free to have proper classes as well. Now, I must review the results with young Midoriya. Change and return. All Might started before dashing off, calling out, to the classroom. All Might's amazing. Kaminari exclaimed. In the nurse's office, Recovery Girl glared at All Might as he entered. The school year has just begun, and he's already been in here 3 times. Why didn't you stop him? Geez, Midoriya, you've broken the school record, you know, joked one of the second-year students, laughing. Midoriya blushed slightly. It's not my fault, he shouted shyly. It's okay, Midoriya-kun. As long as you're cute, Yaoyorozu smiled at him, making him turn even redder. Yaoyorozu called me cute. A beautiful girl called me cute, he thought excitedly. I apologize, Recovery Girl, All Might said. Why are you apologizing to me? On top of his total exhaustion, he was here just yesterday. I can't treat him all at once, Recovery Girl explained, sighing to calm down. I know he's your favorite and that you passed on your powers to him. All Might faked a cough. I never favored any of my students. I love them all equally, he said, a blush creeping onto his face. All Might is blushing, everyone thought. Thanks, All Might, his students said. Yeah, we love all of our teachers too. Uraraka smiled, warming the hearts of all the teachers. It's because I wanted to consider his feelings that I hesitated to stop the training match, All Might replied, scolding gently. Even so, please don't talk about One for All so loudly. Yes, Mr. Natural-born hero, Recovery Girl sighed sarcastically. I never knew our school nurse could be so sarcastic. Kaminari joked, causing everyone to laugh. If I no longer am, then the superhuman society will be seized by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power, All Might added. Recovery Girl sighed before smiling. If that's the case, then it's even more important for you to learn what it means to guide someone. Yes, ma'am. Midoriya lay asleep in a bed next to Recovery Girl's desk. You can become a hero. Will you accept my power? Smash. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. I have a lot to learn from here on out to get closer to what I dream of becoming. My Deku isn't always going to mean useless. Kaken Ifadri means you can do it. Oh, a flashback. Ragdoll exclaimed excitedly. Midoriya slightly opened his eyes, trying to focus on his surroundings. When his vision cleared, he looked up at the clock. It's late afternoon, he murmured. Are you awake? Recovery Girl asked, startling him. I was really worried about you, Jiro muttered, having developed a crush on Midoriya during the sports festival. She had never admitted her feelings until now. Midoriya walked down a hallway, one arm in a cast while the other was bandaged. That's all for today's treatment. Come back again tomorrow, okay? Recovery Girl's instructions echoed in his mind. I ended up skipping my afternoon classes. Aizawa sensei's going to wrap me in those bindings again. Midoriya's lip quivered. When he reached the classroom, he sighed before opening the door. Did he do that? Togaik asked. Actually, no. He just gave me a warning, Midoriya replied. Is that so? Wait a minute. I just remembered that the girls self-proclaimed Midoriya as their official boyfriend now, V thought. Why does Midoriya look so relaxed? He glanced at Midoriya, who was sitting next to him, smiling at the two kids and Yaoyorozu. Pest, Midoriya, he sent telepathically. What's the problem, V-kun? Midoriya asked. Why are you looking so relaxed right now? Shouldn't you be blushing like crazy? Why would I, though? Now V was confused. Do you remember why you passed out before? Now that you mention it, I don't remember, Midoriya said, scratching his cheeks. He was slightly amazed that telepathy was such a cool way to communicate. What do people always say? Oh yeah, boys power. Do you want to know? V asked. Of course. Well, you see, you have girlfriends now. Yes, girlfriends as in plural. Now don't freak out, okay? Your girlfriends are all the girls here. Yes, all of them are your girlfriends now. If you accept them. A moment of silence passed between Midoriya and V before Midoriya suddenly turned bright red, enough for all the girls to notice. Midoriya, are you alright? Yaoyorozu asked, looking at him. Eep. Why's MF fine, he stuttered. Deku-san. Why are you blushing? Eri asked. And nothing, I see-chun, he smiled to reassure her. V, are you serious? He sent telepathically. Yes, even the pros here, V replied. Even pros. Midoriya thought as he looked at the female pro heroes. They noticed him and gave him warm smiles. Oh my god. Midoriya thought. I have girlfriends now. Will be proud of me. Oh, Midoriya's here. Good work. Kirishima beamed. Midoriya jumped a little as some of the class surrounded him. Kirishima continued, Man, I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up. I can't believe you fought evenly with Bakugo, who was first in the entrance exam. Shiro pointed out. You did a great job dodging. Mina blushed. Am I the only one who noticed that Ashido was blushing around Midoriya? Minetta said, a bit annoyed. I can't tell, bro, Yosetsu said, looking at the screen. Midoriya's reaction is funny, though, Todoroki commented. Meanwhile, Bakugo remained oddly silent. He was usually the loudest person, but now he didn't say a word, just watching Midoriya with a thoughtful expression. I never knew going to UA would make me happy, especially when it comes to the nerd. He thought, observing Midoriya. Why does that nerd look redder than usual? He wondered. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all too, Sato remarked to Midoriya. You were far from elegant, but Aoyama leaned past the girls. You did a great job dodging. Mina jumped closer to Midoriya. H-ha. Midoriya's cheeks turned slightly red. Oof, he looks so cute. Pixie Bob squealed. We know. They all squealed in delight. But Melissa and Yaoyorozu noticed something was off with him. Deku, are you alright? You haven't stopped blushing, she exclaimed. It's nothing, seriously, he half-shouted while covering his face. God, that's too cute, his girlfriend thought. Yaoyorozu, however, rested her head on his shoulder, causing him to jump for a moment. Koda laughed at his reaction. Deku, you look funny, he chuckled, while Bakugo observed them. Something definitely happened over there, he thought. I'm Shiro Hanta. Shiro introduced himself to Midoriya after Kirishima had introduced himself, explaining that they would be going over their training from that day. I'm Aoyama Yuga. Aoyama began before being interrupted by the pink-skinned girl. I'm Ashido Mina. You did a great job dodging. Mina cheered. That's the third time, Mina. Jiro sighed. Hee, sorry Kyuka, she replied with a sheepish smile. Azui Tsu. Azui peeked from behind Ashido, saying to call her Tsu. I'm Sato. Sato gave a thumbs up. Midoriya stammered. I'm Minetta. Minetta jumped in. Where did you pop out from? Kirishima wondered. I am Aoyama Yuga. I am a man who never stops shining, Aoyama declared dramatically. You didn't do well in the training, Sato pointed out. Non. Aoyama exclaimed. I'm always shining brightly, he insisted. He looked confused when you guys tried to befriend him, Minoma pointed out genuinely. Can't blame him though. We looked at his past, didn't we? Kaminari said with a smile. You're right. Minoma returned the smile. No way. Minoma smiled at Class 1A. Hananuki thought. Too loud, the guy with the bird head muttered to himself about the group. Tokoyami, that desk is not a chair. Get off immediately, Ida yelled at him. It's not that big a deal, is it? Jiro asked. It condones actions that disrespect the desks the great men and women who were our upperclassmen once used. Ida shouted at Jiro, Tokoyami, and Ojiro. I appreciate your respect for us, but you didn't have to be that strict, one of the upperclassmen said. I sincerely apologize, Ida bowed. You're too loud, Tokoyami groaned. Wanna grab a bite to eat sometime? What do you like? Kaminari asked Uraraka while they carried books inside the classroom. Oh yeah, what's this? Are you trying to flirt with Uraraka? Kirishima teased. Machi, Uraraka began before noticing Midoriya. She ran over to him, causing Kaminari to sigh. Wait, Deku, didn't she heal your injuries? Haha. Everyone laughed. Good one, Ochako-chan, ha. Lady laughed. Sorry Kaminari-kun, she said, scratching the back of her head. DMN it, Kaminari muttered. I'm sorry, Kaminari-kun, Midoriya thought. Yaoyorozu, on the other hand, felt disappointed. I missed my chance to speak with him. She covered her face with her hands. Midoriya, following V's advice, patted Yaoyorozu's head. Don't worry now, Yaoyorozu-sen, he smiled, causing her to blush cutely. She did actually, but with the stamina I have, and Midoriya began. Huh? Uraraka questioned while Midoriya gasped, noticing Bakugo's empty seat. Uraraka, more importantly, Midoriya muttered. He ran through the school as Uraraka's answer echoed in his mind. We all tried to stop him, but he went home just now without saying anything. Why would you want to meet him? Melissa asked. Kaken is my childhood friend, he replied simply with a smile. Melissa was confused by her boyfriend's answer. Why would he call someone who despised him a friend? Midoriya-kun. You really think of Bakugo that way? Yaoyorozu asked. Of course, Yaoyorozu-san. Kaken is my first friend. And always will be, he smiled sadly, knowing that the blonde never thought of him that way. Unknown to him, Bakugo heard him and groaned. Screw you. You're my friend too. Yaoyorozu smiled at her boyfriend and patted his head, making him jump. Midoriya-kun. You're really an amazing person, she said with a smile. Koda and Eri agreed. Deku-san is amazing. Eri exclaimed. Little girl, it's amazing. Not amazing, V snorted. Oh, Eri nodded. Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Chapter end. After V charged up his quirk, he excitedly announced it to everyone. Okay everyone. Are you ready? He mimicked present Mike. Yeah. Everyone cheered. The screen lit up, showing Midoriya walking to school. Suddenly, footsteps rushed toward him as he stood at the entrance to UA. Hey you! Midoriya flinched as a microphone was shoved in his face. How are All Might's classes? A woman reporter asked with several photographers and cameramen surrounding her. Geez, calm down will ya? Setsuna muttered. Fine Toki-san, Midoriya smiled. Yeah I know. Setsuna smirked, wrapping her arm around his. Of course, he was blushing. Minette, Toki-san smells good. And oh, Midoriya is Zuku, don't be a pervert, he battled with himself. Ah, my boyfriend looks cute when he blushes, Setsuna said, making his face turn even redder. But she is my girlfriend now. Just the thought made Midoriya blush again. Excuse me, I have to go to the nurse's office. Midoriya waved his hands to excuse himself. He is very muscular. Uraraka tried to answer the woman's question about All Might. Someone from the general department muttered. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? The woman asked Ida. He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from him, Ida began explaining, while the woman and the others stared at him, uninterested. Too long, everyone exclaimed as Ida sank into his seat. DMN it, he muttered. Chill bro. Tetsu cheered him up. Excuse me, can you tell me about All Might? You're the one who was caught by the sludge villain, the woman observed, following Bakugo. Stop it. Bakugo glared back at her. Haha. Everyone laughed, even Shigaraki joined in. Dang you all, he shouted, cursing everyone. But everyone just ignored him, especially Setsuna, who busily flirted and teased poor Midoriya. Well, lucky Midoriya. Heh, as is to be you, Bakugo. V muttered. About All Might? Wow, you're scruff. What's your deal? The woman sighed to Aizawa at the entrance of UA. He's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave, Aizawa explained, trying to shoo them away from the school before walking through the entrance. I would like to speak directly with All Might. I feel like I've seen him before. Don't you think you're too scruffy? Hey, what's wrong with being scruffy? He's still attractive. Mrs. Joke said in her usual joking style. Aizawa just sighed and told her to calm down. Calm down, he said in an uninterested voice. Mrs. Joke looked at him with a big smile, then snuggled her head on his shoulder, which made him groan. Midoriya, how do you handle this kind of treatment? Aizawa sent telepathy to Midoriya, who seemed to struggle with Setsuna's affectionate cuddling. I'm never going to get used to it, sensei. You should be happy, you know. Men would love to be in your position, V suddenly said. Aizawa sighed while Midoriya blushed as Setsuna continued to snuggle against his arm. Oh my goodness, her presence feels so comforting. No, Midoriya Izuku. He blushed even harder. Setsuna noticed this and smiled. Good thing you're a cute and kind boy. That's why I fell in love with you, she thought. Aizawa continued walking, ignoring the protests from the media. I can't believe All Might was able to work as a hero like this, Aizawa thought. Because I am. Because you are All Might. Yes, we know, Aizawa interrupted All Might. Everyone laughed heartily. Aizawa, All Might muttered as Aizawa smirked. Hey, just a little time is fine. Just let me see All Might, the woman reporter groaned, starting to walk through the entrance. Wait. A photographer warned as the UA security system activated, a barrier blocking the entrance that startled the woman. What the? The woman gasped before falling to her knees. It's the UA barrier. That's what we call it, the photographer explained. That's so lame. The woman exclaimed. I believe it's not lame if it comes to student safety, Nizu said. Yeah, and it works to keep you from us too, Midnight commented. Anyone who tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter will trigger the security system. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school, the photographer explained when the woman asked about it. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment, the woman scoffed. I disagree with her, Snipe said. Yeah. If it weren't for that security system, I'd be able to take you all down, Shigaraki said as he sipped some soda. Everyone nodded at his statement. When everyone found out that All Might was teaching at UA, it surprised the nation and the media descended on the school, causing a commotion for days, Midoriya narrated. A man with light blue hair and dark attire stood on the sidewalk across from UA, watching the media. Everyone knows about it. Everyone. That's me. It's my time to shine. Prepare yourself, Guaf. Shigaraki shouted before Kurojairi and Dabi smacked him. Calm down now, Dabi said. Everyone's sweat dropped at this. But that's a villain, right? Asked one of the students from the business department. Title screen, episode 9. Yeah, just do your best, Ida. Oi, it's Ida's episode. Kaminari exclaimed. Good work on yesterday's combat training. I saw the videos and results. Bakugo, you're talented, so don't act like a child, Aizawa told them in class. I know, Bakugo forced out. And Midoriya. Midoriya jumped, looking down when Aizawa called his name. You managed to get through it by breaking your arm again, huh? You can't keep saying you can't help it because you can't control your quirk. As long as you fix the control issue, there's a lot you'll be able to do, Aizawa explained to Midoriya. You know it's not his fault, right? Mrs. Joke asked seriously. Aizawa looked at her deeply and replied. I'm not familiar with his power yet, but it's reasonable to give him some scolding. Mrs. Joke smiled at him as she looked back at the screen. Midoriya looked up at Aizawa, smiling at his words. Yes, sir. Seems the kid likes you. Present Mike said to him. Aizawa just smiled slightly before returning to his usual expression. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you, Aizawa started. Take another special test? The class gulped. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity, the class sighed. Everyone yelled about how they wanted to be the class representative. It's good to see them acting like normal high school students, MD Lady said while munching on some potato chips. I agree, Ryuku said. Me. Choose me. This job is for me. Everyone said as they raised their hands, hoping the teacher would choose them. Even Bakugo raised his hand high enough. If it were just normal school duties, this wouldn't happen, but here in the hero course, it's a role that allows one to practice being a top hero by leading a group, Midoriya narrated while the class continued expressing their desire for the role, Midoriya slightly raising his hand. Silence, please. The class turned to look at Ida, who yelled out to get everyone's attention. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one, Ida explained to them. Your hand is the highest. Everyone shouted as Ida raised his hand higher than everyone else. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Seriously, 4 eyes. Mirko laughed. Ida just blushed slightly and sank into his seat. Seriously, did you suggest that? Kaminari asked. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we trust anything? Azui questioned Ida. If that's the case and everyone votes for themselves, Kirishima noted. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Ida asked them before shouting to Aizawa, who was zipping up his sleeping bag. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, Aizawa replied as he fell to the ground to sleep. Thank you very much. Ida exclaimed. Everyone giggled slightly at Aizawa's action. Is that normal? Setsuna asked her boyfriend. Yes, that's normal, Midoriya answered while scratching his cheeks. Geez. Setsuna muttered. After voting, the results came in with Midoriya having 3 votes and Yaoyorozu having, I got 3 votes? Midoriya exclaimed. Bakugo jumped out of his chair yelling, Why Deku? Who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you, Siro replied. What did you say? Bakugo yelled at him. It'll be scary if Bakugo finds out, Uraraka whistled. Wait a minute. Ida is your class representative, right? Kendo asked. Yes, that's before, Hagakure answered. Before V aimed his gun at her. God damn it, stop spouting spoilers. He shouted comedically. Hagakure just giggled slightly. Again, how did I forget about her? He thought as he sank back into his seat. Eri and Koda just looked at him, who seemed to be pouting. V-san, are you alright? Eri asked. Of course, cutie. Here, have some candy. V smiled as he handed some apple candy to Eri. So it was you, round face. Suddenly, Bakugo burst at Uraraka. What now? Oh right, Uraraka voted for Midoriya. Meh, not my problem, V thought as he ignored the blonde's outburst. Uraraka just smirked at Bakugo before saying something. Not very Uraraka-like. Sorry, I don't speak dog language. Everyone was shocked, even V. Did Uraraka just roast Bakugo? V sent a telepathic message to all the boys. Yeah, they replied in unison. The girls, however, were more vocal. Wow. Mina cheered and the other girls joined in. Huh, he just called you a dog. Hatsum chimed in, and Toga laughed at her comment. Take that. Surprisingly, the most innocent girl exclaimed in broken English. Language. V shouted, quickly covering Aries and Koda's ears. Ochako, you're on fire. Setsuna gave a thumbs up, and Uraraka returned the gesture. Bakugo was left speechless. Round face got me good, didn't she? He thought, sending a telepathic message to the boys. Yeah, sorry. One student from the support course replied. Nice try. Another added. Don't mind it, came another response. Sorry, Kaken. They all cheered Bakugo up. 0 votes. I knew that would happen. That's just to be expected, Ida muttered to himself. You voted for someone else, huh? Yaoyorozu overheard. But you wanted to do it too. What are you trying to do, Ida? Sato questioned. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep is Yaoyorozu, Aizawa announced. Seriously? Midoriya stammered. How vexing, Yaoyorozu sighed. I regret saying that, she added, covering her face. Toga and Kodai cheered her up. Don't worry, Momo-chan. I believe Izuku has already forgiven you. Right, Izuku? Toga said cheerfully, looking at Midoriya. Midoriya noticed her and then glanced at Yaoyorozu. Remembering she had kissed him, he turned red. Why yes, Yaoyorozu-san. As Toga said, I already forgive you. I actually didn't mind at all, Midoriya stuttered. Really, Midoriya-kun? She asked, looking at him with hopeful eyes. That look. Midoriya thought before answering. Why yes. Yaoyorozu smiled brightly at his response. Thanks, Midoriya-kun. And I'm sorry. That might not be too bad, Azui noted. After all is said and done, Midoriya can be pretty fired up anyway, Kirishima pointed out, adding, and Yaoyorozu was impressive when we were going over the battle results. After a few classes, Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya sat together in the lunchroom. This rice is so delicious. Uraraka exclaimed as she ate. Even though I've been chosen as class rep, I don't know if I'm qualified for it, Midoriya sighed. I disagree, Setsuna said to Midoriya. You would be a great leader. After all, you're my boyfriend. She hugged him, causing him to blush. Titi thanks, Tito-san. You are, Uraraka encouraged. It'll be fine. Your courage and judgment in critical moments make you worth following. That's why I voted for you, Ida explained. It was you. Midoriya exclaimed. I thought you wanted to be class representative, you know, with your glasses and everything, Uraraka said, assuming Ida wanted the role too. No offense, Ida-kun, Uraraka added with a smile. Ida nodded slightly. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct, Ida clarified. Merely? Uraraka and Midoriya asked simultaneously. You don't usually use that word, Midoriya noted. Oh, that's, Ida began. I've been thinking. Are you from a wealthy family, Ida? Uraraka asked with curiosity. Pfft. Setsuna giggled, which Midoriya found cute. Seriously, Ochako? That's your question? What? I had to know. Uraraka pouted. That's how I talk because I didn't want to be labeled that way, Ida whispered, while Midoriya and Uraraka stared at him. Ida sighed and explained about his family being a generation of heroes, starting from his grandfather. Midoriya, the fanboy, started gushing when Ida mentioned that the hero Ingenium was his older brother. Huh? Your brother is Ingenium. Oh my god, that's so cool. Midoriya exclaimed excitedly. Every single time he fanboys over someone, he's so cute. One of Midoriya's fangirls squealed as she hugged her plushie of him tightly. Agreed, sister. Setsuna cheered. Oh come on. Midoriya groaned, trying to hide his flushed face with his hands. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida, Uraraka remarked. What really? I smile. Ida replied, surprised. Ingenium is to Ida what All Might is to me. But I should tell him, Midoriya thought before saying to Ida, about the entrance exam. An alarm rang through the school, startling the students. An alarm? Midoriya gasped. Oh, it's that day, someone exclaimed. What day now? Melissa whispered to Azui. You'll find out, Azui replied quietly. There is a level 3 security breach. What? Ida gasped. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat. What's level 3 security? Ida asked a student beside him as others rushed into the halls. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry too. The student replied before running off. Students flooded the halls, pushing against each other. Ida was pushed toward the windows, where he saw that the media from that morning were the trespassers. Give us All Might. He's here, isn't he? A woman demanded of Aizawa and Present Mike, who were trying to stop them from entering the school. We told you he's not here. Present Mike sighed. If you give us one brief comment, we'll leave. The photographer promised. If you give one comment, you'll want another. That's just how you are, Aizawa denied. That's why I dislike the media, Aizawa muttered. You dislike everyone, Eraser. But you love me. Haha. Marry me. No and never, Emmy. I truly dislike everyone, especially you. Aizawa replied bluntly to Mrs. Joke. PFFTT. That's a good one. Mrs. Joke laughed, giving a thumbs up to Aizawa. This annoying woman. Honestly, I was scared that time, Jiro said to Kinoko. Yeah, me too, Kinoko nodded. I wondered what it was, but... It's just the media, Ida whispered to himself before shouting, everyone calm do. Ida was pushed against the glass, no one listening or even hearing him. Where are the teachers? Are they busy trying to deal with everything? Ida questioned. Everyone stop. Slow down. Slow down. Kirishima tried to calm them down along with Kaminari, but it was futile. Sorry guys. We were too panicked, a student from the general department said, scratching his cheek. Don't worry bro. Yeah, Kirishima and Kaminari agreed. Kirishima. Kaminari. Ida watched them get lost in the crowd of students. No one has noticed. Everyone's panicking. Ida observed before hearing Uraraka shriek, gaping, Ida. Ida. Uraraka reached out her hand, and Ida hugged the wall to get to her. What would Midoriya, or my brother, do in this situation? Ida asked himself. Ida-kun, you're thinking about me? Midoriya asked. Yeah, I must think like a great hero, Ida said, smiling at him. Midoriya blushed when Ida praised him. You heard him, babe. Setsuna said, playfully punching Midoriya's arm. Be babe. Midoriya turned even redder. Ida reached out his hand to Uraraka, who looked confused. Make me float, Uraraka. Ida instructed her. Uraraka gasped before reaching her hand out to Ida. She swiped her hand at him, missing before she tried again, lightly brushing the tips of his fingers. Ida floated up into the air, his glasses slipping off his face. A place in everyone's line of sight. Ida thought as he rolled up his pant legs to show his engines, shouting, Engine boost! Ida blasted himself toward the exit sign, catching Midoriya's attention. Ida! Midoriya called out before getting pushed back as Ida slammed against the wall. That's definitely going to leave a mark, Yanahi commented. Be concise, clear, and bold. Ida told himself, gripping the pipes as he yelled, Everything's fine. The students looked up at Ida while he continued. It's just the media. There's nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. In the crowd, Kaminari and Kirishima exchanged glances before sighing, while Midoriya stared up at Ida in awe. You know, I never got a chance to say thank you. So thank you, Ida-kun, said one of the second-year students. Why, you're welcome, senpai. I will be honored to tell my grandchild about this. Ida replied seriously. Oh, settle down now, the same student said. The police are here. Oh, good. The police arrived at the school to manage the press. Goodbye, bad mass media. Present Mike cheered. Now that the panic had subsided, everyone returned to their classrooms. Come on, class rep, start, Yayarozu instructed Midoriya. And now, let us decide on the other class officers. But first, can I say something? I think that Tenya Ida should be the class rep. Ida stiffened as Midoriya explained. He was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. I think it would be best for Ida to do it. I'm good with that too. Midoriya saying it, and it's true that Ida was a big help in the cafeteria today, Kirishima agreed. Yeah, and he kind of looked like the person on the emergency exit signs, didn't he? Kaminari added. You're wasting time. Aizawa's sleepy voice made Midoriya jump as he sighed. I don't care what you do, just hurry up and do it. Everyone laughed at Aizawa's statement. Aizawa, you should be more friendly with your students, Nizu said, causing Aizawa to flinch. I think I'm friendly enough, Aizawa replied bluntly, making Nizu sigh. The students and villains laughed. If the class rep has nominated me, then it cannot be helped. From this day forth, I, Ida Tenya, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative, Ida announced. We're counting on you, emergency exit. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up. Emergency exit Ida, the class cheered. Emergency exit Ida. Everyone followed Kaminari in cheering. At the entrance to UA, the barrier gate had been reduced to dust, with Recovery Girl and 3 others observing it. How were ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? One asked, questioning. Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? Yes, it's me. I'm declaring guac. Shigaraki tried to say before V shot him with a playful flick of his gun. Seriously, you're getting annoying, V said, spinning his gun playfully. Oh my god. V just shot Shigaraki, the pro-heroes thought, while the male villains laughed at him. Nice shot V. Dabi said, wiping away tears of laughter. All Might jumped around town, rescuing and confronting villains. As he did so, he noticed his jumps were becoming slower. I've gotten slower? After I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in that form has gotten shorter than before, All Might thought, clenching his fist. Midoriya flinched when All Might mentioned his name. Setsuna noticed this and grabbed his hand to reassure her boyfriend. It's not your fault, she whispered. Midoriya smiled at her words. Thank you, Tokage-san. You told young Bakugo? All Might asked, recalling the moment with Midoriya outside of UA. I'm sorry. I didn't even tell my mom, but for some reason I felt like I just had to tell him. I'm really sorry, Midoriya apologized. I judged that he was not the type to show off, so I did not admonish him strongly, but that seems to be the result of his sincerity backfiring, All Might thought before saying. Fortunately, young Bakugo did not seem to take it seriously, so I'll let it go this time. I was really confused when he told Bakugo about one for all, Togaike muttered. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might, me and one more person, Aizawa addressed the class. Turned into? I wonder if it's a special class. Midoriya thought. Excuse me, what'll we be doing? Zero raised his hand. Disasters, shipwrecks and everything in between. It's rescue training, Aizawa informed them, causing the class to get excited. Hey, I'm not done, Aizawa glared. Scary, every student said in unison. Aizawa shrugged, focusing on avoiding a hug from Mrs. Joke, who was sitting next to him. Seriously, this woman never knows when to give up. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. The training will take place off campus, so. We're taking a bus. Everyone waited outside for the bus to arrive. Oh, you're wearing your PE clothes? Where's your costume? Uraraka asked, walking up to Midoriya. They got ripped during combat training, so I'm waiting for the support company to fix it, Midoriya explained. Bakugo felt the weight of many glares. Great, those fangirls are glaring at me. Yup, he learned his lesson, never, ever mess with Deku's fangirls. Ida blew his whistle, signaling the class to get on the bus. Ida's going at full throttle, Midoriya whispered. Shoot, I didn't think it'd be this type of bus, Ida said, feeling disappointed as they sat down. There was no point, huh? Ashido smiled. Everyone laughed at Ida's antics. I say whatever comes to mind, Azui announced. Looking at Midoriya, Azui blurted out, Midoriya? Yes, Azui? Midoriya replied nervously. Call me Tsu, Azui remarked. Alright, Midoriya stammered. Your quirk is like All Might's, Azui said bluntly. Wow, Tsu-chan, you got it right. Fuwa said. Thanks, Mawata-senpai, Azui replied. Wait a sec, Tsu, All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his. They just kind of look the same, Kirishima explained, making Midoriya sigh. Nice save, Kirishima, Siro said sarcastically. Kirishima just sighed. Your quirks are amazing. My quirk is awesome too, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. Kirishima demonstrated his quirk, his arm hardening. I think it's really cool. Midoriya gushed, catching Kirishima off guard as he continued. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. Thanks, bro. Kirishima replied. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength, Aoyama smiled. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Ashido patted his shoulder, and Aoyama sighed. Well, if we're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo, though huh? Kirishima glanced at Bakugo, who sat next to the girl with the earphone jack, and Todoroki, who had his eyes closed. You were sleeping, Todoroki? Yosetsu asked. Kinda. But I can't, Todoroki answered. Todoroki and Bakugo are strong. Although Bakugo somehow doesn't seem like he'll be popular, Azui stated, referring to Bakugo. What the hell? You wanna fight? Bakugo yelled. See? Azui pointed at Bakugo. We haven't known each other that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is a bit rough, Kaminari smirked at Bakugo. What's with that vocabulary, you JRK? I'll take you down. Bakugo yelled back, the girl with the earphone jacks leaning away. As the yelling continued, Midoriya panicked, Kaken's being teased, as expected from UA. Once again, USJ was filled with laughter. Ha, and my boyfriend is the best. Setsuna laughed as she tried to catch her breath. Ha, Kyuka's expression though. Ashido laughed. Indeed, it's funny. Especially Midoriya's face. Kendo chuckled with Yaoyorozu. DMN. Bakugo said as he tried to compose his anger. We're here. Stop messing around. Aizawa shushed them as the bus pulled up to a sphere-shaped building. Yes, sir. Everyone exited the bus, a space-suited teacher stepping forward. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. The class stared in awe at the person speaking. It's the space hero, 13. Midoriya exclaimed. Oh, I love 13. Uraraka shrieked beside him. The class walked into the building, looking around in amazement. Even students from other courses gasped. Wow, it looks like Yusei, the class marveled. A boat sat in a pool of water, 13 explaining, a shipwreck? A landslide area. A landslide. A zone of fire. A fire. A storm inside a zone. A windstorm. Etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ, for short. 13 concluded. It really is USJ, the class awed. Funny. This place is called USJ too, V remarked. 13 where's All Might? He was supposed to meet us here, Aizawa asked 13. About that, 13 lowered their voice so the students couldn't hear, holding up 3 fingers and explaining, it looks like he did too much hero work on his way to work and ran out of time, so he's resting in the lounge. That's the height of irrationality, Aizawa sighed. Shall we begin? Aizawa said. 13 started explaining her quirk to the students and how it worked. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? 13 asked them while explaining that their black hole quirk can also be dangerous. I hate to admit it, but 13's quirk is far stronger than mine, Kurogiri said. Hey, really? 13 smiled proudly beneath her mask. 13 explained that with one wrong step, someone could end up in serious trouble and told them how the tests they had set up were to help them grow their strengths and learn their weaknesses. 13's so cool. Midoriya beamed. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 bowed while the class cheered. All right, then, first, Aizawa started before being cut off as the lights in the building flickered and a warp gate appeared in the middle of the room. A hand emerged from the warp, revealing a man with a hand on his face. Oh no! Kaibara exclaimed. It's time for Class 1A to fight villains, a student from the business department said. Shigaraki smiled as he appeared. Everyone except the villains and Class 1A students felt a little tense. Gather together and don't move. Aizawa instructed his class, telling 13, protect the students. What's that? Kirishima asked, squinting his eyes to get a better look as more people started coming from the warp gate, questioning, is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? Midoriya began to walk forward. Don't move! Aizawa exclaimed, making Midoriya flinch. Putting his goggles over his eyes, Aizawa whispered, "Those are villains." The class gasped as a giant bird monster came from the warp. And coincidentally, during this time when we were supposed to be practicing saving lives, they showed up in front of us, Midoriya narrated. "That's it for this episode," V said. "Gosh, I felt like my heart stopped." Togaik muttered. "You're going to be all right, right?" Setsuna asked, genuinely worried about her boyfriend. She never knew what happened to them during the villain's attack. All she knew was Minoma said that Class 1A was being cocky during the attack, which she never believed. "I'm fine, Toki-san." Midoriya reassured her. Setsuna smiled. Her time with Midoriya had ended for now. She would get her chance later. For now. "Let's give him my first kiss." She smirked as she left a kiss on Midoriya's cheek. Midoriya's face turned red. "Well, Izuku. My time is over." "Don't cry now, Izu," she teased before she exchanged places with a certain pro-hero. "I will not see cry," Midoriya exclaimed, stuttering. Then he noticed Setsuna had just exchanged places with. "I'll enjoy my time now, Midoriya." The lady," Midoriya shouted in his head. And a lady sat next to him and boldly cuddled him, making Midoriya blush. Soft. "No, Midoriya Izuku." Unbeknownst to him, Minetta watched from afar with a furious expression. "Midoriya, you biasu," Minetta thought while glaring hard at poor Midoriya. "Ano. V-sen, can we start it already?" Midoriya said, practically begging. He couldn't stand MT ladies flirting anymore. He felt like he could turn into one of Minetta's kind. "She's too amazing for me," he thought. Suddenly, he felt shivers as he thought of something. "Oh no, what will happen to me if it's Midnight Sensei?" "Oh, Izuku, don't worry. I won't bite, you know. At least not in front of everyone else," she muttered the last part. "Izuku," he was shocked when MT lady called his first name. All right, Midoriya," V said to him. He then sent a telepathic message to Midoriya. "You know, lady isn't that bad." "Really?" Midoriya replied. But then his nightmare began as MT lady started her cuddling. "Can I cuddle with you, Izuku?" she asked playfully. Midoriya found it both charming and adorable at the same time. "No, I can't say no to those eyes." Sure thing, Lady-san," he replied shyly. "Call me you." Lady smiled. "Okay, San," Midoriya added an honorific to her name. "So can we start already?" V asked everyone. "Of course, White Dog," a familiar voice yelled. "Seriously, Explodo Dog, you want to go?" V shouted back. "One more thing, language. There are kids here," he said, trying to get up, ready to confront Bakugo, who was equally prepared. Unfortunately for them, Gyre shot them a fierce glare. "Can you guys shut up?" she said menacingly. Even All for One would have shivered under her gaze. "Yes, ma'am," both V and Bakugo replied, sitting back down. "Gyru is scary," everyone thought. "Geez, even Sensei would be sweating under that glare," Shigaraki thought as he sank into his seat. "We almost died there, White Dog." Bakugo sent telepathically to V. "Agreed, Explodo Dog." The screen began to light up. "All right, then, first, Aizawa started before the lights in the building flickered, and a warp gate appeared in the middle of the room. A hand emerged from the warp, revealing a man with a hand on his face. "Gather together and don't move," Aizawa instructed his class, turning to 13. 13, protect the students." "What's that?" Kirishima asked, squinting to get a better look as more figures began to emerge from the warp gate. "Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started?" Kirishima questioned as Midoriya took a step forward. "Are you that clueless?" yelled Tetsu, clearly worried about his friends. "Sorry man, I'm just kind of excited," Kirishima said, scratching his head. "Don't move," Aizawa exclaimed, causing Midoriya to flinch. He put his goggles over his eyes and whispered, "Those are villains." The class gasped as a giant bird-like creature emerged from the warp. "Is that a Nomu?" One of the students shouted in fear, genuinely worried for their classmates. That looks terrifying," muttered Minoma, genuinely concerned for Class 1A. "Eraserhead and 13, huh?" "The teacher schedule we received said that All Might was supposed to be here," a voice chimed in. "So the other day was the work of these scumbags after all, huh?" Aizawa spat. "Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we threaten some kids." The man with hands chuckled. "No way. He's really going to harm one of them," Rin said. "And those villains?" Kamui Woods grunted, causing the League of Villains to flinch at his words. "Izuku, you didn't hurt yourself, did you?" Lady asked her boyfriend. Midoriya just looked at her with a sheepish smile. Concerned, the lady held Midoriya's hand tightly. "What the pro-heroes fight against," Midoriya narrated. 13 stood protectively in front of the students while Aizawa prepared to confront the villains. And what they face is an extraordinary evil. Title screen, Episode 10, Encounter with the Unknown. What? Villains? No way. There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima exclaimed as several other villains appeared from the portal. Yaoyorozu stepped forward, asking, "Teacher, what about the trespasser censors?" "We have them of course, but," 13 replied. "Did they only appear here, or around the whole school?" Todoroki questioned. Some of the class looked at him as Todoroki explained, "Either way, if the censors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be foolish, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind." "Nice judgment skills, Todoroki-kun," Nizu said with a smile. Todoroki smiled back at the praise. 13. Start the evacuation. Try contacting the school. These villains even had something to counteract the censors. It's possible someone with radio wave type powers is interfering. "Kaminari," Aizawa called, getting his attention. "You try contacting the school with your quirk, too." "Yes, sir." "What about you, sir? Will you fight by yourself?" "With that many, even if you can erase their quirks." Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing after erasing the enemy's quirk. "A frontal battle," Midoriya worriedly asked Aizawa. "You can't be a hero with just one trick," Aizawa explained to Midoriya. "That was badass," everyone thought. "Dimin. Now that's a true badass," Dabi said. Aizawa smirked at the compliment, but Mrs. Joke looked worried. She glanced at Aizawa's face and noticed a scar. "How badly did you hurt yourself, Eraser?" Mrs. Joke thought. Before he left to confront the villains, Aizawa told 13, "I'm leaving it to you, 13. Aizawa leaped, scaling the stairs to make his way to the villains. "Shooting squad, let's go," a villain with gun fingers announced. "Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 in All Might?" "Who's that?" another villain questioned, her hair rising. "I don't know. But if he thinks he can come at us from the front by himself, but then he's a huge idiot," the three villains declared, their quirks ready to unleash. "Ha, he called you an idiot, Eraser." Mrs. Joke laughed to mask her concerns. Shut it, Emmy," Aizawa groaned before he heard Mrs. Joke say something. "But a true idiot was that guy." Aizawa's eyes flashed, and the villain's quirks were deactivated. "My quirk?" The gun-fingered villain gaped before Aizawa's scarf wrapped around him and the other two, throwing them into the air before slamming them back down into each other. "You idiot. That's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them." "Erase?" a villain questioned before running at Aizawa, wondering, "Are you gonna erase the quirks of heteromorphic-type villains like us too?" The villain charged at Aizawa, trying to land a hit, but Aizawa dodged. "No, I can't," Aizawa replied as he landed a blow to the villain's face, sending him flying as Aizawa's scarf captured him, adding, "But the skills of guys like you." Aizawa ducked as another villain tried to attack him. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. He threw the villain into the air, landing on top of a group of other villains. "So I've taken measures against that." The students were awestruck by Aizawa's fight. They never knew that their seemingly laid-back teacher was actually the most formidable one. "Aizawa-sensei is so cool," a student from the general department exclaimed. "Wow, Aizawa-sensei is really impressive. Holy cow. Did you see him taking down those villains?" Students continued to praise Aizawa, making the other teachers smile. However, Class 1A knew what was about to happen. And it's not a pleasant sight. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell which quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together, the man whispered while Aizawa kicked a villain in the face and restrained another. The man sighed. "I see. I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them." "Wow." Midoriya stood still while the others ran. "Midoriya, you shouldn't worry about me," Aizawa said to him. But I was awestruck by Sensei." Midoriya tried to defend himself. "Izuku, you shouldn't do that." MT Lady shouted at him. "I'm sorry, Yusan." Midoriya replied. "Oh no, Eri looks scared." V thought. "Eri-chan, you can hug me if you're scared." V smiled at her. Thank you, V-san." Eri hugged him instantly. Even Koda held his hand. It's that I scare or something," he shivered. Yeah, whatever, tough guy." V smiled at him. "Midoriya. This is no time for analysis." Ida yelled out to Midoriya. Midoriya ran after the others toward the entrance until a warp gate appeared in front of the class, stopping them. "I won't let you," the warp gate vowed. "Oh no!" everyone shouted except the villains. "Shoot. I just blinked once, and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away," Aizawa realized, turning to get back to the entrance but was blocked by the villains. "Nice to meet you." We are the League of Villains, Kurogiri introduced, explaining. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? One of 13's finger lids popped off as they prepared to counter the warp guy. Before it happened, Bakugo and Kirishima jumped at the warp. Bakugo set off an explosion, leaving smoke around them. What did I tell you about recklessness? Aizawa half shouted, making them shiver. But Sensei Dash. Kirishima tried to defend himself. No buts, Kirishima. Aizawa said bluntly. He was genuinely worried about them. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Kirishima confidently asked. Oh dear, that's dangerous, Kurogiri said, narrowing his eyes. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. Now scatter and prepare for your unsightly demise because we will make you regret this. Kurogiri shouted, creating a giant sphere around the class. I meant no offense here. But it's what we villains do, Kurogiri said. Everyone looked at him skeptically. Heya then voiced her thoughts. Yeah right, your job is to take down heroes and students, she said sarcastically. She couldn't blame them. After all, they were villains. Everyone worried for their fellow classmates. Even Minoma looked concerned. Was it scary? He asked Ojiro. Ojiro just looked at him and smiled. Of course it was. But we are supposed to be heroes in the future, right? Ojiro said. Minoma fell silent. Yeah, you're right, he replied. What the dash? Kirishima covered his face with his arm. Ida grabbed Uraraka and Sato while Shoji covered Ishido and Siro. Kero, Azui uttered. Ida made it out of the gate with Uraraka and Sato. Everyone. Ida called out. A warp appeared with Midoriya falling out and splashing into the water. A warp? Is that his quirk? Midoriya thought, looking around in the water before swimming toward the surface, wondering. They want to kill All Might? What in the world is going on? What the heck? Midoriya continued to swim until another villain in the water started swimming toward him. Midoriya gaped, bubbles escaping his mouth. Here he comes. I don't have anything against you, but see ya. The shark villain laughed, opening his mouth wide while Midoriya covered his face. Midoriya Deku Izuku. Everyone shouted. MT Lady couldn't stop holding Midoriya's hand. She was genuinely scared for his safety now. Midoriya tried to reassure her that he was fine, although he couldn't stop blushing and stuttering. Luckily for him, Azui kicked the villain's mouth shut while carrying Minetta. Midoriya. Kero. Azui called, wrapping her tongue around Midoriya. See ya. The shark villain echoed as Azui kicked him further down. See ya, Azui replied, swimming to the surface with Midoriya and Minetta. Everyone sighed in relief that Midoriya was safe from that villain. Thank you, Tsuchan. Midoriya's friends thanked Azui. No problem. Kero, Azui smiled. That your figure is impressive, Minetta sighed, placing his head against Azui's shoulder. Instantly, the girls glared at him. Minetta-kun, you messed up so bad. Midoriya thought while praying for his friend's safety. They could see Hagakure punch Minetta like a true hero. The girls cheered for her. Dang, her quirk is useful. V thought. Kero. Azui blushed before slamming Minetta onto the boat. Nice going, sister. Kinoko high-fived Azui. Kero. Azui happily nodded. Azui-san. Thank you, Midoriya said as Azui climbed the boat's edge. Call me Thu, Azui told Midoriya. Azui Tiu. Quirk, frog. Titimisu, thanks. Midoriya stammered. This has turned into a bad situation, though, Azui remarked to Midoriya and Minetta. Yeah. What the villain said earlier, Midoriya agreed. All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? They knew UA's schedule. Looking at the big picture, those guys must have set up the media intrusion the other day to gather information. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki said, Midoriya noted. But it's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll take care of those guys. Minetta protested, punching the air. Yeah, cheered all the students before noticing Class 1A frowning. Right? Yosetsu asked. Class 1A students just looked at everyone before Bakugo yelled something. Just watch, DMN Extras. All Might came pretty late. He muttered the last part, but everyone else heard it. Seriously, what the heck happened at USJ? Everyone worried. Minetta, Azui called, getting his attention as she asked him. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to take him down? The warp guy just told us they would make us regret this, you know. We need to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will all make it out in one piece, Azui told Midoriya. Midoriya. Minetta stuttered, pointing at Azui and asking, what the heck is that? Kero. Azui turned to look at the water, seeing villains swimming up to the surface. Biasudi. I'll take you down, the shark villain yelled at them. Oh no, Izuku. Emilady muttered. Midoriya noticed that she was worried about him. She's genuinely worried about me. He then patted Emilady's head with a reassuring smile. Don't worry, Yun. I'm right here, right? He said. Lady looked at him and then smiled. Yeah. You're right, she said as she put her head on his shoulder. Of course, he was blushing. The other girls, except for Class 1A, shared the same reaction. They were genuinely worried about their boyfriends and friends. There are so many of them. Minetta exclaimed. Midoriya's thoughts raced. These villains must have a way to defeat All Might. She could be right. I can't think of any other reason. Why would they want to harm him? Because he stands against evil? Because he is the symbol of peace? No, wait. His eyes widened with each realization. You can become a hero. I believe in you. Right now, I don't feel that way. Midoriya stared at his hand. Come, young Midoriya. Congratulations on your acceptance. I don't feel ready. Midoriya clenched his fist. It's all right now. But, because I am here. I don't care about the reasons. Midoriya gritted his teeth, muttering, if those villains... Azui and Minetta exchanged glances as Midoriya continued, that have a way to defeat All Might, then we need to stop whatever they're planning. We must fight and win. He's scared, but he still wants to fight. Togaik admired her boyfriend's determination. I think I'm really falling in love with a true hero. She smiled, glancing at Midoriya, who seemed to be blushing from Emilady's playful affection. I should cuddle him when I get the chance after this, she thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Ice spread across the ground, trapping the villains. Landslide zone. It's embarrassing to lose to a child. Get a grip. You're an adult, aren't you? Todoroki glared at the villains. Another epic line. Mirio cheered. Wow, Todoroki is really strong, one of the second-year students remarked. Montages of Class 1A defending themselves against the villains played out. Eraserhead was still engaged in battle when a man with hands on his body stopped scratching his neck and began walking toward him. Meanwhile, All Might sat in the teacher's lounge at UA, temporarily disconnected. He placed his phone down. I can't reach 13 or Aizawa. Whatever the reason, I'm neglecting my teaching duties because of what's happening outside of work hours. I've made a foolish mistake. All Might rubbed his forehead. I mean, it's not wrong, right? Shishida said. You're the symbol of peace. It's not just a title. Thanks, young Shishida. I think I can last for another 10 minutes or so. All Might thought about his limits as he transformed back into his muscular form, announcing, I will G-. His sentence was interrupted as he coughed, a small amount of blood escaping. Ah! Everyone shouted. Hold on a moment. Someone opened the door where All Might was waiting. Principal Nizu! All Might exclaimed. Yes. Am I a mouse? A bear? A dog? My real identity is, Nizu announced. The principal. Did he know we were watching him? Midoriya asked V, sweating. I don't know, V replied. My secret is keratin. Humans can't achieve this kind of color and luster. But let's discuss that later. Nizu explained, pulling out his tablet with All Might's incidents from that morning. He scolded, look at this. All Might resolves 3 incidents in only 1 hour. All Might winced while Nizu sighed. 3 incidents in 1 hour? The pro-heroes exclaimed in shock. That's logically impossible for me to do. Death Arms yelled. There will always be someone causing trouble in this town, even with you here. But you shouldn't react every time you hear of an incident. You really haven't changed at all, have you? Your hero activities are limited because of your injury and its aftereffects. Plus, you need to train your one-for-all successor. Since you insist on remaining the symbol of peace, the only way to keep the world from discovering your limitations is to come here. That's why I suggested you become a teacher, Nizu explained to All Might, who began to steam with frustration before returning to his true form. Nizu walked over to the couch and sat down, continuing, I think you can stay here and relax for a little longer. In fact, you can only teach this next class for a short time, right? I suggested it, but since you've accepted the position, I wish you'd prioritize your teaching duties. All Might crouched on the floor across from the couch. I mean, there are a lot of hero agencies in this town, Nizu pointed out. Yeah, Uncle All Might. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Melissa advised. The retired hero smiled slightly. It is as you say. But that's why I was preparing to go to USJ, All Might explained. Even if you went now, you would have to return immediately, right? If that's the case, then you might as well listen to my theories on teaching and use them to help you in the future. Nizu poured tea for himself and All Might. He's pouring tea, All Might groaned. Oh no, all the teachers thought. What's wrong with pouring some tea? Kirishima asked. Everything, Hound Dog replied darkly. But it's strange. I can't reach Aizawa or 13 at all. It's just voicemail or I can't connect at all, All Might glanced at his phone. First of all, regarding the vulnerability and responsibility of being both a hero and a teacher, Niza began. You haven't changed at all either, sir, All Might sighed. Oh no, All Might isn't aware of what's happening at USJ, someone from the general department yelled. But it's fine, right? I mean, All Might did save them, his friend reassured him. Shoji transformed 2 of his hands into an ear and an eye. Shoji, is everyone here? Ida asked. Everyone's scattered, but they're all in this building, Shoji replied. Sato, Shiro, Uraraka, and Ashido let out sighs of relief before turning their attention back to the warp gate. Demon it, physical attacks can't hit him, and he can warp things. His quirk is the worst. Shiro cursed. I'm quite hurt, Kurogiri muttered. Kaminari shot him a disapproving look. Class rep. 13 called. Yes. Ida turned to his teacher. I entrust this duty to you. Run to the school and inform them about what is happening here. The alarms aren't sounding and our phones don't have a signal. The alarm system relies on infrared rays. Even though Eraserhead is erasing quirks left and right, they're still not working, which means someone with an interference quirk must have hidden right when they arrived. It would be faster for you to run than for us to find that person, 13 instructed. But it would be a disgrace as class rep to leave everyone behind, Ida protested. Go, emergency exit. Ida glanced behind him, seeing Sato approach. If you can go outside, there are alarms. That's why these guys are only doing this inside, right? Sato said, raising his fist to fight. As long as you go outside, they won't follow you. Blow away that fog with your legs. Shiro encouraged, raising his elbows. Use your quirk to save others. 13 added, as Shoji joined Sato and Shiro. Yeah, go Ida, everyone cheered. Save everyone. I can totally support you like I did in the cafeteria. I will. Uraraka pleaded. Please, class rep. Ida prepared his engines to dash for the door. Even if you have no other choice, are they really foolish enough to discuss their plans in front of the enemy? Kurogiri wondered as he unleashed his mist towards Ida. We did it because it doesn't matter if we're found out. 13 objected, pointing their finger and starting to absorb the fog, shouting, Black hole. Another epic line. Seriously, how cool were you guys? Twice exclaimed to the heroes. What? All the pro heroes thought. What do you mean, fight? Are you serious? Minetta exclaimed. You're contradicting yourself, Midoriya. Minetta continued, as Midoriya and Azui peered down at the villains. I can't blame him. I would be scared too if I were in his position, muttered a student. Minetta, those guys down there clearly expect us to fight in the water, right? Midoriya asked him. Are you ignoring me? Minetta cried. Does that mean they knew what was in these facilities before they gathered people? Azui asked Midoriya. Yeah. For people who gathered that much intel so meticulously, there's something strange. They sent you, Midoriya started, before correcting himself. I mean, Tsu to the shipwreck zone. How cute. Midoriya's admirers thought. I'm impressed, Izuku. Empty Lady smiled at Midoriya. You're brave and think maturely. That's why I admire you. Emmy Lady continued, causing Midoriya to blush furiously. Your own pace is fine, Azui assured him. Oh, is that right? Midoriya sighed. Well, what about it? Minetta shouted at Midoriya. This means, in other words, the villains probably don't know what our quirks are, Midoriya stated. That's true. If they knew I was a frog, then they probably would have thrown me into that fire zone over there, Azui agreed, glancing at the area. They probably separated us because they didn't know our quirks, so they planned to overpower us with numbers, Midoriya continued. Dimin. He's a genius, I can see that. Someone from the business department remarked. Of course that nerd is. Bakugo yelled. Language, Bakugo. V retorted, covering Koda's and Eri's ears whenever Bakugo or anyone else cursed. Lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are. Midoriya reiterated, adding, the enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That supports my hypothesis. But that probably means they aren't underestimating us either. Azui began explaining her quirk in detail when Midoriya asked about it. My quirk is basically a frog quirk. I can do anything a frog can do. I can also produce a special mucus from my body, Azui explained. Special? Minetta blushed at the thought of the toxic mucus she could create. I already kind of knew, but you're really strong, Midoriya told her when she finished, adding about his quirk, how he was super strong, but with limits. I guess you already know my quirk. My quirk is body enchantment. I can cause great damage, but in order to use it, I have to break some of my bones. It's like a double-edged sword, Midoriya explained. Everyone cringed at the mention of bones. Midoriya, you don't have to break your bones now, right? Fu asked. No. Midoriya replied, a slight white lie. Minetta then started explaining his quirk. My quirk is called Pop-Off. The ball on my head are super sticky if I throw them at something. But they aren't sticky when I touch or hold them, he said, sticking one of his ball onto the ship. Midoriya and Azui just stared at him. That's why I said we should just wait quietly. My quirk is totally unfit for battle. Ha ha ha, Midoriya and Desu. Ha ha. Everyone laughed. Minetta groaned. No. We should think of a way to use it. Midoriya tried to calm him down before a massive wave of water cut the boat in half. The air around USJ suddenly dropped. Let's end this quickly, a villain declared. What power? The ship's broken, Azui murmured as the boat began to sink. Minetta rushed to the edge of the boat, throwing sticky ball into the water. You can't give up. Midoriya encouraged Minetta, who pointed at the villain while panicking, stopping his quirk. Midoriya gasped. What are you doing? The enemy will figure out your quirk. Minetta, that's a very irrational decision. Aizawa admonished the small hero. Panicking will not solve anything, he continued. Midoriya looked over the edge to see the villains keeping their distance from Minetta's sticky ball. What the heck are these? The shark villain questioned, splashing the ball away. They're being cautious and not touching them? Midoriya observed, gasping. The boat will sink in less than a minute. Once they get into the water, we're sure to win, the shark villain announced. Minetta screamed, backing against the wall while crying, that's true. Minetta, did you really enter UA to become a hero? Azui asked him. Shut up. It's weirder to not be scared right now. We were only in junior high until a little while ago. Who would have thought that we would be almost killed right after starting school? I wish I could have at least had a moment with Yaoyorozu. Minetta cried. Did he just say that? Every boy thought. They could see Minetta suffering right now. The girls, especially Yaoyorozu, began to kick and punch Minetta fiercely. Even a milady, sitting next to Midoriya, joined in. Die you pervert. These are only for Midoriya. Yaoyorozu shouted. Yeah, ours too, every girl echoed. The boys just stared in silence. Guys, should we help him? Kirishima asked. No, Minetta-sama is sacrificing himself, Kaminari said, while some of the boys nodded in agreement. The way of perversion will be continued by us, Shursho, he declared, saluting alongside some of the male students. They cried for their sacrificed Shursho. Even some pros and villains saluted. I'm sorry, Shursho, they all thought as an image of Minetta smiling appeared in their minds. Midoriya blushed at the girls' shouts about their admiration. Dimin. I didn't expect Yaoyorozu, Kodai, and Uraraka to be that fierce, he muttered as he watched Yaoyorozu smack down Minetta, while Uraraka and Kodai teamed up against him. Mirko delivered a powerful kick to his stomach. You're not joining Toga? V asked, noticing Toga munching on popcorn while watching Minetta's struggles. Oh no, she replied with an innocent smile. If I joined them, I'm sure Minetta wouldn't survive. She continued, in fact, I can steal some time with Izuku here. She moved closer to Midoriya, who flinched at her proximity. She's a villain, he thought, feeling a mix of fear and confusion. Izuku, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want to do this. She leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Midoriya was taken aback by her boldness, nearly fainting from the unexpected gesture. I can't wait for my time with you, Izuku, Toga playfully said as she returned to her seat. She is cute. Midoriya shouted in his mind. A few minutes later, the girls were satisfied after dealing with Minetta. Empty Lady continued to enjoy her time with Izuku. Okay, let's continue. Yaoyorozu said to V. Why yeah right? Midoriya replied, trying to regain his composure. When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. All Might said so on TV, he explained. What? Minetta peeped, confused. This is the only way to win. Midoriya insisted. You really must be kids, with all the chirping and screaming, one villain remarked to another. Hey, Shigaraki said just don't let down your guard, remember? Don't judge them by their ages. Look at their quirks. It's common sense, isn't it? Our quirks will definitely have an advantage in the water, one villain replied. Midoriya placed his foot on the edge of the boat, trying to channel Bakugo's confidence. Huh, what do you mean act like me, Deku? Bakugo yelled. He shouted as he jumped toward the villains. Die, he yelled, raising his arm forward. Did Midoriya just say that? Everyone thought in disbelief. Dim and nerd. Bakugo grunted. Only a smash, I can't take them all at once if they form a circle. Even if we get through the shipwreck zone, there are still other enemies. I can't sacrifice my arm. Imagine, the egg not exploding. Midoriya told himself while falling through the air toward the water. Minetta. Azui assured him, carrying Minetta with one arm. Even though he's shaking, even though he's the same as me, even though he's scared. But why? Minetta stared at Midoriya. Delaware smash. Midoriya yelled, flicking his fingers to create a whirlpool in the water that pulled the villains in. That's only a flick. Heya shouted. Tsu. Minetta. Midoriya called out. Karo. Azui leaped from the boat, carrying Minetta in her arm. Using her tongue, she grabbed onto Midoriya, who winced as he felt the strain on his injured fingers. Oh no! Lady shrieked as she held Midoriya's hands. Did it hurt? Should I kiss it or something? Lady asked, looking concerned. See cute, he thought, feeling flustered. I did hurt before. But somehow I got used to it, he said, scratching his cheek. What the heck, Midoriya? Why are you acting so cool? Minetta clenched his fists and threw sticky ball into the water, declaring, Even I can. Hey! I'm getting dragged in. The ball Minetta threw stuck to the villains, who struggled to pull them off. Sure show. Kaminari cheered with tears in his eyes. Minetta was not dead. He was just passing out. If a strong force is applied to the surface of the water, it'll spread, and then converge back in the middle. Midoriya gritted his teeth. The villains all stuck together from Minetta's sticky ball as the water exploded into the air, along with the broken boat and the villains. Rounded everyone up at once. I guess it's like we've cleared the first hurdle, Azui muttered to herself, feeling proud. You're both amazing. And that's the end of this episode. V announced, prompting groans from everyone. Hey, I'm exhausted, okay? V defended himself. Anyway, did you have fun, Lady? Of course I did, Vincent. Especially with my Izuku here, she said, smiling at Midoriya. Me too, you, Midoriya stuttered. Sadly, our time is over. For now, she winked at him. Oh yeah, a present right. Here. She leaned in and kissed Midoriya's cheek again, causing him to turn red. Maybe after this, I'll give you these two babies. Lady teased, referring to her chest. Midoriya couldn't handle the pressure and fainted. Again. Oh come on, Lady. V groaned as Lady laughed. Of course I can give you my. If you want them, Izuku, Lady thought, blushing. She then switched seats with Nijire. Midoriya passed out from your teasing, Nijire said cheerfully. I'm sorry, Nijire-chan. Don't be sorry. I can enjoy this too. Nijire said, hugging Midoriya like a teddy bear. See cute. V thought. When Midoriya woke up, he was shocked by Nijire's sudden appearance. But let's not dwell on that, we already know his reaction. Meanwhile, Aizawa was doing his best to stay awake, aware that if he fell asleep, who knows what Mrs. Joke could do. However, he noticed something odd about her. That's strange. She didn't make a joke. She always makes a joke. At least, I don't know, 100 times. Aizawa thought. Little did he know, Mrs. Joke was currently nervous about the next episode, sensing something was off. Her demeanor caught V's attention, and he decided it was best to start the episode already. So guys, let's begin the episode. V announced as the sports commentator. Yeah. Everyone cheered, except for two lovebirds who were busy cuddling. The male one couldn't stop blushing, trying his best to resist his hormones. Stop, Midoriya, Izuku. Don't smell Hato-senpai's hair. It smells nice, by the way, the male thought. The villains struggled to get unstuck from one another, but to no avail. I had a bowel movement this morning, so those things will stick all day. Minetta chuckled while Azui pulled him through the water, Midoriya walking beside her, holding his injured fingers. Everyone cringed at the sight of Midoriya's broken fingers. I bet it hurts like hell, someone muttered. For Toga, it was a chance to see her badass Izuku. Kya. Izuku looks so cool, she squealed. V was shocked that she didn't cause chaos among her fellow classmates. Wait, what should I call Midoriya's girlfriends? V pondered. Midoriya clan? No, too weird. Midoriya family? No, that's too strange. How about mutter, he muttered, unnoticed by everyone. Midoriya began to reflect on how his plan didn't work as he wanted until Azui interrupted him. Midoriya, stop that. It's scary. Midoriya turned to face Azui as they paused in the water. Yeah, it's kinda scary, some students from the support course exclaimed. Rather than reflecting back, shouldn't you think about what to do next? Azui questioned. Why, you're right, Midoriya agreed, wincing from the pain in his fingers. Are you all right? Azui asked, concerned. Yeah. Anyway, we should make getting help our top priority. It would be best to follow the shore and avoid the central plaza as we head toward the exit, Midoriya explained, adjusting his shoulder pad over his hand. You can still move with those injured fingers? I wouldn't be able to, a second-year student remarked. Is it really that bad? Midoriya asked, his eyes wide with concern. That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn a large number of villains to the plaza, Azui agreed. But there are too many villains, Midoriya thought before speaking up. But I think he overexerted himself by jumping into that crowd of villains to protect us. Mrs. Joke began to fidget in her seat, looking increasingly uncomfortable. Emmy, are you all right? Aizawa asked her, but she didn't respond. Instead, she held onto his hand tightly. Aizawa sighed. Emmy, what are? Just let me, Shota, Mrs. Joke said slowly, her voice filled with concern. Shota? She never calls me Shota. Aizawa thought. Midoriya, don't tell me you. Minetta murmured, and Midoriya nodded, causing Minetta to gape in disbelief. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'm not planning to do anything that'll get in his way. But if we can just find an opening and lessen Aizawa-sensei's load, even a little, Midoriya explained. No. Nijire scolded Midoriya, causing him to jump slightly. You shouldn't put yourself in danger, she said, pulling him into a hug. Hado-senpai. I'm fine, right? He stuttered, but Nijire held on tightly. No, I won't let you go until I know you're safe. Nijire exclaimed with a determined pout. And call me Nijire. I'm your girlfriend, right? Seriously, she's so cute. Midoriya thought before responding, Nijire-san. They looked like a cute couple, and Midoriya's other girlfriends couldn't wait to cuddle with him and share those couple moments too. Midoriya Guild? Midoriya Faction? Then mutter. V was lost in thought. We had our first win in our first battle. That was where we were mistaken. We were under the illusion that our powers could actually work against our enemy, Midoriya narrated. Title screen, Episode 11. Game over. I'm so worried. Kendo exclaimed. I know you're all safe, but I can't bear to watch any of you get hurt, she said loudly. Itsuka. Yaoyorozu looked at her. Landslide zone. Scatter you and kill you, huh? Todoroki remarked, cold air escaping his mouth as he stood over a villain frozen in ice. I hate to say this, but you just look like guys with quirks you didn't know what to do with. Todoroki began walking away through the frozen statues that were once villains. Shouldn't you be more worried about those villains? Shigaraki said to Kendo, who looked at the screen in shock. This guy? The instant we warped here, a villain choked out. Is he really a kid? Another questioned. Through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd too. Killing All Might. At first glance, I thought they had gathered all their elite and would overpower him by numbers. Todoroki observed until two villains jumped him. Using his ice, he froze them in place, rendering them immobile. But a closer look shows that the pawns they prepared for us were just a ragtag bunch of thugs, Todoroki concluded, pulling a pole from one villain's hands, causing him to fall to the ground. From what I saw, there were only 4 or 5 truly dangerous people. If that's the case, then the next step I should take is... Hey, at this rate, your cells will slowly die, Todoroki warned the villains. Suddenly, the villains shivered at his words. I want to avoid something so cruel if possible, Todoroki continued, making one villain start to cry as his freezing hand hovered inches from his face. On what basis do you think you can kill All Might? What's your plan? Todoroki. You look awesome, Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah dude. Awaze added. Look, there's me. Hagakure said while pointing at the screen, but sadly, no one could see the invisible girl. Where? They all thought. I can't wait to see me kicking some butt. Kaminari said smugly. Mountain Zone. Kaminari screamed as he dodged a villain's punch. What's wrong with these guys? What's going on? He shrieked as he made his way to Yaoyorozu and the earphone jack girl. Everyone laughed at the electric quirk user, especially Jairu. Ha, that's some cool kicking butt. Jairu laughed with Mirko. Oh boy, he looks like a girl. Mirko joined in, laughing. DM it. Kaminari muttered as Bakugo laughed uncontrollably. Worry about that later. Right now, we need to figure out how we'll get away from all these people, the girl remarked. Then give me a weapon too. Kaminari exclaimed. You're the electric guy, aren't you? Hurry up and take care of them. Jairu stated. You saw during the combat training, didn't you? We were paired up. I can only cover myself with electricity. I can discharge electricity, but I can't control it. I'll hit you too. It's like, the same as Todoroki. Even if we wanted to call for help, there's interference jamming the signal, Kaminari explained, finishing. Listen, you two. Right now, you can't count on me. I'm counting on you. Ha, you're such a dunce. Bakugo laughed. You're a guy, aren't you? Stop whining, Jur sighed as she kicked Kaminari. Kaminari was knocked into a villain, electrifying him. Oh, it's working. I'm strong. You two can count on me. Kaminari declared. Ha, nice work, Kyuka. Mirko said as she high-fived Jairu. It's funny, right, Izuku? Nijire exclaimed. Why yeah. Midoriya answered, blushing. Oh my god. She's been hugging me this entire time. All my girlfriends are cute. Mom will be so proud. Midoriya thought, but then he suddenly shuddered at the image of Midnight with her whips. He gulped nervously. Greeny girls? No, too bland. Greeny Beach? No, too inappropriate. Seriously, Then mutter. V continued to mutter. Hey, you're too happy-go-lucky, Gyre sighed before turning around, noticing a villain trying to swing at her. "Stop messing around, kid," a villain yelled at her. She plugged one of her earphone jacks into her boot and blasted a sound wave. Kaminari watched it happen, but when he turned around, he got punched in the nose by the same villain that tried to attack her. A third villain tried to jump Kaminari, but Yaoyorozu threw a net at him, capturing him and making him fall into Kaminari's electricity. "Both of you should take this more seriously," Yaoyorozu told them. "Midori!" V suddenly shouted, making everyone confused. "I'm sorry?" Kinoko asked, puzzled. "Oops, sorry." V laughed sheepishly. "I've got good news. To all of Midoriya's girlfriends, I hereby name you Midori," he proclaimed dramatically. "And Midori?" Midoriya blushed. "Yes, Midori, it means green. Obviously. Or do you prefer Midojo? As Midoriya's girlfriends?" Midojo is a cute name for meaning Midori's girlfriends or Midoriya's girlfriends. "I prefer Midojo," Toga exclaimed, raising her hands in excitement. "Me too," everyone echoed in agreement. "Should we write it in kanji or katakana?" one of Midoriya's fans asked. "In kanji, of course." Yaoyorozu replied enthusiastically. "I approve, Momo." Jairu added. "Sorry, I thought it was a good idea at the time," Jar groaned back. "Jairu-kyuka. Quirk, earphone jack. Kaminari, you should have requested something to help you aim in your costume order." Jairu scolded him. "Done." Yaoyorozu shouted. "Huh?" Jairu questioned. "It takes some time." Yaoyorozu explained as her back began to glow, and a blanket burst forth, covering her and Jairu. She finished with, "To create something big." "A sheet? Is it supposed to be a shield?" Kaminari asked. Yaoyorozu peeked out from under the blanket, looking at Kaminari with a smirk. "It's an insulation sheet 100 millimeters thick, Kaminari." Kaminari grinned, understanding. "I see. In that case, I can be really strong." He harnessed the electricity generated from his arms, directing it at the ground and incapacitating several villains. "Now then, I am worried about the others. Let us join them quickly," Yaoyorozu told Jairu, peeking from under the blanket as Kaminari paused. All the boys had a blush on their faces. On the screen, Yaoyorozu's figure was partially obscured by smoke. Midoriya turned as red as a tomato, his face growing even redder when Nijire pouted cutely at him. "Darn smoke," the boys muttered. "Vincent, my blossoms are only for Midoriya," Yaoyorozu said, blushing as she tried to cover her face. "Don't worry, I've got this." V snapped his fingers, causing all the boys to faint. Except for Midoriya. "What?" Midoriya exclaimed, shocked. "I'm erasing their memory." "Well, now they will never see your figure, Yaoyorozu," V smiled. But the girls continued to glare at him. "What's wrong?" V asked nervously. "V-san, you must be doing something inappropriate with your quirk," Fuwa said menacingly, directing her words at V. "Wait, Fuwa-san. I'm not a pervert. I swear I never peeked at either of you." V defended himself. It wasn't a lie. But V was a teenage boy, and he couldn't help but admire girls, especially his girlfriend from another dimension. "I swear. I have a girlfriend, by the way." Now the girls were curious. Mina began to squeal. "Who is your girlfriend?" she asked eagerly. "I'll tell you guys after this episode ends." "I swear," V said, blushing. "Can you bring her too?" Kendo asked. "Not in a million years," he replied. Then Jairu shot her famous deadly glare at him. He shivered and gave up. "Fine. I'll bring her, okay?" he shouted. Kendo high-fived Jairu. "Nice one, Jairu. Time to see him squirm too." Midoriya thought, chuckling to himself. V caught onto his laughter. "Darn you, Midoriya." "See, can we start now, Venizan?" Koda asked, blushing shyly at the sight of Yaoyorozu. "Of course, Koda." "Violent growth," Jairu whispered. She heard footsteps approaching and quickly covered Yaoyorozu, shouting, "Kaminari, don't look this way." Kaminari gave a thumbs up, saying, "Yee." Kaminari Denki. Quirk, electrification. All the boys groaned as they regained their senses. "Ugh, what happened?" Kaminari asked, rubbing his twitching head. "I don't know, bro. All I remember is the birth of Midojo," Kirishima said. Jairu walked over to Kaminari just as a fist punched up from the ground. "What was that?" Togaik pointed. "Nothing good," V replied. Midoriya, Minetta, and Azui arrived at the shoreline, watching Aizawa take down villains left and right, capturing them and tossing them aside. Aizawa looked up as a large villain charged at him. 23 seconds. "The last boss," Aizawa announced, slinging his scarf at the approaching foe. Mrs. Joke was now fully awake, having had her memory erased as well. Aizawa remained silent, too nervous to watch himself in action. 24 seconds. The villain grabbed his scarf. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. Aizawa yanked his scarf back and elbowed the villain in the gut, leaving Midoriya, Azui, and Minetta staring in awe. Karo? Azui questioned, losing her smile. Darn. Eraserhead gritted his teeth. It's hard to see because you keep moving around, but there's a moment when your hair falls, Shigaraki began, causing Eraserhead to widen his dry eyes as the villain continued. That's when you finished an action. The man had his hand on Aizawa's elbow, starting to turn gray. Oh no, Aizawa-sensei. Hatsum muttered. Shigaraki focused intently on the screen. And the space in between has gotten shorter and shorter. Midoriya and Azui gasped. Don't push yourself, Eraserhead. Aizawa's elbow skin began to decay. Eraserhead pushed the man away, his elbow hanging limply. Jumping back, he thought, my elbow's crumbling. Emmy. Don't worry, Aizawa said lazily to Mrs. Joke. She remained quiet, still holding his hand tightly. Aizawa glanced behind him, seeing a villain trying to attack before he ducked and punched him away, preparing for the next one as more villains surrounded him. Aizawa stood in the middle, breathing heavily while his elbow throbbed with pain. That quirk isn't suited for long fights against a large group, is it? Isn't this too different from your usual job? What you're good at is a short fight against a surprise attack, right? Even so, you jumped right in to fight us from the front. Was that to put your students at ease? Shigaraki taunted Aizawa. A villain charged at Aizawa, who dodged and captured him with his scarf, using the captured villain as a shield against another attack. Aizawa kicked and punched his way through the villains before turning to face the man with the hand. You're so cool. You're so cool. Shigaraki hummed, pausing to tell Aizawa, by the way, hero. Aizawa turned around to see a giant bird creature looming over him. That I'm not the last boss. Debris and Aizawa's now broken goggles flew into the air. Aizawa-sensei. Tokage yelled. Everyone tensed up. They knew their teacher was still there, but seeing him hurt was never a pleasant sight. Midoriya stared in horror, too scared to move. Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya choked out. 13 continued to struggle against the warp gate. Black hole, which esigas up everything and turns it all to dust. I see. That is an astounding quirk. However, 13, you are a hero who works to rescue people from disasters. As expected, a warp opened in front of him and behind 13, the warp finishing. Your battle experience is less than half that of a normal hero. 13 gasped as their black hole quirk began to take effect. A warp gate. 13 exclaimed, their back cracking before breaking open. You turned yourself into dust, Kurogiri narrowed his eyes. The other students froze in shock as they watched. 13 flinched at the sight of themselves. She got me, 13 uttered as they stopped their quirk, their back tearing apart. Teacher! Ashido cried. Ida, run. Hurry! Sato exclaimed, while Ida opened his mouth to object. Use your quirk to save others. Ida closed his mouth, gritting his teeth as he activated his engines. Demenit! Ida yelled, sprinting toward the entrance. He gasped as a warp gate appeared in his path. If the other teachers are called here, it will be difficult for us, the warp warned Ida. Ida halted sharply in front of the gate, thinking, everyone was entrusted to me. The whole class. I will. Go Ida. Save everyone. One of the second-year students shouted. Shoji jumped in between Ida and the gate, holding it in his arms. Go! Hurry! Shoji shouted, collapsing to the floor with the gate. Ida started running again, praying, everyone wait for me. You insolent fool, I won't let you go outside. Kurogiri exclaimed, advancing toward Ida as Uraraka noticed a metal brace in the mist. An automatic door. Should I kick it down? Is it weak enough to break? Ida wondered as he approached the doorway. You impudent, Four Eyes. Be gone. The warp caught up to Ida, enveloping him in its fog. Villains, Midoriya narrated as Jiro and Yaoyorozu gasped, witnessing a villain emerge from the ground. The world of prose. Midoriya, Azui, and Minetta stood in the water, staring in horror. We still haven't seen anything yet. Aizawa lay on the ground, looking battered and exhausted. I'll tell you, Eraserhead. He's the anti-symbol of peace, the bioengineered Nomu, the villain explained, pointing to the creature that restrained Aizawa. And no, Mrs. Joke began to tear up. She hated seeing Aizawa like this. He had been hurt before, but this was a whole new level. Aizawa glanced at her, wishing he could ease her worry. He admitted he preferred her cheerful demeanor over this somber version. Like I said, Amy, I'm fine, he reassured her. Koda and Eri huddled close to V's arms. The villains couldn't relax. It wasn't their fault, it was their job as villains. Collapse zone. Take this. Bakugo yelled as he unleashed an explosion at two villains, sending them crashing into the wall. Kirishima battled one who wielded a sword, shattering it with his hardening before swiftly incapacitating his opponent. The two caught their breath, noticing no more villains approaching. Is this all of them? They're so weak, Bakugo spat, one of his gauntlets missing. Alright, let's hurry up and save the others. If we're here, then everyone else should be inside USJ too. I'm worried about those with less offensive ability. Besides, because we ran off ahead, we slowed 13 down. If 13 had been able to neutralize that fog, then this wouldn't have happened. As men, we have to take responsibility for our actions. Kirishima explained to Bakugo. If you want to go, then go by yourself. I'm going to take out that warp gate, Bakugo declared. What? You're going to act childish at a time like this? Besides, that guy's attacks are, Kirishima started. Shut up. That gate is the enemy's way in and out. I'm going to cut off their escape route when the time comes, Bakugo shouted back. Nice thinking. Bakugo, Nizu said. Demon right. Bakugo replied. Bakugo, don't be rude to our principal. Ida yelled back. Everyone laughed, easing the tension a bit. Good thing those two are like that, V smiled. Anyway, if these small fry are the ones assigned to us, then pretty much everyone will be fine, right? Bakugo told Kirishima, holding a chameleon villain that had tried to attack him. How the heck? Kaibara yelled. Bakugo just smirked proudly. Hey, didn't that look cool, Izuku? Nijire exclaimed cutely. Yeah, Midoriya nodded. Too cute. That reaction time was amazing. Anyway, were you always so calm and rational? I thought you were more like... Kirishima stared in awe, imagining Bakugo with fangs and the words, die. I'm always calm and rational, you spiky-haired punk. Bakugo yelled at him. Liar, one of Midoriya's friends chimed in. Bakugo flinched angrily. Oh yeah, that's more like it, Kirishima smirked. Then go if you want to. Bakugo repeated, throwing the villain to the ground. Wait, believing in our friend. That's real manly, Bakugo. I'll follow you. Kirishima grinned, his arms hardening as he banged them together. 3 villains split up in the fire zone. One ran through a fiery street until Ojiro tackled him, hanging from his tail that was wrapped around a pole. I see him. Over here. One of the other villains called out while Ojiro swung his tail to propel himself away. First, I need to make sure I'm not caught by the enemy, Ojiro thought. A dark hand pushed 2 villains into the wall in the squall zone. That makes 6, Tokoyami told his classmate, Koda, who had been warped into the zone with him. Tokoyami's dark hand flowed out from his chest while he gave a thumbs up, and Koda did the same. Tokoyami looked up, adding, if we can just reduce enemy numbers little by little until help comes. You kids can be impressive. Mirko said, giving a thumbs up. Class 1A smiled brightly at her. Ida approached the doorway, getting closer until a dark shadow fell over him. You insolent fool. Be gone. Kurogiri caught up to Ida, enveloping him in his fog. Ida called for help before being engulfed in the mist until Uraraka touched the metal brace, making it float away from Ida. I don't know the theory behind it, but if he's wearing something like this, then it must mean he has a physical body, Uraraka observed, throwing the brace into the air along with the warp guy, shouting, Go Ida. My body. Oh no. Kurogiri gasped. So he has a body. Uraraka and Bakugo exclaimed simultaneously. Huh. They looked at each other. Of course I have a body, Kurogiri said. Ida made it to the doors, using his hands to push them open. With all his strength he managed to crack the doors, sunlight filtering in. However, Kurogiri lunged for Ida again. I won't let you. Siro vowed, shooting out tape from his elbow to latch onto the brace while Sato pulled it back, the warp following. Sato swung the warp gate away from Ida, who continued to open the doors. Go! Sato shouted as he threw the piece of tape back, his glove attached. Ida opened the doors wide enough to escape, running away at full speed. Engine boost. Ida announced, adding an extra burst to his engines as he headed for the school. Yeah, Ida. Emergency exit Ida, the class cheered, making Ida smile. It's game over, Kurogiri narrowed his eyes. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Heya said. Nomu twisted Aizawa's wrist, causing him to wince in pain as blood trickled down his hand. You can erase quirks. That's wonderful, but it's nothing impressive. In the face of overwhelming power, you might as well be quirkless, Shigaraki explained to Aizawa, who glanced up at Nomu, his eyes flashing red before Nomu slammed his hand down on Aizawa's arm, causing a sharp crack. It's like he's breaking a twig. I'm sure I erased his quirk. That means he is just that strong, Aizawa thought. Nomu grabbed Eraserhead's head, lifting it before slamming it into the ground. Dear God, Shizaki cried. Stop! Fuwa exclaimed. I can't look at this. Togaike shivered, trying her best not to cry, while Eri and Koda hugged V tightly. Mrs. Joke couldn't take it anymore. She hugged the current Aizawa, who groaned in irritation but allowed her to keep holding on. I'm fine, Emmy, Aizawa sighed, patting Mrs. Joke's head. I can't believe I did this. Midoriya, I can't take it anymore, Minetta whispered, tears forming in his eyes as he questioned. I'm sure you must be having second thoughts, right? Kero, Azui agreed. A warp appeared beside Shigaraki. Shigaraki Tamura, the warp addressed him. Kurojairi, did you take 13 out of action? Shigaraki asked. I incapacitated 13, but there were students I couldn't disperse, and one of them managed to escape, Kurojairi summarized. Shigaraki turned to him, then looked away, scratching at his neck. Kurojairi, if you weren't a warp gate, I would have crushed you. We can't win against dozens of pros. It's game over. Did you mean that? Kaminari asked the villain. Of course not. Just trying to look cool, Shigaraki replied sarcastically, but Kaminari didn't catch the sarcasm. Let's go home, Shigaraki sighed. Minetta gasped. They're going home? Did he say they're going home? That's what I heard, Azui nodded, causing Minetta to tear up again before latching onto her. All right, we're saved. Minetta cheered quietly. Yes, but, Azui gaped, and Minetta accidentally clung onto her in a way that made her uncomfortable, prompting her to push him away. Nice job, Suyu. The others cheered, giving her thumbs up. I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya, Azui told him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Midoriya thought, don't they want to take down All Might? If they leave like this, UA will just strengthen their security. Game over? Oh yeah. Before we leave, Shigaraki started, turning his head toward Midoriya, Azui, and Minetta, finishing. Let's crush some of his pride as the symbol of peace. In a blink of an eye, Shigaraki was over the three, his hand reaching out for Azui. Midoriya watched in horror, remembering what had happened to Aizawa, fearing the same fate for Azui. Azui Tsu-hin. Everyone yelled, even Toga and Uraraka hugging her. Diamenet. You really are cool, Shigaraki sighed. Aizawa glared at Shigaraki, his hair standing on end as he erased the villain's quirk. Aizawa-sensei. Someone from Class 2A exclaimed. Nomu grabbed Aizawa's head before smashing it into the ground, prompting Midoriya to spring into action. Crap. He's clearly different from our earlier opponents. I've got to save Azui and get out of here. Midoriya thought, preparing one for all in his arm, shouting at Shigaraki, let go of her. Shigaraki looked up from Azui at him as Midoriya yelled, smash. Midoriya's punch sent water splashing over Azui and Minetta, the wind blowing away some nearby villains and shattering the lights in the arena. No, Izuku. Nijire yelled at him. It's okay, Nijire-san, just watch, Midoriya replied. As the dust settled, Midoriya looked at his arm, surprised to find it wasn't broken. My arm's not broken. I'm finally able to control my power at a time like this? I did it. I was able to land a solid hit. All right. Midoriya thought, staring at his arm. Your arm didn't break. Tokage exclaimed. Weiss, he replied, amazed. Midoriya looked up to see Nomu in front of him, blocking Shigaraki. When in the world? Wait, it didn't hurt him? Midoriya gaped, slowly retracting his fist from Nomu. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to defeat him? No way, Midoriya's eyes widened. You move well. Your face smash. Are you a follower of All Might? I'm done with you, Shigaraki commented, signaling Nomu to grab Midoriya's arm and lift him. Azui immediately reacted, pushing Shigaraki's hand away from her. Kero! Azui stuck her tongue out to grab Midoriya as Shigaraki reached for Minetta and Azui while Nomu held onto Midoriya. No, everyone shouted except for the villains. A loud crash echoed as the entrance door was kicked down, making the students at the entrance turn their heads, catching Shigaraki's attention. Midoriya, who had his eyes shut tight, slightly opened them, glancing at the entrance, which was filled with dust while footsteps echoed. The students at the entrance began either smiling or bursting into tears. It's fine now. I am here. All Might declared, stomping his foot down. All Might. Minetta cried. Kero, Azui uttered, still holding Midoriya with her tongue. Might? Midoriya choked out. All Might stood at the top of the stairs leading down, throwing his suit to the side. Oh, we're getting a continue, Shigaraki grinned under his hand. And that's the end for this episode, V happily exclaimed. Deedon, All Might looks furious, someone from the general department said. Yeah, he's not even smiling, students began chattering. Meanwhile, Aizawa was still trying to keep Mrs. Joke from clinging to him. Wah Aizawa, I'm so scared. I could have lost you. Mrs. Joke cried. Like I said, calm down. You're acting like a child. Aizawa exclaimed. V watched them with a smile. Ah, how sweet of them, he thought before. Ahem, Yayarozu cleared her throat, while Nijire exchanged seats with Mina after kissing Midoriya on the cheek. I hope you didn't forget your promise, Fuwa and Jairu said in unison. V flinched. Yes. I want to see your girlfriend too. Midoriya smiled, an evil grin spreading across his face. Didn't you, Midoriya? V sent telepathy to him. Midoriya replied cutely. Fine, I'll bring my girlfriend here. V shrugged before making an announcement. Okay, listen up. Everyone focused on V. So, I made a deal with the Midojo here, and guess what? You guys are going to meet my girlfriend, V said, making all the boys gasp. Huh? You have a girlfriend? Lucky guy. I'm sure his girlfriend is ugly, the boys shouted. So where is she? Kamui Woods asked. Well, here goes nothing. V snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared, warping in a beautiful yet stunning girl. What the heck? The girl exclaimed. She stood up, looking confused. As soon as she stood up, all the boys were mesmerized by her looks. Minetta and Kaminari were practically drooling. Where am I? She asked. And who are you guys? She shouted, pointing at them. Why Nino? V waved at her. She looked at V. A few moments of silence passed before the girl ran towards V and hugged him tightly. The other girls squealed at their cuteness. Yato! The girl, now named Nino, exclaimed happily as she embraced her boyfriend. Don't call me that here, Nino. V or Yato. Wait, Yato? Everyone exclaimed in confusion. Mao, what's wrong with calling you Yato? Nino pouted. Gosh, she is so cute. V thought, reaching out to gently pat her head. Hey, who said you could pat me? Nino said, feigning irritation. Kaya, I miss him so much. I take that back. Nino is definitely at Sundra. Nadine, come on, introduce her to us. Nijire said excitedly. Yes. Ragdoll chimed in. The UA boys, however, felt a twinge of jealousy towards V. In that white dog has a hot girlfriend. Bakugo communicated silently to the others, who nodded in agreement. Guys, meet my girlfriend, Nino. V said, his cheeks turning a deeper shade of red. Yato, you're blushing, Nino teased, making V turn even redder, rivaling Midoriya. My name is Nakano Nino. I'm Yato's girlfriend. Oh, right, you call him V, right? She said while holding V's hand. Kaya, you two look so cute together. Mina squealed as she hugged Midoriya, causing him to blush. Oh, of course, Nino said proudly. Wait, why are you calling him Yato? Midna asked. Nino then looked at her boyfriend. You didn't tell them? She asked. V just shook his head. Right, let me introduce you to my boyfriend, Nino said. His real name is Hikigaya Yato. Better remember it. I believe Vernox is just his stage name or something, Nino explained. So your real name is Hikigaya Yato? Wow, that sounds nice. Kirishima said. You must call me V here, he smiled. Yato is a special name only for Nino, he added, proudly pointing at his girlfriend. Nino shyly pouted. Oh right, did I tell you that Nino has 4 sisters? A quintuplets? Everyone exclaimed. That's right, Nino nodded. I'm the second oldest. My other sisters are Ichika, Miku, Yatsuba, and Itsuki, Nino said proudly. Well, let's take a seat, shall we, Nino? We're going to continue watching the next episode. You didn't even invite me here. Nino pouted. I'm sorry. V apologized. After Nino forgave him, they sat next to each other while Koda and Eri settled in their laps. They were next to Midoriya and his Midojo. So, how do you like my girlfriend, Midoriya? V whispered. She looks stunning, V-sen. Midoriya smiled. I know, V replied with a grin. Oh, that's right. You have to take good care of your girlfriends now. For now, it's Ashido's time, V winked. At him. Midoriya blushed. This is V's girlfriend. She's my type, by the way. But Jairu is still my number 1. So, everyone, are you ready? V asked. Yes. Please. Of course, White Dog. A recap of the previous episode started while Midoriya narrated, we were all, even the teachers, covered by the darkness of evil and fear. The deeper the darkness, the more dazzling the light shines. All Might walked by the students and 13 at the entrance, the students smiling at the sight of him. All Might looked serious. Heya said. So that's All Might? Nino asked. Yes, that's me, young Nakano. All Might said confidently. Nino looked at him, confused, then glanced at V. Yup, honey, that's him, V nodded. Wow, Nino said, flabbergasted. V is so bold. Mina gushed while holding her cheeks. I had a bad feeling, so I tore myself away from my chat with the principal and came. I passed young Ida on my way and got a rough idea of what had happened, All Might explained, gritting his teeth. Good grief, it really makes me angry. Thinking about how frightening it must have been for the children. And how hard my juniors fought. But that is why I must proudly say. All Might stomped his foot, the dust on the floor blowing back as he stood at the top of the stairs. It's fine now. All Might announced, tearing his tie off, declaring his catchphrase. I am here. Everyone cheered at All Might's appearance. Dimenu. Shigaraki groaned, raising his middle finger at the screen. Shigaraki! Kurogiri slapped his head. He looked strong, didn't he? Nino pointed at the screen. You got it right, sis? Mina smiled at her. Oh, by the way, what's your name? Nino asked. All Might. Minetta cried. Ribbit. Azui said, holding Midoriya in her tongue. Might. Midoriya stared, observing. He's not smiling. And that's my boyfriend. Mina said to Nino as she hugged Midoriya. Wow, Ashido-san. Midoriya exclaimed, shocked. Hey, call me Mina. You're going to make me feel bad. Alright, Mina-san, Midoriya stuttered. Nino whispered something to V. Hey, how many girlfriends does Midoriya have now? It's complicated actually. Let's just say all the girls here except Mrs. Joke and of course, Recovery Girl, V whispered back. That guy just broke the world record for harems. That's what I thought, Nino and V laughed. I've been waiting, hero. You trash of society. Shigaraki stood up, holding his hands out as his attention shifted from the three to All Might. Title screen, Episode 12, All Might. All Might threw his suit to the side. That's All Might? A group of villains who were once unconscious watched All Might. It's my first time seeing him in person. He looks so intimidating. Idiots, don't hesitate. If we take him down, one villain exclaimed to the others. In mid-sentence, All Might jumped from where he was and landed a punch on him before doing the same to the other villains until he made his way to Aizawa, picking him up carefully. In the blink of an eye, All Might grabbed Midoriya, Azui, and Minetta away from Nomu and Shigaraki, the force of the wind making the hand on Shigaraki's face fall off. Fast, everyone yelled. All Might looked proud before he said something. You should see me during my prime days. Oh, I know it. You're so fast that Midoriya gushed, making everyone flabbergasted. Nino looked at Mina with a concerned face. Yeah, he is a fanboy. Mina scratched her cheek. Everyone, go to the entrance. I'm leaving Aizawa to you. He's unconscious. Hurry. All Might instructed them, Eraserhead lying unconscious next to him. Why, sir? Minetta saluted. Ribbit, Azui replied. Midoriya stared at him, whispering. All Might. Midoriya. You didn't do something stupid, right? Aizawa asked, looking at Midoriya. You didn't, right? Mina shouted. Can't you guys watch? Bakugo shouted. Father. I'm sorry, father. Shigaraki muttered, trying to find the dead hand. He picked it up and placed it back on his face, sighing. Hey, freak. Bakugo shouted, making Shigaraki flinch. Why were you calling that hand father? He asked. Nicely? Not your DMN problem. Shigaraki yelled back. V watched him with a concerned expression, fully aware of the situation. Are you okay, Yato? Nino asked. Yeah, I'm fine. V reassured her. As I said, villains aren't born, they're made, V thought to himself. He struck me while trying to save them, Shigaraki chuckled, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It's the brutality of a government official. He's quick, as expected. I can't keep up with him visually. But he's not as fast as I anticipated. I guess it's true after all. A shadow crossed Shigaraki's face as he grinned, that he's getting weaker. How did you know that? Heya yelled. Every level has its information. To clear this level, I need to know everything about him, Shigaraki replied, referring to his criminal activities as game levels. All Might, are you sure you can win? That villain is incredibly strong. I threw a punch that didn't break my arm, but he didn't even flinch. He has to be, Midoriya explained to All Might, while Minetta and Azui pondered the situation. Young Midoriya. All Might interrupted, flashing a peace sign and smiling. It's fine. Midoriya looked at All Might, then nodded. He and Minetta carried Eraserhead away while Azui walked alongside them. All Might watched them go before turning his attention to Nomu and Shigaraki, charging at them with full force. Carolina. Nomu, Shigaraki called, and Nomu positioned itself in front of him. Smash. All Might swung his hands, sending water flying, but Nomu remained unmoved. It looked up at All Might and attempted to grab him, who ducked just in time, exclaiming, "It seriously has no effect at all, huh?" "Impossible!" Mirio exclaimed. "That bird guy is terrifying." Eri shuddered. "It's okay, Eri, I've got you," V smiled at her, with Nino watching closely. "You can hug me too, you know," Nino said, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Kaya, this girl is so cute," she thought. "Thank you, beautiful one-ichan." Eri smiled at Nino, prompting her to hug Eri tightly. "Come here, you cutie pie. This one-ichan will protect you from everything," Nino said, holding Eri close. "Yup, definitely my girlfriend," V thought while admiring the girl's cuteness. All Might punched Nomu in the gut, but it still wouldn't budge. In that case, All Might delivered multiple punches to Nomu's face, which roared in response, reaching out to grab him. All Might jumped back, questioning, it doesn't work on his face either, huh? Nomu quickly caught up to All Might, and they exchanged blows. Holy cow, someone from the general department exclaimed in shock. How strong is that Nomu? Yanagi shouted. It doesn't work because of shock absorption. To inflict damage on Nomu, it would be most effective to slowly wear him down. Whether he'd allow that is another matter, Shigaraki laughed. Shock absorption? Someone from the general department echoed. That means he can absorb any kind of impact. Which means he is practically invincible. I want that in my creations. Hatsum exclaimed. Definitely not. Power Loader thought. Thanks for the information. All Might yelled, dodging Nomu's fist. Smoke billowed from where All Might smashed Nomu's head into the ground. Overkill. Dabi cheered. Dabi, whose side are you on? Shigaraki yelled. Huh. Your Nomu is a novice. Dabi retorted. Seriously, are they really villains? Everyone thought. Hey, Shigaraki whispered, shielding himself from the wind. All right, take that. Those guys are underestimating All Might too much. Sato yelled, watching the scene unfold. How did he make a suplex look like an explosion? Minetta asked, adding, All Might's on a whole other level. Yup. Kaminari agreed with Minetta. Even though he's a rookie teacher who can't teach without looking at his notes, Azui pointed out. All Might coughed up blood after hearing Azui's comment. Young Azui. That stings a bit. Don't mind Azui, Aizawa grinned. There's nothing we can do right now. If anyone gets held hostage, we'd be worse than in the way. Instead of worrying about the villains, we have to trust All Might. Midoriya thought to himself. Get him. Aim for the weak spots. Minetta yelled. Not cool. Spinner said, recalling V's previous actions. But I know. Every day on my way to school, I read the hero news in real time. When they mentioned that All Might wasn't at USJ, the 3 fingers 13 held up secretly were probably because All Might was at his limit. It must have been because he'd used too much of his power. I'm the only one who knows. Midoriya feared. Hey, Izuku. You didn't do anything reckless, right? Mina asked, concern in her voice. Maybe I did, heheh, Midoriya replied sheepishly, causing Mina to grab his hand, making him jump and blush. You idiot. Mina scolded him. Were you trying to keep him from moving by pinning him deep in the concrete? Shigaraki asked, adding, you won't be able to stop him like that. Nomu is as strong as you are. Ha, you bet. Kinoko said. Everyone from Class 1A looked at her with a curious expression. What? Just watch. Yayorozu said slowly. I agree. Todoroki added. All Might winced from the pain while Shigaraki laughed. This is good, Kurogiri. It's an unexpected opportunity, Shigaraki sighed, while Kurogiri narrowed his eyes, the portal slowly closing in. Nomu dug its fingers deeper into All Might's side, staining his shirt with blood. Oh no, All Might. Everyone yelled in concern, except for the villains, who were enjoying the scene, especially Toga. Blood. 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 She trembled with excitement. All Might has already passed his limits. Mirko observed. V-Sen, is All Might going to be okay? Eri asked, fear evident in her voice. Of course, Eri-chan. That's All Might. I'm sure everything will be all right. Get it? Because it's all you know what, I'll stop. V attempted a dad joke but halted midway when he saw Eri's confused expression. Yato, you know you're bad at jokes, right? Nino teased him. Hey now. I'm the king of comedy, kind of, he muttered the last part. Nino just giggled. They're both so cute. Mina exclaimed to Midoriya. Oh, do you want me to act like him too? Midoriya asked. No, because my boyfriend is already perfect. Right, girls? Mina said, turning toward the others. Yes. Izuku-kun, we love you, the girls cheered. Midoriya turned red, rivaling the ripest tomatoes. So be yourself, Izuku. Mina encouraged with a cheerful smile. As expected from Ashido-san, the cheeriest girl in UA, Midoriya thought, smiling back. Thanks, Mina-san, he replied, causing Mina's cheeks to flush even darker. Oh boy, she looks cute, don't you think, Midoriya? V teased him telepathically. I know. Midoriya blushed. That's my weak spot. Stop it. What power? All Might thought, trying to shake off Nomu's grip. Glancing at Shigaraki, All Might declared, is this your first offense? You'd better prepare yourselves. Shigaraki scratched at his neck again. Kurogiri. I do not want chaos surrounding me, but I would be happy to take in someone as remarkable as you. You are too fast for the human eye to perceive. Restraining you was Nomu's job. And then, when your body is halfway in, I will close the gate, Kurogiri explained, envisioning the scene. That's really unsettling. Bakugo exclaimed. Language. Nino shouted at him. I don't care. Before Bakugo could finish his sentence, Nino and Jiru emitted an intimidating aura directed solely at him. Wow, that's genuinely frightening. Bakugo thought to himself as he sank back into his seat. You okay, bro? Kirishima asked. I want some soda. Yup, I forgot to mention. Nino is terrifying. V sent a telepathic message to Bakugo while shivering. I almost died back there, right? Bakugo asked. Yeah. You have no idea how scary she is. Trust me, I know. V shuddered at the memory of his first encounter with Nino. Azui, please carry Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya instructed Azui, asking her to switch places with him. All Might continued to struggle against Nomu's grip. No. No, All Might. Midoriya pleaded, moving toward the scene before breaking into a run. Midoriya! Minetta yelled after him. Midoriya! Everyone shouted in unison. What are you doing, you idiot? A second-year student shouted. I'm sorry, but I have to save All Might. Midoriya tried to defend himself. But that's too dangerous. Mirko yelled. Yeah, everyone else chimed in. Honey. Midoriya thought to himself. But he has the heart of a hero, so it's not entirely his fault, Nizu surprisingly stated, leaving everyone speechless. True. But that's still a reckless action, Midoriya, Aizawa said. There are still so many things I want you to teach me. Midoriya thought, tears welling in his eyes as he begged, All Might. All Might glanced over, seeing Midoriya running toward him. Young Midoriya? What are you? All Might gasped. Midoriya jumped, reaching out for All Might just as Kurogiri intervened. Ah no, the students yelled. How foolish, Kurogiri sighed, opening a portal that Midoriya nearly fell into until Bakugo unleashed an explosion that knocked Kurogiri to the ground. Bakugo! This time, the students cheered for him. Thank goodness, Heia sighed in relief. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Midoriya exclaimed, grateful to Bakugo for saving him. Bakugo simply smiled smugly. Take that, Deku. Your friends thanked me. Hey, he thought triumphantly. Kaken, did you forget something? Midoriya calmly asked. Forget what? Bakugo replied, confused. Move. You're in the way, Deku. Bakugo yelled at him. Oh that. Well first, Sarnut. And second. Oh no. Bakugo slapped himself, realizing the gratitude had turned into insults. Tis I should have guessed. Still so full of yourself. Ochako was right about calling you a dog, Midoriya's friends chimed in. I don't mind, Kaken, Midoriya thought back at Bakugo before realizing something. Kaken apologized to me, he thought. Midoriya gasped as Bakugo held Kurogiri down with his metal brace. Ice spread across the ground, freezing Nomu's right side. He's frozen? Young Todoroki? All Might thought, noticing Todoroki a few feet away. All I heard was that you all are here to take down All Might. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. He controlled it so that the ice stopped just before it reached me. All Might thought as he grabbed Nomu's hand and propelled himself free from its grip, thanks to Todoroki. Demented. I didn't get to show off. Kirishima exclaimed, jumping back after attempting to take on Shigaraki, who was next to Bakugo, still holding Kurogiri down. Is that what you were thinking? Tetsu yelled. Haha. Kirishima laughed. Stop acting so full of yourself, foggy nobody. Bakugo smirked. The symbol of peace cannot be defeated by the likes of you, Todoroki declared. Kaken. Everyone. Midoriya murmured, looking at them with determination as he wiped away the tears forming in his eyes. Todoroki. Bakugo. Minetta whispered. And Kirishima, Azui added. Aizawa began to fidget, catching Azui and Minetta's attention. Leave this to them. Let's hurry. Azui urged Minetta. Right? Minetta agreed as they started moving toward the entrance again. Everyone. Uraraka watched the scene unfold before gasping. She caught Sato, Shiro, and Shoji's attention, saying, Wait, isn't that Sue? Calling down to them, Uraraka shouted, Hey. Achiko. Azui looked up. Hey, help us out. He's heavy. Minetta cried out. Pissed haha, Mrs. Joke laughed. He called you heavy, Aizawa. Ha. She pointed at Aizawa, making him mad. Emmy, I swear to Aizawa cursed at her. Aizawa-sensei? Uraraka gasped. Let's go. Sato exclaimed. Uraraka, Sato, Shiro, and Shoji rushed to help while Ishido stayed with 13. I'll leave this to All Might. 13 stuttered, catching Ishido's attention. When the other teachers arrive, get to a safe place. Okay. Ishido nodded. Shigaraki turned to where Bakugo was holding Kurogiri. Kurogiri, our exit and entrance has been compromised. We're in a tight spot, Shigaraki stated. That kind of hurts, you know. Kurogiri muttered. Whatever, Shigaraki shrugged. You careless fool. You're just as I thought you'd be. Only certain parts of you can turn into a misty warp gate. The fog covered your actual body, right? Back then. Bakugo explained to Kurogiri while smirking. Oh dear, that was close. If you were entirely made of mist and physical attacks couldn't touch you, then you wouldn't have said, that was close, Bakugo concluded. Bakugo is quite clever, don't you think? Someone from the support department commented. Yeah, he's clever. Bakugo began to smile at the compliment but frowned when he heard Jiru say something. Yeah, clever dog. Everyone laughed at Jiru's remark. Try moving suspiciously, and I'll blow you up, Bakugo grinned at Kurogiri. His behavior isn't very hero-like. Kirishima smirked. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled. Shigaraki observed the scene through his hand. In addition to capturing them, they're almost all uninjured. Kids these days are impressive. They make the League of Villains look bad, Shigaraki muttered. Shigaraki looked at Nomu on the ground, calling, Nomu. It sank into the portal until it emerged from the other side, the ice on its arm and leg breaking off, causing Midoriya to step back. Even though his body is damaged, he's still moving? Midoriya gaped, sharing the same shocked expression as Todoroki. Of course, that's a Nomu, not a human. Well, technically he was a human, Shigaraki explained. The students shuddered at the thought that this brainless monster was once human. Get back, everyone. All Might ordered. The ice on Nomu shattered as its arm began to regenerate. What? His quirk wasn't just shock absorption? All Might questioned, holding his side. I didn't say that was all he had, Shigaraki corrected him, explaining, this is super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to withstand you at full strength. He's a super efficient human target. Wow. That's something else, Gran Torino whistled. I can't imagine what would happen if Midoriya had that quirk, he joked. Everyone paled, especially Recovery Girl. I bet he'll break all his bones when he gets the chance, Mina laughed. Emina, you know I can control one for all now, right? Oh, Izuku. That was just a joke, she smiled. Nino looked at V, hoping for an explanation. You see, our main protagonist here somehow breaks his bones when he uses his power. Well, until he learned how to control it, V said. Midoriya and Todoroki stood their ground when Shigaraki finished. First, we need to get our gate back, Shigaraki sighed, making the four gasp as he ordered, Go, Nomu. Nomu dashed past All Might, heading for Bakugo and Kirishima. Too fast. Ryuku exclaimed. All Might widened his eyes. Bakugo stared at Nomu as it approached him, and then Nomu punched him, sending a gust of wind that pushed Midoriya, Todoroki, and Kirishima back. Ow! Midoriya gritted his teeth before gasping. As the dust settled where Bakugo had held Kurogiri down, he realized Bakugo was gone, with Nomu looming over Kurogiri. Midoriya shouted, Kaken. Huh! Midoriya glanced back, seeing Bakugo beside him, with Todoroki on the other side and Kirishima behind him. Kaken! You dodged? That's amazing! Midoriya gaped. No, shut up, scum. Bakugo replied. Hey, what's your problem? One of Midoriya's classmates yelled at Bakugo. He's just concerned about you. Bakugo flinched. Like I said, extras, I'm sorry, he shouted back. Todoroki looked toward another cloud of dust. Then that was, he began. The smoke cleared, revealing All Might coughing. All Might! Midoriya yelled. He protected the child, huh? Shigaraki whispered. Wow, All Might is so cool. Nino cheered. Yeah. Eri cutely chimed in. Watching both Eri and Nino's cuteness made V feel overwhelmed. My heart can't take this much cuteness, he muttered. Do you not know how to hold back? All Might asked, blood trickling from his mouth. It was to rescue my companions. I had no choice, Shigaraki defended himself. You care about me, Kurogiri teased. No, I don't. Shigaraki denied. Pointing to the four, Shigaraki explained, earlier, that plain-looking one. He was about to come at me with everything he had, you know. You know what, All Might? I'm angry. I'm angry at this world that categorizes the same violent acts as heroic or villainous, deciding what's good and what's bad. Symbol of peace? You're just a tool to repress violence. Violence only breeds violence. The world will know this once we defeat you. Shigaraki declared. Well, that's kind of messed up and some points are true, don't you guys think? Kaminari commented first. I mean, look at Midoriya. He got bullied and treated like trash just for what? Being quirkless? I bet our government doesn't even care how many quirkless people suffer here in Japan. In fact, I guess they just want them to disappear. They focus more on citizens with impressive quirks and not on any quirkless person or those with useless quirks. His anger was palpable and everyone was taken aback by his statement. For once, I agree with Kaminari, Jiru spoke up. I'm just disgusted by how people treat Izuku, she stuttered when calling Midoriya by his first name. I beg your pardon, But who are you? What did you do to Kaminari? He would never be this smart. Ida yelled. The tension in USG eased for a moment as they laughed. You just want to enjoy this yourself, don't you, liar? All Might argued. Shigaraki's eyes narrowed. He's already figured me out? It's 3 against 5, Todoroki spoke up. Kaken's already exposed the fog's weakness. Midoriya nodded. These guys are crazy, but if we back up All Might. Kirishima agreed, hardening his arms as he finished, that we can push them back. No. Run away, All Might objected. You would have been in trouble if I hadn't done anything earlier, right? Todoroki countered. That was a different story, young Todoroki. Thanks, All Might clenched his fist, adding, but it's fine. Just watch as a pro gives it everything he's got. You reckless hero, Mirko smiled when she heard All Might's words. All Might, you're bleeding. Besides, Midoriya pointed out, stopping himself. Get him. I'll deal with the children, Shigaraki ordered Kurogiri and Nomu. It's true that I barely have a minute left. My power has been declining faster than I expected, All Might thought to himself. Now, let's clear this and go home, Shigaraki sighed before dashing off. But I must do this, All Might clenched his fists. Shigaraki ran for the 4. Hey, we've got to do this after all. Kirishima said. But, because I am. Light appeared as it connected to others, illuminating All Might's narrowed eyes. The symbol of peace. Go All Might. Everyone cheered, including Dabi and Twice. Why the hell are you cheering? Shigaraki yelled at Dabi and Twice. He knew Toga cheered because she could witness more blood from All Might. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Dabi teased. Yeah, you're cool. But All Might is cooler. The coolest, actually. Twice added. Shigaraki stopped running as All Might and Nomu charged at full speed toward each other. They punched each other's fists, sending gusts of wind that blew everyone else away. Wow! Nino gasped. That's incredible! Someone from the general department exclaimed. Go All Might! Mina cheered, holding her hand and Midoriya's up. Yes, I did, All Might replied quickly. All Might and Nomu exchanged continuous punches while Midoriya grounded himself against the wind. A head-on fistfight? Midoriya muttered to Bakugo, who stood beside him. Wow! Kirishima exclaimed. Yash, I'm all charged up. Let's continue. V excitedly said. Yeah. Hell yeah, everyone in USJ cheered. The screen lit up, showing Shigaraki. Weaker? No way. We've been completely overwhelmed. I can't believe he did that to my Nomu. Did he use a cheat? Shigaraki shook. Yeah right, he's using a cheat. Shigaraki yelled. Yeah, whatever, hand freak, Bakugo teased, making the villain groan. No quirks allowed. If you use your quirks, I'll take this guy out, a villain ordered Jiro and Yaoyorozu as he held up Kaminari, who was still dazed. Piacity. Nino laughed, making V, Eri, and Koda look at her. Cute. V blushed. I'm sorry, he looked funny, Nino said. No, don't mind us, heheheh. Honestly, he just wanted to see Nino laugh. Midoriya noticed V's sudden change in attitude. Wow, he must really like her, he thought. Izuku-chan, Azui called him, making him flinch slightly. Weiss Azui? Call me Tyu-chan, she said as she grabbed Midoriya's arm. The poor boy blushed and squeaked a bit. I'll never get used to this, he groaned, glancing at the jealous trio, Bakugo, Minetta, Kaminari, glaring sharply at him. Freaking nerd. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Kaminari. Yaoyorozu whispered. He got us. We let our guard down completely. An ambush after they made us think we had them all. I can't believe we didn't see this coming, Jiro whispered back. I don't want to hurt someone who's an electric type, like me. But I guess I have to, huh? The villain glared, extending his hand to showcase his quirk, causing Kaminari to tremble. Jiro and Yaoyorozu raised their hands defensively. The girls tensed as he began to walk away with Kaminari. I'm going over there. Don't move a muscle, he warned, glancing back at them. That must be frightening, right? Fu asked. Yeah, I can't imagine being in their position, Togaik shivered. Honestly, during that time, I felt more nervous than scared, Jiro admitted. And why is that? Mirko inquired. Well, Kyuka here had a plan. But you should just watch, Yaoyorozu replied. Good thinking, Jiro. I almost lost control there, V said darkly, putting away his air gun. Jiro looked down before gasping. Electric types like you and Kaminari are born winners, right? She looked up at the villain, a smirk on her face. Huh, he asked, turning back to her. What are you? Yaoyorozu glanced at Jiro. I mean, even if you aren't a hero, there are plenty of jobs you could do, Jiro continued. Yaoyorozu gasped as Jiro's right earphone rolled down her back, making its way to her boot. Good thinking, Jiro, Aizawa said, giving her a thumbs up. Jiro blushed at her teacher's compliment. Thank you, sensei. Jiro bowed. But, It's still reckless because the villain noticed it, he continued. I'm just curious, why is someone like you a villain? Jiro asked. I see. Jiro can attack without moving as long as she gets her plug in, Yaoyorozu thought. It's fine if you don't want to, Jiro sighed, her earphone almost plugged into her boot. Give it up, the villain said, his electric hand hovering in front of Kaminari, making him tremble again. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The villain questioned, causing Jiro to grit her teeth as her earphone returned to rest on her shoulder. Oh, everyone gasped at Aizawa's prediction. Aizawa smiled for a moment. Ha! Aizawa, you smee. Before Miss Joke could finish her sentence, Aizawa placed a hand over her mouth. Shush, Emmy. Aizawa said. A kid's naive thinking only works on foolish adults. Novice heroes shouldn't underestimate hostages. If you two don't put up a fight, I'll let this idiot go, the villain explained. That's true, Gran Torino agreed. The villains on the ground began to stir slightly. Someone else's life, or your own? Don't move, the villain narrowed his eyes. Title screen, Episode 13. In each of our hearts. All Might stood, breathing heavily while glaring at Shigaraki and Kurojari. Uncle All Might looks like... Sheet, Bakugo interrupted Melissa's sentence. I was going to say bad but... Yeah, sheet. Hey, don't teach her that word. Kendo yelled at him. Hey, what's going on? He's not any weaker at all. Did that guy lie to me? Shigaraki scratched his neck. What are you doing? Aren't you going to clear this or something? Come and get me if you can. All Might narrowed his eyes, causing Shigaraki to stumble back under All Might's gaze. Then, All Might looks scary. Tetsu exclaimed. Everyone nodded in agreement. All Might. Bakugo whispered. As expected, it seems there is no need for us to fight, Todoroki said. Midoriya. We should get out of here now. It'll be worse if we end up being taken hostage. Kirishima yelled to him. All Might is bluffing. He has reached his limits. He almost lost under the cloud of dust, but I can see the steam-like substance that comes out when he transforms, Midoriya thought in horror. I can't move anymore. That Nomu was too strong. Honestly, if I take even one step, I won't be able to maintain this bluff. I'll revert to my true form. Just a little longer. All Might thought. Taking a slight step, All Might shouted, Well? What's wrong? Wait, so you lied? Kirishima yelled. That's dangerous, Toshi. David exclaimed. I had to, Dave. All Might replied. But All Might. While everyone waited for V, Midoriya couldn't stop fidgeting. You can't blame him, he was still a shy boy. Imagine sitting next to someone you didn't know, and that someone is a beautiful girl. Midoriya was the definition of a shy, cute main character. Oh no, I can't do this. I feel bad. Because I didn't even talk to her before. How could I pretend that I know her? But Yanagi-san is truly cute. Wait, Midoriya is Zuku, that's wrong. Midoriya thought, still fidgeting while sitting with her. V-san, hurry up and start the show. I'm so nervous right now. Midoriya-kun, Yanagi called him. Midoriya looked at her and noticed something unusual. I know we never talked before, but Seiken. Midoriya noticed that Yanagi was fidgeting too. That's so cute. Midoriya blushed. I actually like you, Midoriya. Since the sports festival. No, even before that. Yanagi said, her face turning red as she played with her fingers. And now you have like, hundreds of girlfriends now. Midoriya flinched at that. That's so yeah, I want to be your girlfriend too. Well, technically I am now and I want it to. What a couple should do with you, she continued, inching closer to Midoriya. So, Aizawa, will you do all the cuddling stuff with me? She nervously asked, turning her face away from him. Midoriya was taken aback. He was nervous too, but he needed to be a good boyfriend. Yanagi-san. I actually get nervous whenever I'm with girls. But I will do my best to be your BB boyfriend, he said, holding Yanagi's hand. So Areko, please smile for me, Midoriya said with a smile. Wait, why am I telling her to smile? He shouted mentally. Yanagi blushed for a moment, then smiled softly and gave Midoriya a quick kiss on the cheek. The boy was shocked by her move, and he couldn't stop blushing. Thank you, Izuku. And don't worry, I will always smile whenever I'm with you. Midoriya's face turned even hotter as Yanagi smiled at him. She is so cute. Are you two lovebirds done? V interrupted their sweet moment. Both of them turned red. Nino punched V on the head. Hey, what was that for? V cried. That's for ruining their sweet time. Nino yelled at him. Sorry. By the way, Yato, do you agree with my suggestion? No. Not in 1,000 years. V yelled while shivering. Okay, that's strange. Why would V be scared like that? Oh come on, darling, I just want to bring my sisters too, Nino pouted. Your sisters? You mean your twins? Midoriya exclaimed excitedly. Yeah. Are you excited to meet them? Of course, Nino-san. I've never met quintuplets before. Oh man, that's going to be so cool. Midoriya said, unable to contain his excitement. Midoriya. I didn't know you had interests beyond heroes. V felt betrayed. Fine, I'll think about it. Eri-chan, Koda-kun, please comfort me, V said as he hugged Eri and Koda. Let me go, dude. Koda protested. Don't cry, V-san, Eri said softly. Hey white dog, start the show already. V shouted. Without delay, the screen lit up with the sound of V's sobbing. This is the follow-up report on yesterday's incident at the UA Rescue Training Facility, where Hero Corps students were attacked by villains, a news reporter stated. The criminals call themselves the League of Villains and have been plotting to eliminate All Might, who has been a teacher at UA since spring of this year, the reporter continued, as citizens in the streets stopped to watch the large TV display. Oh yeah, I remember my mom's face on that day. Kaminari recalled. She was very scared and worried, even suggesting that I should stop being a hero. But I kind of understand her now, he continued. Yeah, our parents were like that too, Kirishima agreed, and everyone else nodded. Your parents are so lovely. Or wimpy, said Twice. I wish my parents were like that. Toga said sadly. There, Himiko, you have us now. Yayorozu reassured her. It feels like summer is just around the corner. As for you, sir, I hope this letter finds you well. All Might read from a letter he had sent. Since spring, I have been a teacher at UA High School, guiding the next generation. I sought someone worthy to inherit my power among the most promising students aiming to become heroes. However, before I took up my post at you, I met a young man, All Might continued. Oh yeah, that's my house, Gran Torino said excitedly. He's sure excited, All Might thought. When his friend was in danger, he looked scared but didn't hesitate. Even so, he ran. I feel like I relearned from that young man the essence of what it means to be a hero. That is why I told him, you can become a hero. I proposed to transfer my own quirk to him. The power cultivated by one person, passed on to another who also cultivates it and passes it on. The crystallization of power that weaves together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart one for all. The young man inherited my power without hesitation and underwent training to be accepted into the hero course at UA High School. Even as he struggled with his new quirk, he kept giving his all to make it his own. I'm proud of him. I don't like to brag, but I do not regret passing on one for all to him, All Might explained in the letter. That's surprisingly unexpected, Aizawa muttered. Pardon? All Might asked, confused. You do know how to write a letter, Mrs. Joke continued, making everyone, even Aizawa, laugh. Haha TT, that's too good. Mirko gasped, trying to catch her breath. Aizawa, however, tried to hide his laughter, but his reaction was noticed by Mrs. Joke. Yes, Aizawa, you laughed at my joke, she exclaimed excitedly. Ehem. No, I didn't, Aizawa replied seriously. All Might let out a sad groan. I pity you, All Might. V said. That's why I'm asking for your help, because you are my old teacher. I'm counting on you when that time comes. Please take care of yourself as the seasons change. I will continue to keep you updated on my circumstances. Sincerely yours, All Might concluded. An elderly man who received All Might's letter took a bite of a piece of taiyaki before scratching his back. The boy acknowledged by Toshinori, huh? The elderly man mused. Title screen, Episode 14. That's the idea, Ochiko. Ooh, I suddenly feel excited. Minetta exclaimed. Meanwhile, Midoriya flinched at the memory of his training with Gran Torino. Are you okay, Izuku? Yanagi noticed his expression. Why yeah, Reiko, I'm fine. The police have investigated the group calling themselves the League of Villains, and there does not appear to be anyone registered with the name Shigaraki in his 20s or 30s with a quirk that lets him disintegrate whatever he touches. The same goes for the villain called Kurogiri with the warp gate. They are probably not citizens and are using false names, Tsukachi reported to the UA staff in the meeting room. Seriously, V, are you going to show them this meeting? Vlad groaned. I have to. They deserve to know. I guess. Hey, how old are you? Kaminari asked Shigaraki. Yeah, you look old, Siro joked. Shigaraki turned red with anger. You bastards, I am not old. I'm only 20 years old. Shigaraki yelled, trying to jump at them. Kaya, an old man tried to kill me. Kaminari shouted as he ran away. Everyone laughed at their antics, but Gyre didn't seem amused. In a flash, she jabbed them with her jacks. Shut the hell up, she said, looking very intimidating. Bakugo and V began to sweat. Oh dear, they messed up, both of them thought. That he's younger than me, Midnight said, looking depressed. Their ringleader, Shigaraki's gun wounds will heal, and they'll definitely try again. It'll be a pain, Mr. Snipe stated. Their ringleader, huh? All Might repeated. What is it, All Might? Nizu turned to him. It was a bold attack that normal people wouldn't carry out, even if they thought of it. To suddenly go on and on with his wild statements like that. Although he didn't reveal his own quirk, he bragged about that Nomu's quirk. And when things didn't go his way, he was visibly upset. Well, the incident with the quirk was also to force my hand, but, All Might explained to them. Even so, it was foolish to throw away the advantage of having unknown quirks when fighting against heroes, Nizu announced, with Tsukachi nodding in agreement. He made immature, wild statements with a straight face, All Might added. I'm mature enough. Shigaraki shouted. Jiru and Nino glared at him sharply. I said no cursing. You never learned, did you? V sent a telepathic warning. Said the guy who gets irritated by Dun's face, Bakugo bluntly remarked, causing everyone, even the League of Villains, to laugh. Shigaraki trembled with anger. He has a point there, Shigaraki, Kurojiri said. DMNU, Bakugo, Kaminari cried. I'm worried about his possessions. He thought everything would simply go his way, All Might continued. From what I observed during the attack, Shigaraki seems to be someone who hasn't outgrown his childish sense of invincibility, a man-child. All Might concluded. A child with power? Vlad asked. I am not a child. Shigaraki protested, visibly shaken. Cheer up, Shigaraki. Do you need something? V asked him. That I want a cola. Instantly, a cola appeared in front of him. Better cheer him up before he does something. V worried, concerned that Nino or Jiru might take drastic action. Could it be that he never received the quirk counseling every child gets in elementary school? Midnight suggested. Well, what does that have to do with anything? Snipe asked All Might. Really, Midnight? That's what you could think of. Uraraka looked at her incredulously. Shut up. There were 72 villains arrested the other day at USJ. They were all small-timers lurking in back alleys. But the problem is how they all agreed with that man-child and followed him. In a world filled with heroes, those who have been oppressed may be drawn to that kind of simple-minded evil, Tsukachi explained. There are plenty of people who don't know what to do with their quirks, Snipper stated. This is alarming though, Midnight sighed. Well, it's thanks to you heroes that we can devote ourselves to our investigation. We'll expand our search network and continue to assist in apprehending the perpetrators, Tsukachi assured them. A man-child, Nizu softly spoke, catching All Might's attention. In some sense, he's like our students. No, I am not like your little heroes here. Shigaraki shouted at Nizu. I never wronged you, Shigaraki Tamura. Because I am the principal. Haha. Nizu laughed maniacally. Who in the world gave him to? All the teachers yelled. Is he okay? Midoriya asked, trembling with fear. I don't know, Izuku. Here, let me hug you. Yanagi said as she embraced Midoriya, causing him to blush once again. Sheet, I shouldn't have given him that tea. Kurojiri thought. If he could cultivate his malice, Nizu finished. I don't want to think about what could happen, All Might thought. Meanwhile, Midoriya sat in his room, his knees drawn up. The day after the League of Villains attacked USJ, school was closed temporarily, but it was hard to relax, Midoriya narrated as he watched an All Might video on his computer. Midoriya sat in his chair, listening to the video. Well, of course he would be watching All Might's videos again, Siro joked. Midoriya blushed in embarrassment. Hey, it's cute. Yanagi said to Siro while hugging Midoriya tightly. Dinin you, Midoriya? Siro thought, looking jealously at the two. Then he glanced at V and Nino. That I want a girlfriend. What I aspire to be seems so out of reach. During the USJ incident, the villains toyed with us using their malicious strength. We just slowed down Aizawa-sensei and 13, Midoriya thought, picking up the dumbbell by his bed and moving from his chair to sit on the bed. As he lifted it up and down, he continued to reflect. To oppose that evil, I must make this power that I inherited from All Might, one for all, more and more my own. Because time is of the essence. Because I'm the one who inherited it. I don't know about you guys, Pixie Bob said to the group. But he looks cute lifting that dumbbell. She finished with a smile. You're right, Pixie. Yaoyorozu agreed, blushing. A knock sounded on the door, breaking Midoriya from his thoughts. Izuku? Midoriya's mother called. Yes. Midoriya answered as his mother opened the door. The food's ready, she told him. Once UA reopened, the students in Class 1A sat in their classroom. Hey, did you watch the news last night? Hagakure asked Shoji and Ojiro. When they nodded, Hagakure continued. Did you see how everyone in class was on screen for a second? I didn't stand out at all. That's true, Shoji agreed. Ojiro jumped a little, recalling the girls in Class 1A, and pointed out, it's hard to stand out looking like that, huh? I feel sorry for you, Hagakure, V said sadly, knowing that she was invisible. It's kinda hard to deal with. Kaminari leaned back to tell Kirishima about the news channels. I was surprised, Kirishima replied. Can you blame them? The hero course that keeps producing pro-heroes was attacked, Jiro explained. Who knows what would have happened if the teachers hadn't come when they did? Zero sighed. Stop that, Zero. Just thinking about it is making me nervous. Minetta exclaimed, jumping in his chair. Shut up. Be quiet, scum. Bakugo yelled back at him. For once, I agree with Bakugo, Jiro said, and Bakugo felt a sense of relief. All Might was great. He pushed back those incredibly strong villains, Sato told Tokoyami. Yes, his strength is truly remarkable, Tokoyami replied. Everyone, morning homeroom is about to start. Stop talking and take your seats. Ida shouted from the front of the classroom. We're already in our seats. You're the only one who's not, Zero commented. Ida sat down in his seat, shaking his fists in frustration. Shoot. Ida groaned. Don't worry about it, Uraraka comforted him. Everyone at USJ began laughing. That's so funny. Nijire laughed. Ida-kun ha. Minoma chuckled. Ida sank into his seat with a red face. Midoriya and Yanagi laughed together, looking sweet. Ashido began leaning back in her chair until she leaned too far, and Azui had to catch her. Ashido finished. Dot is going to teach homeroom today? The door opened, revealing Aizawa standing there wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Morning, Aizawa muttered through the bandages. Aizawa-sensei, you're back too soon, the class exclaimed. You're too much of a pro. Kaminari looked horrified while Kirishima approved. It's kind of nice seeing them like this, Ryuku said. Yeah, instead of watching them fight villains, Mirko agreed. Aizawa-sensei is tough, one of the business students remarked. Agreed, my friend. I wonder if he could raise some stocks or even. The business students began analyzing Aizawa. So you're all right, Aizawa-sensei? Ida raised his hand. Can you really call that all right? Uraraka asked behind him. My well-being doesn't matter, Aizawa replied, making his way to the podium. More importantly, the fight is not over yet. Fight. Bakugo smirked. Don't tell me, Midoriya muttered nervously. The villains again? Minetta stressed. The UA Sports Festival is drawing near, Aizawa informed them. That's a super normal school event, the class shouted. Everyone laughed at the reactions of Class 1A students. The teachers smiled at the students' antics. Those kids really looked happy, didn't they? Dabi muttered. That's a super normal school event, Kirishima started to say, but was interrupted by Kaminari, who quickly covered his mouth. Wait a minute, Kaminari said, looking concerned. Is it really okay to have a sports festival so soon after the villains infiltrated? Jiro asked. What if they attack us again or something? Ojiro added. Apparently, they see it as UA demonstrating that our crisis management system is solid by holding the event. Security will be 5 times stronger than in previous years. Above all, our sports festival is a huge opportunity. It's not an event to be cancelled because of a few villains, Aizawa explained. But that's a good reason, isn't it? It's just a festival of sports, Minetta whispered. Minetta, you've never seen the UA Sports Festival? Midoriya overheard. Of course I have. That's not what I meant. Minetta replied defensively. He's scared, one of the students said. Of course he is. He is Minetta, joked Mina, causing everyone to laugh while Minetta pouted. It's not my fault, okay? Minetta, with reductions in scale and population, they're now a shell of their former glory. And now, for Japan, what has taken the place of those Olympics is the UA Sports Festival. Aizawa continued explaining. While V was recharging his power, Yanagi finally decided to switch seats with someone. Well, Izuku, I guess this is it. I'm going to give this seat to someone else now, Yanagi said with a smile at Midoriya. She wanted to kiss him but felt too shy. See you later, Reiko-san, Midoriya stuttered. Unbeknownst to him, the person who would sit next to him was Midnight. Hey, my love, Midnight said as she suddenly hugged him. Am Midnight-sensei? Midoriya blushed. No, not her. I'm not ready yet, he yelled in his head. Ah, come on, darling. I promise it won't be bad. And call me Namuri Aizu, Midnight said playfully. Midoriya felt himself faint at her words. She was just too captivating for him. Oh, come on, Midnight. We're about to start the show. V called out. Oh, sorry, young man. I guess my boo here can't handle too much of my charm, she said with a teasing smile. Come on, Yato, bring my sisters already. Nino urged her boyfriend, feeling a hint of jealousy. Okay, I'm bringing them now. Damn it, V mumbled under his breath. He clapped his hands, and suddenly, the Nakano's twins appeared at you. To everyone's surprise, they weren't alone. Oh. Kaya. Wow, exclaimed Yatsuba. Where are we? The girl with red hair asked. Yatsuba, Itsuki, Miku, are you guys okay? Ichika asked. Why yeah, we're fine Ichika, Miku replied. Miku, is that Nino over there? Itsuki pointed out. And her boyfriend too, Miku added. Where are we? And who are these people? Ichika asked, noticing the boys and men, including heroes and villains, who were mesmerized by the twins' appearance. Ding, they're stunning. Bakugo muttered. Agreed, bro, Kirishima said, while Bakugo silently hoped they wouldn't fall for Deku. Who are you? Sirius demanded. Wait, the villains are here too. What is happening? She yelled. Calm down now. V said. Era, isn't it Hikigaya Yato? Ichika teased. I hate her, V thought, shivering slightly. Hello there, Yatsuba, Miku, Itsuki, Ichika and Sirius. Welcome to V. V finished with a smile. After a few minutes of explanation. And that's all, V concluded. Wow, I'm so excited. Hey, are you guys excited too? Yatsuba beamed. I guess, Miku replied. So, where do we sit? Sirius asked. Here with our main character now. But he's currently passed out, so yeah, V said. After they took their seats and got to know each other, Midoriya woke up, trying not to faint again. V wanted to start the next episode when, hey, where's Shinso? One of the students from the general department asked. Oh, V realized. I forgot about him, darn it. V yelled. See, calm down now, Wyato, Nino tried to reassure him. Instantly, Shinso appeared at USJ. Ah. Shinso yelled, looking confused as he saw all the students, pros and even villains. Where am I? And why are you guys here? Are those villains? Shinso asked. Hey man. Look, I'm sorry, V said sheepishly. After another few minutes of explanation. And that's what's going on, V said cheerfully. You warped literally everyone here. Everyone, and you left me out alone, Shinso said, and V could swear he saw tears welling up in Shinso's eyes. Oh no, I messed up, V thought. Meanwhile, Midoriya was panicking. Oich no, how could I forget about Shinsu? He trembled while Midnight tried to comfort him. No, not that. Actually, you are part of the important characters in this universe. So that's why you're getting a late invitation. V lied. Really, white dog? Is that going to work? Bakugo thought telepathically. I don't know, explode dog. I'm just trying to cover for myself. I'm panicking, okay? Oh really? Then I'm one of the main characters here, Shinso said, believing V's words. Thank goodness he bought it. Weiss, now Shinso, you're going to sit with them over there. V pointed to the VIP seats. Well, okay then. That's great. Finally, I can be a hero. Shinso thought. Nino looked at V and gave him a thumbs up, which he returned. So, let's start the next chapter. Without any delay, the screen lit up with the title screen, Roaring Sports Festival. The UA Sports Festival is something pro heroes know, the whole country is watching closely. A big event. That is what I brought you here to talk about. The next All Might. The fledgling symbol of peace. Midoriya Izuku. I want you to tell the world, I am here. All Might announced to Midoriya, who looked shocked and confused. So, is that the main character? Itsuki asked V. Why yeah, it's him, Midoriya Izuku. Oh, he's next to me by the way. Say hi, Midoriya. V said, pointing at Midoriya, who flinched. Tai, and Nakano-san, he stuttered. Hello, Itsuki replied. Wait, seriously? I never thought the main character would be this small and cute, she thought, blushing. Wait, what? She shouted, making Midoriya flinch again. In the UA Sports Festival, students from the business department, support course, general studies, and hero course come together and compete through preliminary games of different types by class year. The students who make it through face off in the finals. It's a round-robin tournament divided by grade. Midoriya explained the sports festival system to All Might. That's right. In other words, you can give it your all. All Might exclaimed. Right? Midoriya muttered. The couch All Might was sitting on tipped over, sending him backward. Everyone laughed at All Might's reaction. Looks like Midoriya isn't too keen on showing off, Tetsu said. Yeah. I mean, not with his quirk, Shishida added, shivering at the thought of Midoriya's bones being harmed just by using his ability. Wait, I know quirks are like superpowers, but what do you mean by that? Ichika asked Shishida. Din, a beautiful lady is talking to me. Well, you'll see, he replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Midoriya struggled to focus on the screen. Because Midnight was cuddling with him. He was getting used to it, but not Midnight. She was just too captivating for him to handle. Be brave, Midoriya Izuku. Don't pass out. And don't look at Midnight Sensei. I'm not a pervert. Midoriya battled. With himself. Izuku, are you alright? You look redder than usual, Midnight asked. I'm okay, Endamuri-san, Midoriya stuttered. Oh boy. I'm afraid Midoriya can't survive this round, V thought. I mean what you said is absolutely correct. Midoriya sounded more enthusiastic. Well, I think I'm ready enough. I mean I've been fighting villains. And the sports festival. It starts right after what happened. Besides, All Might is already teaching me, so I'm not as motivated to stand out at the sports festival. In the first place, I don't think I can stand out in my current state, and I did terribly in the fitness tests, Midoriya muttered, his words barely audible. Is he okay? Miku asked. Oh, don't worry, Miku. He's always like that, Nino reassured her. Weird, Miku thought. Wow, he looks like Futuru when he does that. Yotsuba exclaimed, causing Miku, Itsuki, and Ichika to flinch. Huh, who the heck is Futuru? Bakugo asked, sounding surprisingly polite. Oh, he's Yotsuba's boyfriend, Ichika explained. See, come on, Ichika. Yotsuba said, blushing. Damn it, so that one is taken. No matter, I still have a chance with her sisters. Bakugo thought. Or so he believed. He accidentally sent a thought to. Yup, his childhood friend. Kaken is interested in girls. Midoriya was shocked. No one's better at spouting nonsense than you. All Might exclaimed, a hint of blood at the corner of his mouth. Nonsense? Midoriya questioned. True, true. Everyone nodded in agreement, even Midnight. Am I that bad? Midoriya asked, blushing. Unfortunately yes, honey. It's kind of creepy, you know. But I think it's cute, Midnight replied as she hugged Midoriya. He blushed even more. Remember back at the beach park, All Might reminded Midoriya, signaling the end of their meeting. At the end of their class, Class 1A stood in the classroom, Uraraka, Minetta, Ida, and Midoriya gaping at something outside. What's going on? Uraraka shouted as students crowded the door. What business do you have with Class A? Ida asked the students. We can't get out. What did you come here for, anyway? Minetta exclaimed. Scouting out the enemy, small fry. We're the ones who made it out of the villain's attack. They probably want to check us out before the sports festival, Bakugo explained. Minetta pointed at Bakugo, trembling in place. That's Kaken in neutral, Midoriya whispered to Minetta. What does that mean, Deku? Bakugo yelled at him. Oh, it just means you're neutral. Not angry or happy, Midoriya answered with a smile, while Bakugo groaned. The Nakanos looked scared for some reason, perhaps because of Bakugo. Don't mind them. Izuku-chan and Bakugo-chan are actually good friends, Kero. Azui reassured them. Oh, Ichika's sweat dropped. Is this normal? Bakugo made his way to the door, glaring down the students. Out of my way, extras. Bakugo ordered. Uraraka and Midoriya gaped, shaking at Bakugo's words. Stop calling people extras, just because you don't know them. Ida scolded him. Haha, you good Explodo dog. V laughed loudly. While Class 1A students chuckled quietly, Bakugo remained unfazed. Ha, that's what you get, extras. Bakugo laughed while pointing at everyone. Stop calling your friends and senpais extras. Ida scolded him. Didn't you, Bakugo? Everyone thought. I came to see what the famous Class A was like, but you seem pretty arrogant, Shinso explained, pushing his way to the front. It's me. Shinso excitedly thought. Are all the students in the hero course like this? Ida, Minetta, Uraraka, and Midoriya shook their heads at the question while Bakugo groaned. Seeing something like this makes me disillusioned, Shinso continued, putting his hand behind his neck. There are quite a few people who enrolled in general studies or other courses because they didn't make it into the hero course. Did you know that? Shinso looks cool, someone shouted, making Shinso smirk. He's totally enjoying this, V thought, sweat dropping. They may also transfer people out. Shinso explained about transferring students in and out of the hero course, making Class 1A stiffen. Eyeing the class, the purple-haired student muttered, Scouting out the enemy? I, at least, came to say that even if you're in the hero course, if you get carried away, I'll sweep your feet out from under you. I came with a declaration of war. This person's bold too. Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya thought. Everyone snickered at Ida, Uraraka, and Midoriya's reactions. Bakugo and the students stared at each other, glaring. Hey, I'm from Class B next door. Tetsu shouted, breaking the tension. Oh yeah, that's me. Tetsu said excitedly. I've been hearing that you guys had been against villains, so I came to hear about it. Don't get so full of yourself. Tetsu challenged them. Another bold person. Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka blinked. Mika laughed. Sorry, I just can't. They look funny, she explained. See cute, every male student thought. Izuku, you look funny. Midnight said to Midoriya. Haha. Midoriya laughed sheepishly while blushing. Hey, it's going to be embarrassing for you during the real fight. Another student yelled at Tetsu while Bakugo started walking toward the crowd of students, pushing his way out. You ignoring me, Bisudi? Tetsu yelled out, disregarding the others. Wait a minute, Bakugo. What are you going to do about all this? It's your fault everyone's hating on us. Kirishima stopped him. It doesn't matter, Bakugo replied. Huh? Kirishima raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter as long as you rise to the top, Bakugo said, continuing his walk. Damn it, you busy. Tetsu shouted from the crowd. That's kind of cool. Ichika thought while blushing. Gotta give it to you, dog. That was impressive, Dabi said to Bakugo. Bakugo smirked. Huh, of course Eitai, who are you calling dog? Bakugo shouted. Demon you, Bakugo. Why are you so manly? Kirishima said, beginning to tear up. What? One of the students asked. Bakugo. Because of you, we're going to be at a disadvantage at the sports festival. Minetta agreed with Kaminari about Bakugo making enemies, while Sato, Kirishima, and Tokoyami sided with Bakugo. While they argued, Midoriya stared at the entrance to the classroom. I'm just getting started. You hear? Soft Bakugo, joked Siro. Bakugo looked annoyed. Oh, he does cry, Ichika thought. Maybe she was wrong about Bakugo being a demon. Demented. Now those beautiful girls must think I'm pathetic. Bakugo thought. Am I an idiot? Midoriya thought. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. Time is limited. If you expect to go pro, then the path to your future will open up at this. That slight difference in attitudes will have a big impact once you go out into society. Midoriya clenched his fist as he stood on the beach, staring at his past self screaming from the top of the trash pile he worked hard to clean. He cleaned all of that? Sirius exclaimed in shock. Yeah, isn't he cool? Kendo said to her. That's amazing. Sirius replied, still in awe. I can't believe he did that. As long as I can remember, Dagobah Beach seemed beyond saving. Sirius marveled at Midoriya's hard work. Midoriya stared at the image, narrowing his eyes as he nodded. Dagobah Municipal Beach Park. Footprints were made in the sand as Midoriya ran on the beach. The UA Sports Festival is in 2 weeks. It'll be broadcast live on TV, too. There's no doubt that those who do well have a much better chance of becoming pro heroes, Midoriya narrated, doing push-ups in his room. We won't know what events we'll be participating in until the day of. But I'm sure everyone has started getting ready. Montages of the class preparing for the sports festival flashed by. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and the morning of the sports festival arrived. Midoriya narrated. Izuku, be careful not to get hurt, Midoriya's mother told him as he packed his bag. Okay, Midoriya responded. I'll record it, okay? In high resolution, his mother explained. Okay, Midoriya replied, grabbing the doorknob to leave. Do your best, Midoriya's mother beamed at him. Midoriya nodded before exclaiming, I'm off. He flinched when his mother said that. Only if you knew, Mrs. Midoriya, Kaminari said. Well, she would be shocked if she knew, Bakugo added, which V and Midoriya agreed with. Well, actually, she did cry when I was fighting too. Before Midoriya could finish his sentence, V glared at him. Menacingly. Actually, never mind. He shivered as he remembered what would happen if someone spoiled something. Hey, note to myself. Never spoil anything. Sirius thought. Fireworks went off at UA as reporters crowded outside the entrance. The bag checks taking forever, the woman reporter from before USJ complained. They were just attacked by villains. Of course, they'll be more strict. There are people criticizing their decision to hold it this year. The photographer from before narrowed his eyes at her. Controversy equals ratings. The woman winked. With the passion of their last chance and the tactics from their experience, the third years have always been the main event in past years. But this year, the first year stage is the one to watch. Not gonna lie, but I think the first year's events are more interesting than ours, a second-year student said. Really? Minetta asked. Hey, did you know that Endeavor's son is a first year this year? The first year stage is gonna be good, huh? 1 order of takoyaki, please. Oh, empty lady. A man smiled up at him lady, who was eyeing the food. No green seaweed, Lady added. 1 right? That'll be 500 yen, the man explained. Huh. Lady gaped before she started to pout, trying to look charming as she whispered, I don't have that much on me right now. She's stunning, all the boys thought. Too cute. Don't worry, it's on the house. The man beamed. Thank you, Lady said with a delighted expression. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Kamui Woods said, sweat dropping. Exactly what I wanted to say. Midnight shouted. Izuku, you should break up with her. You're no better, Midnight-sensei, Midoriya thought, sweat dropping. You want to go, old hag? Lady shouted back at Midnight. What? I am not old. Midnight retorted. I am not old. Midnight and Lady exchanged heated words. Oh boy, here we go again, V thought as he could see Midnight and Lady couldn't be stopped anymore. Girls. Please don't fight. Midoriya tried to calm them down. V, do something. Not my girlfriends, bro. V shrugged as Midnight and a lady seemed calm enough. Kamui and Death Arms walked the stands, watching people order food and beverages before the event. I had also hoped to be able to do some scouting, Kamui told Death Arms. We have to work security, so we don't have a choice, Death Arms replied. MT Lady munched on her snack as they walked. It looks like they called pro heroes from all over the country this year, MT Lady observed. Waiting room class. And I wanted to wear my costume, Ashido complained, wearing the school PE clothes. You know we will be left out, right? Togaik said. Yeah, sorry Ashido said while scratching her head. To keep everything fair, we can't, Ojiro explained as he stretched his arms. True, all of the students aside from the hero course said. I wonder what the first round's gonna be. Sato sat with Tokoyami and Shoji at a table in the room. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it, Tokoyami stated. Right? Shoji agreed as Ida opened the door to the room. Everyone, are you ready? We will be entering soon. Ida announced. At the news, Midoriya took a deep breath in and out. Person, Minetta whispered beside Midoriya. He's too nervous, Mirio said. I can't help it, okay? Minetta yelled. Midoriya. Todoroki called him. Todoroki? What is it? Midoriya asked when Todoroki called his name, getting the attention of everyone as they looked at the two, waiting for Todoroki's reply. Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you, Todoroki told him, making Midoriya flinch. Why, Midoriya agreed, hanging his head but not breaking eye contact. Too much confidence? Sirius stated. It's a declaration of war, I guess? Nino exclaimed. But All Might has his eye on you, doesn't he? Todoroki asked, causing Midoriya to flinch again while Todoroki continued, I'm not trying to pry about that. But I'm going to beat you. Oh, is the best in the class making a declaration of war? Kaminari teased while Kirishima stood up out of his chair beside him. Not now, we're about to start. Kirishima placed his hand on Todoroki's shoulder, asking him why he was picking a fight all of a sudden. We're not here to play at being friends. So what does it matter? Todoroki brushed his hand off before walking off, leaving Midoriya to think. Not gonna lie, but Todoroki-kun seems really cold, Hagakure beamed. Was he? Miku thought while eyeing Todoroki, who had an expressionless face. In fact, he was asleep. Miku snorted when she saw him, making her sisters look at him confusedly. Todoroki, I don't know what you're thinking when you say you'll beat me, but of course you're better than me. I think you're more capable than most people. Looking at it objectively, Midoriya began, causing Todoroki to pause and glance back. Now, Izuku, you shouldn't say that, Midnight interjected. Alright. He felt a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Midoriya, you probably shouldn't talk so negatively, Kirishima added with a nervous smile. Everyone's going to strive to the top with everything they've got. Midoriya declared to Todoroki. I want to become the greatest hero. I can't afford to fall behind. I'll be going for it with everything I have too, Midoriya concluded, locking eyes with Todoroki. Yeah. Todoroki nodded, while Bakugo narrowed his eyes at the two. So Kaken heard it. Hey! Present Mike announced on screen, prompting the crowd to roar with excitement. He continued, pay attention, audience. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Everybody, are you ready? It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. As the music played on TV, Midoriya's mother sat on her couch, tense. Izuku, she murmured. Tell the world, I am here. Roger that, All Might. Midoriya whispered to himself as Class 1A walked onto the field for the event, fireworks bursting around the arena. The UA Sports Festival. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their skills once a year. Anyway, these are the guys, right? The miraculous new stars who overcome challenges with their hearts of steel. Hero course, Class 1A, right? Present Mike cheered, and Class 1A looked up at the audience in the stands. Teach, there are so many people, Midoriya stammered, shaking slightly. What did you expect? Kaminari laughed. Shut it. Jairu retorted, playfully nudging him with her earphone jack. Will we be able to give our best performance with so many people watching? This is also part of the training required to become a hero, Ida remarked next to Midoriya. Man, he's going overboard with that praise. I'm getting nervous. Kirishima grinned before turning to Bakugo in front of him. Aren't you, Bakugo? No, I'm just getting more into it, Bakugo replied with a confident grin directed at the crowd. Hot. Ichika thought, her cheeks flushing. They haven't been getting as much air time, but this class is also full of talent. Hero course, Class 1B. Present Mike continued as the class walked out. He kept announcing the other classes until they all gathered in the middle, and the audience cheered. We're just here to make those guys look better, huh? A student from Shinso's class remarked about the hero course. I really shouldn't have said that. The same student added. Don't mind it, Rika, her friend reassured her. I'm not really feeling it. Time for the player pledge. A teacher shouted from a podium. Oh, this year's chief umpire for the first years is the R-rated hero, Midnight? The crowd gasped. Oh, come on. They got Midnight, a second-year student yelled. Yeah. While we get Vlad sensei. What's wrong with me hosting it? Vlad shouted. Well, you're biased, that's why, they all thought. Midnight is handling it this year, huh? Where is the principal? Someone asked. The principal handles the third-year stage every year, a hero in the crowd explained to another about Nizu. What is Midnight sensei wearing? Kirishima asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable. That's an R-rated hero for you, Kaminari nodded, a slight blush on his cheeks. Is it okay for her to be at a high school even though she's R-rated? Tokoyami wondered, while Minetta gave a thumbs up, nodding enthusiastically. Quiet, everyone. Midnight called out. Representing the students is Katsuki Bakugo from Class 1A. Being called, Bakugo strode confidently onto the stage. What? It's Kaken? Midoriya whispered. That guy did finish first in the entrance exam, Siro remarked. Amazing! Ichika exclaimed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Sorry. What? V thought. Why would Ichika say that? Even I, the author doesn't know. Does that short hair like me? Bakugo thought happily. In the hero course, a girl huffed. Alright, Midoriya stuttered, rubbing his neck. I'm regretting saying that, the same girl thought. Luckily, her boyfriend was forgiving. It's obvious she hates us, Siro whispered. And it's all Bakugo's fault, Kaminari narrowed his eyes. Bakugo walked up the stairs to the podium as everyone waited. I pledge that I'll be number one, Bakugo declared into the microphone. I knew he'd do that. Class 1A panicked. What the heck? Stop messing around. Don't be so full of yourselves, Class A. You sludge BSTRD. Who you calling sludge BSTRD? Bakugo yelled. Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter. Why are you doing something so disgraceful? Ida yelled at Bakugo. At least become a nice bouncy step for me to jump off of, Bakugo replied with a thumbs down. How overconfident can you get? Tetsu fumed to himself. I'll crush you. He shouted at Bakugo. Overconfident? No, the old Kaken would have laughed while saying that. Midoriya thought as Bakugo made his way off stage, Ida still yelling at him. As he walked closer to Midoriya realized, he's driving himself into a corner. How does that nerd know? Bakugo thought. Everyone tensed up. As he passed Midoriya, Bakugo bumped his shoulder. Midoriya turned his head to watch him walk away, then sighed. Getting the rest of us caught up in it is just like Kaken, though, Midoriya noted. Agreed. The first game is what you'd call a qualifier. Every year, many shed tears here. Midnight announced. As Midnight spoke, Uraraka whispered to Azui, who has everything right away, huh? Now here is the fateful first game. Midnight said, raising her hand as an illusion board spun until it stopped on obstacle race. An obstacle course, Midoriya muttered. Midnight explained the rules for the obstacle course. When she finished, she liked her lips, causing Midoriya to blush. As long as you stay on the course, it doesn't matter what you do. Midnight proclaimed. The students stood at the gate, ready to begin the obstacle course. All might, Midoriya. I want you to tell the world, I am here. Thinking about it realistically, without really being able to regulate one for all? That's too unreasonable, Midoriya told himself. I am sorry, young Midoriya, All Might said to him. It's okay, All Might, Midoriya replied. One light on the gate went off. Midoriya narrowed his eyes. That's why I have to go beyond. Another light. All Might squeezed his hands together. Please watch me. Midoriya pleaded as the last light went off. Always, young Midoriya. Always. All Might thought while smiling. Start. Midnight shouted, signaling the students to go through the gate. In the narrow hallway to begin, the students shuffled through. Okay, here's the play-by-play. Present Mike announced. Turning to Aizawa beside him, Present Mike teased, Are you ready to do the commentary, mummy man? Why didn't I think of that? Kaminari said. Because you would get expelled if you said that to me, Kaminari, Aizawa replied, glaring at him. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Haha, mummy man. Mrs. Joke laughed. Demenu, Emmy? Let's get started right away, mummy man. What should we focus on in the early stages? Present Mike asked with enthusiasm. This part right now, Aizawa replied. The students huddled together in the hallway. Hey. This is too narrow. Ouch. Hey, move. In the middle, Midoriya found himself elbowed multiple times. Yeah, I remember that, a student remarked. Midoriya poked his head out from the crowd to get a better view. I see. This means from the start, it's already, Midoriya thought. The first sifting, Todoroki concluded as flurries of snow began to swirl around their feet. Ice spread across the entrance outside as Todoroki dashed out from the large group of students, who were momentarily trapped by the ice. So cool! Yotsuba exclaimed. So that's his power, Miku observed. Sorry. Todoroki apologized. So cold. Get out of my way. I can't get it off. An explosion erupted, and Bakugo, Aoyama, Yaoyorozu, and Kirishima burst forth from the ice with determined expressions. Is anyone going to ask how Kirishima and Yaoyorozu flew? Kaminari whispered. Don't question it, bro, Siro replied quietly. Todoroki turned his gaze to the fore. I won't let you get away so easily. You half and half Bisuri. Bakugo shouted, propelling himself toward Todoroki while Ojiro used his tail to dodge the ice. You got me with that once. You won't get me again. Ojiro smirked. Whoa, that was close. Ashido exclaimed as she sprayed her acid on the ice, while the other students began to navigate the slippery surface. The purple-haired student had 3 people helping him across the ice. As expected from Class 1A. But more students outside of Class A managed to dodge that better than I expected. Todoroki mused aloud before noticing Minetta pulling his ball from his head and using them as stepping stones on the ice. I've outsmarted you, Todoroki. How pathetic. Minetta shouted as he inched closer. He pulled another ball from his head, grinning. Take this. My special attack. But before Minetta could finish, he was struck by a robotic arm. Why is this? Every girl in the USJ cheered. Minetta tumbled to the ground, yelling the entire way down. Minetta! Midoriya called out, gasping as he spotted several robots ahead of them. Targets found. Lots. What are those? The Nakanos asked in unison, while V found it fascinating. The faux villains from the entrance exam? Midoriya realized. Now comes the first barrier. Robo Inferno. Present, Mike announced. Kaminari slid to the front, stopping himself as he gaped. Aren't those the 0-point villains from the entrance exam? The entrance exam? Mika gasped. Are you sure nobody got hurt? Itsuki asked Midoriya, who nodded. Ah yes, he replied. No one of the twins talked to me. Midoriya thought, his face turning red. Things took a turn as Midnight suddenly hugged his hand. Hey Izuku, cuddle with me. Midnight whispered playfully. Are those the ones they used in the general entrance exam? Todoroki narrowed his eyes. I wonder where they got the funding for that? Yaoyorozu questioned as a robot aimed to strike Todoroki. If they went through all this trouble, I wish they would have prepared something better, Todoroki muttered, using his ice to dodge the robot. He narrowed his eyes, remarking, since my old man is watching. Try to make his father proud, I guess? Nino said. V remained silent, hugging Eri and Koda to comfort them. What the heck, Vianison? Koda groaned, while Eri hugged him happily. His girlfriend found it odd to see V like that. Todoroki slid his right hand along the ground before whipping it up at the robot, ice forming from his hand and freezing the robot in place. He stood still for a moment, exhaling an icy breath. He froze their legs. We can get through. Sato shouted about the robot. I wouldn't if I were you. I froze them when they were unbalanced, Todoroki warned as the robot began to crack before shattering into pieces, crashing to the ground. Todoroki concluded, they'll fall over. Todoroki from Class 1A. He attacked and defended in one hit. How elegant. Present Mike cheered, the crowd following suit. It's, practically unfair. Present Mike remarked, giving a thumbs up to Aizawa. His actions are logical and strategic, Aizawa explained. Todoroki-san is clever. Mika said. Agreed, sister, Itsuki exclaimed. As expected of someone who got in through recommendations. He'd never fought them before, but those Robo-Infernos couldn't get past his elite moves. More robots appeared as the students stood around. Gotta hurry. Midoriya gritted his teeth. You can't beat those. Run away, Izuku. Midoriya's mother cried at the TV. There are a lot of obstacles around me, Midoriya thought about the robot's attention span. Idiot, why? Why can't I move? Midoriya moved his foot, grinning shakily. Come on, think. Now what? Midoriya asked himself. The screens went black. Oh come on, that's the best part. Everyone groaned, even the twins. I'm tired, okay? V defended himself. Oh no, my time with you is over, Midnight pouted. I survived. Midoriya thought happily. Well, whatever. Here, Izuku, a gift for you. Midnight said as she kissed Midoriya's cheek playfully, causing him to faint. You know, Midnight, I don't care anymore, V said. As V tried to rest, Midnight got up and exchanged seats with Kinoko. Finally, it's my time, she beamed. Hey guys. It took a lot longer than I expected. Enjoy. Thanks. Oh yeah, should Bakugo and Todoroki get a girl? Izuku. Kinoko said excitedly. Weiss, Kamui-san. Are you excited for the next episode? She asked, pouting slightly when Midoriya called her by her last name. Oh of course, Kinoko-san, he stammered, blushing. Glad you noticed your mistake. She beamed as she snuggled his arm. She's so cute. Midoriya thought. Meanwhile, the Nakano siblings, except for Nino and Yotsuba, looked at him skeptically. How come he's the main protagonist in their world? Ichika wondered. He's cute, but I don't think he's strong, Miku thought. Huh, that girl must be having fun. Wait, what? Itsuki blushed. V noticed them, particularly Itsuki, who was blushing fiercely. Hey. To me, Itsuki seems to have a crush on our cinnamon roll here, while Miku and Ichika kind of disapprove of him being the main protagonist in his world. Phew. Never mind, be careful, sisters, because you might. No, you will become one of Midojo, ha 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 ha. V laughed maniacally, which made Nino notice and start to sweat. Oi, what are you planning, huh? Nino whispered to him. Honey, your sisters are going to have a nice boyfriend, V smiled. Pardon? Everyone, are you ready? V ignored her confusion. Hey, you didn't answer him. Yes. Everyone yelled, cutting off Nino. Sorry, honey. V winked at her, which was too charming for Nino to handle. Hey, are you okay, Nino? V asked her. Fine, she replied, holding her nose. Title screen, in their own quirky ways. The first game is an obstacle course race. It's a thrilling chicken race where anything goes as long as you stay on the course. Present Mike announced. Hey. Aizawa ducked as Present Mike swung his arms around. We'll bring you the exciting scenes with camera robots set around the course. Present Mike continued. You don't need me, do you? Aizawa sighed. Haha, Eraser, you look like a mummy, haha. Miss Joke burst into laughter. Dimenu, Emmy? Mummizawa. Kaminari muttered. If anyone calls me that, Kaminari, you're expelled, Aizawa thought, making Kaminari tremble in fear. The first one through the first barrier is Todoroki Shoto from Class 1A. Present Mike announced to the audience as Todoroki froze the robots, rendering them immobile. The other students tried to pass underneath them, but the robots crashed toward the other students. Hey, someone's trapped underneath. Wouldn't that hurt them? Will people get seriously injured at this sports festival? Wait, does someone actually get hurt? Yelled Itsuki. No. Kirishima replied. Shizuki gasped as a cracking sound echoed from inside the robot, with Kirishima breaking free from beneath it. Like I'd get hurt. Kirishima yelled. Yay, Kirishima, everyone cheered. That Todoroki. He timed it on purpose so it'd be right when they fell, Kirishima whispered. Turning to the students, he yelled, if it hadn't been me, someone could have been in trouble. Kirishima Iger. Quirk. Hardening. Another crack in the robot caught Kirishima's attention. That class Tetsu burst from the robot, his body hardened and gray, finishing Kirishima's sentence, that really is filled with troublemakers. Tetsu from Class B was also underneath. That's wild. Present Mike announced. Tetsu glared at Kirishima. If it hadn't been me, someone could have been in trouble. Tetsu declared. Tetsu. Quirk, steal. Wait, your name is Tetsu? What kind of name is that? Minetta exclaimed. Why? Tetsu asked innocently. Our quirks are pretty much the same. I have a hard enough time standing out as it is. Kirishima cried, continuing the race. Wait, you little dash. Tetsu ran after Kirishima. Everyone laughed as they saw Kirishima's frustration. Seriously, dude, that's what you've been concerned about? Rin laughed. Of course. It's rare to see someone with the same quirk as yours. Kirishima exclaimed. Meanwhile, Midoriya noticed Kinoko seemed overly excited, rocking back and forth in her seat, which he thought was cute. What can I do, Izuku? I'm extremely excited to see you, she said, facing Midoriya. Kinoko-san, calm down. He patted her head, and Kinoko suddenly purred. That's so adorable. Unbeknownst to them, Itsuki watched from afar. Damn it, I wish he would pat my head. Wait, does that mean I'm a pervert? She blushed. Meanwhile, V couldn't help but laugh at her reaction. There's 1 down, 2 to go, he smirked. Those guys are lucky. They can get through without being afraid of getting hurt, Kaminari sighed. Yeah, it's so cool. Don't you think? Yotsuba beamed at Uraraka. Yeah, you're right. Is it me, or do they really sound alike? V thought. Anyway, let's work together for now to clear a path. Rin yelled at the others, his arm turning green and scaly. An explosion behind the students went off as Bakugo used his quirk to propel himself over the robots. Like I'd let you get ahead of me. Bakugo gritted his teeth, pushing forward. Now that's awesome. Ichika cheered as everyone followed her. Bakugo smiled proudly. Take that Deku. She likes me, he thought. Congrats, Kaken. Midoriya genuinely said. He felt happy for him. But somehow, he sensed that something was about to happen. He shivered in apprehension. What was that? You seem like you'd be the type to plow straight through, but you can go around when you need to, huh? Zero yelled out, tape shooting from his elbow to climb over the robots alongside Tokoyami and his shadow. Zero Hanta. Land. Tokoyami commanded the shadow. Aye. The shadow replied. Tokoyami Fumigage. Quirk, Dark Shadow. The three jumped to the ground, the crowd cheering them on. As expected, most of the group that's gone ahead is from Class A, the cowboy hat teacher remarked, overheard by 13 and All Might. Class B and the other courses aren't bad either. All Might defended them. Montages of Class 1A taking down the robots played while Aizawa explained, those who experienced firsthand the world above them through the incident at US, those who had fear planted in their hearts, those who dealt with it and pulled through, they all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. I can't rely on one for all this early in the competition, Midoriya thought as he ran through the course. He dodged a robot when he noticed a piece of armor on the ground, realizing, it's the armor of the one Todoroki defeated. That robot will lock onto the target and track it. I'll make it build up momentum. Let's see how Deku takes down those robots. Bakugo said. Question. What is his quirk? Is it awesome? Oh, let me guess. He can fly. Yatsuba excitedly asked. You'll see, Ribbon. But his quirk isn't as amazing as mine, he proudly stated. Yeah, right? Monoma sighed. Surely it's not that strong, right? Ichika thought. Judging from the way he's thinking, he must be smart, Miku thought while looking at Midoriya, who was smiling. And kind, she blushed. Midoriya picked up the robot piece and turned around, slashing at the robot with it before running again. He glanced back as robots started falling to the ground, seeing Yaoyorozu had whipped out a cannon. Yaoyorozu! Midoriya thought. A piece of cake, Yaoyorozu declared before she started running again, leaving behind the cannon while robots fell one by one, the students using the opening to advance. She defeated those 0-point villains so easily? Midoriya thought aloud, watching Yaoyorozu as he added, no wonder she got in through recommendations. Yaoyorozu blushed at Midoriya's compliment. Thank you, Izuku, she fidgeted. And no problem, Momo, Midoriya replied, blushing. Man, she took that down easily, some students said. Yeah, I remember that I just followed the path that all the Hero Corps students made. Things to be defeated, they're just dumb hunks of metal. You'll start to see openings, Snipe stated. I want you to tell the world, I am here. I told him that even though I knew it'd be unreasonable, it doesn't matter if it's close. Just get to the next round. All Might pleaded for Midoriya. There goes the first stage. What about the second? Present Mike wondered, as the students stood on a cliff connected by ropes to other platforms of rock. Present Mike announced, it's the fall. When did they build this stage? Uraraka gaped. Interesting question, Ochako, Mandalay said. I'm also curious. Everything was already there, Nizu stated. I already predicted that. Ha ha. Nizu laughed maniacally, causing all the teachers to tremble in fear, including Kurojiri. I really shouldn't give him that tea. Azui walked to the front of the students where Ashido and Uraraka stood. Tsu? Ashido questioned. Ribbit. Azui croaked as she jumped before landing on a rope and starting to crawl on it, noting, Ribbit. This is like a glorified tightrope. She's fast. Ashido commented before she and Uraraka heard a tiny giggle behind them. They turned around to see a pink-haired girl decked out in gadgets. Here it is. Here's my chance to show off. It's time for my support items to be in the limelight. Hatsum grinned before she raised her voice, announcing, look, all you support companies across the country. Wire arrows and hover saws. That's me. Hatsum exclaimed. You're from the support course? Uraraka exclaimed. What? It's okay to bring in items? Ashido questioned. The hero course undergoes combat training regularly, right? To keep things fair, we are allowed to equip items and costumes, as long as we develop them ourselves. Or perhaps I should say, Hatsum explained, shooting a wire from her support item as she continued. But for those of us in the support course, this is the place where we can show off our ideas and skills to companies. The wire stuck into a ledge as she activated her hover boots before leaping over the edge, cheering, come, take a look, all you companies. Especially the big ones. I gotta admit that she's very good at making things, All Might said. Midoriya agreed with All Might since most of his support items were made by Hatsum. Mei-chan was so cool back there. Kinoko exclaimed. Actually, I didn't see her, Midoriya mumbled. Anyone notice her intentions? Siro whispered. I don't know, man, Tsuburaba said. I can't lose. Uraraka declared, running after her. That's some misplaced equality. Ashido exclaimed, following Uraraka along with the rest of the students. Nice, Shinso muttered, smirking. A lot of different people are working hard for their chance, huh, Eraserhead? Present Mike asked him. What are you idiots stopping for? Aizawa groaned. On the rope course, Todoroki slid on the ropes with his ice. And now, the leader of the pack is easily getting through first. Present Mike announced as he finished the stage. Todoroki glanced behind him as he ran to see Bakugo blasting his way over the course. Looks like he's getting fired up. A slow starter, Todoroki thought, looking forward again. What did you say about me, you demon half-half? Bakugo yelled. Oh boy, here we go again, everyone thought. Todoroki looked at him cluelessly. He blinked twice. Pardon? Did I say something wrong? He said in his usual monotone voice. Somehow everyone found it funny because Todoroki was genuinely clueless. Ichika looked flabbergasted. He really has some temper, she thought. My brother is watching me. I can't show him me act uncool. Ida declared about his brother watching before he used his engines to ride the ropes. That's so uncool. Present Mike yelled. That's so funny. Yatsuba and Uraraka burst into laughter, followed by everyone else. Darn it. Ida cursed. Todoroki's quirk is really strong, but his natural athletic ability and judgment are also a cut above everyone else's, someone in the crowd pointed out about Todoroki. Of course it is. That's the flame hero, Endeavor's son. No wonder. The blood of the guy second only to All Might, huh? They'll be fighting over who gets him as a sidekick. Wait, so Todoroki is the son of a hero, not to mention second to All Might. Nino exclaimed. Todoroki looked slightly uncomfortable. He still remembered what his father did to him and his mother, but he tried to forgive him. Yeah, he answered. You must be proud, Todoroki. Tetsu said. Bakugo and Midoriya exchanged concerned looks. Hey, everyone's clumped together. They haven't announced how many people will make it through, so you can't relax. Push forward. Present Mike announced. Midoriya hung onto a rope, inching his way across with the robot piece on his back. Was it not heavy? Kinoko asked. No, Kinoko-san. I'm fine, Midoriya smiled, making Kinoko blush. Oh. Izuku, Midoriya's mom cheered softly, tears in her eyes. Huh, like mother like son, Kaminari said. Todoroki stopped at the beginning of the third stage to catch his breath. And now, we've quickly arrived at the final barrier. The reality here is that it's a minefield. Set up so that you can tell where the mines are if you look carefully. So you have to exploit your eyes and legs. Present Mike yelled, as Todoroki stood at the start of a flat field with a sign labeled, Danger Mates. The first place is already there? Faster! Midoriya thought, running from the second course. Someone placed their foot on the ground only to be blown into the air by pink gas. More explosions went off as more students flew through the air. I see. This is an obstacle that puts those in the lead at a disadvantage. Trying to make it entertaining, huh? Todoroki thought, watching where he stepped while Bakugo used his quirk to get closer and closer to Todoroki, grabbing his attention. This doesn't affect me, Bakugo declared as he passed Todoroki, taking the first place spot, shouting at Todoroki, BSRD, don't declare war on the wrong person. That's what you think. Kirishima shouted at him. Of course. How come that darn half-half declared war on Deku? I'm a lot stronger than him. Bakugo shouted. Boo, Bakugo boo. Midoriya booed him. Bakugo just smirked at them and laughed. Before Bakugo continued, he tried to get a hit at Todoroki, who dodged the blast. And now, we've got someone new in the lead. Rejoice, mass media. It's the kind of development you guys love. Present Mike announced, the crowd cheering. Ida sprinted across the minefield, the mines going off behind him as he ran, trying to outrun the explosions. Hey, the rest of the pack is also speeding up. However, even as they push and pull at each other, can the two at the top remain in the lead? Present Mike wondered. While Present Mike talked, Todoroki and Bakugo fought it out with their quirks. Midoriya made it to the last stage with the robot piece in hand. Showing the field, a glowing dot indicated where Midoriya was, and another on Bakugo and Todoroki. It's far. But there's still stuff I have to do. Midoriya exclaimed as he put the robot piece into the ground. Go, Midoriya, Miku cheered softly. Itsuki heard her. No way Miku likes him too. It's not that I'm jealous or anything, she blushed. The students tried getting across the field without activating the bombs. I'm gonna borrow your idea, Kaken. Midoriya whispered, holding the robot piece as he ran with it before dropping it on the dirt. A huge explosion went off behind the students, catching their attention. There's a huge explosion at the back. What's with that force? Present Mike yelled. As the blast faded, everyone looked up to see Midoriya soaring high in the air. What? All Might exclaimed, jumping out of his seat. Wow. Ichika marveled. Was it an accident, or did he do it on purpose? Present Mike wondered aloud, causing Todoroki and Bakugo to pause their fighting and watch Midoriya as he headed straight for them. Present Mike announced, Class A's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. I need to manage my injuries and stamina, it's better to slow down and avoid them, Midoriya thought, continuing to dig at the ground with the piece. Wait, a flashback? Everyone murmured. There are mines to avoid. They probably can't go very fast with all the obstacles. Look carefully. The spots where those in front were cautious. Everyone was especially careful around the entrance. There are many landmines left. I'll be fine, Midoriya thought as the students pressed on, Jiru glancing back at him. What's Midoriya doing? Jiru wondered aloud before continuing. Jiru must think Midoriya is crazy, Siro laughed. Hey, I still don't know him back there, she said, blushing in embarrassment. It's okay, Jiru-sen, Midoriya reassured her. She avoided his gaze, feeling shy. Izuku, she replied, her cheeks still flushed. Call me Kyuka, darn it, she pouted internally. They're approaching the last barrier soon. Present Mike announced as they neared the final course. All right, Midoriya thought, surveying the pile of landmines he had created. I'm going to borrow your idea, Kaken. Midoriya whispered, preparing the robot piece. As he began to run toward the pile, he declared, Super Explosive Speed Turbo. Midoriya leaped onto the landmines, triggering a massive explosion behind him that caught the students' attention. The students stared in awe at the explosion, Ida muttering, That's... Class A's Midoriya is in hot pursuit with that blast. Present Mike shouted. I flew just as I planned, but there's so much force. I didn't think about landing. Midoriya thought as the ground rushed closer. I take back what I said about him. He's incredible. Ichika thought. And he planned that. Oh my god. He's really amazing. Ichika exclaimed, causing Midoriya to blush. And oh, not you again. Bakugo gasped. Deku, don't get ahead of me. Bakugo yelled, using his explosions to propel himself toward Midoriya while Todoroki created an icy path on the ground. This will give those behind a way forward, but I can't worry about what's behind me. Todoroki thought as he raced across the ice toward Midoriya and Bakugo. The two who were previously in the lead have stopped trying to slow each other down and are now chasing Midoriya. With a common goal, they've paused their fighting. But the battle isn't over yet. Present Mike announced, narrating the unfolding scene. What are you saying? Aizawa questioned him. Oh no. I'm losing speed. That's not surprising. They'll catch up to me in no time. Midoriya thought, glancing at Bakugo and Todoroki as they closed in. As they drew alongside him, Midoriya gritted his teeth, thinking, Oh no. Miku and Itsuki exclaimed, excitement bubbling among the crowd. You got this, Midoriya, everyone cheered, even though they knew what was coming. If I think about how long it'll take to land, there's no way I can regain the lead. Don't give up. Midoriya Izuku, you have to get in front of these two and hold your ground. Midoriya tightened his grip on the piece. Planting his feet onto the backs of Todoroki and Bakugo, he vowed, If I can't reclaim the lead, then I can't let them pass me. Midoriya slammed the piece onto the ground, causing the landmines he struck to explode and propel him forward. He landed, rolling until he regained his footing and sprinted toward the finish line. Wow. Kinoko cheered while hugging Midoriya, who was blushing. That was really impressive, Dabi remarked. Go, Izuku. Toga cheered. Bakugo and Todoroki navigated through the pink gas, rushing to catch up. Eraserhead, your class is amazing. Present Mike exclaimed, turning to him. What? Are you teaching them? UA Sports Festival, first year stage. Who could have predicted the developments at the beginning or this conclusion? Right now, the first person back in the stadium is that man. Present Mike announced as Bakugo, Todoroki, and Midoriya raced through a narrow hallway to enter the arena, until Midoriya Izuku made a huge splash. Midoriya burst into the arena as Present Mike announced his arrival. Yee! The crowd cheered in USJ. That's amazing and cool. How did he do that? Deku-san is incredible. Eri cheered. The crowd roared, and the camera panned to Midoriya's mom, who was sobbing and murmuring, Aizu. That kid's. Death Arms turned to the TV outside the stadium, with Kamui watching as well. Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, he's from last year, Kamui recalled. The crowd continued to cheer as Midoriya caught his breath, hands on his knees. He stood up, still panting, and looked around at the audience until he spotted All Might, who was clapping. Midoriya clenched his fist, holding back tears before wiping his eyes. This sports festival is a competition where they have to aim for the top, even if it means defeating their friends and classmates. Modern heroes rely heavily on their popularity, so they need that drive to be above all others. All Might narrated as the other students made their way to the finish. While the TV replayed Midoriya's victory, All Might continued. At your core, you are a hero who wants to help others. That is why I choose you, but I thought that was also your weakness. You need to stop being such a crybaby though, All Might smiled. Hey, it's not bad, right? Midoriya asked, his eyes beginning to well up. No, Izuku, you're great. Yes, don't listen to All Might. Kinoko and Itsuki reassured him. It's really so, he said, wiping his eyes. Wow, Itsuki. You made your first move there, V thought. I know what your scheme is, Nino began to speak, but V quickly covered her mouth. Shoo, Nino, don't expose me. V blushed. V, you rascal. But I still love you. Nino thought. So what do you think? Someone rubbed their chin thoughtfully. First of all, Midoriya's popularity will skyrocket. However, he still hasn't revealed his quirk yet, so it's hard to predict what will happen next. 3 students stood together in the stands, discussing Midoriya's performance. Hey, that's us, one of them exclaimed. If you took on management of an agency, how would you market him? Opinions? What do you think? A student asked the others. His appearance is off, one declared. What do you mean by that? Gyro asked them with a smile, sensing their misstep. Meanwhile, Midoriya touched his face. Am I ugly? Maybe it's my hair, he mumbled. How rude. He's cute. Miku thought. Izuku, you're good looking. Don't mind them, Kinoko smiled at him. I see, Midoriya replied, blushing. He still didn't notice that Gyro and some of the Midojo were taking down those 3 opponents. And without the raw material to work with, another student commented about Midoriya's abilities. All Might narrowed his eyes at the 3. Bakugo had his hands on his knees, catching his breath before standing back up. Again, Diminute. He muttered quietly to himself. Todoroki stood with his hands on his hips, also catching his breath as steam wafted from his body. And now, they're finishing one after another. We'll make a list of the results later, but for now, good work. Present Mike announced, while Todoroki glanced at Midoriya before walking away. Deku, you were amazing. Midoriya turned to see Uraraka running up to him after finishing the course, with Ida in the background catching his breath. Uraraka? Midoriya exclaimed in surprise. First place is amazing. That's so frustrating, dang it. Uraraka beamed at him. It was just, Midoriya blushed, trying to hide his face. It was just luck, he mumbled. Yeah, you had some good luck, V said to him. I'm grateful for my luck. It was a lucky punch. My real ability will be tested after this. Midoriya thought as he uncovered his face. Yaoyorozu walked into the stadium, out of breath. This isn't how it was supposed to, she sighed. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm a genius. Minetta shouted from behind Yaoyorozu, his face bruised. You're the worst. Yaoyorozu glared back at him. Minetta shivered in fear as the girls looked at him with menacing expressions. You're dead, shorty, Toga smiled at him. Minetta's suffering began anew. Well, he kind of deserves that, V thought. Just don't hurt him too badly, girls. V shouted. Yes, all of Midojo replied. V is scary. Midoriya thought, even as Kinoko joined in on the teasing. The first game of the first-year stage is finally over. Now, take a look at the results. Midnight announced to the crowd, displaying the results of the top. These students are worthy of moving on to the next round. It's unfortunate, but don't worry if you didn't make it. We've prepared other chances for you to shine. Midnight liked her lips, continuing, the real competition begins next. The press cavalry will be all over it. Give it your all. The same board from before began to spin again. Now then, here is the second game. I already know what it is, but what could it be? Midnight teased while Midoriya gulped. She pushed her glasses up before announcing, I just said it and now here it is. A cavalry battle? I'm bad at those, Kaminari read the sign. A point-based system like the entrance exam, huh? That's easy to understand, Sato noted as Midnight explained the point system. In other words, each team is worth different points depending on who's on the team. Uraraka added. I see. Ashido agreed. You guys don't hold back even though I'm talking, huh? Midnight yelled at the 2. A point system appeared on the board as Midnight continued. Yes, that's right. The points assigned go up by 5 starting from the bottom. So 42nd place gets 5 points, and 41st gets 10 points. While Midnight explained, the students scanned the list of points. And the point value assigned to first place is, Midnight announced as Midoriya gaped, .10 million. Everyone laughed when they saw Midoriya's shocked expression. That face though? Yatsuba chuckled. Oh, someone's nervous, Siro added. 10 million? Midoriya choked out. 10 million huh? Shinso smirked at Midoriya. In other words, if you take down the first place player's team, Hatsum grinned at Midoriya. All the students stared at him, their eyes glowing with determination in his mind. That you can stand at the top no matter what place you're in, they seemed to say. Geez, that's how you saw us at that time? Fukudashi remarked. Yeah, sorry, Midoriya replied. Oh Lord, please forgive me, Shizuki prayed while wiping away tears. That's right. It's survival of the fittest, with the chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight announced, echoing their thoughts. And that's it. V announced. Yup, let's rest a bit, shall we? Huh, that's interesting. I'm guessing Midoriya is the coolest one. Ichika said to Itsuki. That's right, Itsuki blushed. Ah, my time is over, Kinoko sulked. Next time, Izuku. Chew, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. Why yeah, see you next time, Kinoko-san, Midoriya stammered. Haha, it's my time now. Hatsum said, sitting next to him. Hello, Izuku. Hatsum smiled. Hello Hat, May call me May. Emerson. V grunted as he stretched his body. So, everyone ready? He asked. Just started already, everyone shouted. I'm so excited. Hey, hurry up. V was taken aback by their reactions. Well, that was something. Never thought they would get so into watching some green cinnamon roll stories. But they really didn't have to shout at me, V thought sadly. You two, are you okay? Nino asked her boyfriend while patting his head. V felt lucky to have her as a girlfriend. He instantly hugged Nino in appreciation. I love you, Nino, love. Nino blushed at his affection. You, Mei-san, can you move a little? Midoriya asked her. Nope. I'm going to be as clingy as I can. Hatsum smiled. God, she's so cute. But please let me breathe. Midoriya shouted internally. The second round of the UA Sports Festival first-year stage is. Midnight pointed at the board, announcing, a cavalry battle with the top 42 from the qualifier. Those at the top will suffer more. You'll hear this many times as you attend UA. This is what plus ultra means. Tisk, no wonder the heroes are such losers. Shigaraki remarked. Hey, that's not nice. Give them hell, Shigaraki. Twice exclaimed. Midnight pointed at Midoriya in the crowd, adding, Midoriya Izuku, who placed first in the qualifier, is worth 10 million points. You're quirkless. The eyes around him were different from junior high. The top spot he got for an instant was because of luck. Even so, Midoriya thought as the eyes of students laid on him. Geez, he's looking at us like we are the devils, Shishida said. Well, we can't blame him, you know? Remember, he passed? He might be traumatized by his former classmates, Yosetsu exclaimed. What's a quirkless? Yatsuba asked. Simply put, a quirkless person is just a normal person, like you, V replied. Gasp, I'm offended. Yatsuba pouted. Yatsuba, you know he's right? Ichika chuckled. You're quick to understand, huh, young man? All Might narrowed his eyes. Even so, is it really this heavy, All Might? Midoriya clenched his fists. Title screen, strategy, strategy, strategy. Which means? Yairozu muttered as Midnight explained the rules for the battle. Since there are 42 people, there will be 10 or 12 teams on the field the whole time? Sato finished her sentence. That's tough. Aoyama popped out from behind them. One strategy could be to let someone take your points first so you'll be more free, Ashido thought out loud. It's hard to say without seeing how all the points end up getting split up, Mina, Azui pointed out. During the game, it'll be a fierce competition where you can use your quirks. But it's still a cavalry battle. You'll get a red card for attacks that are trying to make people fall on purpose. You'll be removed immediately. Midnight explained. Wow, Bakugo muttered. He definitely tried to attack people if we didn't mention the rules, right? Vlad whispered to Aizawa. Definitely, Aizawa answered lazily before snapping at Mrs. Joke. Emmy, can you stop bugging me? No way. I will not stop hugging you until you say you want to marry me. Mrs. Joke exclaimed. Dimenu. In a battle like this, teamwork is the most important thing. The ones I want on my team are that person and that person. Midoriya planned. Midoriya, who are those people? Tokoyami asked. I'll tell you later. Midoriya sensed danger if he told Tokoyami. Great, looks like I can keep my hands clean, V sighed. The sports festival is more about simulating the competition they'll face as heroes than seeing how prepared they are to be heroes, Death Arms observed, cigarette in hand. EMT lady, and Kamui sat in a small warehouse near the arena to cool down. What are you talking about? EMT lady asked him. In a world crowded with hero agencies, sometimes you have to push others aside to show your skills. That was what the obstacle course race in the qualifier was, right? Death Arms explained. Doesn't that just break your heart? Milady asked, waving away the smoke. Yeah, right? Kamui said sarcastically. You little... Kamui turned to her, remarking, you did that quite gleefully, remember? Ha ha ha, everyone laughed. He definitely tried not to curse there. Mirko laughed. On the other hand, even if you're business rivals, there are many cases where you have to work together. Death Arms continued, recalling the sludge incident. With compatibility and other people's quirks. Then Lady pointed out, adding, it's a give-and-take situation. Coordinating with your sidekick and joint quirk training with other agencies. Kamui unscrewed his water bottle, only for it to bang against his mask when he went for a drink. Everyone chuckled at his actions while Kamui blushed. I didn't realize that I still wore my mask, he said. Yeah right, stick boy, Dobby snorted. The kids are doing things now that will be their way of life after they become pros, Death Arms stated. They've got it rough, Lady agreed. Students in the top 42 asked around, picking their teams. Team up with me. Sato pointed to himself. What? Bakugo, team up with me. Ashido told him. Don't you want to team up with me? Aoyama asked while holding his stomach. Bakugo stood in a circle with Shoji, Sato, Hagakure, Aoyama, Siro, and Ashido surrounding him. I don't know what quirks you all have. What? Bakugo exclaimed. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed. Wow, he really didn't care about everyone else, Hatsum said, laughing. Well, Kaken is still Kaken, Midoriya agreed. Huh, why would I care about a bunch of losers? Bakugo. You're right. Simp, Kaminari joked, making Bakugo explode in anger. Who are you calling a simp? Bakugo shouted at him. Instantly, everyone laughed at his reaction. Kaken, you know that Kaminari-kun stated facts, Midoriya thought to him. Shut up nerd. I know, Bakugo admitted. With a personality like that, he still came in third and has 200 points. Considering the all-purpose use of his quirk, it makes sense that he's popular, All Might observed from the teacher's seating area. Hey, Todoroki chose his team already. Kirishima waved, making his way to the circle around Bakugo, telling him, Bakugo, team up with me. Oh, weird hair, Bakugo replied. Everyone laughed when Bakugo called Kirishima's nickname. Come on man, what's wrong with my hair? Kirishima asked Bakugo. Bakugo looked at Todoroki, and Todoroki looked at Bakugo. They both nodded together. It's too bright and way too spiky, they answered in unison. Kirishima was devastated. Dang it, even Todoroki said my hair is weird. I think it's stylish, Midoriya complimented him genuinely. Kirishima cried, manly. Thank you Midoriya. I'm Kirishima. At least try to remember. My hair's not that different from yours. Kirishima exclaimed, pointing at their hair. Smirking again, Kirishima declared to Bakugo, you're gonna be the rider, right? Then who'll be a front horse that can take your blasts? As he finished, Kirishima hardened his arm while Bakugo smirked. Shoji turned to his name being called, seeing Minetta walking toward him. I wanted to team up with a girl, but it's no good. Please team up with me. Minetta begged Shoji as he cried while Shoji started walking away, Minetta pleading. Poor Shirsho, Kaminari said. I'm tiny, so I can't be a horse. But no one will be my horse if I'm a rider. You can cover my whole body, can't you? Right. Minetta explained about Shoji covering him, making Shoji stop. That's a great idea, Minetta, Shoji agreed. For the first time, Minetta said something smart, Jiru exclaimed. Shoji nodded in agreement. Hey, I'm not that stupid. Minetta exclaimed. It was true that students talked with their peers to form teams, Midoriya standing by himself. As expected, people are teaming up with their classmates, huh? Since no one has a good grasp of what quirks those in the other classes have. I need to do something quick too. Midoriya rubbed his chin. An imaginary spotlight landed on Midoriya, the words, isolated, appearing. That about the current state where everyone's totally avoiding me. Midoriya panicked. Midoriya nervously approached Ojiro nearby. Ojiro? Midoriya uttered, making Ojiro jump. Sorry. Ojiro slipped away, Midoriya gasping. Everyone laughed at his comical actions. Boy, I didn't realize that we're so funny, Kaminari said as he brushed away his tears. I'm sorry Midoriya, Ojiro said. It's okay Ojiro-kun. It's all in the past, Midoriya smiled. Instead of trying to keep the points for the whole game, it'd be a better strategy to try to steal points at the end. And unlike Todoroki or Kaken, I didn't use my quirk, so no one has any confidence in me. Midoriya panicked. Deku! Midoriya nervously turned his head at the sound of his name and saw Uraraka. Let's be a team. Uraraka beamed. Midoriya immediately burst into tears, and Uraraka quickly covered her face to shield herself from the splash. Uraraka! Midoriya cried. Wow, that's a lot of tears, Ichika said, laughing. Yup. That's why he is so innocent. Everyone laughed and teased while Midoriya blushed. Come on, not again, he thought, covering his face. Izuku, don't worry. You're still cute even when you're crying, Hatsum said, patting him. Is it okay? With the pressure from my 10 million points. Midoriya told her as she wiped his tears away. If we run away the whole time, then you'll win, right? Uraraka replied. Blinking, Midoriya muttered, I think you're overestimating me, Uraraka. Like I would. Anyway, it's better to team up with people you get along with. Uraraka beamed at him again. Midoriya closed his eyes, his face scrunching up as the words, heart squeeze, appeared in his mind. Deku-kun, why are you making that face? You look so funny. Uraraka exclaimed. Except when you make that face, Hatsum laughed along with everyone else. Ha, that face is too funny. Mirko laughed like there was no tomorrow. Nothing, Midoriya said, wiping his eyes. It's just that you're so bright that I can't look straight at you. Ah, two suns shine together, All Might said, making everyone nod in agreement. But it's best to be with people you can communicate with smoothly, right? Midoriya pointed at himself and Uraraka. Yup. Uraraka nodded. Actually, with your quirk and one other person, I thought of a plan. Midoriya told her as Uraraka looked behind him at Ida. Ida, Midoriya called, making him turn around. Huh, so he originally wanted Ida-kun on his team, Kirishima said. But Ida's in another team. Oh, why do I sense tension in that scene? Tetsu added. If we use Uraraka's quirk to make Ida and me lighter, we'd be able to maneuver easily, Midoriya planned. I see. Uraraka realized. It's better to have someone physically strong as the rider, but I haven't decided who, Midoriya continued. Looking up at Ida, he said, anyway, this is all I could think of to keep running away until the end. I expected no less, Midoriya, Ida murmured. Louder, he declared, but I am afraid I have to refuse. Midoriya and Uraraka gaped as Ida continued. Ever since the entrance exam, I keep losing to you. You are a wonderful friend, but that's why, if I keep following you, I will never grow. Ida pushed up his glasses, staring down at Midoriya. Bakugo and Todoroki aren't the only ones who see you as a rival. Ida turned around, walking to Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari behind him, declaring, I will challenge you. I'm sorry, Midoriya, for refusing you, Ida said, bowing. Whoa, what the heck? How did you get here? V exclaimed as he hugged Nino in shock. Nino was also surprised by Ida's sudden appearance and unconsciously hugged Koda and Eri. Apparently, Ida had literally bowed in apology in front of Midoriya, who was sitting next to V. How he got there so quickly was a mystery. It's okay, Akun, Midoriya stammered, flabbergasted. Seriously, Four Eyes, how did you teleport here? Hatsum asked. Ida looked confused. I just walked. Everyone is an enemy. That's right. I'm at the top right now. Can't just play at being friends, Midoriya thought, staring at Bakugo's team Ishido, Siro, and Kirishima and Todoroki's team. Someone giggled behind Uraraka and Midoriya. As I thought, this is great. You stand out. Midoriya and Uraraka turned to see the girl with gadgets before she got in their faces. Team up with me, person in first place. Hatsum demanded. So close. Who are you? Midoriya exclaimed, startled. Yes. Now it's my time to shine. Hatsum said proudly. Midoriya chuckled at her reaction. She chuckled before answering, I am Hatsum Mei, from the support course. Oh, that eccentric person from back then, Uraraka muttered. Hey, I'm not eccentric. I'm a genius. Hatsum said, making everyone laugh. You're the one who won the last round, right? Perfect. Now I can use your position for my inventions. Hatsum exclaimed excitedly. She's straightforward. Midoriya thought, flinching at Hatsum's comment about wanting to use his position. If I team up with you, then I'll inevitably become part of the team everyone's watching most, right? If that happens, then my super cool inventions will inevitably be seen by the big companies. That means, in other words, that those big companies will notice my inventions. Hatsum explained, inching closer while Uraraka and Midoriya inched back. Bee babies? Itsuki blushed. She meant her inventions. Midoriya shouted, hoping there was no misunderstanding. Wait a minute. Babies and big companies? What are you? Uraraka asked her. And I think you guys will also benefit, Hatsum continued to Midoriya. Oh, she's not interested in me, Uraraka shivered. Oops, sorry Ochako. It's true that I'm only interested in this cute green boy. Hatsum said to her. No problem, Mei, Uraraka laughed. See cute. Midoriya blushed when Hatsum called him cute. If heroes can't deal with their quirks, I have a ton of inventions, so I'm sure you'll be able to find one that you like. Hatsum explained as she opened a box filled with gadgets. Midoriya stood frozen until Hatsum held up an item, asking, Oh, has this one caught your eye? I made this based on a certain hero's backpack, adding my own original twist to it. Could you be talking about the Buster hero, Air Jet? Midoriya asked her. Hatsum laughed in response, and Midoriya gushed, I like him, too. Really? Hatsum beamed. Oh, they're already getting along, Uraraka observed. Oh, that was easy, Kendo muttered. She had really tried hard to make him notice her. In the end, she managed to talk with him sometimes during recess. Mostly thanks to Monoma. He really liked to tease Midoriya. Meanwhile, the Nakano siblings, minus Nino, had been observing Midoriya. They wondered what his quirk was and tried to ask everyone, but they simply replied with, you'll see, or, just wait, okay? Honestly, they sensed fear from those they asked. Maybe his quirk is the strongest among these guys, Mika thought. Either way, I wonder if he likes the Sengoku PRD. As you know, Mika here is obsessed with Japanese history. Mostly the samurai era. There's someone missing. The one who can fill that spot is. Midoriya thought as he looked around until his eyes widened before he walked away from Uraraka and Hatsum. Deku? Uraraka questioned. Midoriya put his hand on someone's shoulder, finishing his thought. You? You really wanted me on your team, huh? That person said. Almost everyone here has their eyes on Class A. Why is that? And like Tetsu said, Class A is full of themselves about it. It's strange, isn't it? The only difference between us and them is that they fought villains. Why were those of us in Class B content with being in the middle of the pack? Let's show that arrogant Class A what we're made of, guys. Monoma smirked at his teammates. May I ask, why are you so obsessed with Class A? Itsuki inquired. Before, I thought they were just attention seekers, deliberately putting themselves in danger for credits. But after seeing what really happened, I regret my thoughts, Monoma admitted surprisingly. What the actual heck? Bakugo thought. Wow, Monoma, you finally said something nice about them, Yosetsu remarked. Yeah, I thought you were going to say something like ignorant class A, or something, Rin added. But, no matter what, Class B is far more superior than UG. Monoma was interrupted as Kendo threw a soda can at him. V-san, can we start already? Midoriya asked telepathically, a heavy blush on his face. He was probably flustered because of Mirko. She was just so stunning. He never admitted it, but he likely had a crush on her, just like Bakugo did. After all, it was Mirko, every boy's crush. And Midoriya was the only one dating her right now. Yeah, just let me bring some more people, V replied. And more? Midoriya gasped. Izuku, why are you so red? Mirko asked, causing him to flinch slightly. And nothing, Mirko-san, he stuttered. Hey, call me Rumi, or do I have to kiss you to get you to say my first name? Mirko teased with a smirk. What? And no, please don't. Midoriya screamed internally. Ha, please don't tease me, Rumi-san, Midoriya blushed. God, he's so cute. Mirko beamed. Suddenly, she snuggled up to Midoriya's arm, causing him to go stiff. He probably couldn't survive this round. God help Midoriya, Shiozaki prayed. Iberchan, why are you crying? Azui asked. All right, listen up. V suddenly shouted. I'm going to bring some people here, so be prepared. Murmurs spread through USJ as everyone wondered who would come. Let's see who's on the list, he thought as he opened his journal titled Midoriya's Harem. It seemed he was already making a list of girls for Midoriya. Technically, he was the one shipping him with them, but that was a discussion for later. So, I'm guessing those two will be worth it. Please, I hope they join the Midojo too. V hoped as he snapped his fingers, and a portal appeared in the sky above you. Kaya. Everyone looked up to see two girls falling from the sky. Ow, ow, ow. The girl with blue hair rubbed her backside painfully, while the other girl looked around curiously. Is that Intelli Psycho-san? Yaoyorozu immediately recognized the blue-haired girl. Oh, and the girl from Shiketsu too, Todoroki said with an uninterested expression. Yahalo? Kami waved her hand. Oh, it's the girl I drugged, Toga thought. Hey, can someone explain why we're here? And why the heck are you guys here too? The pros are here as well. Psycho demanded answers. Expected from the Princess of Tea, V thought. Ahem, welcome to you girls. V began, explaining everything to them. So you're saying we've been brought here to watch Midoriya Izuku's life? Psycho asked. Correct. Any more questions? V replied. As long as he's cute, then that's okay, Kami said. Wait, are you serious? Psycho looked at her, confused. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, right? And look, some of the pros are here. Ooh, I'm kind of excited, she said happily. Psycho sighed deeply. Alright V, where should we sit? She asked, wondering who this Midoriya kid was. Suddenly, she shivered at V's smile. Oh, you're going to sit with them, V said, pointing at the girls' seats. Yup, the VVIP ones. Oh, we're going to sit with them. As USJ was filled with people, adjustments were made. Midoriya and V would sit in special seats with their girlfriends, while the girls would have a chance to sit with Midoriya and V after each episode ended. The VVIP area would serve as a waiting room for the girls to sit next to Midoriya, while the VIP section was for the boys, mainly class 1A and 1B, plus Shinso, because he deserved to be included. Teachers, villains, and pros had their own group seating next to the VIP area, while other UA students sat in their own groups. The seating arrangement remained the same, except for the special seats. Eri and Koda would be sitting with V and Midoriya. Yes, Kami-san, Intelli-san, you're going to sit with Midojo there. And both of you will be part of them too. Fufufu, welcome to Midojo girls, V laughed mischievously. Why do I feel like I want to take down Midoriya Deku again? Minetta, Kaminari, and Bakugo thought jealously. Well, there's no harm, right? Psycho thought as she took a seat next to Yaoyorozu. Hi, Yaoyorozu-san, she awkwardly greeted. Oh, a pleasure to meet you, Intelli-san. You can call me Momo here, she smiled, looking like an angel. Then please call me Psycho too. Oh, you guys too, Psycho said with a smile. Nice to see you, Psycho-chan, Azui smiled. Just call me Kami girls, Kami introduced herself. Meanwhile, V observed them from his seat. Great, they're getting along so well, he thought with a mischievous smile. He certainly enjoyed making our cinnamon roll suffer, but thankfully his girlfriend was there to keep him in check. Ow, 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 stop pinching me, Nino, V exclaimed, trying to endure the pain. Ora, Yato, what are you thinking? Nino asked while pinching V's cheeks. Suddenly, the screen lit up, primarily because V wanted to escape from her wrath. Title screen, Cavalry Battle Finale. Whimpering eyes in the darkness tried to hold back their tears. Another set of eyes appeared, and Azui's voice echoed, it was a good plan, so I joined the team even though it was you. Hey, what's wrong with me being on your team? Minetta yelled. Because you're a demon pervert, grapes? Bakugo retorted, making everyone laugh. Hey now, there's nothing left to lose. Shoji, full attack mode. Minetta ordered. Shoji released his grip on Azui and Minetta, charging toward Midoriya and Todoroki's team. We're going to steal points from those two teams with everything we've got. Minetta declared. Sadly, we didn't make it, Shoji sighed. Midoriya, you and Todoroki didn't have a confrontation until later in this contest, Tokoyami informed Midoriya, adding, he seems to think highly of you, Midoriya. Oh, so that's Midoriya, Intelli thought. Well, he's cute, not gonna lie, but he's still not my type. Probably, Kami mused, playing with her hair. Only half the time is left. Don't stop moving, Midoriya urged. Ida forward. Todoroki instructed as Midoriya's team began to advance. While Ida moved, Todoroki turned to Yaoyorozu, saying, Yaoyorozu, prepare to guard us and conduct electricity. Right, she replied, creating a pole from her arm. Kaminari, you, Todoroki started. I know what I have to do. Kaminari smirked. Watch our surroundings. It's not just one group coming after us. Midoriya warned his team as he scanned the area, spotting the others. Midoriya gasped as Kaminari's lightning surged toward his team, but Dark Shadow shielded them, absorbing the hit. Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Ida were hidden under a blanket as the shockwave affected the other teams approaching Midoriya. Kaminari. Jair managed to choke out. That still hurt, she muttered. Wow, that's a cool quirk. Itsuki complimented Kaminari, making him puff up with pride. Sorry, but you guys have to bear it, Todoroki apologized as he used his ice to halt the team's movements. What did he do? Todoroki took care of that crowd of teams in an instant. Present Mike exaggerated. He froze them after Kaminari's shock stopped them. I guess it would be expected, but he took into account how many people avoided it in the obstacle course, Aizawa explained. Nice commentary. Present Mike gave a thumbs up. I'm still alive, right? Midoriya thought, blushing furiously. Mirko seemed determined to keep him close, cuddling up to him cutely. The boy was still not used to this kind of attention, but maybe he eventually would. No, he probably never would. Kendo gasped as Todoroki held up 2 headbands. I might as well take these, Todoroki announced. Darn it, she yelled as another student exclaimed, what? Mine too. Ice spikes shot up from the ground between Todoroki and the other teams. Midoriya's jetpack crackled with electricity, and he turned to look at it. The backpack's acting up? Midoriya questioned. Baby, there's room for improvement. Hatsum exclaimed. Oh no, it's too strong. We can't get away. Uraraka shrieked. I'll restrain them. Tokoyami assured her, using Dark Shadow. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki called as she created a shield to block Dark Shadow's attack. Yaoyorozu's quirk is hard to deal with. Midoriya observed. Instantly, Yaoyorozu blushed at his compliment. Ihem, thank you, Izuken, she fidgeted. And no problem, Momo-san, Midoriya stuttered. No. Tokoyami disagreed, saying, Kaminari is worse. Hey, what do you mean worse? Kaminari asked, confused. Yar days. It's a compliment, Kaminari-kun, Tokoyami replied. Oh, thank you. Kaminari said with a proud smirk. I want to punch him, Shiro thought angrily at the sight of that smirk. Without sunlight, Dark Shadow would have been ripped apart, Tokoyami explained, making Midoriya gasp. Hey, what happened? Kaminari asked. If you just focus on the screen, you wouldn't miss any important parts, Kirishima said to him. Right? Midoriya thought, recalling what Tokoyami had said before the battle. In any case, I want you to devote yourself to defense. You don't have to attack, Midoriya explained to Tokoyami. Tokoyami scoffed. Interesting. Uraraka looked up from where she was attaching the boots as Tokoyami explained how his quirk worked. Kaminari's lightning. Midoriya muttered. As long as he keeps discharging electricity, attacking will be difficult. Dark Shadow will become timid, Tokoyami explained, and Midoriya gasped as he saw Dark Shadow looking a little scared and trembling. I'm against violence. Dark Shadow whimpered. Yeah, right, Tokoyami laughed, knowing Dark Shadow better than anyone. The team froze as Present Mic announced, Team Midoriya has nowhere left to go. An ice barrier surrounded Midoriya and Todoroki's team, leaving no room to escape. Decrease offense. They don't know that, do they? Midoriya whispered as Todoroki's team advanced. I don't believe so, Tokoyami replied, explaining, the only person I've told about this weakness is Koda, at USJ, and he is a man of few words. Why didn't you tell us, Koda? Mina asked, and Koda seemed flustered by her sudden question. WL, you guys didn't ask? Koda stammered. Fair point, Mina smiled. Bakugo's headband was snatched off his head. Minoma grinned at the sight of Bakugo's anger. Minoma, don't provoke him. You'll be just like him, one of his teammates warned. That's right. It wouldn't make you a hero, Minoma sighed before asking, besides, don't you often hear about heroes who get taken down by villains seeking revenge? Oops, Minoma-kun just awakened the devil. Midoriya muttered in fear. Izuku, are you okay? Why are you shaking? Mirko asked cutely. And nothing, Arumi-san. Hey, copycat, you really know how to make people angry, huh? Bakugo said, trembling as he struggled to contain his anger toward Minoma. Bakugo, we're seriously counting on you. Kirishima sighed. Go! Bakugo ordered as his team ran forward, Minoma's team watching as they approached. As he got close, Bakugo aimed for Minoma, yelling, Die! Bakugo unleashed an explosion aimed at Minoma, who dodged to Bakugo's surprise. Turning back around, Bakugo was met with Minoma's hand, an explosion blasting in his face. Demenit! Bakugo yelled, aiming another explosion. Smoke surrounded the two teams. Really, such nice quirks? Minoma praised them. As the smoke cleared, Minoma's arms were hardened, blocking the attack as he smirked. Mine's better, though. What? The same again? Kirishima gasped. No. This guy copied them, Bakugo explained calmly. That's right, Minoma congratulated him. Minoma Nito. Quirk. Copy. Wow, that's an awesome quirk. Yatsuba beamed. So you can copy any quirks? Oh, you must be really strong. Yatsuba continued. She's so cute, every male thought. Sorry boys, she's taken, V said to them. To answer your question, yes, I am the ST. Before he could finish his sentence, Kendo glared at him, causing him to cough. Ahem, I meant I'm not that strong. Everyone has their own weaknesses. As for my quirk, I can't really copy everyone's quirks. I have my limits, he continued. Oh, what a bummer. Yatsuba sighed. I'm sorry, it seems that you guys have to keep away from getting caught now, Minoma's teammate urged as another team approached them and Bakugo's. What is this solidifying? Kirishima asked Bakugo when he ordered them to move, his foot stuck in some kind of sticky substance. Wow, I can't move. What was that? Ichika exclaimed in amazement. Wait a sec. I'll melt it with my quirk. Ashido exclaimed, spraying a liquid onto Kirishima's foot to free him. Hurry. We have 0 points right now. Let's go. Shiro urged her. Oh, don't get mad at me. Minoma glanced at Bakugo, who was clenching his fists, a spark flickering from his hand, followed by a puff of smoke. You're the one who provoked us, right? Hey, shitty hair, hold me back before I lose it. Bakugo growled, clearly reaching his limit. I'm going to claim that first place, he declared fiercely. Todoroki set it up so he could grab the 10 million for himself in an instant. At least, that's what I thought 5 minutes ago. But unbelievably, Midoriya has managed to stay hidden in that cramped space for 5 minutes. Present Mic announced. Wow, Midoriya, you're amazing. And you haven't even used your quirk yet? Miku said. WL, thanks, Nakano-san, Midoriya replied with a shy smile. I can see right through you. Fool, Todoroki said, glaring at the two teams. Why would Endeavor say that to him? One of the second-year students asked. Maybe he's just a strict parent, his friend suggested. Judging from his distance and position, Todoroki focused intently. If I want to freeze them over the shortest distance possible, I need to target Ida. If he keeps moving like this, I might end up freezing myself. And Tokoyami can defend against Kaminari's electricity. Todoroki gritted his teeth. I'm not done yet. Kaminari muttered. One more minute. That guy. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. Huh, so Todoroki called him that too, Shiro chuckled, prompting laughter from everyone. In my defense, I never said that out loud. It was just my thought, Todoroki replied calmly. Anyway, I'm sorry Midoriya, he added. Hey, it's okay, Todoroki-kun, Midoriya smiled back, while everyone shielded their eyes from the sudden brightness. Too bright. What is this purity? My this, they all thought. Meanwhile, V and Nino were safe from Midoriya's beam because they wore sunglasses. Glad I came prepared, V said. Nino Simpson, why are you guys wearing sunglasses? Eri asked innocently. Don't ask Eri, Kota sighed. You might not be able to use me after this. I'm counting on you. Ida told them. Ida? Todoroki questioned. Ida planted his feet firmly in the dirt. Hang on tight. Make sure you get it, Todoroki. Ida's engines ignited, blue flames bursting forth. Torque over. Before Midoriya could react, Ida sped past him like a bolt of lightning. In that moment, Todoroki managed to grab Midoriya's headband, pulling it off his forehead. What just happened? That was so fast. Ida, if you can accelerate that quickly, show us in the prelims. Present Mike shouted. What was that? Todoroki asked, looking astonished. Ida explained his technique, finishing with, it's a secret move I hadn't shared with anyone in class yet. Midoriya shot Ida a glare. Wow, that's so fast. Ichika exclaimed, and Ida beamed with pride. Deku, you're awesome, some. Students complimented him. Meanwhile, V pondered something. I wonder who's faster, Midoriya or Ida? I told you before, Midoriya. I'd challenge you. Ida grinned at Midoriya, a shadow covering part of his face as the crowd cheered. The tables have turned. Offense and defense are at the edge. With that, Todoroki claims the 10 million, while Midoriya is left with 0 points. Present Mike announced. Get back in there. Midoriya shouted. As long as they have Kaminari, we'll be at a disadvantage if we attack. It might be safer to aim for other points right now, Tokoyami warned. No. Midoriya insisted, explaining, I don't know how the other points are divided. This is our only chance. It's my first time seeing him this intense, Togaik remarked. You should see him angry, V muttered, accidentally loud enough for Togaik to hear. What did you say, V-san? Nothing. Darn, I almost spoiled something. V thought. Uraraka smiled, determination in her eyes. All right. Pushing the others forward, Uraraka called out to Midoriya, we'll get it back, Deku. We definitely will. Midoriya turned to her. Uraraka. I will become a hero and make money to let my parents relax. That's right. Midoriya realized. Let me use your position. It's not just me. I leave it to you, Midoriya. Midoriya's arm glowed as he powered up one for all. What was that? The 3 twins and 2 new girls gasped in shock. It's so beautiful. Mika murmured. The feelings of the 3. Who trust in me. Midoriya clenched his fist, while Todoroki widened his eyes as Midoriya's team approached. I'm carrying all that right now. Todoroki lifted his left arm, a flicker of flame appearing. Fire. Nino asked, surprised. Todoroki wrested away the top spot from Midoriya, who was running for his life. Will these be the top 4 teams to move on to the next round? Present Mike announced. What? Why are they showing this? Everyone was disappointed, waiting for Midoriya to use his quirk again. Second place, huh? We might have done a little too well for ourselves, Minoma thought aloud. You're on your own, Bakugo. Kirishima shouted as Bakugo unleashed an explosion from his palms, leaping toward Minoma's team. Tsuburaba, guard. Minoma called to a brown-haired teammate. Tsuburaba inhaled deeply before exhaling an air shield, blocking Bakugo's advance. Hey! Bakugo yelled. Yes. Tsuburaba smirked. Tsuburaba Kozii. Quirk, solid air. Wow, an invisible shield. Melissa exclaimed. Bakugo punched the air barrier blocking him from Minoma's team. You can't see this wall. Serves you right. Tsuburaba laughed before Bakugo raised his fist high. Bringing it down, he punched the shield with force, grabbing Minoma's headbands around his neck, causing Minoma to freeze. Pulling back, Bakugo successfully snatched 2 before being pulled back by Shiro. Yup, he's the only one who managed to break my shield, Tsuburaba admitted. Yeah, that was amazing, Yosetsu said. Kendo's been frozen and can't move, Suburaba informed Minoma. Yeah. As long as we defend this one to the end, we'll definitely. Minoma held their final headband close. I told you to say something if you were going to jump. Shiro scolded, pulling Bakugo back. But this means we'll definitely get through to the next round, Kirishima began. Not yet. Bakugo interrupted, playfully bumping Kirishima's head. What? Shiro and Ishido exclaimed, laughter erupting at Bakugo's antics. Are you okay, bro? Tetsu asked, chuckling. Class B's strategy was certainly reasonable and effective. But there's just one unfortunate thing. Aizawa observed. I couldn't brace myself enough earlier on my own. Go. Bakugo explained, clenching his fists and adding, we'll get our points back too, and then go for the 10 million. Kirishima and Shiro grinned while Ishido gasped. Geez. Shiro chuckled. Well, that's Kaken, Midoriya smiled. Mirko noticed him. You really respect him, don't you? Mirko asked. Why, after all, he's my childhood friend. Midoriya smiled at her, making the rabbit hero blush. Darn this adorable kid, she thought. Flat face. Tape. Bakugo shouted, lifting his leg for better aim. It's Shiro. Shiro corrected, shooting his tape out. You missed. Minoma laughed as Shiro's tape flew past them. Raccoon eyes. Bakugo yelled, getting Ishido's attention. Lay down a weak dissolving solution in the direction we're going. My name's Ishido Mina. Ishido protested as Bakugo lifted his other leg for better aim for her quirk. Young Bakugo, you understand very well without being told, don't you? All Might thought. Those who are always aiming for the top and those who aren't, he observed. Yeah, I'm going to say this. You did this without consideration, did you? Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the two classes' difference. Suburaba blew another air shield at the incoming team, but Bakugo's explosion burst through the shield, snatching the final headband. Bakugo is relentless. Present Mike yelled. He's amazing, everyone at USJ exclaimed. Bakugo grinned, satisfied. Finally, someone saw him as more than just a competitor. There's only a few seconds left. Present Mike announced, showing Bakugo's ranking moving up to second place. Next. We're going to where Deku and Todoroki are. Bakugo ordered, heading for the ice barrier. Midoriya's hand glowed with one for all. It was the first time. I tried to use this power on a person. First time? Ichika exclaimed. Well, his quirk is way too strong, Toga commented. Either way, I'm not going to hit him. Like cutting through air. Midoriya thought, reaching for Todoroki, continuing, break down the opponent's defenses. Using one for all, Midoriya swung his hand back, the force of the wind also making Todoroki's hand swing back. What was that? The three twins gasped. Only a swish and it created a strong wind force. Intelli observed. I saw him on TV before, but only during the obstacle race. But what's with that glowing hand? It's oddly beautiful, she thought. Todoroki glanced at his arm, lit with fire. My left. What am I? Come to think of it, I never saw him using his left side before the sports festival, Shiro noted. Todoroki remained silent. It hurts, but it's not broken. Midoriya thought, feeling one for all fade. Looking at the headbands on Todoroki's neck, he noted, broken? Miku asked, confused, along with her sisters. He's turned it inside out to hide the point values, but he took the 10 million last and put it on, so it must be the one on top. I got it. Midoriya muttered before exclaiming, I got it. The crowd roared at his declaration. The retrieval here too. Present Mike yelled. Wait a minute. Isn't this the wrong headband? Hatsum gasped, making Midoriya's eyes widen as he saw the points, revealing 70. They got us. Midoriya gaped. Just in case, we changed the position of the headbands. You were naive, Midoriya. Yaoyorozu explained, blushing slightly, embarrassed by her statement. Momo, don't worry. He still understands you. Uraraka and Toga smiled. Todoroki, get a hold of yourself. That was close. Ida urged him. Oh no. Team Midoriya didn't retrieve the 10 million points. Present Mike announced. 70 points. Midoriya thought, scanning the board. Tokoyami. Midoriya yelled. Kaminari. Todoroki shouted. Dark Shadow tried to reach for the headbands, but Kaminari's lightning stopped him. Steam rose from a part of the ice as Bakugo's team entered the ring. Demon Deku. Bakugo yelled as he separated from his team again. Huh. Kaminari hummed, dazed. Ida's engines started acting up, smoke billowing from them. Yaoyorozu. Todoroki called as Midoriya's team got closer. The 10 million points are? Bakugo realized, turning to Todoroki. Taking the pole Yaoyorozu had just created, Todoroki covered it in ice. Half and half Bisuri. Bakugo yelled, changing his course toward Todoroki. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as Midoriya and Bakugo approached him, each determined to get the points. Time's up. Present Mike announced. No way Midoriya-kun failed, someone from the third year said. Bakugo! Shiro called, with Kirishima and Ishido following. You okay? Kirishima asked until Bakugo started banging his fist against the ground in frustration. Well, that was something. Everyone laughed at Mirko's statement. Todoroki jumped off his team, muttering, DMN it. Now, let's take a look at the top 4 teams right away. In first place, Team Todoroki. Present Mike announced. Yaoyorozu sighed. Even though we won, it felt like we were skating on thin ice. Sorry. I caused everyone trouble. Ida apologized, making Yaoyorozu turn to him. That's not true. Without you, we would not have won, she reassured him. That's true, Ida, Todoroki added. Thank you, Todoroki-kun, Ida said while bowing. In second place, Team Bakugo. Ah, we were so close. Ishido whined. Well, second place isn't bad. All's well that ends well, Shiro told her. Do you really think that's how he feels? Kirishima sighed, grinning as Bakugo continued to yell at the ground. Ha ha ha, what a cry-baby. Mirko laughed, followed by others. Bakugo just grunted. Even the calm and composed girl like Intelli chuckled. Huh, an underdog team coming from behind? Present Mike exclaimed, announcing the third team being Shinso's. Thanks for your hard work, the leader named Shinso told his team as he walked away. Yeah, right, Ojiro sighed. Shinso looked at him, apologizing. I'm very sorry, Monkey-san, he said. It's no prob. Why, who do you call Monkey? Hatsum unfastened the jetpack from Midoriya's back. Deku. Uraraka walked toward him. I'm really sorry. Midoriya muttered. The two girls looked at him until Uraraka smiled and pointed at Tokoyami behind them. Todoroki was clearly shaken by your first attack. I had hoped to get the 10 million points, but things don't always go as you wish, Tokoyami explained, dark shadow appearing with a headband in his mouth. Midoriya gasped as Tokoyami continued, even so, I got one. I took the one on his head where his guard was the weakest. Midoriya, it was thanks to the opening you created with your last spurt. In fourth place, Team Midoriya. Midoriya cried, tears streaming down his face as he made a dent in the ground. Holy cow! How did he do that? Itsuki yelled. Once again, everyone laughed at their poor cinnamon roll. Not again. He covered his red face while Mirko hugged him affectionately. Ah, he's so cute when he's crying. Cammy said. Intelli looked at her oddly. It was true that he looked cute and oh, he didn't. WW, what's going on with me? Calm down, psycho. She shook her head, noticing her behavior. Hee, a new harem, hee, and a tsundere too. V laughed mischievously. Thankfully, Nino was there to smack him. As Midoriya continued crying, Todoroki glanced at him and his team. I won't use this to attack. That's what I decided, but I was overwhelmed. Todoroki thought, clenching his left hand before muttering, I can't. At this rate, I'll be doing what my father wants. What do you mean by that, Todoroki? Yaoyorozu asked, looking at him curiously. You'll find out later, I guess, Todoroki replied. Alright, everyone, let's take a break before the final events. Eraser, let's go grab some food, Present Mike announced to Aizawa. I'm going to sleep, Aizawa responded flatly. Of course you are. Mrs. Joke teased with a smile. Leave me be, Emmy. What happened? Before I knew it, we had 0 points and it was over. Tetsu sighed to his teammates. Could it be punishment? The vine-haired girl wondered, imagining herself taking points from Minetta's team, asking, that for taking the small one's points in such an inappropriate way? It was you. Minetta yelled. Minetta, I'm so sorry, Shizaki said, tears welling in her eyes. She certainly hadn't felt sorry when she had smacked Minetta earlier. I can't accept this. Tetsu cried. How disappointing. Azui huffed. Spotting Ishido, Azui smiled. Mina, congratulations. Ishido rubbed her neck, saying, well, Bakugo just let me join to counter Todoroki's ice, so I don't know if it reflects my abilities. That's not true, Mina. Your quirk is amazing and you're so athletic. If Kaken chose you, it means he knows you're useful to him. Oh, I also like when you shoot your acids. Yup, he began to mumble. Mirko just went about her business, hugging him while he muttered. Meanwhile, Mina blushed at her boyfriend's compliment. What's with that mumbling? That's oddly cute. Cammy thought. Ida, what was that? No fair. Uraraka exclaimed, referring to his special move. It has nothing to do with fairness. I was just using it as intended, Ida argued, while Kaminari gave a thumbs up, looking a bit dazed. Ida continued, I wanted to do something that could compete with Midoriya. Is that the manly thing, huh? Uraraka sighed. You're amazing, Midoriya finished his mumbling. Yes, we know, nerd. She's amazing. Now shut up. Bakugo shouted in annoyance. Since they knew Bakugo and Midoriya were best friends now, they let them be. Yup, Uraraka, that's a manly thing to do. Kirishima and Tetsu exclaimed. The fiery hero started walking down a flight of stairs. Hey, long time no see. Let's have some tea, Endeavor. All Might smiled at the hero. All Might. Endeavor groaned, glancing back at him with narrowed eyes. The screens turned black. "Nu, why now?" Everyone yelled. "Because I'm tired of you sheep," V exclaimed. "Anyway, let's take a 5, shall we?" "Whoops, looks like my time is over, Izuku," Mirko said. Instinctively, she kissed Midoriya on the cheek. The boy blushed as soon as he felt her lips. "See you again, Izuku." Mirko waved as she changed her seat with someone. "Why yeah, see you again." I got a kiss from Mirko. I'm gonna die happily. Midoriya thought, not noticing someone sitting next to him. That girl was Melissa. "Deku, we're going to sit together, yay." Melissa beamed at him. "Why Melissa?" he smiled back. "So, everyone, are you ready?" V asked. "Hell yeah. Let's go." "Start it already." Everyone cheered. V smiled as the screen lit up. Title screen, The Boy Born with Everything. Huh, the boy born with everything? But Midoriya isn't that lucky, is he? Spinner said. Maybe this title isn't for Midoriya, Kurogiri replied. "Everyone, let's take a break before continuing the afternoon festivities. See you." Present Mike announced as people poured out of the stadium. Faculty and student entrance. "So, what did you want to talk about?" Midoriya asked Todoroki, who was glaring at him. "Todoroki wanted to meet you, Deku?" Melissa asked, looking confused, which was adorable to Midoriya. You'll find out, Melissa," he said, his face turning red. "Wait, don't tell me Todoroki is going to confess to him," yelled one of the BL fangirls. "What the heck?" Bakugo thought, looking at the girl with a seriously expression. Interesting." Mina muttered, imagining her boyfriend doing something action-packed with Todoroki. "What was wrong with her?" "I assure you that I'm straight," Todoroki said. What does she mean by confess?" "Me and Todoroki are both guys, right? Shouldn't a relationship be between girls and boys?" "I'm so confused," Midoriya said to V. "No way. He's too pure." V and Nino thought in shock. V looked at his girlfriend, hoping for some help. Nino noticed and explained everything about BL Yaoi and GL Yuri. Immediately, Midoriya blushed. "I shouldn't have asked," he thought. "Deku, you're not interested in guys, right?" Melissa asked, holding on to him. What? "No, I'm not," he stammered. Melissa smiled and hugged him tighter. "That's a relief." The two stared at each other. If we don't hurry, the cafeteria will probably be really crowded," Midoriya said nervously to Todoroki, who still said nothing, making Midoriya gulp. He gives off a cold intimidation, different from Kaken. Midoriya thought, sweating. "Huh, what do you mean different from me?" Bakugo shouted at Midoriya. Kaken, you give off a very, very intimidating aura," Midoriya said, while everyone nodded in agreement. "I was overpowered. So much that I broke my pledge." Todoroki finally spoke. Midoriya looked down at Todoroki's left arm, realizing he didn't use it even if it would have been to his advantage. His left side. Todoroki pulled his left hand out of his pocket, looking at it as he explained, "Ida, Kaminari, Yairozu, Tokoyami, Uraraka." None of them felt it. At that last instant, I was the only one who was overpowered. Only I, who had experienced All Might's full power up close. What does that mean?" Midoriya asked nervously. "It means I felt something similar coming from you," Todoroki answered, making Midoriya's eyes widen. Moving his left hand to look at Midoriya, Todoroki narrowed his eyes and asked, "Midoriya, are you All Might's secret love child or something?" "Ha ha ha." Everyone at USJ laughed. "What the heck, half and half be?" Bakugo laughed while holding his stomach. "Ha, Todoroki, I can't take it." Uraraka laughed. Even the quintuplets were laughing hard. Todoroki maintained a neutral expression. "Did I make a joke?" he thought. "Ha, Deku, he really thought you were Uncle Might's secret love child." Melissa laughed while holding her boyfriend. "See cute," he thought. "Of course she is, does," V said to him. Midoriya was shocked and speechless. "So, are you really his?" Todoroki asked suspiciously. "Wait, what?" "No, I'm not his secret love child. I don't think you'd believe me, but anyway, that's not how it is." Midoriya tried to explain. Calming down, Midoriya asked, "In the first place, let me ask you something. What do you think about me?" "Since you said, that's not how it is, that means there's a connection between you two that you can't talk about, right?" Todoroki replied, skillfully avoiding the question. Midoriya gasped and looked away. "Endeavor's my father, Todoroki explained, revealing the weight of being the number 2 hero for so long. Meeting Midoriya's gaze, he added, if you have something from the number 1 hero, then I have even more reason to surpass you. Why though? Ichika asked. Maybe he wants to make Endeavor proud? Intelli suggested. Todoroki and Midoriya fell silent. I haven't seen you since that talk we had with the press 10 years ago, huh? I saw you so I thought I'd say hi. All Might reminded Endeavor. I see. Well, you've already done that. Leave me, Endeavor replied curtly. He looked intimidating, Nino muttered. I have to agree with you, Nino, V added. Endeavor always looks intimidating, doesn't he? Kamui would remarked. Yes, but he was quite rude to All Might, Death Arm commented. Let's have tea, Endeavor, All Might suggested cheerfully, trying to lighten the mood. Tea? What a joke. I'm going to the restroom. Leave me alone. Endeavor scoffed. All Might stepped in front of Endeavor, causing him to halt. Don't be so cold. All Might laughed, adding, your son, young Shoto, did wonderfully without even using half of his power. Is it because he was taught well? What are you trying to say? Endeavor asked, irritation creeping into his voice. Why, I genuinely want to know how to raise the next generation, All Might replied earnestly. Mind your own business, All Might. Endeavor snapped. That man is frightening. Eri exclaimed, her voice trembling. Don't worry, Eri-chan. I'm here, okay? Nino reassured her, hugging Eri tightly. How about you, tough guy? V asked Koda with a smirk. I'm fine, dork. Koda stuttered, trying to sound brave despite his trembling. He's trying to act tough, isn't he? V smirked. Sorry. All Might apologized as Endeavor walked past. Before Endeavor continued down the stairs, he paused. Just remember this, I will raise a hero who will surpass you one day. That's why I created him, Endeavor vowed. Created? Itsuki asked, confusion evident in his voice. What does he mean by created? It sounds like Todoroki-kun was just a tool for him. All Might started to sweat, asking, what are you? Endeavor glanced back at All Might. He's in his rebellious stage right now, but he will definitely surpass you. I will make sure of it. Unbelievable. Dabi glared at the screen. Those who have a strong desire to rise in the world, Todoroki continued to Midoriya, as a hero he made a name for himself with overwhelming force. Because of that, the living legend, All Might, is a great eyesore for him. Since he couldn't surpass All Might, he moved on to his next plan. What are you talking about, Todoroki? What are you trying to tell me? Midoriya asked, confused. You've heard of quirk marriages, right? A problem for the second and third generations after superpowers appeared. Choosing a spouse solely to strengthen your own quirk and pass it on to your children, forcing people into marriage. It's an outdated way of thinking brought about by a lack of ethics. He is a man with both accomplishments and wealth. He won over my mother's relatives and obtained my mother's quirk. He is trying to fulfill his own desires by raising me to be a hero who surpasses All Might, Todoroki explained. Midoriya gasped, scowling as Todoroki finished. What? Is that the real Endeavor? Students murmured, fear creeping into their voices. He's so awful. Endeavor? What was he thinking? It's so frustrating. I won't become a tool for someone like that. In my memories, my mother is always crying. An image of a white-haired woman crying appeared, with Todoroki reaching out for her before it vanished. He rested his left hand over his scar. Your left side is unsightly, my mother said as she poured boiling water on me, Todoroki recalled, gripping his left eye. My God, Shiozaki muttered, clearly shocked by Todoroki's past. Concerned expressions spread across the faces of his classmates. Even Bakugo was rendered speechless. So that's how you got that scar, Yaerosa said, worry evident in her voice. Todoroki-kun? Midoriya looked at him with empathy. Basically, I picked a fight with you to show him what I can do without using my father's quirk, Todoroki continued. Removing his hand from his scarred face, he glared. No, I'll reject him completely by winning first place without using it. That's why he didn't use his left side, Siro noted. Bakugo stood behind a wall, his face in shock as he listened to Todoroki. You were there, Kaken? Midoriya exclaimed, surprised. Yes, nerd. Now shut up, Bakugo replied. The world he talked about was so different that honestly I was scared. I thought about how it could be different for us even if we were aiming for the same thing, Midoriya narrated as Todoroki walked away. I don't care if you can't tell me how you're connected to All Might. No matter what you are to All Might, I will rise above you with just my right side. Sorry for wasting your time, Todoroki said as he walked off. If this were a comic book, he'd be the main character, Midoriya reflected. Not really, V thought, observing the various reactions from the audience. Some looked angry, others sad, and some were disappointed in the current number 1 hero. Compared to that, what could I say? Midoriya pondered. He swayed on his feet before running after Todoroki. Midoriya started, making Todoroki stop. I have always been supported by others. That was the case earlier too. I am here because of the people who have supported me. It's all right now, young man. I am here. Is it possible for me to give him some of my points? I'll support you with everything I've got from now on. You can't be a hero with just one trick. I guess it's like we've cleared the first hurdle. Move. You're in the way, Deku. I took the one on his head where his guard was the weakest. You can become a hero. Clenching his fist, Midoriya continued, saving people with a fearless smile, the greatest hero, All Might. I want to be like him. In order to do that, I have to be strong enough to become number one. My motivation might seem trivial compared to yours, but I can't lose either. I have to live up to the hopes of those who supported me. That declaration of war you made earlier, I'll return that. So he did return it. Zero marveled at Midoriya's determination. Todoroki and Midoriya stared at each other, intense glares exchanged until Todoroki turned away, continuing his walk. Watching Todoroki go, Midoriya lowered his fist, smiling softly. In his spot, Bakugo glared at Midoriya before walking off. Now, before the sports festival moves to the finals. Present Mike announced as the students walked onto the field, explaining, this is just a sports festival. So we've prepared recreational games that everyone can participate in, too. We've even brought real cheerleaders from America to liven things up. The American cheerleaders cheered as Present Mike spoke. What's the matter, Class A? What kind of fan service is this? Present Mike questioned as the girls stood in their cheerleader uniforms. Instantly, they all laughed except for the girls of Class 1A. Haha, I remember that. Kinoko laughed. The Class 1A girls began to blush. Kaminari and Minetta exchanged thumbs up. Thank you, Kaminari-sama, Minetta-sama. The two perverts bowed to them, and Kaminari and Minetta smiled proudly. Unknown to them, a certain purple-haired student watched them with a predatory gaze. Minetta! Kaminari! You tricked us, didn't you? Yaoyorozu yelled at them. Yeah dude, how did you guys manage to trick them? Dabi laughed. Pest, Yaoyorozu-san. Minetta called out, catching her and Jiru's attention. Aizawa-sensei told me to tell you that you girls must wear those cheerleader outfits after this, Minetta said with a smirk. What? That's a lie. You can't be serious. Jiru blushed. Hey, we're just trying to send a message here. Kaminari defended. It's up to you if you don't believe us, Minetta added, grinning. Wow, Kaminari-sama and Minetta-sama are so clever, cheered the other perverts. Minetta and Kaminari laughed maniacally. Eventually, Jiru had enough. She then playfully jabbed them. With her jacks. That's it. You guys are in trouble. Jiru said ominously. All of them ignored Kaminari and Minetta's playful torture. Even V looked a bit scared. Holy cow, Jir-san is so intimidating, he thought, sweating. Nino-san, where is Jiru-san taking them? Eri asked innocently as she saw Jir dragging the duo away from their seats. Don't mind them, Eri-chan, Nino smiled. V muttered something under his breath about Nino. I hope Nino is not like that. I hope Nino is not like that. I can't believe I fell for Minetta's schemes. I even used creation to make these outfits. Yaoyorozu sighed while Uraraka patted her back in comfort. Those guys are so clueless. Jiru remarked, throwing her pom-poms on the ground. She's cute. Midoriya blushed. However, Melissa noticed him. Tisich, Kyuka managed to catch his attention with a cheerleader outfit. Maybe I should try that too, she thought. Well, there's still time before the finals and it'd be a pain if things got tense. It's fine. Let's do it. Hagakure cheered. What? Jiru screeched. Do you like this, huh? Azui asked. Of course I do. Hagakure replied cheerfully. As expected from Hagakure-chan. V gave a thumbs up. Strangely, Nino followed his action too. Now we're going to announce the final round of the sports festival before we move on to the recreational games. Participants will be battling in one-on-one competitions. Present Mike yelled, the crowd cheering as he explained how the final round would go. Wait, there's a one-on-one competition? Ashido asked. The other two games are different every year, but there's a one-on-one competition every year. Last year, it was a sports chambra match, Siro explained to Ashido, who was curious about the final round. Now, let's draw lots to determine the bracket. Once the bracket is determined, we'll have the recreational games and then start. The 16 finalists can choose whether or not they want to participate in the recreation. I'm sure some of you want to rest and save your strength. Now, from the first place team, Midnight explained. Excuse me? Ojiro raised his hand, announcing, I'm withdrawing. Some students and pros gasped. Yeah, why though? Miku asked. Everyone turned to look at Ojiro in surprise. Ojiro, why? Midoriya asked. This is a rare chance for pros to see you. Ida told him. Ojiro put his hand down. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until almost the end. I think it was that guy's quirk, Ojiro explained. Midoriya turned his gaze, looking around. If I remember correctly, Ojiro was with. Shinso looked away as Midoriya's gaze settled on him. I know that this is a great chance and that it's foolish to waste it, Ojiro continued. Ojiro, Midoriya whispered. Then why are you wasting it? One of the second-year students asked. But Ojiro spoke loud and clear, stating, everyone here competed by giving their all. I can't be up there with everyone without knowing what really happened. Ojiro-kun, that's a true hero's move, All Might smiled at him. Thank you, All Might. Ojiro said, flustered. Ojiro-kun, are you sure? Uraraka asked. Yes, I am, he said while covering his face. Also, why are you guys wearing cheerleader outfits? Ojiro asked the girls after he finished explaining. Gulp, the girls thought, embarrassed. All of them giggled. I'm Shota Nirenjiki from Class B. I also want to withdraw for the same reason. Shota spoke up, agreeing, regardless of ability, don't you think it goes against the goal of this sports festival for those who didn't do anything to move on to the final round? Kirishima started tearing up, asking, what's with these guys? They're so manly. Yeah dude, they're so manly. Tetsu and Kirishima hugged each other. What? Before Shinso could ask, Bakugo stopped him. Don't mind them, dead eyes, he said. We have to see what the chief umpire, Midnight, has to say about this. Aizawa told Present Mike as the students waited for Midnight's answer. Youthful talk like that is something I like. Shota, Ojiro, I accept your withdrawals. Midnight declared. She decided based on her tastes, the students thought. DMNU, Kayama-senpai, Aizawa muttered. Mrs. Joke looked shocked. Eraser yo. Before she could finish her sentence, Aizawa covered her mouth. Achoo! Did someone say something about me? Midnight sneezed. But before we arrange the sorting, we have to move up 2 people from the 5th place cavalry battle team, Midnight said. If that's what's going to happen, then rather than us, who barely did anything during the cavalry battle, it should be them, right? Kebdo declared, her teammates agreeing. Pointing to Tetsu's team, the girl added. Melissa, I believe it's now Ryuku's time, V said with a smile. Oh my! How could I forget? Whoops, looks like our time is over, Deku. Melissa said sadly. Don't be sad, Melissa. You are still my Gigi girlfriend, right? Midoriya stuttered, trying to reassure her. Melissa blushed at his words. She smiled and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek as a farewell. As soon as her lips touched his cheek, Midoriya's face turned bright red. Of course, it would. This is Midoriya we're talking about. Melissa then got up to switch seats with the dragon hero. See you later, Deku, she said happily while waving to him. Midoriya smiled back, but then he noticed something that made his heart race. No way. Another pro hero is going to sit next to me. And oh my god, it's Ryuku. Kai-ah. He was fanboying. Hello, darling, Ryuku said, catching Midoriya off guard. Darling. Midoriya blushed, while V looked at her in surprise. No way. Someone actually calls him darling. V thought, shocked, while Nino looked confused. What's wrong, darling? Ryuku asked innocently, which was cute. I hope it's not weird. Honestly, Ryuku gives me some 02 vibes. Oh, good. She called me darling. Midoriya flushed before fainting. Darling. Ryuku exclaimed, worried. Well, Ryuku, it looks like Midoriya likes it when you call him darling. Anyway, we're going to start the next episode now, V said with an innocent smile before the screen lit up. The screen turned on, and the intro played, showing Midoriya and Shinso standing on the field, facing each other. Welcome to the first match of the finals tournament. It's Midoriya Izuku from the Hero Course versus Shinso Hitoshi from General Studies. The rules are simple. Immobilize your opponent or force them out of the ring. You can also win by getting the other person to give up, Present Mike explained. So you can just give up, huh? In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is. If you know what you want your future to hold, you can't worry about what other people think, Shinso told Midoriya. Ready? Present Mike asked. That monkey was going on about his pride earlier, Shinso said. Hey, who are you calling a monkey? Ojiro shouted in irritation. Wow, he was really mad, wasn't he? Anyway, Shinso apologized to him. I'm sorry, Ojiro. I was trying to make Midoriya angry, he said with a slight bow. I guess it's fine, Ojiro replied, blushing. Ryuku, is Midoriya awake yet? V asked. Unfortunately, my darling is still passed out, she said with an amused tone. Wow, she really likes to call him darling, doesn't she? V thought, sweat dropping. Begin. Present Mike yelled. But I just think he's an idiot for throwing his chance away like that, Shinso said. Midoriya gasped and then growled, charging at Shinso. Don't you talk about him that way. Midoriya yelled before stopping in his tracks. That's it. I win, Shinso said, smiling. Huh, how wrong I was, Shinso sighed. However, the quintuplets began to worry about Midoriya's fate. They didn't know the outcome of this fight, so we can't blame them. Is he going to be okay? Please don't tell me he loses the fight. I want to see him more, Itsuki thought. Before. Why am I feeling worried? Did I like him? BB, but he has girlfriends, right? Moo, what's wrong with me? Itsuki blushed. That's not looking good. Mika muttered. Well, he probably has a plan, Ichika reassured her sister. Speaking of Midoriya, we can see him waking up from the incident with Ryuku, I guess? I warned him not to say anything. Ojiro yelled, standing up. All Might watched the battle from the tunnel, gasping in shock. Huh. Hey, what's going on? Mike asked. Ida and Uraraka stood up. Come on, Deku. Uraraka urged. Why in the world isn't he moving? Ida asked. I am sorry for making you guys worry. Midoriya bowed. Don't worry, young Midoriya, All Might said, while Uraraka and Ida nodded. Yeah, it's not your fault, Midoriya, Ojiro laughed. The screen showed Midoriya, still standing there with his eyes glazed over. This is the first match. It should start with a bang. The fight has just begun, and Izuku Midoriya is completely frozen. Present Mike yelled. The pro heroes and general studies students in the crowd watched the festival, all staring at the field in shock. He's not moving a muscle. And what's with that look on his face? Mike asked. The screen showed Shinso, staring at the frozen Midoriya. Could this be a quirk at work? Shinso Hitoshi seems to have Midoriya Izuku completely stunned. Mike yelled. I gotta be honest, that quirk is actually cool, Mrs. Joke said. Yeah, it would be easier to catch villains with that quirk, Sirius added. The screen displayed the words, victory or defeat, against a red background before showing Aizawa and present Mike in the announcer's box. He didn't stand out in the first rounds at all, but it's possible Shinso's incredibly powerful. Who could have imagined this turn of events? That's the festival for ya. Mike yelled, laughing. This is a perfect example of why the entrance exam isn't rational, Aizawa stated. What do you mean by that, Aizawa-sensei? Tetsu asked. The entrance exam was marked by the student's performance in battle. Shinso here can't actually fight using his quirk, can he? That's probably why he can't join the hero course, Yaoyorozu surprisingly answered. That's right, Yaoyorozu, Aizawa confirmed. Why is that? Mike asked, confused. Since we're on to the individual matches, I had some information compiled about our final competitors. Shinso failed the practical exam to get into the hero course. Since he also applied for general studies, he probably figured that would happen. His quirk is incredibly strong, but that entrance test consisted of fighting foe villains' robots. It gave a huge advantage to those who had physical superpowers they could show off. Despite his abilities, Shinso never stood a chance at passing, Aizawa explained, holding two papers, one on Shinso and one on Midoriya. How are you even holding that, sensei? Kaminari asked, making Aizawa sigh. That was interesting, Aizawa. Maybe we should change the entrance exam rule, Nizu suggested thoughtfully. Wow, Eraser, you caught the principal's attention. No wonder you will marry me, ha. Ms. Joke exclaimed. For the millionth time, Emmy, I will not marry you. Aizawa said, annoyed. PFFTDT. That's a good one, Eraser, she laughed, while everyone looked at them strangely. They really have a weird relationship, everyone thought. So here we are. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Midoriya Izuku. Now turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero, Shinso ordered. Midoriya turned around and started walking toward the out-of-bounds line. Only if you were true, Shinso, one of the students said, sure that Midoriya's life before meeting All Might was not that blessed. Midoriya looked at Shinso with a smile. What's wrong, darling? Ryuku noticed his gaze and he instantly blushed. Nothing, Ryuku-san. Jay just thinking about something, he replied, smiling. Ryuku smiled back and moved closer, making him blush even harder. Call me Ryuko, darling, she said while cuddling with him. Maybe because you are single, V smirked while hugging Nino. Hey, stop breaking the fourth wall, V. Nino exclaimed, blushing. What's that for? V pouted. Don't hug me so suddenly, Yato. Nino said, her cheeks turning pink. Oh my god, she's so cute. But sometimes brutal, V thought, smiling before hugging her again. Midoriya's obeying him. Mike yelled. The screen showed Class 1A again. Oh no, Deku, what are you doing? Uraraka asked. He can't walk out of the ring. He'll lose the match if he does. Ida pointed out. The screen showed All Might watching the match from the tunnel. What is this power? All Might wondered. The screen showed Shinso watching Midoriya walk out of bounds. Shinso Hitoshi. His quirk, brainwashing. When an opponent answers his question, it flips a switch in their minds, forcing them to do whatever he says. Not every question does it. He only brainwashes when he wants to, Present Mike narrated. Oh my god, that's so cool. Midoriya beamed, beginning to mutter about Shinso's quirk. Ryuku seemed unfazed, happily hugging him, while 5 girls looked on with jealousy. Lucky. I wish I were one of his girlfriends, they thought. Wait, why am I interested in him? The tea princess and Itsuki thought while blushing. V noticed their expressions and began to laugh mischievously. Here we go again, Nino sighed, knowing she'd need to teach him a lesson after this. Not very flashy, Mike commented. Hey, that was so rude. Yatsuba pouted, looking at Present Mike. Even someone like Shinso blushed when a cute girl backed him up. Whoa, sorry young listener, Present Mike laughed. In the fitness test on the first day of school, Midoriya scored pretty low for a student accepted into the hero course, Aizawa thought. The screen showed the field. Shinso watched as Midoriya continued to walk toward the edge of the arena. Still, even in tests where he didn't use his quirk, he outperformed Shinso. If they fought without powers, Midoriya would almost certainly win, Aizawa thought. So Midoriya is the weakest in his class? Miku asked. He was. But I can't call him weak, actually. His quirk is far stronger than mine. Maybe I can say that he can't actually use his quirk before. Ashui explained. So technically he's not weak? Itsuki asked. Yes. Yayorozu replied. But he'd have to overcome Shinso's brainwashing to do that. Either way, this match will be over quickly, Aizawa thought. What are you doing, kid? Get back in there and show him what you're made of. All Might urged. Midoriya was walking toward the edge of the arena. What's happening? My body's moving on its own. I feel like my brain is full of fog. I can't concentrate. Not like this. Gotta stop. I fell for it, even after Ojiro warned me about his power. I'm an idiot. This is all my fault. Midoriya thought. Hey Midoriya, should we be worried about how much you insult yourself? Kirishima asked. Midoriya said, looking around at everyone who was staring at him. No, he replied innocently. Everyone's sweat dropped as he turned to face his teachers. That's not normal, is it? He asked. No, problem child, it's not, Aizawa replied. Izuku, that's not even your fault, you idiot, Kendo burst out, making Midoriya flinch and everyone shiver. Oh no, here we go again, everyone thought. Dude, she's really scary when she's angry. But actually cute when she pouts at Midoriya. That's right, darling, it was not your fault, Ryuku smiled. Sorry, Ryuko Itsuka. It's just I'm so frustrated that I fell for his quirk even though Ojiro-kun told me about it, Midoriya said, scratching his cheek. Fine. I forgive you, Kendo said, blushing. Ryukyu hugged him, making him jump slightly. Man, I really can't get used to this kind of treatment, Midoriya thought, blushing. Everyone was relieved that it wasn't Jairu who was angry this time. The screen showed Midoriya and Ojiro sitting in the 1A waiting room before the match started. So his quirk is that he can control other people? Can I beat something like that? Midoriya asked. Just by not giving him a chance to use it. He didn't get into my head until I answered his question before the second round. I think that's the secret behind his power, Ojiro replied. So, I have to be careful not to say anything or I'll lose for sure, Midoriya said. Not exactly. Even if he gets you, there's still a chance. For round 2, I don't remember anything at all except the very end of the battle. I think we were running away after Shinso took Tetsu's headband. I bumped into another person, and it was like I woke up. I was me again. And suddenly, I was able to think clearly, Ojiro told him, recalling the moment he bumped into Shiozaki after Shinso stole Tetsu's headband. So that bump broke his hold? Midoriya asked. Maybe. It's only a guess. Still, I don't know how much of a shock it would take to break his spell. And in a one-on-one match, you can't count on an outside force intervening to help you, Ojiro replied. Interesting. Gran Torino observed. Anyway man, I hope that's helpful because it's all I know, Ojiro said, standing up. Thank you so much. You're a good guy, Ojiro. Midoriya told him, standing up as well. I know this sounds selfish, but I'll say it anyway. Beat this guy for you and me, all right? Ojiro asked, holding out his fist. I'll do my best. Midoriya replied, giving him a fist bump. Yeah, go Midoriya. His supporters cheered while holding light sticks. Yeah, I know you can get everything in USJ, but light sticks? Seriously? V sweat dropped. The screen showed Midoriya, close to the edge of the arena. I can't stop it. I'm going to lose. It's all over, Midoriya thought. Ojiro, Uraraka, and Ida watched the match from the stands. So many people are counting on me. Midoriya thought as he continued to walk toward the edge of the arena. Oh no, stop Midoriya. Even though everyone knew the outcome of this battle, the tension was palpable. Is he going to lose? The quintuplets thought in unison. Everyone is watching. Everyone. Midoriya thought, his heart racing. Suddenly he noticed a tunnel ahead filled with 8 bright lights that shifted to reveal the silhouettes of 8 figures with glowing yellow eyes. What was that? Shouted one of the students, leaving everyone speechless, including Nino, who sat next to V, equally baffled. Deku, what on earth? Bakugo exclaimed. Surprise? Midoriya replied, only to be pinched by Ryuku. Ouch. Don't joke around, darling, Ryuku said, her expression a mix of anger and concern. Midoriya, that didn't sound like an explanation to me, Aizawa remarked, hoping for clarity in response to Bakugo's question. Ask All Might, Midoriya suggested, causing All Might to cough in surprise. Neither of you have any idea what that was, do you? Aizawa asked. Well, keep watching guys, V said with a playful smile. Wait, Midoriya thought as he activated one for all in 2 of his fingers. Those lights again. Yatsuba pointed out excitedly. Even with a quirk like this, I have my own dreams of becoming a great hero. So lose for me, Shinso said. Just as Midoriya was about to step out of bounds, his fingers moved unexpectedly, creating a powerful gust of wind. Midoriya gasped, having broken free from Shinso's brainwashing and stopping just before the line. What's this? Midoriya stopped just in time. Present Mike yelled. Whoa, the quintuplets gasped in awe. That looked strong to me. Ichika exclaimed. That's the way to do it. Ida cheered. Whoa, I was about to freak out. Uraraka added. The screen shifted to the announcer's box. His fingers. He broke free to stop Shinso, Aizawa thought. Broke? Miku pondered. What do you mean by broke, Aizawa-sensei? Itsuki asked politely. Aizawa sighed before responding. That's why he had the lowest score in the quirk's assessment test. Every time he used his quirk, he would injure himself, Aizawa explained. Itsuki's eyes widened in shock. She exclaimed, worry etched on her face, echoed by her 3 sisters. But don't worry, I guess. Because I saw him using his quirk without injury just now, Intelli reassured them. But... Miku hesitated, but fell silent as she saw Midoriya smile at them. It's okay, Nakano-san. I can control it now. Don't worry about me, he said, offering a soft smile. Instantly, all the girls blushed. Okay, Midoriya-kun. Ichika stammered, her cheeks flushed. Why am I blushing? Intelli thought, shaking her head, while Cammy pondered something else. I wonder if he has social media, she thought, blushing. Phew, that just about killed me, Ojiro said, sitting down and sighing in relief. No, seriously, you almost gave me a heart attack, Midoriya, he laughed. Sorry, Ojiro-kun, Midoriya replied, chuckling. Midoriya turned to face Shinso. No. Impossible. You're not supposed to be able to fight back. What did you do? Shinso demanded. Was I really the first person to break out of your brainwashing? Midoriya asked, surprised. Yup, Shinso replied. Wow, good to know that, Midoriya laughed along with Shinso. Midoriya held his hand over his mouth to suppress his response. I'm the one who used one for all, but it felt like someone else moved my fingers just now. It was as if unknown people entered my mind. Could it be? Midoriya thought. One for all, a sacred torch that's been passed on from person to person. He recalled All Might telling him when he first explained his quirk. Everyone ready? V asked, looking at his guests. Yeah, everyone cheered. Tsunori-san, can you, stop hugging so tightly? Midoriya smiled at Tsunori. No way, Izuku-kun. You're mine and call me Pony. Tsunori beamed at him. She's so cute. Midoriya thought, blushing. Welcome back to the finals, everyone. Sorry for the long wait. The insane amount of ice from the second match has finally been cleared, so it's time to welcome new competitors. Even beautiful flowers have thorns. It's the assassin from Class 1B, Shiozaki Ibara from the hero course. Present Mike announced as Shiozaki walked out from the tunnel and onto the field. Versus the boy with the electric personality. Another hero in the making, Kaminari Denki, he yelled as Kaminari stepped onto the field. Title screen, battle on challengers. Keep those eyes peeled. I want to see a super flashy battle this time. Mike exclaimed. Excuse me? Shiozaki interjected. Huh, what's wrong? Aya asked, confused. Keep watching, something funny is about to happen. V said. The screen showed the arena. Shiozaki stood near the edge with one hand raised, addressing the announcer's box. Please pardon the interruption, Shiozaki said. I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. That wouldn't align with the values of a hero at all, sir. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed while Shiozaki tried to hide her blush, which only made her cuter. I'm sorry, Mike replied. Gentlemen, I didn't enter UA for wicked or selfish reasons, but to deliver salvation to others. Shiozaki declared as sunlight shone down on her. It is my humble quest to spread true goodness across this world. Listen, I said I was sorry. That was my bad, okay? Mike told her. Haha, I can't breathe. She was so funny and cute, Yotsuba said, wiping her tears. That's what you get, Mike, Aizawa smirked. I said I was sorry. Present Mike blushed. I thank you for your kind understanding, Shiozaki said, bowing. I thought everyone in Class 1B was a JRK. Look at those big, beautiful eyes. And it looks like she might be strong, too, Kaminari thought as he stared at Shiozaki walking back toward the center of the arena. Come on, you idiot, remember, this is a competition. But, oh man, she's so cute. This is terrible. I'm going to have to ask this girl out sometime. Once I win this. Kaminari, really? Everyone said, face-palming, making Kaminari blush. Forgive me, Kaminari-kun, I'm afraid I can't go out with you. Since God already made me fall in love with Aizu, Shiozaki said, her face turning red. Midoriya overheard her and felt his own cheeks heat up. Plus, no girl wants to date a pervert like you, Jair joked, causing everyone to laugh. Shut up. Kaminari shouted. So, anyway, begin. Present Mike yelled. What do you say we go out after this? I'd be happy to treat you to a bite, Kaminari said. Shiozaki asked. And comfort you after your loss because this is all gonna be over in 2 seconds, honey, Kaminari said, activating his quirk. Indiscriminate shock. 1.3 million volts. Electricity shot out from Kaminari's body, heading for Shiozaki. I'm afraid that's not going to work, Mirio said with a smile. Shiozaki turned around, and her vines formed a wall, separating her from Kaminari's electricity. Kaminari asked, seeing the wall of vines. What? He asked as he felt the vines emerge from the floor, wrapping around him, immobilizing and lifting him into the air. He's immobilized. That's all, folks. It was over in an instant. Mike yelled. The winner is Shiozaki. She advances on. Midnight announced. I'm just so thankful that I was able to make the most of the opportunity one was given today, Shiozaki said. Shiozaki Ibra. Her quirk vines. The vines on her head can extend to great lengths. Plus, they're detachable. As long as she gets plenty of water and sunlight, they can grow instantly. It's one killer head of hair, Mike narrated. Her quirk is so cool. Midoriya exclaimed, making Tsunatori jump a little. I really want to see it more. Well, not technically when you're beating Minetta or Kaminari. But I want to see it when you're fighting villains. Oh man, I think she can capture people easily. No, maybe she can actually take them down. Midoriya began to mutter. Shiozaki blushed at his compliment. Tsunatori pouted in jealousy and hugged Midoriya tightly while he continued to mutter about Shiozaki's quirk. That nerd just said something about taking people down. Bakugo thought, sweating slightly. Oh yeah, way to represent Class 1B. Tetsu cheered. Man, she's good, Jiro pointed out. Guess he was right. That match really was over in just 2 seconds. I wonder if his real quirk is the ability to tell the future. Wasn't Class 1A supposed to be better than us? Minoma asked, laughing. Kendo hit Minoma on the back of his neck, knocking him out before saying, sorry about him. Tikich, typical Minoma. Siro clicked his tongue. I hate that guy, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, Ashido, and Asio thought. Are you okay? Hating is not good for a hero, right? Minoma tried to speak before Kendo punched him. Sorry about him, guys, she said sheepishly. Hey, I don't think that guy is bad. Yotsuba beamed. Yeah, he's a good kid, Dabi said, smiling and high-fiving Yotsuba. The screen showed MT Lady and Kamui Woods patrolling the area outside of the stadium. Kamui, did you watch that? Emi Lady asked. Questioned Kamui. Wouldn't she make the perfect sidekick for you? Emi Lady asked. Kamui looked up at the screen showing Shiozaki and replied, yeah, wish I could have seen more. And she can work with Kamui. Midoriya finished his muttering. Finally, you stopped. Tsunatori pointed out while pouting. Oops, sorry Pony-san. He blushed, scratching his cheek. They look cute together, Nino observed. Wait until it's Jiro's time. V muttered. What were you saying, Yato? Nino tilted her head in confusion. Nothing, honey. V smiled. She's great for your brand. You need someone cute. Emi Lady told him. Just get back to work, Kamui ordered. Well, she's not wrong. Shiozaki is indeed cute. Midoriya blushed. Yeah, I know. V replied telepathically. It seemed Midoriya accidentally sent a thought to V. He was as red as a tomato now. What's wrong, Izuku? Tsunatori asked. And nothing, Pony-san. As soon as she detached her vines, it was over. No way he was going to avoid those, one of the heroes said. Yeah, and his electric current couldn't travel through them, so he couldn't hurt her, another pro agreed. Excellent offense and defense. That binding hold was really impressive. Smart girl. Kaminari never stood a chance against her, one of the other heroes said. It's tough when someone's quirk cancels yours out, but he still could have put up a fight, said another hero as Kaminari was taken off the field by the medical robots. The screen showed the stands where Class 1A was sitting. I've seen Kaminari in action, he's super strong. But Shiozaki placed 4th in the entrance exam. And those vines. I wonder if she's studied Kamui Wood's moves. Binding attacks can be really powerful. I hardly ever see anyone break out when they're used. It would be impossible to get close to her while avoiding all those thorns and vines. You'd have to find some way to tear them off or just hack your way through using brute force. Oh, but in order to keep you from doing that, she'd probably go after your hands first. So then what do you do? Midoriya muttered as he wrote in his hero analysis notebook. He is so cute. Miku smiled, trying to hold back her laughter. Geez, you should calm down, Intelli said to Midoriya. Sorry, it's my habit. Haha, Midoriya blushed. Maybe you should take a sec to relax before planning too many matches ahead, Uraraka told him. Midoriya yelped. Oh sorry. Sometimes I don't realize I'm talking out loud when I'm taking notes, he said. It's not every day I get to see incredible quirks from people outside our class. Actually, I've been taking notes on everybody in our class too. Here's what I've got on your zero gravity. Midoriya held up the page he had on Uraraka for her to see. Uraraka said before chuckling. You know, Deku, I've always known that you're amazing. You've got so much drive and focus in you. And the sports festival's reminding me of that. What's with that face, Ochako? Ashido laughed. Hey, I was just surprised. Uraraka blushed. Midoriya asked. Let's keep pumping out these hits and move on. Time for the 4th match. Mike yelled. Get ready to watch 2 new players duke it out. Mike yelled, making the crowd cheer. The screen showed the arena. Ida and Hatsum were facing each other. Hatsum had her support gear with her and a microphone. He's the kid with engines in his legs. Ida Tenya from the hero course. Versus a fully equipped gadget dynamo. The support course's Hatsum Mei. Mike yelled. Yes. It's my time to shine, and it's time for you to be ashamed, Ida-kun. Hatsum smiled, giving a thumbs up to Ida. Ida cursed, but luckily nobody heard him because they were busy laughing at Hatsum's jokes. So it's hero class versus support, Jiro commented. I have no idea what this fight will look like, Azui said. What's up with Ida? Sato asked. More like a clown versus a genius, Hatsum snorted. Haha, please let me breathe, Mei-san. Jiro laughed while wiping her tears. Please just let me be. Ida covered his face. Meanwhile, it's just an expression, Shigaraki. Kurojiri sighed as he prevented Shigaraki from confronting Ida. Teeth. Shigaraki groaned. Where the heck did he get all that weird gear from? Sato asked. Hero Corps students can't use support gear unless they have to. And you didn't fill out any of the proper paperwork for that, Midnight told Ida. Ida gasped before saying, I didn't know that was the rule. Aoyama got to wear his belt, so I thought it was fine. He turned in the proper forms, Midnight told him. I apologize, ma'am, Ida said, bowing. It's just that my heart was moved by my opponent's sportsmanship. Even though she's from the support course, she wanted this to be as even a match as possible since she made it this far. To have a fair fight. So, she offered to give me this equipment. I respect her integrity. That's why, to honor her, I would like to wear this gear. Ida glared at Hatsum, who giggled and said, sorry. But hey, look on the bright side, you made it to the semifinals, so who cares about our match? We both got what we wanted. I showed off my inventions and you won, making it to the next round. You made me look like an idiot. Ida told her. Oops, my bad, Hatsum said while laughing. Ha 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 ha, May please stop. Jiro laughed, holding her stomach as everyone laughed uncontrollably. It seemed everyone really liked Hatsum's joke. She can be my sidekick. Ms. Joke said while laughing. Such youthful vigor. I'll allow it, Midnight announced, giggling. Why are you allowed to teach high schoolers? Aizawa asked, staring at Midnight. Because I'm hot? Answered confidently, not realizing Aizawa's sarcasm. Aizawa just sighed in defeat. Really? Present Mike asked. I guess if everyone's in agreement, then it's okay. Right? Aizawa asked, turning to look at Present Mike. Weird, that doesn't seem like something Hatsum would do. Unless. Midoriya thought, looking up from his notebook. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Midoriya-kun, but was there a chance you knew that was going to happen? Ida asked Midoriya, who looked shocked. Holy! V exclaimed, hugging Nino, who looked confused along with the other kids as they stared at Ida. Seriously, Four Eyes, how did you get here so fast? He yelled, pointing his finger at him. Ida ignored him, looking somewhat angry. Midoriya glanced at him nervously, beginning to sweat. Yes, Midoriya whispered, turning his eyes away from Ida. Ida was speechless. He just walked back to his seat, wiping his eyes. Oh no, did he cry? V thought. What have I done? Midoriya lamented as Tsunatori tried to reassure him. Well, if everyone's on the same page, let's begin the fourth match. Mike announced. Ida ran at Hatsum. Bet you love how fast that gear makes you. Huh, Ida? Hatsum asked. She's got a mic? Ida asked as he continued running at her. Yes, she does, Toga said, giggling. Hey now, present Mike said. Is she wearing speakers? Aizawa asked. Ida was still running at Hatsum, who hadn't moved. Don't your legs feel lighter than usual? That's to be expected. I designed those leg parts to increase the wearer's speed and mobility. But of course, I can easily evade you with my hydraulic attachments. Hatsum announced as the gear on her back shot out a metal pole, lifting her into the air and tripping Ida. Hatsum looked up to the top of the stadium, where representatives from support companies were watching. Those are boxes for support companies. They love my inventions. I've got this in the bag. Hatsum thought as she saw the representatives discussing her support items. How do you even see them? Kaminari asked. It's her quirk, Zoom. It's super cool. Oh. I wonder if she can actually use her eye as a sniper in case she wants to take someone down, or maybe her eyes helped her create her inventions, Midoriya replied excitedly. Hatsum may. Her quirk, Zoom. If she gets serious, she can see up to 5 kilometers away. Present Mike narrated. Ida ran at her from behind, but Hatsum used her hydraulic attachments to evade him again, announcing, since I've got sensors in every direction, it's impossible for an opponent to sneak up on me. One of Ida's support items activated, making him turn around to avoid the out-of-bounds line. What the heck is going on? He asked. Look at how adeptly Ida just changed his course. It's all thanks to the ingenious auto-balancer I created, Hatsum said. This is weird, Mike said. She's turning the festival into one big commercial, Aizawa announced, face-palming with one of his bandaged arms. Which is good. She just raised her stock easily since the sports festival was aired to all of Japan. Someone from the business department said. I don't understand business. V thought. Ida ran at Hatsum again. There's absolutely no lag time. Hatsum announced, evading Ida again, making him growl and trip over the hydraulic attachment. Ida's support item spun him around, ensuring he didn't go out of bounds or fall over. The auto-balancer is equipped with a custom 32-axis gyro sensor. As you can see, it can keep the user from falling unless they actually want to. I thought you said you wanted this to be a fair fight. Ida yelled, running at her again. Hatsum jumped into the air and used her boots to fly. That's right, I'm practically flying through the air. These electro shoes use electromagnetic induction on both feet. They're perfect for evasive maneuvers or just keeping things light. Hatsum announced. Aren't those the boots that you broke during the cavalry battle? Todoroki asked. Nope, these are different. Those were Hoover boots. These are electro boots, Hatsum replied. As soon as she lands, I'll stop her. Ida said. Hatsum landed and turned to face Ida with a device in hand. She pulled the trigger, and a net shot out, trapping Ida. What's this? Ida asked, trying to get out of the net. A capture gun to use against villains. The nets are loaded into small cartridges. You can fire up to 5 before having to reload. And all of these items were developed by yours truly, Mei Hatsum, support course prodigy. So, to any support companies out there looking for strong new recruits, the message is clear. You want me. Again, I'm Hatsum Mei, that's Hesumi, Hatsum said. She's something, one of them said. They love me. Hatsum cheered as everyone laughed. And now, let me introduce you to a few more of my inventions, Hatsum announced. Wait, there's more? Another asked. 10 minutes later, Hatsum stepped out of bounds, saying, Phew. That was fun, but I think now I've shown off everything I wanted to. I suppose it's time for me to wrap this show up. Hatsum stepped out of bounds, so Ida advances to the next round, Midnight announced. I can't believe I let you trick me. Ida yelled. Sorry about that. I needed to use you to make a name for myself, Hatsum said. I looked like a fool. Ida yelled. I'm sorry, Ida-kun, everyone in USJ thought while laughing at Ida. Ida's so sincere, so he trusted her motives. She probably made it sound like she was doing him a favor. She's so driven, straightforward about her goals, and from what I can tell, she'll do whatever it takes to reach them. Amazing, Midoriya said as he wrote notes in his notebook, and Uraraka got up and walked away, leaving her drink in her seat. Why Ochako? Itsuki asked. Well, I'm kinda nervous. Uraraka scratched her head. Oh, that's right, you're going to face Bakugo, right? Ichika said. Oh, I'm so excited to see Ochako take that boy down. Yatsuba exclaimed enthusiastically. What did you just say, Ribbon? Bakugo yelled at her. The screen showed Aoyama and Ishido facing each other in the arena. We're going to charge right along to the 5th match. Let's hope that flashy belt serves some kind of purpose. It's Aoyama Yuga from the hero course. Present Mike announced. Hey, that was rude, Monsieur Mike. Aoyama said to present Mike. Hello, Aoyama greeted. Verse? Is there some kind of purpose for those things sticking out of her head? From the same class, Ashido Mina. Mike yelled. Rude. Ashido retorted. This match is going to be a piece of cake, Ashido said, chuckling. I do believe you're going to be eating those words, mademoiselle, Aoyama told her. Who's going to win this fight? Nino and Itsuki asked V with excitement. I don't know. V laughed sheepishly. They then pouted at him. The screen showed Class 1A. Come on, Mina, you can do it. Azui cheered. Don't show her any mercy, Aoyama. Fight like you're in one of those video games. Minetta yelled. What? Intelli blushed. You pervert. Jiro said. A match between Aoyama and Ashido. Let's see. Considering their powers, Aoyama will probably keep his distance and attack with his laser from far away. It all depends on whether Ashido can dodge his attack and use her power against him in close combat. The problem is, there's not much for her to use as cover in this ring, so she's at a slight disadvantage, said Midoriya. Someone underestimated me, Ashido said with a pout. Midoriya blushed in embarrassment when Ashido said that. I'm sorry, Mina, he said while bowing to her. As for the punishment, you're going to take me on a date after this. Ashido smirked. Yeah, I will wait, what? Midoriya exclaimed in shock. You fell into her trap, Midoriya, V laughed. Now, let's get started. Present Mike yelled. Fifth match, begin. Present Mike announced. Naval laser, activate. Aoyama shouted as a laser shot out toward Ashido. Think again. Ashido said, dodging his laser. We were on the same team for combat training, so I know all about your quirk, Aoyama, she said, skating around on her acid while avoiding Aoyama's lasers. I can say the same thing about you, Aoyama replied, continuing to fire lasers. Sure, but there's a big difference. I remember something you said, Ashido said. Shooting my beam for more than a second can sometimes hurt my tummy, Ashido recalled Aoyama saying during the quirk test on the first day of class. I know your weakness, Ashido declared as Aoyama fired more lasers, all of which she dodged. Here's a big one. Aoyama shouted, firing off a large laser. My tummy, he said, shaking. There's my shot. Ashido announced, throwing some of her acid at Aoyama's support belt. Oh no, not my precious belt. Aoyama cried as the acid melted his belt. My pants, he yelled as they fell, also affected by the acid. For my finishing move. An uppercut. Ashido yelled, skating up to Aoyama and delivering a punch. Aoyama whimpered before falling backward, unconscious. Wah, that's so cool, Mina. Yatsuba cheered along with everyone else. Oh, nice try, Aoyama, Satsu said to him. No, it's all right. I'm still shining beautifully, Aoyama said proudly. Yeah, whatever, sparkling guy, Bakugo said. Aoyama has fainted. The winner of this match is Ashido. Midnight announced. Dang, Aoyama went down hard. That's an indisputable victory if I've ever seen one, sports fans. Mike cheered. Wow, Mina is amazing. Azui said. I got to see something unexpected, but why was it his? Minetta asked. Oh, for crying out loud, Jiro said as Minetta whimpered. The match unfolded as I thought it would, but I definitely underestimated Ashido. Although now that I think about it, she did place 9th in the quirk assessment test. She has great power, but she won because of her physical strength, Midoriya said, writing in his notebook. Oh, so he did think about me. Ashido blushed. Now, let's not let this winning streak cool. Time to move on to the 6th match. Mike announced. We're not here to watch TV. Kamui told them to lady. The screen showed Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu facing each other in the arena. Offense and defense in one. The dark samurai and his darker shadow. From the hero course, Tokoyami Fumikage. Versus the great creator. She was admitted because of recommendations, and I think we can all see why. Also, from Class 1A, Yaoyorozu Momo. Mike announced. See, I don't insult everyone. I complimented them. Present Mike pointed out. So then why did you insult us? Aoyama, Ashido, Siro, Midoriya, and Shinso asked. Present Mike laughed as he sunk in his seat. How do you think this one will end? Any clue? Ojiro asked Midoriya, leaning forward. Timing is going to be key here, Midoriya replied. Oh, how so? Ojiro asked. I have to admit, I don't know how to feel knowing that the friendship you two have was based on beating me, Shinso said, making Ojiro and Midoriya blush while everyone else laughed. Present Mix's description of Tokoyami was accurate. With Dark Shadow, he's skilled at both attacking and defending. He can also call upon the creature instantaneously, so there's little doubt he'll start the match with a preemptive strike. If I can make a simple shield, I can block him. But I'll have to be fast about it, or else this fight will be over in a matter of seconds. Just like that. Then if I have enough time to make. Yaoyorozu thought. Sixth match. Begin. Mike announced, making Yaoyorozu gasp. Go, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami ordered. Dark Shadow emerged from Tokoyami's chest, saying, I've got her. Quickly. A shield. Yaoyorozu thought as Dark Shadow moved toward her. She created a shield on her right arm, and Dark Shadow attacked it. Now it's my turn to attack, she said, starting to form a staff in her left hand. Dark Shadow turned around and attacked her again. I can't focus on my quirk, she thought as Dark Shadow kept attacking her, driving her backward. Dark Shadow broke her shield, but she created a new one. He attacked her once more before stopping. Why has he stopped? This is my chance, she thought, forming a staff in her left hand. Yaoyorozu, you're out. This match goes to Tokoyami, Midnight announced. Yaoyorozu looked down and realized her right foot was over the out-of-bounds line. Yikes. Another fast, overwhelming victory. Is it possible that Tokoyami's Dark Shadow is the greatest quirk ever? I think so. Mike exclaimed as Tokoyami bowed to Yaoyorozu and then walked out of the arena. I lost. I didn't even do anything, Yaoyorozu said sadly. The current Yaoyorozu gazed at the screen with a bittersweet smile, still remembering that day. That's not true, Momo, Midoriya said unexpectedly. It wasn't your fault. He reassured her, I know I've said this before, but Tokoyami is a tough opponent. Dark Shadow's only weakness is light, and you didn't know that. You did your best. Anyone would have struggled against Tokoyami. If you were up against anyone else, I'm sure you would have advanced to the next round. You can't measure your worth by one fight, Momo. Yaoyorozu looked at him with a warm smile. Thanks, Izuku. She blushed softly. It's nothing, Momo, Midoriya replied, his cheeks turning redder as Tsunatori hugged him. You are so kind, Izuku. Tsunatori beamed at him. It's nothing really. I just didn't want her to feel like it was her fault, Midoriya smiled back at Tsunatori. That's why you're an amazing person, Tsunatori said with admiration. Tokoyami is incredibly powerful. I can't believe he forced her out of bounds by targeting her shield. He clearly had a strategy, Midoriya remarked, staring at the field in disbelief. Yeah, I guess so. Maybe he didn't want to hurt her. I feel bad for her, Ojiro added. Midoriya nodded, then glanced at the seat next to him, where he saw Uraraka's drink sitting in a puddle. Okay, let's see who we've got for you next, Present Mike announced. The screen displayed Tetsu and Kirishima standing across from each other in the arena. The seventh matchup features two fighters with similar quirks. One is a passionate, manly fighter made of steel. The hero courses Tetsu. Present Mike shouted. Bring it. Tetsu shouted. Versus a passionate, manly fighter made of rock. The hero courses Kirishima Ijiro. Present Mike continued. Seriously, even our introductions are the same? Kirishima asked. It's like you guys share a mother but have different fathers, Minetta joked. Dude, that's so manly. Tetsu and Kirishima said as they hugged each other. No, it's not, Intelli sighed in disappointment. Make us proud, Tetsu. When just like Ibra did. Kendo cheered. Stay alert, shorty. Jiro told Minetta, playfully poking him with her earphone jack. Can't wait to see how this one ends. Begin. Present Mike yelled. Kirishima and Tetsu charged at each other, their quirks activated, fists colliding in the center. Hey Ida, you did great out there, Uraraka said to him. Oh, Uraraka. Ida replied. Whoa, what's with that face? Ugh. My face? Uraraka asked, puzzled. Dang, she looked like she wanted to take someone down. Cammy remarked, causing everyone to laugh. Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm just not great at hiding my nerves. I get that. You're up against Bakugo, after all. Not exactly an easy match, Ida said. You're not helping Ida-kun, Ashido chimed in. It's not my fault. Ida protested, blushing. Yeah, I'm kind of scared, Uraraka admitted. But, you know, after seeing your match, I feel a little better. What's that supposed to mean? Ida asked. Before Uraraka could respond, Midoriya opened the door, calling out, Uraraka. Deku, why aren't you out there watching the matches? Uraraka asked. Well, most of them ended how I expected them to, Midoriya replied. And it looks like Kirishima's fight is going to take a while. Well, that's kind of true, everyone murmured. Kirishima landed a punch on Tetsu's face. I thought you were supposed to be strong. Tetsu yelled, retaliating with a punch of his own. Funny, I heard the same thing about you. Kirishima shouted, preparing to strike again. That fight was one of the funniest yet weirdest things ever, Kaminari said. Agreed, brother, Siro laughed. I'm next. So this is it. My fight, Uraraka said, determination in her voice. It'll be okay. I don't think Bakugo would use his full power against a girl, right? Ida asked. Yeah, he would, Midoriya replied, causing Uraraka to wince. Midoriya, you're not helping either, Ashido sighed, pinching her temple. WL. Midoriya smiled shyly, which was endearing to the girls. Ah, let me hug you. Tsunatori exclaimed, hugging him happily. And besides, everyone's trying to secure the top spot in these games. Even if she wasn't fighting Kaken, I don't think anyone would hold back. You've helped me so much. Now it's my turn to help you. I have a plan for how you can use your quirk against Kaken. It's not much, but I did my best, he said, holding out his notebook. Hey, well alright. This is perfect. Ida said. Thank you so much for doing that. But no. Sorry, Uraraka replied. Huh? Everyone asked in unison. Why not? One of the second-year students questioned. What? Midoriya inquired. You're wonderful, Deku. I keep seeing that over and over again. During the cavalry battle, I told you it was a good idea to team up with friends. But now that I think about it, I might have been relying on you too much. That's why when Ida said he was trying his best to beat you, I felt a bit embarrassed, Uraraka explained. Uraraka? Midoriya whispered. So it's fine. Really. Everyone's facing their future and giving it their all. That means we're all rivals, even you and me, Deku. So, I guess I'll see you in the finals, Uraraka said, walking toward the door. Go Ochako. You tell him. Hagakure cheered. Yeah, go Ochako. Everyone shouted in support. Do you extras forget something you? Bakugo started to say but was silenced by Todoroki. Shush. Let them be, Todoroki said. Kirishima and Tetsu exchanged punches, both landing hits simultaneously. Wow, that hurt me and all I'm doing is watching. Is it over? Those hard heads look like they're down for the count. But who is the winner? Present Mike announced. It hurt me more, Kirishima and Tetsu said in unison. They're both down. It's a draw. Midnight declared. When the contestants recover from this battle, the winner will be determined by a simple contest, perhaps arm wrestling. Weird, they're basically copies of each other, one of the pros commented. You have to appreciate the passion they brought to the ring. It's truly inspiring. I could use a good sidekick like that, another one of them commented. The screen displayed Tetsu and Kirishima being assisted out of the arena by the medical bots. While we wait for Tetsu and Kirishima to recover, we'll move on to the next battle, Present Mike announced. Todoroki stood alone, watching the field from the stands, away from Class 1A. Why weren't you sitting with us, Todobro? Kaminari asked. I kind of thought that Zero would dislike me, so I just watched it alone, Todoroki replied softly. I don't dislike you. I never did, Zero said with a smile. Is that so? Todoroki smiled back at him. Ribbit. This might be the most unsettling matchup, Azui remarked. I know. I almost don't want to watch it, Jiro agreed. Do your best. You got this, Midoriya thought as he saw Uraraka walk out onto the field. The screen showed Uraraka and Bakugo standing across from each other in the arena. The 8th and final battle of the first round of matches. He was quite the standout in middle school, and just look at that determined face. From the hero course, Bakugo Katsuki. Versus, the one I'm personally rooting for, also from Class 1, Uraraka Ochako. Let the 8th match begin. Present Mike yelled. You biased announcer. Bakugo shouted at Present Mike. Come on, young listener, who wouldn't cheer for Uraraka? Present Mike winked at him. And that's the end of the video, V said. Oh boy, I can't wait for the next chapter. Itsuki exclaimed to her twins. Well, me too, Itsuki, but Ichika, why have you been so quiet throughout the entire episode? Miku asked Ichika. Well, I don't really know what to comment on actually, Ichika laughed.